Chapter 1, Transmigrator Jiangqiu, Spirit-Infusing Ritual. Luochuan City, Longwei Dragon Kingdom. Classmates, yesterday, Xuanhai City, which is next to us, was suddenly attacked by a beast tide. This beast tide was classified as a D-level beast tide by the Illusionist Association, and thousands of people lost their lives as a result. We absolutely cannot back down from this. Only by uniting all of humanity and launching a powerful attack on the beast tide can we bring peace and a better life to humankind. On the podium, teacher Su Liang passionately described the horror of the beast tide and the heroic sacrifices of the human illusionists. In the back row of the classroom, Jiang Qiu stared blankly at the clock, showing no interest in what the teacher was saying. As the second hand completed a full rotation, Jiang Qiu muttered to himself, "Great, I've lived for another minute. This is a parallel world similar to Earth, but it is much more dangerous. 500 years ago, hordes of monstrous beasts invaded the human realm, plunging humanity into a great crisis. Countless lives perished in the beast tides, either mercilessly trampled to death or cruelly devoured. At this critical moment of life and death, a powerful force was born among humanity, the illusionist. The illusionists gained powerful abilities and talents by absorbing crystal cores. These illusionists turned the tide and slew countless monsters in the beast tide. After a long and arduous struggle, the human race successfully drove the demon beasts back to the demon realm. The long-awaited peace allowed humanity a brief respite. However, the monsters did not lose their ambition and still appear from time to time to attack human society. To ensure their own safety, the human race established an organization called the Illusionist Association. They also established specialized illusionist academies in 5 regions across the country: east, south, west, north, and central, to continuously cultivate new illusionist forces for the human race. Now, the camera focuses on Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu was a food delivery driver. One night, after delivering food for 6 consecutive hours, he was extremely exhausted. Sudden. A Mercedes-Benz traveling at 200 miles per hour came hurtling towards them. It knocked Jiang Qiu flying over 100 meters away. It turned into a pile of minced meat. He thought he was going to die, but when he opened his eyes again, Jiang Qiu had somehow transmigrated. Jiang Qiu, now a 6-year-old child, has been waiting for his own system, cheat code, or other benefits unique to transmigrators. The good times didn't last long. Jiang Qiu waited for a full 12 years, but he still didn't get his own cheat code. And Jiang Qiu in this life is no different from his previous life. He is still an absolute academic failure. Even Jiang Qiu was somewhat disheartened. Was this the end of his luck? On the podium, teacher Su Liang suddenly raised his voice. "Students, defending humanity is urgent. After deliberation by our superiors, it has been decided that you senior high school students will undergo the spirit infusion ceremony today. If any of you awakens your talent, you will be guaranteed admission to the Illusionist Academy and become a legendary illusionist hailed by the world." These words caused an uproar among the students. A spirit concentration ritual? Great! I've waited 18 years, and this day has finally come. Just wait until I awaken my B-grade talent, and you'll all be my slaves. In the classroom, Xia Lingfeng casually crossed his legs, his eyes filled with disdain and indifference. The girl beside him leaned against him, exhaling softly, like a clingy kitten. Xia Lingfeng is the second young master of the Xie family. He is arrogant and looks down on others. As for the girl in his arms, she was the most beautiful girl in the whole school, the school beauty, Xiao Yuxie. Xia Lingfeng was the top student in the class and was highly regarded by their homeroom teacher, Su Liang. Such gifted children often awaken advanced talents. Su Liang usually took good care of this highly sought-after person. He figured if that person ever became successful, he could also gain fame along with them. In short, it's all a routine. Jiang Qiu, did you hear that? We're about to become illusion masters. Jiang Qiu looked up at the sound and saw Long Fan at the table in front of him staring at him with a big smile on his face. The other party is Jiang Qiu's only good brother, whose only advantage is that he is good at fighting. Long Fan is 179 centimeters tall, with fiery red hair, strong muscles, and an inconspicuous scar at the corner of his eye. One was good at fighting, and the other was good at sleeping. Their academic performance consistently ranked in the bottom 2 of the class, and they were ridiculed by their classmates as the god of war and sleeping emperor duo, but the two didn't care. Jiang Qiu pursed his lips. "I hope so, but I heard that each person only has a 30% chance of awakening their talent." Long Fan patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, brother. We always guess 10 out of 10 multiple choice questions correctly on exams, so Lady Luck will definitely be on our side this time. Seeing the classroom becoming noisy, Su Liang slammed his hand on the table. Everyone line up in the corridor. It's our Class 3's turn to perform the spirit infusion ceremony. I hope you all do your best. Class 2 has produced an A-level talent student this time. Under the teacher's careful arrangement, the students of Class 3 entered the spacious secret room on the top floor of the teaching building. Inside the secret chamber is an altar used for rituals, with a transparent crystal ball the size of a dinosaur egg placed in the center. Su Liang walked up to the spirit gathering altar and solemnly said to the students, "This item is called the spirit gathering pearl, which can determine whether you possess talent. It's very easy to use, just stick your hand on it." After saying that, Su Liang suddenly put his hands together, closed his eyes, and bowed to the sky repeatedly. May heaven bless my Class 3 students, and allow their extraordinary talents to shine forth on these young people. Gods, please protect me. Ahem, let's begin the spirit infusing ceremony. First up, Shui Wei. The boy whose name was called trembled twice and staggered up the spirit altar. Teacher. Su Liang glanced at the boy, his tone clearly tinged with disdain. Place your hands on this spirit gathering pearl. Yes, yes. Shui Wei trembled as he hugged the transparent crystal ball, and his classmates crowded around him. The spirit infusion ritual, what a mysterious and unpredictable ritual. Once you awaken your elemental talent, you can transcend the mortal realm and become a highly acclaimed spirit master. Shui Wei pressed his hands tightly against the spirit gathering pearl, closed his eyes with anticipation. I hope I can become a spirit master. 1,000 miles of lofty ambitions are but a piece of paper, a dream of wealth and glory is but an empty dream. An unexpected event eventually occurred. 10 seconds passed, and the spirit pearl remained unchanged. Class teacher Su Liang sighed, "Go down, you're just a mortal." These words struck like a bolt from the blue, shattering the boy's hopes. Mortals with no means of self-defense. In the beast tide, they can only desperately run away, placing their hopes on the illusionist. Even if they bravely charge forward into battle, they will ultimately be nothing more than insignificant cannon fodder. Even if they are buried on the battlefield, they will not leave a trace in anyone's heart. So insignificant that it's even smaller than a speck of dust. He was just a mortal. Shui Wei collapsed to the ground with a thud, and it was his classmates who dragged him to the side. Xiao Yuxie glanced at Shui Wei with disdain. What a useless piece of trash. He can't even handle this little setback. He has no manly spirit at all. What great things can he achieve in the future? Unlike our brother Ling Feng, who is handsome, outstanding, dashing, and debonair. Xia Ling Feng sneered from the side, "You green tea girl are a bit stupid, but your appearance is quite pleasing to the eye. If you can awaken your talent, I might reluctantly let you become my concubine, Xia Ling Feng's concubine." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxie responded with great joy, "Brother Ling Feng, I will definitely try my best." Su Liang called out again, "Next, Lin Gu." Lin Gu nervously walked up to the altar and placed his hands on the spirit gathering pearl. 10 seconds later, nothing had changed. Mortal. Next up, Wang Xin. Reality is cruel, only a minority can awaken their talents. There are countless ordinary people like Lin Gu. If hard work were enough, what would be the point of having geniuses? When Wang Xin's name was called by the teacher, she quickly ran up to the altar. After hesitating for 2 seconds, the girl closed her eyes tightly and nervously placed her hand on the spirit gathering pearl. 5 seconds later, a beam of blue light shot into the sky from the spirit gathering pearl. Su Liang was overjoyed. Got it. Yes, it's a C-rank water-type talent. Once you awaken your elemental talent, you will become a future illusionist, a hero who saves people from suffering. Su Liang looked at the girl with satisfaction, his eyes filled with undisguised longing and excitement. Upon learning that she had awakened her talent, Wang Xin was so excited that tears welled up in her eyes. I'm actually a phantom master? Go on, little girl, you have a bright future ahead of you. The girl happily ran back into the crowd, and many people looked at her with envy. Even Xia Lingfeng glanced at the girl a few more times. Next up, Li Jie. 10 more students completed the test, but only 2 of them possessed D-level talent, the rest were ordinary people. Su Liang sighed inwardly, the students these days are getting worse with each graduating class. Chapter 2, Activating the System. Awakening an SSS-ranked talent. Next, Long Fan. Long Fan smiled slightly at Jiang Xiu, then stepped out from the crowd and strode onto the altar. The other students all looked over. This was the most famous fighter in Class 3. They wondered if he could awaken his talent. Looking at this most troublesome and mischievous student, Su Liang narrowed his eyes into slits. Long Fan had caused himself a lot of trouble in the past, and Su Liang had a very bad impression of him. Jiang Qiu and Long Fan, these two losers, were often scolded mercilessly by Su Liang. "You little brat, put your hands on it." Long Fan ignored the other party and placed his hands firmly on the spirit-gathering pearl. 5 seconds later, a dazzling crimson light burst forth from the spirit-gathering pearl, enveloping the entire secret chamber in this red light, like flowing, blazing flames. Su Liang stared wide-eyed at the other person in disbelief. It's an S-rank fire-type talent. Our Class 3 has awakened a genius boy with an S-rank talent. Hearing the teacher's surprised voice, everyone gasped. S-rank talents are extremely rare. At most only 5 out of 1,000 illusion masters can possess an S-rank talent. Once this young man matures, his future will be incredibly bright. After becoming a 6th-tier illusionist, he will be able to single-handedly wipe out a C-rank beast tide. Long Fan, who was once a stepping stone, has now become a pillar of society that everyone longs for. Su Liang patted the other person on the shoulder, his attitude completely changing. Long Fan, you truly haven't disappointed your master. Although my words may sometimes be a little harsh, they all stem from my good intentions towards you. From the moment you pulled down the school bully's pants, I could tell at a glance that you were extraordinary. I hope that when you achieve great things in the future, you will not forget your teacher." Hearing such insincere words, Long Fan's lips curled up slightly. "Old Deng, don't worry, I, Long Fan, am not an unrighteous person." Su Liang nodded with satisfaction. But then Long Fan continued, "When I achieve something in the future, I will definitely come back and beat you to a pulp. I've suffered so much at your hands, I'd better hang you on a tree at school for 3 days and 3 nights to vent my anger." Upon hearing this, Su Liang was completely dumbfounded. Jiang Qiu clapped from below the stage. What a wonderful example of kind teacher in filial piety. After uttering those harsh words, Long Fan nonchalantly returned to the crowd. Su Liang was so angry that his face turned ashen, but he knew he couldn't afford to offend Long Fan now. Next up, Xiao Yuxia. Xiao Yuxia jogged up to the altar and placed her slender hand on the spirit-gathering pearl. This girl is the prettiest girl in the whole grade. She is 1.66 meters tall with shoes on. Not only does she have a curvy figure, but she is also good at acting cute and charming. Will the other person be able to awaken their talent? Many boys are eagerly anticipating it. 10 seconds later. Mortal. Those 2 short words carried such a heavy weight that they made it hard for the girl to breathe. Xiao Yuxia trembled all over, unable to accept this fact. "No, that's impossible. Teacher, I want to take the test again." Su Liang shook his head dismissively. "No matter how many times you test, it's useless. A mortal is a mortal. Go down now." No, this is impossible." Xiao Yu looked helplessly at Xialing Feng, but his gaze was icy cold. It was as if he were looking at a pitiful wretch, or as if he were mocking the girl's incompetence. Upon learning that the woman had no talent, Xialing Feng said softly, "She's just a mortal, not worthy of being a woman of the Xie family." In an instant, tears welled up in her eyes, and the girl cried uncontrollably. "I'm just an ordinary person, and nobody wants me anymore." Next up, Xialing Feng. Xialing Feng walked slowly toward the spirit-enriching altar, not even bothering to glance at the girl as they passed by. Xiao Yuxia walked down from the altar dejectedly. At this moment, Jiang Qiu suddenly stepped forward. "Xiao Yuxia, it's all right. You can live just fine without Xialing Feng. What's wrong with a mortal? He doesn't have any more noses or eyes than you." Everyone was shocked, and even Xialing Feng, who had not yet ascended to the altar, paused in his tracks. Jiang Qiu is openly provoking Xialing Feng. The girl looked at Jiang Qiu with a puzzled expression, wondering why he had taken the initiative to approach her. Is it because of her alluring looks? Or is she also trying to mock her own ordinariness? Xialing Feng turned around and glared fiercely at Jiang Qiu below the stage. "In the end, you're just a piece of trash, good for nothing but talking a lot. A loser like you only deserves to go after women. I've already had my fill." After speaking, Xialing Feng walked up to the altar and placed his hands on the spirit-gathering pearl. 5 seconds later, another beam of azure light shot into the sky. Su Liang's eyes widened. Another S-level talent. The students looked at Xialing Feng in astonishment. S-level talent, what an enviable destiny. However, none of this mattered to Xiao Yuxie. The girl just stared blankly ahead. Jiang Qiu in the crowd was not attracted by the strange change and was still smiling and looking at her. Jiang Qiu. Upon learning that he had awakened an S-level talent, Xia Lingfeng remained completely calm, as if it were all to be expected. Su Liang could not hide his excitement. Lingfeng, you truly are my good child. Your teacher was right about you. You'll definitely become a great illusionist in the future. Several times better than that damned Long Fan. Long Fan, sitting in the audience, rolled his eyes at Su Liang. Damn it, you want to have a go at me? Xia Lingfeng bowed politely. Thank you, Teacher Su. Su Liang looked at the boy's back and found him increasingly pleasing to the eye. 2 students in our class have awakened S-level talents, which is the best result in the whole school for several consecutive years. After Xia Lingfeng returned to the crowd, Su Liang continued to address everyone. Next, Li Yu. There were 53 students in the class, and Jiang Qiu was the last one to be called. The last one, Jiang Qiu. Su Liang looked at Jiang Qiu below the altar, his eyes full of denial and disdain. Jiang Qiu, that little brat, I don't know how many points he lost for sleeping in class before. It would be strange if a useless student like him could have any future. Under the watchful eyes of those around him, Jiang Qiu calmly walked onto the altar. Jiang Qiu glanced at his good brother Long Fan cheering him on from below the stage, and at Xiao Yuxie watching him silently. He took a deep breath and placed his hands on the spirit-gathering pearl. The next moment, a crisp crack was heard. Gathering spirit pearl. It's broken. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening your SSS level talent Crimson God. For each stunningly beautiful woman conquered, the host will permanently gain a simplified version of a divine ability which can be upgraded to the ultimate version. Host's current cultivation level, first tier illusionist. Remaining illusory energy, 10 points. Current abilities, none. In an instant, all the information about the Crimson God's talent flooded into his mind. Jiang Qiu was stunned for 2 seconds, then felt a surge of joy. This is the system. After a long and arduous 12-year wait, I finally have my own cheat code. At this moment, everyone in the room was stunned, and Su Liang was so shocked that his jaw dropped. In everyone's eyes, Jiang Qiu shattered the spirit-gathering pearl with a slap, stood there stunned for 2 seconds, and then inexplicably burst out laughing. Long Fan, sitting in the audience, was completely stunned. Damn, it has to be Jiang Qiu. You're about to graduate and leave, but you still didn't forget to leave old Deng a big surprise. I'm impressed, bro. I really underestimated you before. Seeing Jiang Qiu's manic expression, Su Liang's expression turned ashen, like he'd just eaten a pile of rice. Me, my spirit pearl. Jiang Qiu, you damned piece of trash. Before Su Liang could finish speaking, Long Fan rushed over in a flash. Old Deng, you dare to lay a finger on Jiang Qiu? I'll make sure you regret it. Long Fan waved his fist, which was engulfed in flames, at Su Liang, a sight that nearly made Su Liang, an ordinary person, faint. Chapter 3 Emergency, the beast tide is coming. Faced with Long Fan's powerful fiery fist, Su Liang hesitated several times before finally having no choice but to admit defeat. Oh well, losing money is better than losing my life. But that spirit pearl is more expensive than 5 years of my salary. Seeing that Su Laodang dared not continue shouting, Long Fan turned around. Jiang Qiu, the spirit-gathering pearl suddenly shattered, but your talent hasn't been detected yet. Faced with his good friend's concern, Jiang Qiu smiled and replied, it's okay, I've already. Howl. Howl. Before he could finish speaking, a deafening wolf howl suddenly came from all directions. The sudden change startled everyone. Su Liang shouted to the crowd, oh no! It's a beast tide. Everyone run! 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 Help! Help! I haven't lived enough yet. Beast horde attacks are the most common thing in the world. No matter when or where, as long as you let your guard down, death may appear before you. At this very moment, a force of 2,000 dark-striped wolves has broken through the campus's defenses and is heading straight for the teaching building. After centuries of fierce battles, the demons gradually realized the vital importance of schools to the human race. This operation was precisely to nip the threat in the bud. Long Fan grabbed Jiang Qiu beside him and led him away from the place. Jiang Qiu, let's go quickly. Wait, Xiao Yuxie hasn't caught up yet. Jiang Qiu, we can't worry about that now. In a life or death situation, what's more important than brothers than women? Jiang Qiu, you'd better make the painful decision to part with it. Jiang Qiu's eyes widened, but Long Fan's strength was too great, and he couldn't break free at all. No! My divine power! My divine power! Suddenly, a student exclaimed, "Look! They're almost at the foot of the teaching building." Through the corridor windows, every student in Class 3 could see the terrifying pack of wolves on campus, a dark, surging tide of activity. So many, so many. With such a large number, even if the Illusionist Association sends people to help, these students would probably be eaten to pieces by the wolves before reinforcements arrive. Amidst the panicked fleeing crowd, Xiao Yuxie resembled a frightened little rabbit, frantically trying to escape without thinking. The girl was already in a depressed state because she had failed to awaken her talent. Unexpectedly, we are now facing another terrible disaster, a beast tide attack. Under the weight of multiple pressures, Xiao Yuxie was on the verge of collapse and could only rely on her instincts to run helplessly towards Xia Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, you have to save me. We were lovers for so long, you can't just abandon me." "Oh no!" Faced with Xiao Yuxie's desperate pleas, Xia Lingfeng kicked her to the ground. "How dare you, a mere mortal, approach me? You're so clumsy, you've ruined my elegant clothes." The girl fell to the ground with a thud, her delicate body trembling in pain. But none of the students around offered to help. In a critical moment concerning their own safety, everyone chooses to protect themselves. Who would care about this poor mortal? In just a short while, only the girl remained in the secret room. Xiao Yuxie barely managed to stand up from the ground, only to find that her left ankle had been twisted. With the approaching tide of beasts looming, he was all alone and helpless. Facing the brutal and terrifying wolves, his hope of survival was almost non-existent. "Am I going to die?" Just as the girl was feeling disheartened, a figure unexpectedly returned from outside the secret room. Upon seeing the boy's figure clearly, the girl's eyes regained their light. "Jiang Qiu! What happened to you?" Jiang Qiu came to Xiao Yuxie's side and hugged her without saying a word. "Don't be afraid. After the rain stops, I'm here to save you. That piece of trash Xia Lingfeng actually left you here all alone. In this critical moment, time waits for no one. We must rejoin the main force as soon as possible." Looking at Jiang Qiu's serious expression, Xiao Yuxie thought that the young man was the most handsome hero in her heart. Feeling the touch of the other person's fingers on her buttocks, the girl subconsciously hugged Jiang Qiu's back tightly with both arms. "The rain has stopped. Is everything all right now?" Jiang Qiu asked gently. All right, let's go. First floor of the teaching building. Quick! Everyone, get the defenses up and running. These dark striped wolves are only E-rank monsters. As long as we work together, we can definitely hold out until the rescue arrives. Oh no! The wolves are about to break through the east gate. Everyone, hold the line. Quick! Hurry! There's a wounded person here. Who knows how to bandage someone? Come help quickly! Under the urgent commands of the three homeroom teachers, the students, whose talents had been awakened, took turns to do their best to guard the only entrance to the teaching building. Among them, Long Fan, who awakened an S-level talent, took the lead and bravely charged to the front of the main force. Blazing flames swirled around the boy's fists, and he killed the dark patterned wolf with a single punch. You despicable beasts, Grandpa Dragon will teach you a lesson in the power of Fire Fist. In order to survive, Xia Lingfeng also used his ice-type ability. Several sharp ice spikes appeared out of thin air, and each time they were shot out, they killed several dark pattern wolves. The two S-class teenagers turned the tide and gradually built up the morale of the crowd. The students, as if seeing a glimmer of hope, immediately rushed forward to fight alongside the two. With the help of other students, the wolves were quickly driven back 3 meters. However, this advantage lasted for less than 10 seconds before the wolf pack pressed forward again. As the wolf pack relentlessly charged, Long Fan and Xia Lingfeng felt their strength waning. The fierce battle had depleted a large amount of their magical energy, and without it, they could no longer use their elemental abilities. Just as the situation that had just been turned around was about to regress, an old man's voice suddenly came from the opposite teaching building. Next, I will use my ability to freeze the wolf pack for 10 seconds. All of you must seize this opportunity and run to this teaching building within 10 seconds. Everyone looked at the speaker, who was none other than the principal, a C-rank phantom master. Buzz! A long, drawn-out buzzing sound suddenly came from the infinite distance, and the wolf pack stopped moving instantly, like statues frozen in time. Now! Everyone, sprint towards the teaching building across the street. Run! Everyone, run to the principal's side. Without the slightest hesitation, everyone rushed towards the adjacent teaching building, which was 10 meters away, at their fastest speed ever. Taking advantage of the wolf pack's momentary stillness, Long Fan immediately swung his fists and fiercely attacked the enemy. You guys go first, I'll cover the rear. Those precious 10 seconds were like the dawn of victory. As long as we can reunite with the principal, who is as C-rank Phantom Master, we will definitely hold on until the very end. 10, 9, 8, 5, 4, 3. Seeing that everyone had run into the opposite teaching building, Long Fan also quickly ran towards the main group. Just then, something completely unexpected happened. In the original teaching building, Zhang Qiu, holding Xiao Yuxie in his arms, looked across the street, panting. The other party is late. Long Fan stared in shock. Zhang Qiu, how come you're still inside? 2, 1. Long Fan, retreat immediately. Suddenly, an incredibly strong arm grabbed Long Fan's body and dragged him into the teaching building, where Long Fan screamed at the top of his lungs. No! Zhang Qiu! Zhang Qiu is still inside. What? Everyone looked toward the original teaching building, where Zhang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie were located. Given the current critical situation, it's definitely not possible to go back and rescue the two of them. In order to protect the safety of the majority, the group had no choice but to completely abandon Zhang Qiu and his companion. Long Fan, let's just forget about it. They were just two mortals, their deaths are no big deal. The speaker was Long Fan's classmate, who had awakened a D-level talent. Long Fan glared at him fiercely and punched the boy to the ground. Long Fan, calm down. Long Fan, you are our hope. What will happen to us if you go back? Long Fan. What time is it? Protecting the lives of the majority is the most important thing. A cacophony of doubts overwhelmed the young man, and Long Fan watched helplessly as the dark pattern wolf regained its mobility and charged towards his good brother. But I can't do anything about it. No. I hate it. I hate it so much. Chapter 4 Xiao Yuxie is completely conquered, and Zhang Qiu obtains the divine ability the Heavenly Desolation Finger. Sensing that Zhang Qiu had stopped, the girl cautiously opened her eyes. This sight almost scared Xiao Yuxie out of her wits. As the dark-striped wolf realized it couldn't break through the defenses of the opposite teaching building, it actually pounced towards them, drawn by the scent. Seeing this, Zhang Qiu dared not linger and turned to run towards the stairs. Xiao Yuxie hugged Zhang Qiu tightly, guilt and despair welling up in her heart at the same time. I couldn't escape in the first place, and now I've dragged Zhang Qiu down with me, losing all hope of living. I am such a useless burden. Zhang Qiu, I'm sorry. I'm the one who got you into this mess. Hearing the girl sobbing, Zhang Qiu smiled and shook his head. It's not a good look to cry after the rain stops. What if we're lucky and manage to survive the wolves? Zhang Qiu, stop trying to make me happy. No way. I'm serious. Howl. Howl. After discovering Zhang Qiu and his companion, the dark pattern wolves swarmed into the fallen teaching building. Zhang Qiu's actions attracted most of the dark pattern wolves, giving the main force a chance to catch their breath. At the forefront of the battlefield, Long Fan was in tears as he desperately blasted away at the E-rank dark pattern wolves. It's all your fault. It's all your fault, you bunch of beasts. Kill. I will kill you all. The thought of Zhang Qiu being trapped inside was like a knife twisting in Long Fan's heart. Long Fan did not give up, but turned every bit of pain into motivation. Some people in the crowd whispered among themselves. Fortunately, Zhang Qiu stayed there, otherwise Long Fan might not have been able to display such momentum. Well, who can argue with that? In my opinion, Zhang Qiu, a loser, being eaten by wolves is actually doing a service to the people. Zhang Qiu ran desperately towards the rooftop, and could already clearly hear the footsteps of the wolf pack chasing after him. After such an intense escape, the boy's legs felt like they were filled with lead. Xiao Yuxie wasn't idle either. She kept encouraging Zhang Qiu, saying, Zhang Qiu, I believe in you. Zhang Qiu, you can definitely do it. After a long and arduous physical ordeal, the two successfully reached the top floor. As soon as they entered the enclosed room, Zhang Qiu put the girl down and locked the door. Bang! 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 Fortunately, Zhang Qiu locked her in time, which narrowly delayed the wolf pack's pursuit. But this is not a long-term solution, because the Iron Gate will eventually be completely destroyed. Xiao Yuxie endured the pain in her ankle and slowly stood up from the ground. Jiang Qiu turned to look at the girl, and the two stared at each other. There's definitely no hope of survival. Being able to see the man who truly loved her before she died was enough for Xiao Yuxie. Although there are still many things I haven't had a chance to try, and many places I haven't been to in person. But with the scythe of death right in front of you, what good are all the regrets? After all, I'm just a mortal. Xiao Yuxie felt content to spend her final moments with Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu gazed intently at the girl, and anxiously asked the system in his mind, "System, is Xiao Yuxie a stunningly beautiful girl?" Ding, belongs to. Bang! Bang bang bang! As the wolves continued to ram the iron gate, a large section of it dented inwards. Jiang Qiu decisively moved closer to Xiao Yuxie and gently stroked her pretty face with his right hand. After the rain, may I ask you a question? How could a young girl not know the other person's feelings? Jiang Qiu had been single until now. Faced with impending death, even if Jiang Qiu wanted to do something to her, the girl would not resist. After all, he was the only man who dared to risk his life to save me. Yes. Of course. Now that the rain has stopped, are you willing to be conquered by me and become my woman, Jiang Qiu's woman, from this day forward? I swear, I will definitely treat you. Before Jiang Qiu could finish speaking, the girl grabbed his hand as he was making a vow. Tears rolled down the girl's cheeks, and Xiao Yuxie smiled excitedly. Jiang Qiu, I love you. I want to be your woman. Jiang Qiu was secretly delighted to receive the answer he expected. This time, it's a gamble with my life on the line. I didn't make the wrong bet. Boom! At the same time, the iron gate was completely smashed open by the wolves. Several dark-striped wolves swarmed forward, rushing towards Jiang Qiu and his companion. Looking at the ferocious and savage monster, Jiang Qiu first sneered, then lowered his head and kissed the girl in his arms. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have acquired a god-level ability Heavenly Desolation Finger. You have one chance to try the ultimate version. Would you like to use it? Use. The instant Jiang Qiu's thought landed, an invisible force completely covered an area within a 10-kilometer radius, rendering all living beings within that area unable to move their bodies in the slightest. The pack of dark-striped wolves that rushed into the secret chamber were miraculously frozen in mid-air, unable to control any part of their bodies except their eyes. After waiting a few seconds, they discovered that death had not arrived as expected. Xiao Yuxie slowly opened her eyes, and the scene in front of her stunned the girl. But then Jiang Qiu's eyes transformed into golden eyes, emitting a dazzling golden divine light. An overwhelming pressure emanated from the youth. This aura was indescribable, like that of a legendary god. The girl knew very well that the reason the wolf pack was frozen in mid-air was because Jiang Qiu had used some kind of ability. Seeing her beloved man so domineering, Xiao Yuxie tried her best to stand on tiptoe and put her lips to his. The sky above was shrouded in dark clouds, and the world seemed to have been put on pause at that moment. Long Fan was shocked by the sudden situation, and even the experienced principal noticed the abnormality. He couldn't move his body. 3 breaths later, gigantic, finger-like phantoms shot down from the distant sky. These phantoms, like the fingers of a god, rolled towards the ground at incredible speed. One finger after another, faster and faster, and more. The countless illusory divine fingers were like a devastating calamity, crushing everything in their path into dust. Whether it's buildings, wolf packs, or anything else, anything that isn't the Phantom Master is mercilessly crushed and pulverized. The series of earth-shaking impacts eventually left behind a huge, shattered crater. This is a god-level ability, the Heavenly Desolation Finger. Once the billowing smoke completely dissipated, the so-called wolf tide was long gone. In the deep pit, most of the students had fainted from fright. However, none of these future spirit masters suffered any harm. It's as if they acted as if all these calamities had nothing to do with them. Long Fan searched desperately and finally found Jiang Qiu unconscious in Xiao Yuxie's arms. The other person is still alive and well. Xiao Yuxie, are you alright? How is Jiang Qiu now? The young girl gently stroked Jiang Qiu's cheek, her beautiful eyes filled with deep affection. Don't worry, Jiang Qiu is fine, he's just temporarily unconscious. Let Jiang Qiu get a good night's sleep. I will take good care of Jiang Qiu. Seeing Xiao Yuxie's tender expression, Long Fan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Damn it, that really scared me to death. Luckily, the illusionist's reinforcements arrived in time to save us. At this point, Long Fan seemed to realize that something was amiss. Wait, What about the ordinary people who didn't awaken their talents? Holy crap! Su Liang's gone too. The once bustling and prosperous campus has now become a desolate pit, and apart from the talented illusion masters, no living being survived. The principal knelt down with a thud. Decades of hard work had vanished in an instant. 30 seconds later, the illusionist's reinforcements arrived one by one. The illusionist was dumbfounded by the outrageous scene before him. What just happened here? Wasn't it a level E beast tide? Calling superiors. Calling superiors. A catastrophe, seemingly caused by natural disaster, has occurred at Linen High School. The Illusionist Association is requested to send personnel to investigate immediately. Send personnel to investigate immediately. Chapter 5. With you by my side, I cannot sleep tonight. Zhang Qiu didn't know how long he had slept when he groggily opened his eyes and found himself covered with a blanket. Where am I? Seemingly having heard Zhang Qiu's murmur, a young girl wearing a thin, see-through bra quickly came into view. Zhang Qiu, you're awake? Zhang Qiu's vision cleared quickly, and when he could see the white expanse in front of him, he almost had a nosebleed. Wait. You are Xiao Yuxie? As her gaze moved upwards along the snow-capped peak, Xiao Yuxie stared at her with a face full of joy. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, as if expressing her excitement. Who else could it be but me? I'm your woman now. You've been unconscious for the past 2 days, and it's made me so worried. Zhang Qiu shook his head vigorously and slowly sat up with the girl's help. The rain has stopped. Where are we now? Xiao Yuxie sat down by the bed and gently took Zhang Qiu's hand. That's right, the illusionist's reinforcements arrived just in time, and all of us survivors were saved. This is a rented room near the North Campus of the Illusionist Academy. We've been accepted into the Illusionist Academy. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. Hey! Rainy day, you got accepted too? After the girl's careful explanation, Zhang Qiu finally learned the truth. It turned out that the spirit gathering pearl that Linen High School had treasured for many years had long expired. The real spirit gathering pearl contains a constantly changing white cloud of energy, but the spirit gathering pearl at Linen High School was completely empty. The price of the phantom orb is extremely high, and the school has resorted to any means to save money, wrongly accusing countless students who should have become phantom masters over the years. After the investigators uncovered the truth using special methods, the principal was immediately taken into custody by members of the Illusionist Association. Ironically, Zhang Qiu's Heavenly Desolation Finger ability was ineffective against humans with talent. After a cataclysmic event, the talent selection process was completed. With the help of the Illusionist Association, the survivors underwent the spirit-infusing ceremony one by one. Xiao Yuxie was found to have a sea-level water-type talent and was therefore admitted to the Illusionist North Academy. And then what happened? Did anyone notice anything unusual? For example, those suddenly appearing phantom images of divine fingers? Hearing Zhang Qiu ask this question, Xiao Yuxie playfully curled the corners of her lips. What sudden appearance of the divine finger phantom? Isn't that just our brother Zhang Qiu's incredible abilities? Zhang Qiu, you were so incredibly handsome back then. You stole everyone's heart. The boy's eyebrows twitched involuntarily for a moment. Xiao Yuxie was in his arms at the time, so it was hard not to see her. Rainy day, you absolutely mustn't tell anyone about this. Besides, I can't use such a powerful ability every time. Their fingers were intertwined. Zhang Qiu, don't worry, I have some sense in these kinds of things. When the people from the Illusionist Association asked us about the whole process of the incident, I said that I was so scared that I couldn't remember anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the girl playfully threw herself into Zhang Qiu's arms. Zhang Qiu gently stroked her head. This system was simply a dream come true. Rainy day, now that we've both been accepted, what talent was tested on me? Xiao Yuxie responded. When it was Zhang Qiu's turn, the spirit gathering pearl only revealed a D-level talent. That's fine, Zhang Qiu, your true strength won't be known to everyone. Upon hearing this good news, Zhang Qiu breathed a long sigh of relief. Then I'm relieved. It was already 9 o'clock at night. The man and woman were alone in the room, and the air was filled with excitement and tension, as well as the faint fragrance of the young woman. Zhang Qiu gazed at the girl in his arms. She looked so graceful in her see-through nightgown, her full breasts barely concealed, and her beautiful eyes sparkling. With just a fleeting glance between them, Xiao Yuxie understood Zhang Qiu's thoughts. Her cheeks flushed instantly, and even her lips pursed slightly. Zhang Qiu, I need to clarify something with you, so you won't misunderstand me in the future. Although I used to be close to Xia Lingfeng, I never allowed him to do anything disgraceful to me. If my mother hadn't been seriously ill and my father hadn't passed away so early, I wouldn't have taken the initiative to approach Xia Lingfeng, hoping to rely on him to save my mother. At this point, 2 clear tears slid down the corners of the girl's eyes. Jiang Qiu, I truly love you. Heaven and earth bear witness to this. Jiang Qiu held Xiao Yuxie tightly in his arms, and the two shared a passionate kiss. To risk their lives for each other and obtain this deep and sincere affection, this was undoubtedly the most beautiful ending. After a long while, Xiaoyu sat up and looked at Jiang Qiu with deep affection in her eyes. The girl's pajamas were disheveled, revealing her alluring figure. Xiao Yuxie seemed to be doing this intentionally, casually lifting the hem of her skirt. Jiang Qiu stared blankly, muttering, "Yuxie, you are so beautiful." Xiao Yuxie puffed out her chest smugly, a wicked smile playing on her lips. "Brother Jiang Qiu, I'm so hungry, can you feed me some porridge? True friendship is revealed in times of trouble with you by my side, I cannot sleep tonight." When Jiang Qiu woke up in the morning, she had heavy dark circles under her eyes and stretched lazily with a look of enjoyment on her face. It's mid-April now, and the temperature is neither cold nor warm. Jiang Qiu opened the indoor window, enjoying the refreshing morning breeze. System, view the properties panel. Ding, welcome host. Host's current cultivation level, 1st tier illusionist. Remaining illusory energy, 10 points. Acquired ability, Heavenly Desolation Finger. Crystal core space, 1,354 points. Upon hearing the system's voice, Jiang Qiu guessed to himself, crystal core space? Could it be a place to store crystal cores? That's quite convenient. Each successful defeat of a demonic beast yields a corresponding demonic beast core. These cores can be used to enhance cultivation, granting the illusionist more abilities and illusionary powers. The higher a spirit master's cultivation level, the more spirit energy they can store within their body. Without spirit energy, one cannot use their abilities, much like a mana bar in a game. Looks like I've had a very fruitful trip this time. Check the effect of the Heavenly Wasteland Finger. Ding, Heavenly Desolation Finger Tier 1 form, each use consumes 1 point of illusionary energy. For 15 minutes, gain 100% hardness, does not affect flexibility, 100% penetration, 100% defense, and 100% immunity to all negative effects. What? 100% hardness? I suddenly had a strange thought. As Jiang Qiu read this, she silently lowered her head. I wonder if the Heavenly Desolation Finger can be used here. Jiang Qiu tried to activate his abilities towards the target, but found that he couldn't use any of them at all. What a pity! Since this was a divine ability, Jiang Qiu decided to use it seriously once to see the effect. With a thought, Jiang Qiu's 10 fingers instantly became as translucent as jade. And no matter how Jiang Qiu treated them, they felt no pain whatsoever. Hey! Not bad. If it could be upgraded to the ultimate version of the Heavenly Desolation Finger, the effect of this move would be unmatched. Setting up a mini lesson. Illusionist Realms, 1st tier illusionist, 2nd tier illusionist, 3rd tier illusionist, 4th tier illusionist, 5th tier illusionist, 6th tier illusionist, 7th tier illusionist, 8th tier illusionist, 9th tier illusionist, divine illusionist. The number of crystal cores required for promotion, from smallest to largest, are 50 points, 100 points, 500 points, 1,000 points, 5,000 points, 10,000 points, 100,000 points, 1 million points, and 100 million points. Chapter 6, A Woman Abandons Brothers? The overweight little fatty approaches with aggressive force. Not long after, Xiaoyu groaned softly and woke up from her dream. Looking at Jiang Qiu by the window, feeling the breeze, the girl's face was flushed. She was now a real woman. Xiao Yuxie quietly walked up behind Jiang Qiu and hugged him tightly with both hands. Jiang Qiu, you were really amazing last night. Jiang Qiu turned around and said apologetically, No, I didn't hurt you, did I? No, not at all. Knock knock knock. There was a sudden knock on the bedroom door, and Jiang Qiu cautiously stared at the doorway. Be careful when the rain stops, there's someone outside. Put. Jiang Qiu, you should go out and check on him. That person has been eyeing you terribly. Huh? As soon as Jiang Qiu unlocked the door, a red-haired boy pushed the door open and entered. This person is none other than Long Fan. Long Fan, I'm so glad you're alright. Long Fan hugged Jiang Qiu tightly, crying out in anguish, Jiang Qiu, my good brother. I almost thought you were dead. Thank goodness you're alive. Jiang Qiu's forehead was a little dark. Why did his words sound so strange? Long Fan, what's going on? I thought it was just Xiao Yuxie and me in the rented room. Long Fan sobbed twice. It's like this: after arriving at the North Academy of Illusionary Spirit Masters, Xiao Yuxie and I rented this room specifically to take care of you. A 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment, facing south. The price isn't expensive either, only 2,000 yuan per month. You have no idea, Xiao Yuxie has been by your side these past 2 days, feeding you porridge and changing your towels. I was quite worried because you hadn't woken up for 2 days. But after hearing the commotion you two made last night, I figured you were definitely alright, so I felt much more at ease. Hearing Long Fan's explicit words, Xiao Yuxie shyly buried her head under the covers. Jiang Qiu coughed lightly twice. Good brother, I'm fine. Thank you and Yuxie for your hard work these past 2 days. Long Fan waved his hand. It's nothing, we'll stay here for now. But, you two should keep it down at night from now on. I could hear everything clearly from the next room. Jiang Qiu's face flushed, and she quickly pushed Long Fan out of the room. Alright, but before that, please leave here immediately. Yuxie and I need to change our clothes. Hey! Jiang Qiu, don't push me. I can walk by myself. Stop pushing me. You've really forgotten your brothers for a woman. Jiang Qiu finally felt relieved after kicking the uninvited guest out of the door. The rain has stopped, you should get up too. Xiao Yuxie peeked out obediently and said to Jiang Qiu in a clingy, coquettish tone, then. Brother Jiang Qiu, come over and unlock my phone, okay? You need to unlock it not only this morning, but every day from now on. Jiang Qiu chuckled and shook his head, then bent down and gently kissed the girl's forehead. Mwah! Little princess, is it all right now? Hee, that's more like it. Xiao Yuxie stood up with satisfaction and took out their clothes from the wardrobe. Jiang Qiu, the Illusionary Spirit Master Academy prepared 3 E-grade crystal cores for each of us freshmen. I exchanged my own crystal cores for 3,000 yuan and bought you a few sets of clothes. Hey, come try it on. I think you'll look super cool in it. Jiang Qiu took the clothes handed to him. He didn't expect the girl to take such good care of him, even preparing his usual clothes. Okay, I'll go to the living room to change first. Once you're all dressed up, we'll go out for breakfast together. Okay, brother Jiang Qiu. After putting on the clothes the girl had prepared for him, Jiang Qiu looked at himself in the mirror. This is a school uniform style outfit, exuding a strong youthful vibe. Jiang Qiu looked her over carefully and said, I have to say, it really suits me. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from inside. Jiang Qiu looked over at the sound. Xiao Yuxie was wearing a black JK uniform blazer, a white shirt underneath, a black striped tie, and a plaid JK pleated skirt. The most alluring part is that the girl is wearing a pair of black platform flip-flops. The light pink nail polish makes her feet look small and cute, like flawless jade, making people's imagination run wild. Add to that her fair and delicate legs, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call her a fairy from heaven. Jiang Qiu's heart raced, and he froze in shock. Xiao Yuxie grinned mischievously and leaned closer. How is it? Does it suit your taste, brother Jiang Qiu? Jiang Qiu praised her repeatedly. Yuxie, you are so beautiful. TCH, stop being so cheeky. Handsome, come on, take me to the academy for breakfast. The two walked into the academy side by side, and Jiang Qiu was somewhat excited. The Northern Academy of the Illusionist Masters is vast, stretching as far as the eye can see. If the Northern Academy alone is this enormous, the scale of the Central Academy is simply unimaginable. At this moment, Xiao Yuxie suddenly spoke up. Jiang Qiu, there's something I need to tell you. Oh? Please go ahead. We freshmen have already been assigned to classes by the college. S-level and A-level students are in Class 1, B-level students are in Class 2, C-level students are in Class 3, and D-level and E-level students are in Class 4. At this point, the girl raised her voice. Jiang Qiu, you must never get smitten by a pretty girl you see. If I find out, you'll be drained dry. After being teased by the girl, Jiang Qiu blushed and quickly protested, I wouldn't. After a quick breakfast, the two walked hand in hand into the freshman teaching building. Jiang Qiu, my class is right next door, so remember me during class later. Jiang Qiu gently patted the girl's head. Of course, who else would you miss? The girl had only taken a few steps when Jiang Qiu suddenly said from behind, Yuxie, wait. Xiao Yuxie turned around in confusion and saw Jiang Qiu beckoning to her. What's wrong? Looking at the cute girl in front of him, Jiang Qiu suddenly teased her with his finger. Nothing, I just wanted to tease you a little more. Xiao Yuxia, not to be outdone, stood on tiptoe and gave Jiang Qiu a light peck on the cheek. You bad guy. Worried that others might see this, the girl quickly and shyly ran into the classroom of Class 3. The little girl is quite cute. Jiang Qiu turned around and walked into Class 4, where a few students were already sitting. Class 4 has a large classroom space because there are many students who have awakened D-level and E-level talents, with a maximum of 60 students. Jiang Qiu, who was new to the area, didn't want to cause trouble, so he simply found a quiet corner to sit down. Despite his low profile, he was still secretly targeted by those with ulterior motives. Just then, a chubby boy with an aggressive air walked towards Jiang Qiu. The other person was 1.69 meters tall, with a square face, small eyes, and a short, thug-like haircut. He was wearing a yellow cartoon duck t-shirt. He wore a luxury watch on his wrist, with the dial set with diamonds. The boy had a serious expression and spoke with a strong smell of garlic. New guy, I haven't seen you the other day? Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow helplessly. How could someone be targeting them? I'm sick, is there a problem? There's a problem, a huge problem. Is this how you talk to me? Do you even know who I am? Aren't you afraid I'll scare you to death if I tell you? Jiang Qiu shook his head uncooperatively. Sorry, I really don't know. The chubby boy proudly raised his chin. My surname is Wang, and my name is Wang Hong. My dad is Wang Hong, the vice captain of the Beyond Illusion Spirit Group. Now you know how to talk to me, right? Jiang Qiu rolled her eyes at Wang Hong, thinking, so he's just a bully who relies on his power. Then do you know who I am? Jiang Qiu suddenly asked Wang Hong a question. You? Faced with Jiang Qiu's sudden question, Wang Hong was taken aback for a moment. Seeing Jiang Qiu's nonchalant attitude, Wang Hong really couldn't figure out who the other party was. Who the hell are you? Speak up if you dare. I'd like to see what kind of background you have, you brat. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu sneered 3 times. I'm your father. Chapter 7. My name is Xia Lingfeng, come and hit me if you dare. Holy crap. You dare to mess with me? Take this. After saying that, Wang Hong threw a heavy punch at Jiang Qiu's head. Jiang Qiu calmly turned his head to dodge, and then thrust his heavenly desolation finger straight at Wang Hong's waist and ribs. Wang Hong was instantly struck hard, his entire body fell to the ground, and he clutched his waist tightly with both hands. Ouch! 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 You little brat, you just wait. Fortunately, Jiang Qiu held back a bit, otherwise that poke would have broken Wang Hong's ribs. But Wang Hong was unaware of all this. In the other party's eyes, Jiang Qiu was ignoring his identity. Forcing himself to stand up despite the pain, Wang Hong glared menacingly at Jiang Qiu, his teeth grinding together. You just wait. Tell me. What's your name? Jiang Qiu smiled. Me? My name is Xia Lingfeng. If you've got the guts, come and get someone to deal with me. I'm afraid, you don't have the courage. Wang Hong gritted his teeth and said, Xia Lingfeng. I'll have someone deal with you sooner or later. You might escape this once, but you won't escape it forever. Just you wait and see. After uttering those harsh words, Wang Hong angrily returned to his seat. The surroundings finally quieted down. Jiang Qiu looked at his 10 fingers, which were as white and translucent as jade, and thought to himself, this system, could it be a woman? 10 minutes later, all the students had arrived. A middle-aged man walked into the classroom. He had a mustache, wore black glasses, and had a serious expression. He was clearly the homeroom teacher of Class 4. When the homeroom teacher saw Jiang Qiu, he smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Hello everyone, I am your teacher, Jiru Weifeng. Today we will talk about some basic knowledge about illusionists. The talents of illusionists, from lowest to highest, are E rank, D rank, C rank, B rank, A rank, SS rank, and SSS rank, which is the same as that of demon beasts. However, humans have an upper limit to their illusionary abilities, while demon beasts do not. When a monster dies, it will drop crystal cores of different levels. To increase our maximum magical energy, we need to continuously absorb crystal cores and advance to a higher realm. Although everyone in our class has D-level and E-level talent, there's no need to feel discouraged or lose hope. Talent doesn't determine everything. Throughout human history, there have been countless great illusion masters who didn't have high talent but possessed great cultivation. As long as we train hard and slay monsters, one day we will be able to surpass our classmates from other classes. For the entire morning, teacher Chi Ruweifeng was introducing knowledge about illusionists. Jiang Qiu got bored listening and soon fell asleep. Now that everyone here is a first-tier spirit master, the teacher is too lazy to care too much, as long as they don't disturb other people's class. Outside the classroom, a young girl, carrying her bag in both hands, waited patiently for her beloved. Her brown hair cascaded down like a waterfall, her long legs appeared even whiter and more delicate in the sunlight, and her adorable feet were like white jade, without the slightest flaw. Who else could it be but Xiao Yuxie? Xiao Yuxie's class had already finished their lunch break, and the girl arrived at the entrance of class 4 early, waiting for Jiang Qiu to finish class. Just then, a spirited man in a blue robe walked over from not far away. Xiao Yuxie looked at the newcomer, and her expression instantly turned ugly. Oh, what a coincidence! I heard you awakened a C-level talent, Xiao Yuxie? I've been in a good mood lately. If you come back on your own initiative, I might consider making you my concubine. Xiao Yuxie narrowed her eyes and said in an icy tone, Xia Lingfeng, how dare you come to see me? Xia Lingfeng shrugged. When the beast tide comes, you'll be nothing more than a mortal. If you were to implicate someone as noble as me, wouldn't that be a regret for the human race? You don't even have this much awareness? It seems that besides your good figure, your IQ is really worrying. Despite Xia Lingfeng's sharp and cutting words, Xiao Yuxie didn't bother to argue with him. Oh, Xia Lingfeng, I'm so sorry, it seems you're already late. Huh? What do you mean? Xiao Yuxie raised the corners of her mouth. A shameless person like you doesn't deserve to have me for the rest of your life. By the way, let me tell you, I'm now in Jiang Qiu's shape. And you are nothing but a toad trying to eat swan meat. You bastard. Oh? The dignified young master of the Xie family, is he going to lay a hand on a woman? Oh dear, I really don't know how the Xie family raised their son, they've simply raised a disgrace. Enraged, Xia Lingfeng suddenly burst into laughter. Fine, Xiao Yuxie. If you want to be with that good-for-nothing Jiang Qiu, then go ahead and be with him. Every woman around me is 10, 100, 1,000 times better than you. One day, I'll make you realize just how much you regret leaving me. But alas, you'll never have the chance to come back to me. As soon as he finished speaking, Xia Lingfeng flicked his sleeves and strode away. Xiao Yuxie rolled her eyes in the direction the other person had left. I've never seen such a narcissistic toad. I hope you last 3 seconds forever. 5 minutes later, as the melodious school bell rang, class 4 began their lunch break. The students surged out like a tide, and when they saw the stunningly beautiful girl waiting outside the door, they were all stunned. Holy crap, this is totally my dream goddess. I've never seen such a beautiful girl before. Who is she waiting for? If only it were me. Hearing the whispers of the crowd, Xiao Yuxie lowered her head, her cheeks flushed slightly. Jiang Qiu is really something, making me wait so long. No way, I'm going to write this down in my little notebook, Jiang Qiu owes me one. Humph. A short while later, Wang Hong stormed out of the classroom. The morning had passed, and Wang Hong was still angry because of Jiang Qiu's provocation. When the other party saw Xiao Yuxie waiting at the door, their jaw almost dropped in astonishment. The combination of black platform flip-flops and light pink nail polish is quite striking. Wang Heng's gaze remained fixed on the girl's small, adorable feet, lingering there for a long time. My goodness, this is absolutely amazing. Xiao Yuxie naturally noticed the other person's gaze, so she blinked her beautiful eyes and thought to herself, is there such a lewd boy in Jiang Qiu's class? After watching for a while, Wang Heng finally came to his senses and wiped the drool from the corner of his mouth. Hey beautiful, hello there. Who are you waiting for? How about, we become friends? My name is Wang Heng, and my father is the vice captain of the Beyond Illusion Spirit team. Just say the word, and I guarantee no one in class 4 will dare to bully your friend. Upon hearing that the other party had some status and could likely help Jiang Qiu, Xiao Yuxie became interested. Oh, hello there. Have you met Jiang Qiu before? Wang Heng thought carefully for a moment. Oops, beautiful lady, I'm really sorry. I don't really remember Jiang Qiu, but don't worry, I'll try to get to know all the classmates in the next few days. If I run into Jiang Qiu, I will definitely take good care of him for you. Xiao Yu smiled sweetly. Thank you so much, classmate. Oh, it's nothing. It's fate that we met. By the way, do you have a boyfriend? I'm not telling you. After chatting for a while, Wang Heng was completely charmed by Xiao Yuxie. In the end, in order to leave a good impression on the girl, Wang Hong had no choice but to leave the place hastily with his mind full of unrealistic fantasies. Damn Jiang Qiu, everyone's gone, why haven't they come out yet? Seeing that no one was coming out of the classroom, Xiao Yuxia simply went into class for herself and gently woke Jiang Qiu up. A few seconds later. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Rain, let go. I was wrong, I really know I was wrong. Please spare my ear. I'll never oversleep again. Chapter 8: The Strongest Exchange System. Xiao Yuxia's Little Scheme. School classes are usually scheduled in the morning, leaving the afternoons for students to train on their own or complete team tasks. Since there were no classes in the afternoon, Jiang Qiu and Xiaoyu bought lunch and brought it back to their rented apartment. Strange, hasn't Long Fan returned yet? Looking at the empty rented room, Jiang Qiu muttered to himself. Maybe he's not planning to come back for dinner. That's good, then no one will bother us later. At this point, Xiao Yuxia winked at Jiang Qiu, who quickly coughed twice. Ahem. The rain has stopped. Let's talk about it tonight. Let's have lunch first, and then try to absorb the crystal core this afternoon, so we can advance to the second-tier illusion master as soon as possible. Xiao Yuxia scoffed, where did you get the crystal core? I don't know. As they were talking, the girl suddenly thought of something. Huh? That's right. When Linen High School was attacked by the beast tide, none of the dark pattern wolves that died later extracted crystal cores. Could it be that they're all with you, Jiang Qiu? Jiang Qiu rubbed the girl's head and said, you're such a smart girl, nothing can be hidden from you. Xiaoyu said smugly, that's right Jiang Qiu, you're my man. I can guess what you're thinking just by looking at you. Wouldn't we become rich in this way? Jiang Qiu nodded slightly. That's natural. The two enjoyed their lunch leisurely while chatting about the day's events. When Jiang Qiu mentioned Wang Hong, that lecherous little fat pig, he told him about impersonating Xia Lingfeng. Xiao Yuxia's beautiful eyes lit up, and she quickly came up with an idea. Jiang Qiu, I've got a great idea. Oh? What is it? Xiaoyu said mischievously, how about we do this? Hearing the girl's perfect plan, Jiang Qiu subconsciously raised his eyebrows. No wonder we grew up in the same bed, I never thought you could be this mean, Yuxia. Xiao Yuxia punched Jiang Qiu with her fist, I call this resourcefulness. Jiang Qiu, you don't need to get involved in this matter. Leave it to me. Xia Lingfeng is too despicable, this is a good opportunity to teach him a lesson. After lunch, Xiaoyu set off to carry out the plan, while Jiang Qiu stayed home to study the system. System, how can I advance my current divine abilities? Ding! Each time the host advances their illusionist level, their abilities will automatically advance. So that's how it is. By the way, system, can I exchange the crystal core points I've earned for crystal cores? Ding! The host's crystal core points can be exchanged for crystal cores of any level, with the exchange rate matching the crystal core points corresponding to the crystal core up to grade A. Upon hearing this tremendous good news, Jiang Qiu was instantly filled with excitement. Each time a normal illusionist advances to a higher realm, they gain entirely new abilities. The more high-level crystal cores absorbed before advancement, the stronger and rarer the abilities gained after advancement. Although E-grade crystal cores are cheap and efficient, few people would willingly waste their future. Unless absolutely necessary, no one would easily absorb an E-grade crystal core. An E-grade crystal core is equivalent to 1 crystal core point, and a D-grade crystal core is equivalent to 2 crystal core points. However, an E-grade crystal core is worth 1,000 yuan, while a D-grade crystal core is worth 5,000 yuan. As for the even rarer grade A crystal cores, 1 core is only equivalent to 50 points, but the market price is over 1 million. Jiang Qiu's system can directly exchange 50 crystal core points for A-grade crystal cores. This undoubtedly provides unlimited crystal core resources for subsequent cultivation. In this way, Jiang Qiu can kill 50 ordinary E-level monsters and exchange the obtained crystal cores for A-level crystal cores. No matter how you look at it, this is the strongest exchange system. A C-grade crystal core corresponds to 5 crystal core points, and Jiang Qiu directly exchanged 20 of them to upgrade his illusionary spirit master realm. 10 of them were prepared for Xiao Yuxia. After all, Xiao Yuxia was his woman. If Jiang Qiu didn't care for her, who would? Ding, redemption complete. As the system notification sounded, 20 pentagonal C-grade crystal cores suddenly appeared on the table in front of them. Without further ado, I'll begin absorbing it now. Jiang Qiu carried the crystal cores into the bedroom and locked the door from the inside. These C-grade crystal cores were of dubious origin, and if they were discovered, it would undoubtedly cause him a lot of trouble. Pulling open the drawer under the bedside table reveals a variety of wooden lace products in various colors and flavors. Jiang Qiu blushed. The scene from last night was still vivid in his mind. I really can't do anything with you, Xia. Looks like I'll have to drink goji berry water every day from now on. Jiang Qiu hid all the crystal cores underneath, took one out and held it in his palm, then sat cross-legged on the bed. The way to absorb the crystal nucleus is very simple. Just hold the crystal nucleus in your hand, and the energy inside the crystal nucleus will gradually enter the human body over time. At first, Jiang Qiu didn't feel anything, only a strange sense of comfort. As time passed, the power emanating from the crystal core became increasingly surging and powerful. A massive surge of energy suddenly rushed in like a tidal wave, causing intense pain throughout Jiang Qiu's body. If it weren't for her strong will, Jiang Qiu would have fainted from the pain long ago. By the time the entire crystal core had been completely absorbed, the boy was soaked in sweat. Huff huff, this C-grade crystal core is indeed powerful. The absorption process is extremely painful, but the potential gains are proportional to it. I have a feeling that once I advance to become a second-tier illusionist, the heavenly desolation finger will become several times more powerful. Let's rest for a while and absorb the second C-grade crystal core later. On the other side, Xiao Yuxie was dressed as she had been that morning, and was now taking a stroll in the park within the academy. This is a popular gathering place for freshmen, where many boys and girls meet and become boyfriends and girlfriends, and you can see couples being affectionate everywhere. Of course, there are also quite a few single people wandering around here, hoping to find so-called love. Xiao Yuxie could guess with a flick of her toes that Wang Hong, that lecherous little devil, would definitely be here trying to pick up girls. Every now and then, some pretty girls would pass by in the park, so how could Wang Hong miss such a great opportunity to admire them? Although Xiao Yuxie felt disgusted by Wang Heng's offense, she would feel less averse and more pleased if she could ultimately discuss Xia Lingfeng as well. Upon seeing Wang Hong, who was alone not far away, carrying a book and exuding an air of culture, Xiao Yuxie secretly sneered and pretended to walk past him. Humph, so you were here after all. Just wait and see how I seduce you into a little pouty-lipped beauty. Sure enough, Wang Hong pretended to read the book in his hand, but in reality, he was admiring the long, white legs of the woman passing by. Just then, Wang Hong suddenly spotted a familiar figure in the crowd. Those slender, white legs, those delicate feet, wasn't that the girl from this morning? Wang Hong smirked lewdly. It seems this is all God's arrangement, allowing me to have the good fortune to meet such a stunning girl. I need to build a better relationship with her later, so I can start making moves little by little. If I could spend time with a girl like that someday, wouldn't that be amazing? When Xiao Yuxie walked up to Wang Hong suddenly coughed twice. Hey, beautiful lady, what a coincidence. We've met again. Xiao Yu quickly covered her mouth with both hands, her eyes filled with joy, and said, yes. Brother Wang Hong, I didn't expect to see you here. What a coincidence. Wang Hong thought to himself, this beauty is really captivated by my identity. Seeing how excited she is, maybe something will happen tonight. That's right, I just finished lunch and thought I'd come here to read some books and have some peace and quiet. I thought this world was ordinary, but when I glanced back unintentionally and happened to catch a glimpse of you in the crowd, it seemed as if something had changed in this world. Xiao Yuxie blinked her beautiful eyes. Oh? What changed? Wang Hong closed the book and declared emphatically, you are like a fairy from heaven, an inviolable goddess. The world is made more meaningful and beautiful by your presence. The girl covered her face with her hand and laughed. Brother Wang Hong, you really know how to joke with people. I'm just an ordinary girl, how could I be as wonderful as you say? Looking at the shy-faced girl, Wang Hong stepped forward. Young lady, how about we take a walk together? Xiao Yuxie pondered for a moment before replying, okay, I'm a little bored by myself anyway. The two strolled along, talking about everything under the sun. During this time, Wang Heng's gaze kept lingering on Xiao Yuxie's feet, but Xiao Yuxie ignored it and walked gracefully straight ahead. After chatting for a while, Xiao Yuxie inexplicably became depressed, and her pitiful appearance was heartbreaking. Wang Hong immediately asked the girl with concern, girl, what's wrong? Tell your brother Wang Hong, maybe I can help you. Xiao Yuxie sighed softly, brother Wang Hong, you don't know this, but after we parted ways this morning, a guy named Xia Lingfeng suddenly came to find me. That Xia Lingfeng wanted to do something disgusting to me, and when I didn't allow it, he kept cursing at me. Every time I think about this, I feel wronged. If everyone could be as kind and magnanimous as brother Wang Hong, how wonderful this world would be. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng's anger flared up instantly. It's Xia Lingfeng again. I think he just needs to be taught a lesson. Xiao Yuxia looked at Wang Heng with suspicion. Brother Wang Heng, could it be that you also have some kind of grudge against this Xia Lingfeng? Absolutely. That little brat actually treated you like that, blasphemed my goddess like that. No way, this isn't over. Don't worry, young lady. I'll send someone to deal with Xia Lingfeng this afternoon. No matter what kind of wind he is, if he dares to bully you, I'll make him go crazy. Xiao Yuxia was overjoyed. Really? Brother Wang Heng, you're so kind. Wang Heng laughed heartily. That's nothing. Girl, if that guy dares to bully you again, just tell me. I, Wang Heng, will teach him a lesson he won't forget. From this day forward, he'll take the surname Xie. Setting up a mini lesson. SSS grade crystal cores equals 1000 points equals 5 billion. SS grade crystal cores equals 500 points equals 500 million. S grade crystal core equals 100 points equals 10 million. Grade A crystal core equals 50 points equals 1 million. Grade B crystal core equals 10 points equals 150,000. Grade C crystal cores equals 5 points equals 50,000. D grade crystal nuclei equals 2 points equals 5,000. E grade crystal nucleus equals 1 point equals 1,000. Dear readers, it's been a long time coming, so please support me by adding this to your bookshelf. Thank you. 3. The more people urge for more updates, the more chapters will be added. Chapter 9 Xia Lingfeng is ambushed. Wang Heng gets nothing. The Illusionist Academy, the Beast Platform. A short while later, a virtual pod slowly opened. 3 breaths later, a graceful young woman with flowing long hair stepped out of the virtual pod. The girl is 171 centimeters tall and wears an elegant white dress. Her long legs look particularly charming against the backdrop of black leather shoes. This girl is dignified and beautiful, with eyes as clear as autumn water. She is an S-level gifted student in the first freshman class, named Luo Shinro. Luo Shinro awakened her light elemental talent, and could summon a sharp lightsaber at will, something that low-level light elemental spirit masters could not do. Just now in the virtual pod, the girl single-handedly killed 300 virtual E-level monsters. This shows that Luo Shinro is very strong and ranks among the top even among the freshmen. Snap, snap, snap. Just then, a round of applause rang out. Luo Shinro looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in a blue robe walking towards her. The girl vaguely remembered the unfamiliar boy he seemed to be, a classmate of hers. As expected of Miss Shinro, she has already killed 300 E-level monsters on her own on only the 3rd day of school. Lingfeng is impressed. Luo Shinro remained composed and said calmly, "Is there anything I can help you with?" Xia Lingfeng smiled and approached the girl, taking a step back with his left foot in an elegant gentlemanly gesture. "Miss Shinro, would you be willing to be my friend?" "Thank you." Before Xia Lingfeng could finish speaking, Luo Shinro had already strode away without even saying goodbye. Xia Lingfeng was displeased, but he still maintained a smile on his face. Luo Shinro has an extraordinary background, even more noble than Xia Lingfeng, so it's normal for her to be proud and arrogant. Xia Lingfeng saw this as a sign that the girl was different from others. After all, the harder a girl was to obtain, the more Xia Lingfeng wanted to possess her. "Miss Shinro, my name is Xia Lingfeng. I believe that sooner or later you will become interested in me." Ignoring the voice of the boy behind her, Luo Shinro quickly walked out of the 10,000 Beasts platform and disappeared completely from Xia Lingfeng's sight. Xia Lingfeng stared blankly for a while before shaking his head with a wry smile. "Shinro, what a beautiful name. Not only is she gentle and quiet, but she is also incredibly strong. I really hope that a woman like that can become my virtuous wife." After Luo Shinro left, Xia Lingfeng naturally had no reason to linger, and quickly walked out of the 10,000 Beasts platform and headed towards his residence. As he walked, Xia Lingfeng suddenly turned around and carefully examined what was behind him. Just now, Xia Lingfeng had a strange feeling that he was being followed. Strange, could it be just my imagination? Suddenly, a sack fell from the sky, completely blocking Xia Lingfeng's view. The surroundings instantly plunged into darkness, and Xia Lingfeng panicked. He had indeed been targeted. "You are." Before Xia Lingfeng could introduce himself, a powerful punch landed directly on Xia Lingfeng's head. A violent buzzing sound came from his mind. Instead of extortion, Xia Lingfeng was met with punch after punch. The group beat Xia Lingfeng for a full 3 minutes, until he was rolling on the ground in agony before they stopped. As they left, one of them, still not satisfied, kicked Xia Lingfeng hard in the groin. Xia Lingfeng immediately arched his back. The pain was beyond what ordinary people could comprehend. Iya. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Inside the bar, Wang Heng swayed as he answered the phone. Hey. You got it done, right? Good job, you guys did a great job. By the way, did you give that kid a kick before you left? I don't care about anything else, this is the most important thing. You've done it, huh? Fine, you guys go back and rest. After hanging up the phone, Wang Heng smiled at Xiao Yuxia, who was sitting on the leather sofa, and said, Miss, I've already sent someone to take care of the matter you asked me to do. That kid Xia Lingfeng won't be able to get back on his feet for at least 2 or 3 days. How about that? My efficiency is pretty fast, isn't it? Xiao Yuxia rested her chin on her hands, grinned mischievously, and used her beautiful feet to hook up her black flip-flops, waving them in Wang Heng's direction. Brother Wang Heng really didn't disappoint me. He's a true hero. Wang Heng's heart pounded as the girl teased him. Is it possible for me to witness such a beautiful scene in person? Absolutely top-notch. Absolutely top-notch. Wang Heng was overjoyed and grabbed the microphone, drawing everyone's attention. Come on, everyone, look over here. I'm a light-type illusionist, and today I'll show you all how powerful I am. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Heng pointed one finger to the sky, put the other hand in his pocket, and struck a very cool pose. Most outrageous of all, Wang Heng actually used his light-based abilities to conjure a bright light out of thin air. This whole sequence of actions is dazzling. No one would disagree that Wang Heng is the prince of bars. Ah, the flowers in the forest, I want to take them back with me. Ganison Night Bar, let's not care what anyone says. Xiao Yuxia was stunned by this scene. I wish I had light-based abilities too. I wonder if Jiang Qiu would like this kind of thing. After finishing his song, Wang Heng raised his wineglass and said to the young woman in a hearty manner, Girl, it's truly a rare fate that we met. Let's drink this glass, and from now on we'll be good friends. Xiao Yuxia smiled and said, Okay, cheers. With a crisp clink, the 2 cups collided. Wang Heng watched as Xiao Yuxia drank all the wine he had specially prepared for her, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. Young girl, you are still too naive. That way, I'll have something to do tonight. Another 20 minutes passed, and seeing that Xiao Yu was completely unharmed, Wang Heng was a little confused. Wait a minute, how come she seems perfectly fine? Could it be expired? Wang Heng's face was rather grim. He had gone to great lengths to get the other party here, and if he couldn't seize the opportunity, wouldn't all his efforts have been in vain? Xiao Yuxia checked the time on her phone. Brother Wang Heng, that's enough for today. I need to go back and rest. See you later. Hey, no, wait a little longer. I can sing lots of songs too. Xiao Yuxia shook her head firmly. Does Brother Wang Heng not want me to go back and rest early? Or are you planning to do something bad to me? Wang Heng quickly waved his hand, No. Miss, you've misunderstood. I, Wang Heng, am an upright and honest man. How could I possibly have any ulterior motives towards you? Since you insist on leaving, remember to be careful on the road. Thank you for your concern, Brother Wang Heng. After Xiao Yu finished speaking, she picked up her small bag and quickly left the place. Watching the girl's departing figure, Wang Heng suddenly remembered something very important. Holy crap! I haven't even asked the other person's name yet. And they didn't even add my contact information? Chapter 10 Pain and Pleasure. After an afternoon, Jiang Qiu absorbed a total of 6 C-grade crystal cores. If it weren't for the extremely painful process of absorbing a C-grade crystal core, Jiang Qiu could have advanced to become a second-tier illusionist tonight. After eating a simple meal for dinner, Jiang Qiu looked at the news on his phone and couldn't help but sigh. The beast tides are becoming more and more frequent, often resulting in the loss of hundreds of lives. I must conquer the next beautiful girl as soon as possible to unlock my second ability. Unfortunately, it's not so easy to find a stunningly beautiful girl. In this day and age, everyone is already living in fear. Every day, countless people lose their lives to the clutches of beasts. Even if there are exceptionally beautiful young girls, they are probably the daughters of wealthy people. Girls like this aren't so easy to conquer. Just as Jiang Qiu was still frowning over this matter, Long Fan returned, covered in sweat. Awesome! This is so awesome! Long Fan was so excited that he danced around and hummed a little tune. Jiang Qiu was somewhat puzzled by this. Long Fan, what have you been doing? Did you get this much pleasure? Long Fan picked up a bottle of mineral water and gulped it down in one go. You have no idea, I discovered a super fun place this afternoon. It's called something like the 10,000 Beasts platform. It can even simulate an endless virtual beast tide. I spent an entire afternoon fighting in the virtual pod. Every punch felt real, and the more I fought, the more exhilarating it became. I fought over 1,000 E-rank monsters this afternoon. This is the first time in my life I've ever had such an exhilarating fight. Most importantly, it's all virtual, my real body isn't injured at all. Jiang Qiu immediately recognized that this was an instrument used to train students in combat experience. Long Fan, you're already this good at fighting after only just enrolling. It seems you were born to be a phantom spirit master. That's right, after 18 years of hard work, I've finally found my place to shine. Enough said, I'm going to take a hot shower to relax. After saying that, Long Fan took a bath towel and went into the bathroom. It was 8 o'clock in the evening when the sound of a lock being opened came from behind the door. It was Xiao Yuxie returning home. Before Jiang Qiu could say anything, Xiao Yuxie hurriedly changed into slippers and ran into the washroom. The girl used her water-based abilities to carefully remove the water clump from her stomach and then casually toss it into the toilet. The moment the water droplet fell into the toilet bowl, the girl shed the dense film of water adhering to the surface, and the murky yellow liquor quickly dispersed. Seeing this, Xiao Yuxie let out a long breath. Wan Hong, do you really think I don't know what you're thinking? Luckily, I'm resourceful, otherwise I would have really fallen into the hands of a sleazy man like you. Seeing Xiao Yuxie's unusual behavior, Jiang Qiu followed her into the washroom, but by then the girl had already dealt with the threat. After the rain, did that brat Wan Hong do anything to you? Xiao Yuxie turned around, wrapped her arms around Jiang Qiu's neck, stood on tiptoe, and gently kissed him. No way. Even if I did, I saw right through it all. Jiang Qiu, I have some good news for you, Xia Lingfeng is really going to become a 3-second man now. Jiang Qiu was somewhat stunned. What? I don't quite understand. Xiao Yuxie explained the whole story to Jiang Qiu in detail. Jiang Qiu was amazed and admired the girl immensely. The rain has stopped, you've really got guts. Xia Lingfeng probably isn't feeling too good now. That was the day Xia Lingfeng bullied others with his power. He should have known that this would happen sooner or later. As they chatted, the air suddenly became quiet. Xiao Yuxie and Jiang Qiu stared at each other closely, their eyes filled with affection. Jiang Qiu's hand involuntarily landed on the girl's slender waist. Jiang Qiu, you made me wait so long at noon today. Shouldn't you make it up to me? How do you want to compensate me? Xiao Yuxie hooked Jiang Qiu's chin with her finger and said with a mischievous smile, Of course, you're treating me to porridge. I'm going to drink my fill tonight. Jiang Qiu, you're not allowed to back down. Jiang Qiu blushed. Long Fan is still in this house. This isn't quite right. The girl gently closed the bathroom door, then knelt down. I don't care, I'm going to start eating now. 10 minutes later. Jiang Qiu walked out of the washroom shakily, her steps faltering, she had no idea what had just happened. Behind her, Xiao Yuxie had rosy cheeks and looked to be in good health. The whole process was almost silent. In fact, even if there had been some noise, Long Fan, who was fast asleep in the room, probably wouldn't have heard it. The two entered the bedroom and locked the door. Jiang Qiu took out a drawer full of C-grade crystal cores and shared them with the girl. Shireen stopped, don't tell anyone about this, not even Long Fan. Xiao Yuxie opened her beautiful eyes wide and, incredulously, took out a C-grade crystal core from the pile, examining it curiously from head to toe. So this is the crystal core, Jiang Qiu. You really do have a secret. I'll reluctantly keep it a secret for you, since you're my man. Jiang Qiu rubbed the girl's head. You Xia is the best girl. These are materials I prepared for you to advance to the second-tier illusion master. Because the level is too high, it will be very painful to absorb them. If you can't hold on, I'll try to get you some D-grade crystal cores. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxie buried her face in Jiang Qiu's arms and began to act cute and coquettish. Brother Jiang Qiu is so good to me, maybe I should repay him with my body. Jiang Qiu was amused. Little girl, you think you can get such a pretty girl like you with just a few C-grade crystal cores? That's not true. From now on, whenever I'm hungry, you have to feed me. Otherwise, I'll just have to drain you dry. The rain has stopped. What you're saying is making me a little scared. Put. Who told you to resolutely choose me out of the crowd? You brought this trouble upon yourself, so enjoy it while you can. Sigh, I've really experienced what it means to be in pain but also happy. Chapter 11, The Illusionist Tournament. Xialing Feng, who lost his demon orb. The next day. After a simple breakfast, Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie went to the freshman teaching building together, said goodbye with a kiss, and entered their respective classrooms. The two of them worked very late last night before they got to rest, so they arrived a little late today. When Jiang Qiu entered class 4, it was already full of people. Not far away, Wang Hong stared at Jiang Qiu in disbelief. Wasn't Jiang Qiu beaten up by his own men yesterday? How come he looks completely unharmed? Did my underlings trick me? Damn, you're lucky to be alive, you piece of junk. Jiang Qiu went to sit in the first 3 rows on his own. It wasn't that Jiang Qiu wanted to listen to the lecture attentively, but rather that the students didn't have assigned seats. It was first come, first served, and the back seats had long been taken. Well, sleeping here isn't bad either, it's close to the door. Yesterday, Xiao Yuxie and Jiang Qiu made a 3-point agreement: if he didn't leave the classroom within 10 seconds of the lunch break bell ringing, he would have to over that thing again. Sigh, I haven't looked well lately. If this continues, I might even faint while walking. At this moment, Shi Ruifeng, the homeroom teacher of class 4, walked in from outside the classroom carrying a black leather bag. Class, let's begin. Before we start, I'd like to ask you a question. Do you know what a Phantom Master's weapon is? Upon hearing this, the whole class became interested, including Jiang Qiu. Arms? What? Illusionists even have their own weapons? This is interesting. Let's listen to it some more. Shi Ruifeng picked up the chalk and, with a few strokes, wrote beautiful characters on the blackboard. That's right. To deal with C rank or even higher rank monsters, you can't rely on bare hands and elemental abilities alone. Over the past few centuries, our human race has discovered a brand new material through the study of crystal cores, called crystal iron. Weapons forged from crystal iron can inflict considerable damage on demonic beasts. This weapon has extremely high durability and there is no difference in the quality of the materials used. The average market price is over 500,000 per piece, and the higher the content of crystalline iron, the more expensive it is. Students, as long as you can enter the Illusionary Spirit Master Academy, you will receive a crystal iron weapon for free. However, entering the academy is not an easy task. His words abruptly ended there. Shi Ruifeng smiled and scanned the crowd, observing the expressions on each person's face. The students were getting really anxious when their teacher stopped talking halfway through. Teacher, please tell me exactly how I can get into the Central Academy. Exactly. It's really irritating when someone stops halfway through a sentence. Shi Ruifeng stroked his beard and solemnly introduced, a Phantom Spirit Master competition will be held at the end of each of the first 2 semesters. The competition is divided into 2 parts, individual competition and team competition. Each student can only choose one type of competition, either an individual competition or a team competition. The top 5 in the individual competition qualify for the Intermediate People's Court. In the team competition, each team has 5 members and can form teams freely, and the first place team also qualifies for the Intermediate People's Court. There are 170 students in the whole grade, 60 in class 4, 48 in class 3, 37 in class 2, and 25 in class 1. So, your chances of getting into the Intermediate People's Court are quite high. So, aren't you illusionists eager to improve your strength? Upon learning about the illusionist competition, Jiang Qiu subconsciously thought of one person. My sister seems to be studying at the Central Academy of Sciences. I really don't know which competition method she chose to get into the Central Academy of Sciences. Jiang Qiu has an older sister named Jiang Mingyue, who is only 3 years older than him. When his parents named her, they were quite casual. Someone came up with a line of poetry, a river of bright moon, a river of autumn. And that's how their names came about. Jiang Mingyue is a true beauty, with stunning looks, long legs, and considerable talent. Jiang Qiu remembers she's an A-level. Since Jiang Mingyue entered the Intermediate People's Court, the two have not been in contact for a very long time. Although their parents lost their lives in a beast-tide attack at a young age, Jiang Mingyue took great care of Jiang Qiu, raising him from infancy to adulthood. Now that he has heard about this so-called illusionist competition, Jiang Qiu's belief is very firm, and he is determined to obtain the qualification to enter the Central Academy. Wang Hong listened attentively to the teacher's introduction from his seat. The illusionist competition? Interesting. With my D-level talent, I can forget about the individual competition. However, if I offer those 4 students from Class 1 huge benefits, wouldn't they be able to easily be carried and qualify for admission to the Central Academy? As expected of me. Thinking of this, Wang Hong grinned smugly. The morning flew by, and as soon as the lunch break bell rang, Zhang Qiu dashed out like a missile. Wow, you're pretty punctual. Seeing Zhang Qiu come out, Xiao Yuxie stopped the stopwatch, looked at the time on it, and said with satisfaction, it only took 7 seconds. You almost owed me another one. How about, we just pretend our brother Zhang Qiu is late this time? Zhang Qiu wiped his sweat. Yu Xia, don't joke with me. If you keep this up, I won't sleep in the same room as you tonight. Xiao Yuxie snorted, if you dare to do that, then you'll owe me 5 times. Zhang Qiu hurriedly begged for mercy, I was wrong. Please spare my life, sir. Put. Xiao Yuxie laughed from ear to ear, I was just teasing you, look how scared you were. Come on, let's go have lunch together. After saying that, the girl took Zhang Qiu's hand and led him toward the cafeteria. The two ordered a simple boxed lunch and sat down in a corner of the cafeteria. Now that they both know about the illusionist competition, they naturally want to improve their strength and try their best to qualify for the Central Academy. Zhang Qiu, what do you think we should do then? The team competition requires 5 people, but we only have 2 right now. Xiao Yuxie was really looking forward to her promising future in the intermediate people's court, and coincidentally, Zhang Qiu also had a strong reason to win. Zhang Qiu, while eating, said, I asked Long Fan, and he plans to participate in the individual competition. In that case, we'll have to find other people to team up with. Since the illusionist competition doesn't start until the end of the semester, why don't we observe first and see which illusionist is more outstanding? We can form a team together later. Xiao Yu nodded, okay. I'll do whatever Zhang Qiu says. At Tianshu Hospital. Excuse me, everyone, please make way. Everyone, make way, hurry up, don't get in the way. After the surgery was completed, senior doctors pushed the hospital bed toward the designated ward. On the hospital bed, the boy was pale, his body covered in bandages. After the surgery, he had permanently lost one of his magic orbs. We're here, this is the ward. Everyone, please be careful. This is a private hospital room, well lit and clean. Inside, there is an anxious-looking middle-aged man and a young boy waiting to see what happens. The boy looked to be in his early 20s and was wearing a striking blue robe. After settling the patient in, the doctor instructed the family on matters requiring their attention in the near future. Oh, my little brother, I didn't expect you to be in such a sorry state. Just going to school, and I even lost an egg. How hilarious. Hearing the boy's mockery, Xia Lingfeng weakly opened his eyes. Xia Lingyun, it's easy for you to say that when you're not the one suffering. I was ambushed on the way here. Someone is targeting our Xia family. Xia Lingyun scoffed, what a joke. Who in this world would dare target the Xia family? You probably tried to flirt with a girl and angered her family, didn't you? Enough. What kind of time is this for you two to still be arguing? Shut your filthy mouths. The middle-aged man couldn't stand it anymore and gave the two of them a stern lecture. The two Xia family sons had never gotten along since childhood, and seeing Xia Lingfeng's embarrassing situation, Xia Lingyun almost laughed until his stomach hurt. After all the doctors left, the middle-aged man came to Xia Lingfeng's side and gently took the boy's hand. No parent would feel good seeing their son bullied like this. Son, tell me quickly, what exactly happened these past few days? I want to see with my own eyes which beast dared to lay such a heavy hand on you. Xia Lingfeng sighed deeply. Father, you should give up. The middle-aged man asked, puzzled, why? Xia Lingfeng slowly sat up from the hospital bed, looking out the window with a helpless expression. That was a woman I loved but could not have. Her surname is Luo. Setting up a mini-lesson. E to S level talents are all elemental talents, with the exception of the extremely rare SS and SSS level talents. The abilities awakened by these two types of talents are extraordinary. You've come this far, so please add it to your bookshelf to show your support. 3. Even a little encouragement to update would be appreciated. Chapter 12 First Experience at the Beast Platform, the Invincible Palm Technique. Surname Luo? Upon hearing Xia Lingfeng's reply, the middle-aged man's face darkened. The girls who catch Xia Lingfeng's eye are all either rich or noble. If it really is the famous Luo family, then this matter won't really help him get revenge. It may not necessarily be the Luo family's doing. Our Xia family is very famous in the north, they wouldn't refuse to give us face. In my opinion, there's something else going on here. The middle-aged man pondered for a moment, then suddenly called out to the door, boldly. A bodyguard arrived upon hearing the noise. Exist. Get me all the CCTV footage from the street where Ling Feng collapsed over the past 2 days. I want to see who did this. Clear. After having lunch, Zhang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie arrived at the 10,000 Beasts platform area in the academy. Having heard that it could simulate real combat, the two decided to give it a try. To help new students quickly familiarize themselves with battles against monsters, the Illusionist Association specially transformed the largest teaching building in the Illusionist Academy into the Beast platform. The Beast platform is divided into 3 levels. The first level can simulate E-level monsters, the second level can simulate D-level monsters, and the third level can simulate C-level monsters. As long as you have the identity of a Phantom Master, you can train without restrictions. The Beast platform will be open to all Phantom Masters 24 hours a day. Zhang Qiu, look. There are so many virtual warehouses over there. Just as the girl said, as soon as the two entered the Wanshutai building, they saw more than 200 high-tech virtual pods inside. Each virtual pod is marked with a serial number, and several of them are currently in use. Those should be the virtual pods used to simulate combat. Xiaoyu blinked her beautiful eyes, looking like a curious child, holding Zhang Qiu's hand while curiously looking around. It would be great if there was a matching couples version. Zhang Qiu raised an eyebrow. Who would be so kind as to make a matching couples version of a simulation battle game? I don't care, I want it, I want it, I want it. You dare talk back to me? You owe me 2 chances. Zhang Qiu nearly choked on his own spit. Alright, Yuxia, I was just joking. You're so magnanimous, don't hold it against me. After coaxing her for a while, Xiao Yuxie finally withdrew her 2 previous attempts. Let's see if you dare to talk back to me again. Zhang Qiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. No, Yuxia, you're my treasure. I'm afraid to break you if I hold you in my hands, and afraid you'll melt if I keep you in my mouth. The two walked hand in hand to 2 adjacent empty virtual pods and stopped. Zhang Qiu, see you later. Xiaoyu kissed Zhang Qiu on the forehead, then stepped into the virtual pod. Zhang Qiu didn't linger either, decisively walking into an empty virtual pod next to him. 2 seconds later, the virtual hatch slowly closed. Just then, Zhang Qiu's consciousness entered a completely new virtual world. This is a battle arena no different from an arena, with 3 combat modes for Zhang Qiu to choose from: one-on-one mode, one-on-many mode, and beast-tied attack mode. It's quite humane, but my current ability is only the Heavenly Desolation Finger. Not only does it not have any elemental enhancement, but it can only be used on the small area of the fingers. Am I going to become a master of agility? After hesitating for a long time, Zhang Qiu finally spoke up, one-on-one mode. At that moment, a cold, mechanical sound came from all directions. A monster will spawn in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. As the countdown ended, an E-rank dark pattern wolf suddenly appeared 3 meters in front of Zhang Qiu. The dark striped wolf is 2 meters long and, apart from being slightly faster than a regular wolf, is otherwise identical. Its only attack method is biting. Upon seeing Zhang Qiu, the dark patterned wolf howled and pounced on the enemy. Zhang Qiu barely overcame his fear and met the attack with a Heavenly Desolation Finger. Put! The crystalline fingers easily pierced through the dark patterned wolf's body without any resistance, as if inserting a hand into a sponge. Zhang Qiu was even a little taken aback. An E-rank dark pattern wolf, was it really that weak? After being killed by Zhang Qiu, the dark patterned wolf's body instantly shattered into countless specks of light. Zhang Qiu said, switch to one-to-many mode. At the same time, a cold, mechanical voice announced, a monster will spawn in 5 seconds. Please prepare. 5 seconds later, 3 E-level brute ape monsters appeared out of thin air directly in front of Zhang Qiu. Faced with the simultaneous attack of 3 powerful apes, Zhang Qiu was momentarily flustered and haphazardly swung his arms. To be honest, this trick was actually quite effective. Zhang Qiu slapped one of the brute apes down with each blow, and after 3 crisp sounds, all the monsters were defeated by Zhang Qiu. Holy crap! This Heavenly Desolation Finger is that powerful? Zhang Qiu decided to press on and switch to beast-tied attack mode. 5 seconds later, dozens of dark patterned wolves materialized out of thin air around Zhang Qiu. As soon as these wolves appeared, they pounced on Jiang Qiu in the center. Jiang Qiu raised his hand and slapped her twice, one horizontal and one vertical, with the word "do it." The crisp snap sounds rang out continuously as Jiang Qiu easily scattered the dark striped wolves into specks of light, which quickly regenerated not far away. Jiang Qiu finally understood what Long Fan meant by Xuan, meaning awesome satisfying. Ha ha ha. Come on then. Take this slap. After fighting for more than 10 minutes, Jiang Qiu became thoroughly familiar with the effects of the Heavenly Desolation Finger and named this unpredictable fighting style Invincible Palm Technique of 1,000 Autumns. Although those demonic beasts shattered with a single blow, Jiang Qiu was still ambushed a few times by individual dark pattern wolves during this time, leaving him with considerable injuries. Let's stop here for now. I've already gotten a basic feel for the power and effects of the Heavenly Desolation Finger. My top priority now is to advance to the second-tier illusionist as soon as possible. Once I obtain the new Heavenly Desolation Finger, I will fight the beast horde again. Chapter 13 Seeing Through the Scheme. North Campus of the Illusionist, in the park. Wang Heng sat on a bench, picked up a book titled The Mundane World Cannot Disturb My Heart, and pretended to read it. Although Wang Heng tried to add a philosophical touch to his image, the other person's protruding belly and greasy, fat face didn't look like the characteristics of a cultured person at all. I wonder if that girl from yesterday will come again. If I had known this would happen, I should have made friends with her yesterday and then found an opportunity to slowly develop our relationship later. Alas, such a beautiful girl, it would be such a pity to miss out. Ever since Wang Heng met Xiao Yuxie, the girls he used to hang out with suddenly became completely unattractive. No matter how alluringly they dressed, Wang Heng couldn't muster the slightest interest. I hope I can run into her again today. Just then, a figure suddenly approached Wang Heng from behind. Wang Heng keenly sensed something was wrong, and just as he was about to get up, he was knocked unconscious by a chop to the neck. Well. After an unknown amount of time, icy cold water was splashed on Wang Heng's body, and a bone-chilling coldness spread from all parts of his body, instantly waking him up from his dream. Where am I? Who are you? After a quick look around, Wang Heng realized that this was a secret room used for interrogating prisoners. The situation was not optimistic, as even his hands were locked together. Two tall and imposing bodyguards in black suits stood in front of Wang Heng. The bodyguards wore sunglasses, and a tense atmosphere filled the air. Who are you? Do you know this is a kidnapping? Release me right now and treat me to the best food and drink. My dad is the vice captain of the Beyond Illusionary Spirit Guild. You lot are finished if you dare offend me. Oh? Beyond the phantom spirits? At that moment, a man in a blue robe walked in from outside the door with a smile. The other person held a pair of blood-stained pliers, giving off a terrifying, devilish aura. Wang Heng dared not speak again. The other party's fierce eyes revealed endless killing intent. This kind of ruthless person was not someone he could mess with. It was best to keep quiet for now. The man in the blue robe casually crossed his legs and placed the blood-stained pliers in front of Wang Heng. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xia Lingyun. We went to great lengths to find you. Wang Heng's eyes widened. Xia Lingyun? Oh no, could he be Xia Lingfeng's brother? I've actually messed with someone I shouldn't have. Xia Lingyun said casually, your underlings aren't very helpful. They only broke 3 fingers each before selling you out. Although they revealed your information to me early on, how do I know if what they said is true or not? So, I had no choice but to make them lose their hands forever. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng got goosebumps all over. What exactly do you want? I will cooperate fully, but please, no matter what, don't hurt me. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Xia Lingyun narrowed his eyes slightly. A misunderstanding? Wang Heng nodded frantically. That's right, there must be some misunderstanding. Please spare me, please don't kill me. In the end, Wang Heng broke down in tears, and all traces of arrogance vanished. Seeing his prey in such a sorry state, Xia Lingyun laughed excitedly, his laughter like the cry of death echoing in Wang Heng's ears. After a long while, Xia Lingyun said calmly, come in. As soon as he finished speaking, a bodyguard pushed Xia Lingfeng, who was in a wheelchair, slowly into the interrogation room. Xia Lingfeng looked at the young man in front of him, a hint of doubt flashing in his eyes. Why would someone attack me when I've never met them before? There's a problem, there's definitely something wrong here. The man in the blue robe patted Xia Lingfeng on the shoulder. I'm leaving this place to you, my foolish brother. My time is very precious, so let's say goodbye for now. After Xia Lingyun strode out of the secret room, Wang Heng finally breathed a sigh of relief. That guy's aura was just too powerful. It seems they want to negotiate now, otherwise they would have already taken action against me. Seeing that the other party remains silent, Wang Heng tentatively asked, "Brother, if I may be so bold as to ask, what is your name?" Xia Lingfeng said in a low voice, "My name is Xia Lingfeng." "What? You're Xia Lingfeng?" Xia Lingfeng frowned. "Is there a problem?" Wang Heng stared in astonishment, speechless for a moment. You're Xia Lingfeng? Then who is that brat in my class?" Upon hearing this, Xia Lingfeng sensed something was wrong. "In your class? You mean, there's a Xia Lingfeng in your class too?" "Yeah. That bastard not only disrespected me, but also openly provoked me." "I know. It must be him. He's impersonating you to frame me." "Brother, I've been kept in the dark the whole time. Please, be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. I can help you get revenge. I promise." Seeing that the other party's attitude was fairly sincere, Xia Lingfeng chose to believe them. After a few seconds of thought, a name suddenly flashed through Xia Lingfeng's mind: Zhang Qiu. "So that's how it is. It's you, Zhang Qiu." Zhang Qiu? Wang Hong was stunned. Xia Lingfeng said with a sneer, "Zhang Qiu, what a brilliant scheme. I almost mistakenly thought I had offended the Luo family." "Heh, interesting." After thinking for a moment, Wang Heng's eyes lit up, and he quickly added, "That's right. There's another girl. She was the one who fanned the flames and got me to send people to take revenge on you." Upon learning this news, Xia Lingfeng was 100% certain that Zhang Qiu and Sha Yuxie were the ones who did it. A few seconds later, Xia Lingfeng let out a long sigh. "May I have your name?" Wang Heng." "Very well, Wang Heng, I can forgive and forget everything you've done before, but I have one request." Wang Heng swallowed hard. Please speak. As long as it's within my power, I will definitely do my best." Xia Lingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. "I want you to join forces with me and let Zhang Qiu and Sha Yuxie know what it's like to go to hell. I'll make them wish they were dead. If you can do this, I can gather a class of A-level powerhouses to form a team of illusion masters with you, and win the qualification to enter the Central Academy in the Illusion Master competition. If you can't do that, then your fate won't be any better than Zhang Qiu's and Xiao Yuxie's." Upon hearing this unexpected good news, Wang Heng said with great joy, "Please rest assured, Brother Lingfeng. I will do my best to complete the mission. However, I have a request that I cannot make." "Speak." Wang Heng suddenly revealed a lewd smile. "Could I torture that Xiao Yuxie? She's quite a beauty. I want to enjoy myself before I torture her." Xia Lingfeng sneered. "Oh, no problem." Chapter 14: Advancement to Second Tier Illusionist. The three planned to join the beast extermination operation. After experiencing the functions of the 10,000 Beasts platform, Zhang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie didn't linger and quickly returned to their rented room together. The rain has stopped. It's only 2 p.m. Why don't we work hard to absorb the crystal cores and become second-tier illusion masters as soon as possible? Xiao Yuxie nodded slightly. "All right. After fighting those E-level monsters in the beast platform, I also want to advance to the second-tier illusion master as soon as possible to strengthen my own strength." Zhang Qiu has already absorbed 6 C-grade crystal cores. He only needs to absorb 4 more to advance to the second-tier illusion master. Xiao Yuxie also absorbed 4 C-grade crystal cores last night, and was not far behind Zhang Qiu. The two entered the bedroom and carefully locked the door. They also drew all the curtains to prevent anyone from seeing them. After making preparations, the two sat cross-legged on the bed, holding the C-grade crystal core in their palms. As time passed, the energy within the crystal core continued to surge into their bodies. The C-grade crystal core possesses immense energy, and the two are currently only first-tier illusion masters. Neither their physique nor their meridians can withstand such a massive energy surge. However, this was not the limit of their physical strength. Zhang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie still managed to absorb the entire C-grade crystal core with their strong willpower. 5 minutes later, the crystal nucleus was completely absorbed. Both of them were soaked in sweat, especially Zhang Qiu. As their target drew closer, Zhang Qiu instinctively took the girl's hand, and Xiao Yuxie looked at Zhang Qiu with tender affection, comforting each other. "After the rain, you're such a strong girl. Keep going, we can definitely do it." Yes, Jiang Qiu. I will always be with you. No matter how long the world changes, I will always be your most trustworthy lover. Jiang Qiu cultivated until 4:20 p.m. The moment he absorbed the 10th C-grade crystal core, his entire body seemed to receive some kind of response. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your advancement to a second-tier illusionist. Remaining illusionary energy points, 20. Ability already possessed, Heavenly Desolation Finger. Heavenly Desolation Finger second tier form, consumes 2 points of illusionary energy per use. Added effect, deals systemic shock damage to enemies. Jiang Qiu's entire body was undergoing a transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye, his skin was becoming firm and shining inch by inch, and his muscle lines were becoming tight and obvious. Even his abdomen miraculously developed 4 clearly defined and firm abdominal muscles. Xiao Yuxia stared blankly at this scene. Her man had become even more handsome. Wow, Jiang Qiu, your abs have gotten so hard. I'm going to touch them while I sleep tonight. The transformation lasted for a full 2 minutes. It's not just the changes in appearance, even the internal organs have been enhanced, becoming stronger and more resilient. 2 minutes later, a completely transformed Jiang Qiu slowly opened his eyes. I never expected my body to undergo such a dramatic change after advancing to a second-tier illusionist. Amazing, truly amazing. I feel my complexion has improved a lot, and my whole body has been noticeably uplifted. After a moment of reflection, Jiang Qiu gently patted Xiao Yuxia's head. After the rain, do I look handsome now? Xiao Yuxia threw herself into Jiang Qiu's arms. Of course. My man is the most handsome man in the world. I'm your most loyal fan. Jiang Qiu gu. After lingering for a few minutes, Xiao Yuxia, not to be outdone, resolutely began absorbing the last 2 C-grade crystal cores. Soon, the girl had completely absorbed all 10 crystal cores and became a true second-tier illusionist. After the transformation, Xiao Yuxia's skin became even whiter than before. Not only did the soft parts become softer, but the thinner parts also miraculously became much thinner. Jiang Qiu was almost mesmerized by the girl's beauty. Yuxia, you're going a bit too far. What man wouldn't be captivated by you? Having received her beloved's approval, Xiao Yuxia gave Jiang Qiu a seductive wink and teased his face with her slender fingers. My benefactor, why don't you take this humble lady to take a bath? There's a very important part coming up later. 1,000 words omitted here. After a passionate encounter, Jiang Qiu changed into a bathrobe and went to the living room sofa to enjoy the wonderful time. Phew, that feels so good. I feel completely refreshed, inside and out. Xiao Yuxia's face was flushed as she dried her hair with a hairdryer. Jiang Qiu had become even more powerful after advancing to a second-tier illusionist. Just then, the sound of a lock being opened came from behind. A few seconds later, Long Fan walked in from outside with a barbecue for 3 people. Holy crap! Jiang Qiu, when did you get 4-pack abs? And they're so obvious? Jiang Qiu smiled without saying a word. Long Fan wasn't stupid. After spending so many years with Jiang Qiu, how could he not know what kind of person Jiang Qiu was? Sending Jiang Qiu to the gym is worse than just killing him. You've advanced to a second-tier illusionist? Xiao Yuxia said coquettishly in the washroom. What about me? Long Fan's gaze darted back and forth between Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxia. You two are something else, secretly doing something big behind my back. I thought my cultivation speed was fast enough, but I didn't expect you two to be so fast too. It seems I'll have to work even harder in the future. Jiang Qiu smiled and said, perhaps, this is what it means for a couple to be of one mind and their strength can break even metal. Xiao Yuxia smiled and hummed a little tune, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Before long, the group sat down at the table and began to eat barbecue and drink chilled soda that had been stored in the refrigerator. Jiang Qiu suddenly spoke up, now that we've all become second-tier illusion masters, I wonder what your individual abilities are? Long Fan responded first, my current abilities include controlling fire elements and the Flame Fist. Among them, the Flaming Fist can be considered an area of effect attack, which can create a 3-meter wide Fire Fist phantom with a burning effect. Jiang Qiu nodded, as expected of an S-level talent, the damage and effect are both very impressive. Xiao Yuxia said softly, my abilities are controlling water elements and the newly acquired Water Shield. The Water Shield can provide the user with a protective shield that covers the entire body, and can withstand up to 5 attacks from E-level monsters. After 5 attacks, the Water Shield will dissipate on its own. Jiang Qiu's eyes lit up, this way, it can make up for my weakness of strong attack but weak defense. She is indeed my woman, she is just like a creation made for me. Great, why don't we join the beast extermination operation together tomorrow? Let us choose an E-level beast type to practice our combat experience and also collect some crystal cores. Xiao Yuxia immediately replied, okay. I'll do whatever Jiang Qiu says. Long Fan agreed, saying, I think this is a great idea. It's a good way to earn some pocket money for fun. Chapter 15, the beast extermination operation officially begins. The acquaintance of Jiang Qiu and Luo Xinro. After driving away a large number of demonic beasts, the human race deliberately preserved some of them and herded them into several abandoned cities to serve as a continuous source of crystal cores for the illusion masters. The actions of the illusionists who went to these abandoned cities to kill monsters were called beast extermination operations. The beast extermination operation can be carried out every day, but there are special restrictions on the areas where humans can operate. This is to prevent people from being blinded by profit and killing all the monsters. This cuts off the good fortune of other illusionists. Early Saturday morning, the three of them took bus number 37 and got off at the northern branch of the Animal Extermination Operations Administration Bureau. Here, you can choose a team to go to a monster city of different levels according to the different needs of the illusionist. Each team has an average of 15 to 21 members, most of whom are crystal core hunters who make a living by selling crystal cores and illusion master students who earn advanced materials. Don't underestimate these crystal core hunters. During each beast hunting operation, there's a high probability that several illusion masters will mysteriously disappear, and the reason for this remains unknown. After all, the monster city is so dangerous that it's perfectly normal for a few people to die. As Jiang Qiu and his two companions entered the hall, staff members warmly approached them. Welcome to the Beast Extermination Operations Management Bureau. Are you here to participate in today's beast extermination operation? Jiang Qiu nodded. We plan to participate in the E-level beast extermination operation. No problem, the E-level beast extermination operation is currently assembling a team. Please follow me. After a brief conversation, the female staff member handed the three people a storage bag for the crystal cores and led them into a private room on the second floor. More than a dozen strong and burly men were sitting in the room. The middle-aged man in the lead had a gold medal on his chest, indicating that he was a member of the Beast Extermination Operations Management Bureau. As soon as the three entered the house, many burly men were attracted by Xiao Yuxia's beauty, and their eyes lingered on the girl's body without any attempt to hide it. Although Xiao Yuxia had changed into clothes that she tried to keep out of the way, she still couldn't hide the girl's stunning beauty and voluptuous figure. The middle-aged man at the head of the group stepped forward and introduced himself to Jiang Qiu and the other two. Welcome to the E-level beast extermination team. I am the leader, Meng He. After joining our team, no matter how many crystal cores you collect during the beast extermination process, each person must pay a participation fee of 30,000 yuan, which is equivalent to 30 E-grade crystal cores. During the beast extermination process, you may only conduct beast extermination within a radius of 5 kilometers. It is strictly forbidden to go beyond the beast extermination area. In addition, you must ensure your own safety. Our beast hunting team will not be responsible for any injuries or deaths caused during the beast hunting process. That's all. Now, including you, we've gathered 15 people. We'll wait for 6 more people and then we'll use the teleportation array to head to the E-level monster city Mabe City. Meng He spoke in a cold tone, and after explaining the basic rules, he sat back down. Jiang Qiu and the other two sat down in a secluded spot. Xiao Yuxia looked at the burly men glaring at her from a distance and subconsciously gripped Jiang Qiu's left hand tightly. Jiang Qiu, I don't think those people are good people. Jiang Qiu hummed in agreement. Let's try to stay together as much as possible later, so we can help each other out if we encounter any danger. Xiao Yuxia nodded and gently rested her head on Jiang Qiu's shoulder. Not long after, several more people joined the team. Judging from their attire, these people were all freshmen who had just joined the Illusionist Academy, exuding a sense of naivety and innocence. Among the crowd, someone whispered, "The pumpkins look pretty tender today, they might even be bursting with gold." Another person said, "The sack has no holes, but it's bulging with money." The last person to join the beast slaying team was a young girl. She was all alone, wearing a white dress and small leather shoes. She had delicate features and a pretty face, and she had a cold and aloof air about her. As soon as the woman entered the room, all the burly men were drawn to her. Compared to Xiao Yuxia, the young girl possessed a more noble and sacred aura. The burly men subconsciously licked their lips at the sight of this naturally beautiful, wealthy young woman. After Meng He explained the rules to the girl, everyone stood up and walked to the teleportation array area on the 4th floor. Everyone get ready, we will appear in the E-level monster city in 10 seconds. If your internal energy is insufficient or you encounter an insurmountable crisis, you must run towards the teleportation array at full speed. Each person has 2 hours to participate in the activity. The teleportation array will be completely shut down after 2 hours. Everyone must remember not to exceed the time limit. Those who do will bear the consequences. Meng He explained the rules in a serious tone, and the other 20 people listened attentively, creating a tense atmosphere. 9, 8, 7, 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown ended, a beam of light enveloped everyone, and a mysterious force led the beast-slaying team across endless space, appearing in the city of Mabe. The teleportation array was located in the southern area of Mabe City. As soon as the surroundings became clear, a large number of dark pattern wolves rushed towards the group. All the illusionists immediately entered battle mode, each unleashing their own abilities to engage in a fierce battle with the wolf pack. Longfan activated his S-rank fire talent, unleashing a ferocious fire fist that swept through everything in its path, killing a dark-striped wolf with a single punch. The E-grade crystal cores rapidly precipitated from the corpse of the dark-striped wolf, and Longfan was able to conveniently store the crystal cores into his spatial bag during his battle. Good. Let me try out my newfound abilities. Blazing Fist. With a loud shout, surging flames gathered on Longfan's right fist. With a single punch, Longfan unleashed a 3-meter-wide fiery fist phantom, carrying an invincible momentum that instantly annihilated more than a dozen dark pattern wolves. The remaining dark pattern wolves that came into contact with the illusory fire fist were quickly engulfed by the flames and soon lost their lives, releasing mysterious E-grade crystal cores. Impressive ability. The others were not to be outdone, and they drove the wolves back several meters, allowing them more and more space to move around. With the aid of the water shield, Jiang Qiu unleashed his invincible palm technique with unparalleled ferocity. As soon as the water shield disappeared, Xiao Yuxie would cast it on him again. Compared to Jiang Qiu and Longfan, the others were significantly slower at hunting beasts. Most of them were D-rank or E-rank illusionists, with limited abilities, making combat very difficult, except for the last girl. Wielding a lightsaber, the girl fought with increasing ferocity, becoming invincible. Her beast-slaying speed was nearly on par with Jiang Qiu and Longfan. However, the girl's movements were more elegant, each strike was just right, composed and measured. As wave after wave of dark pattern wolves were slain on the spot by the beast extermination team, becoming crystal cores, the wolf pack's momentum gradually began to weaken. Gradually, these dark-striped wolves stopped attacking indiscriminately and began to consciously flee into the distance. Without hesitation, the lightsaber girl gave chase. Longfan, Jiang Qiu, and Xiao Yuxie did not linger and followed the girl to attack the dark pattern wolf. The burly men who were standing near the teleportation array exchanged glances and grinned wickedly. These fresh pumpkins are indeed quite tender. They'll be back here sooner or later. As long as we consciously retain some illusionary energy, we won't have to worry about making gold then. Great! The pumpkins today are not only tender, but 2 of them are even quite juicy. How about we? At this point, the burly men revealed knowing smiles. Luo Shinro, wielding a lightsaber, pursued the wolf pack deep into its territory. Seeing that the girl was alone and outnumbered, the wolves stopped retreating and swarmed towards her. Despite the danger, Luo Shinro remained calm, her thrusts, slashes, sweeps, and parries executed with effortless skill. Unable to break through the wolf pack's defenses, the E-grade crystal cores accumulated around the girl, quickly forming a small mountain. Just then, a dark-striped wolf seized the opportunity and pounced on the girl from behind. Luo Shinro's beautiful eyes widened in surprise. She had been so focused on the visible dangers that she had overlooked the dark-striped wolf hidden among the pack. Be careful, young lady. At the critical moment, Jiang Qiu stepped forward and slapped the dark pattern wolf who had ambushed him, killing him instantly. Luo Shinro didn't say much, trusting the boy behind her, while she focused all her energy on dealing with the countless wolves in front of her. A few minutes later, the wolf pack scattered again. Luo Shinro then sheathed her lightsaber and turned to look at Jiang Qiu, who had just saved her life. Thank you for just now. Jiang Qiu smiled and waved his hand. It's nothing, I just did it on the spur of the moment. By the way, young lady, it's better to entrust your back to a trustworthy friend than to entrust it to an enemy. Luo Shinro looked closely at Jiang Qiu and said calmly, no matter what, I owe you a favor, and I will find a way to repay it in the future. Jiang Qiu extended his right hand to the girl in a friendly manner. My name is Jiang Qiu. What's yours? Luo Shinro hesitated for a long time before gently taking her hand. Luo Shinro. Chapter 16. A bloody battle leads to a new life. A great success in the beast extermination operation. Feeling the soft hand in his palm, Jiang Qiu asked in his mind, system, is Luo Shinro considered a stunningly beautiful girl? Ding! Luo Shinro is an exceptionally beautiful girl. I've always had a question, to conquer a stunningly beautiful girl, do you have to actually possess her? Or is it enough to simply make her genuinely admire you? Ding! If the stunningly beautiful girl genuinely admires or loves you, it constitutes conquering her. You will gain a brand new divine ability. Oh, I see. The two shook hands for 3 seconds, then Luo Shinro suddenly pulled her right hand back and cautiously looked into the distance. Someone's coming. Jiang Qiu followed the girl's gaze and saw that it was Xiao Yuxie and Long Fan who had arrived. Don't worry, they are all my friends and mean no harm. When Xiao Yuxie saw Jiang Qiu standing with a pretty young girl, she felt an inexplicable surge of anger that she wanted to vent. The girl ran angrily to Jiang Qiu's side and pulled him into her arms. Who are you? What are you doing so close to my man? Trying to break into my house? Luo Shinro frowned slightly, and Jiang Qiu quickly explained, Yuxia, you misunderstood. This girl was just attacked by a dark-striped wolf, but luckily I intervened in time to protect her. Real? Why would I lie to you, Yuxia? After saying that, Jiang Qiu gently patted the girl's head. Xiao Yuxia pouted defiantly, you owe me 3 times tonight, it's settled. Jiang Qiu's eyelids twitched. Fortunately, he had advanced to the second-tier illusionist, and his body had been significantly strengthened in various ways. Otherwise, I really couldn't stand it. Long Fan walked over, looked at the mountains of E-grade crystal cores piled up on the ground, and asked Luo Shinro in disbelief, you made all of this? That's impressive. Luo Shinro ignored the other person and turned to Jiang Qiu, saying, Jiang Qiu, you can have these E-grade crystal cores. I don't need them. Ah? Jiang Qiu was stunned. Xiao Yuxie didn't stand on ceremony at all. She picked up her spatial bag and put all the crystal cores scattered around into it. You said it yourself, it's too late to regret it now. After carefully storing the crystal core, Luo Shinro did not choose to leave the group. Jiang Qiu's words from earlier still echoed in the girl's mind. By the way, young lady, it's better to entrust your back to a trustworthy friend than to entrust it to an enemy. Friends? Luo Shinro murmured softly. The group continued exploring forward. With the help of Jiang Qiu and the other two, Luo Shinro found it much easier to fight the wolf pack. Jiang Qiu, Long Fan, and Luo Shinro each stood at one corner, while Xiao Yuxie was protected in the middle. Xiao Yuxie cast a defensive water shield over the group, while the other 3 fought fiercely. The 4 worked together seamlessly and killed over 100 more dark-striped wolves in just a short time. Seeing that their magical energy was almost depleted, Jiang Qiu suggested that they all return together to end today's beast hunting operation. Luo Shinro nodded rationally, and the group then embarked on their journey home. However, when the 4 returned to the vicinity of the teleportation array, a strong smell of blood filled the air. Jiang Qiu immediately spotted the corpses of several young illusionists not far away, as well as more than 10 middle-aged men walking towards him. Oh, it looks like the pumpkins are ripe. Can we pick them now? Brothers, charge! Seeing Jiang Qiu and his group return, the 11 burly men rushed over. They not only want to rob money, but also lives. Long Fan gritted his teeth. He only had 4 points of illusionary energy left in his body. Even if he could barely defeat 3 opponents, there were as many as 11 opponents. Xiao Yuxie was also terrified, and her legs felt weak. At this critical moment, Luo Shinro suddenly moved closer to Jiang Qiu, placed her soft hand in his hand, and intertwined their fingers tightly. Jiang Qiu was stunned, and even Xiao Yuxie was stunned. What kind of time is this? You're still thinking about raiding our base? 3 seconds later, a dazzling mark quietly formed in Jiang Qiu's palm. This mark looked like a symbol drawn with golden ink, exuding a sense of mystery. At the same time, Jiang Qiu noticed that Luo Shinro also had the same golden mark in her left hand. Looking at the several crystal core hunters rushing towards her, Luo Shinro said calmly, Sky Seal. Buzz. A loud buzzing sound emanated from the golden mark. Jiang Qiu was astonished to discover that his internal illusionary energy had actually recovered by a full 5 points. After advancing to the second-tier illusionist, Jiang Qiu's illusionary energy reserves increased to 20 points. After a series of beast slaying operations, Jiang Qiu consumed 16 points of illusion energy. However, after Luo Shinro activated the mark, Jiang Qiu's illusion energy instantly dropped to 9 points. Instantly restoring 25% of her internal energy. This is Luo Shinro's second ability, the Sky Seal. Luo Shinro said softly, "Jiang Qiu, let's go." Jiang Qiu smiled slightly. "That's exactly what I was thinking." After a fierce battle, the 11 crystal core hunters were either decapitated or unable to move, lying on the ground groaning in pain. Jiang Qiu's Heavenly Desolation Finger is no joke. It has 100% penetration and ignores all defensive capabilities. After advancing to the second tier, the Heavenly Desolation Finger's power was also enhanced. As long as it hits the enemy's entire body will be simultaneously subjected to the shock and impact of the Heavenly Desolation Finger. There are only two possible outcomes: death with blood flowing from all 7 orifices, or a concussion that leaves the brain in a coma. During this time, Long Fan was slashed by the crystal core hunters. Fortunately, Long Fan exercises regularly and has developed a muscular physique, so this injury can be treated with special ointment and he can recover after 2 days of rest. Xiaoyu jogged over to Jiang Qiu's side and carefully examined his body. "Jiang Qiu, are you alright? Let me see you quickly, how are you now?" Despite Jiang Qiu saying it's nothing, Xiao Yuxie still went ahead and examined Jiang Qiu's entire body. It's alright. Jiang Qiu looked at the crystal core hunters lying haphazardly on the ground, his eyes revealing anger and hatred. These guys have harmed countless people in the past, specifically targeting illusionists who choose to join E-rank beast slaying teams. They're utterly despicable. Jiang Qiu took all the space bags from these crystal core hunters and poured the crystal cores inside into his own bag. With these crystal cores, Jiang Qiu and his group have collected a total of 2,600 crystal cores. This beast extermination operation was incredibly profitable, and Meng He, who had led the way, had long since returned to the teleportation array from which they had come. Meng He's only responsibility was to lead the way. As for the source of the crystal cores, it all depended on the 30 E-grade crystal cores each of the other illusion masters contributed. After resolving everything, Jiang Qiu discovered that the golden mark on his palm had disappeared. Luo Shinro calmly approached Jiang Qiu, and before he could speak, the girl said, "Jiang Qiu, my contact number is 137. After saying that, the girl walked straight into the teleportation array and left the place alone. Setting up a mini lesson. A first-tier illusionist has 10 illusionary energy points. Second-tier illusionist, 20 points. Third-tier illusionist, 50 points. Tier 4 illusionist, 100 points. Tier 5 illusionist, 500 points. Tier 6 illusionist, 1000 points. Tier 7 illusionist, 2000 points. 8th tier illusionist, 5000 points. 9th tier illusionist, 10,000 points. Divine illusionist, endless. Chapter 17. Luo Shinro, who is not what she seems. After Luo Shinro left, Jiang Qiu and the other two didn't linger, since Long Fan was still injured. The group took the teleportation array back to the previous Beast Extermination Operation Management Bureau, where Meng He had been waiting for a long time. 30 E-grade crystal cores per person. You can leave after paying. Oh, by the way, a girl just said that you would pay for her crystal cores, which would be 120 in total. Please pay. Without hesitation, Jiang Qiu took out 120 E-grade crystal cores from his spatial bag and handed them to Meng He. This is our participation fee. Do you have any medicine to treat knife wounds? Meng He accepted the crystal cores and said coldly, "I happen to have a bottle of special medicine here. It's not expensive. 20 E-grade crystal cores per bottle. No bargaining." Long Fan looked at Jiang Qiu. 20 E-grade crystal cores were a considerable fortune for the group. "Jiang Qiu, it's just a knife wound, it's not that serious. We bought it." Without any hesitation, Jiang Qiu took out another 20 E-grade crystal cores and handed them to Meng He. Meng He gave the other person a deep look, then took out a small bottle of ointment from his pocket and handed it to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu immediately handed the ointment to Long Fan, saying, "Long Fan, you can't delay treatment for your injury. Get it treated as soon as possible so you can recover quickly." Long Fan didn't mince words. He opened the bottle with one hand and applied the ointment to the area around the wound. A cool sensation emanated from the wound. The special medicine truly lived up to its name, and within just a few seconds, the wound showed signs of healing. After Long Fan finished treating his wounds, the group left the management bureau and took a bus back to their rented apartment. Back in their familiar cabin, the three sat on the sofa and distributed the E-grade crystal cores they had obtained together. Jiang Qiu looked at Long Fan and Xia Yuxia. There are a total of 2,460 crystal cores. How about we split them equally among the three of us, 820 each? Long Fan readily agreed. Jiang Qiu, I have no objection. You can arrange this. Xiao Yuxie nodded. Jiang Qiu, you can keep mine. After all, you're my man. Jiang Qiu smiled and shook his head. Alright, here are your 820 crystal cores, Long Fan. Brother, you've worked hard today. Remember to take good care of your injuries. Long Fan took the spatial bag handed to him and replied with a smile, Oh, it's just a minor injury, nothing to worry about. Don't worry, brother. Seeing Xiao Yuxie getting closer and closer to Jiang Qiu, Long Fan knew that the two of them were not planning anything good, so he quickly got away and said, Ahem, I won't disturb you two any longer. I'm going back inside to rest. Be careful later, don't shake the house down. Xiao Yuxie glanced at the other person, making a move to stand up and argue with them. Get lost, believe me or not, I'll teach you a lesson. Long Fan thought to himself that things were not going well, and of the 36 stratagems, running away was the best option. Jiang Qiu. You'd better keep a close eye on your woman. Ouch, my butt. Long Fan, covered his backside in a disheveled state, rushed into the house, closing the door behind him. Xiao Yuxie finally gave up and changed her previous domineering attitude, sitting obediently on Jiang Qiu's lap like a kitten. The girl was already wearing loose-fitting slit pajama pants, and now that there were no outsiders around, Xiao Yuxie simply pulled the pajama pants up to the highest point and threw Jiang Qiu a very seductive wink. Brother Jiang Qiu, am I pretty? Jiang Qiu was in the prime of his life, how could he possibly tolerate such provocation? 2 hours later. A gentle breeze drifted in through the cracks in the window, spreading the freshness of April into the air. The girl was completely defeated and lay helplessly beside Jiang Qiu, falling asleep peacefully. Looking at the sleeping girl beside him, Jiang Qiu let out a long breath, and his mood improved considerably. By the way, I haven't added Luo Xinrou's contact information yet. I don't know if she usually uses the social networking app Green Bubble. Thinking of this, Jiang Qiu took out his domestically produced 6G phone. He opened the Green Bubble app and entered Luo Xinrou's contact information into the search bar. 2 seconds later, a Green Bubble account with a manga girl avatar appeared on the screen. Jiang Qiu opened the other person's moments. Sure enough, I couldn't see anything. That's really mysterious. Oh well, I'll just add them as a friend. Jiang Qiu clicked the Add to Contacts button and introduced herself in advance as Jiang Qiu. 2 minutes later, the other party accepted the friend request. Jiang Qiu smiled and typed a few words in the chat box. Luo Xinrou, it's me. The girl's Green Bubble account quickly responded. Luo Xinrou, Jiang Qiu, have you eaten? Luo Xinrou, Jiang Qiu, Xinrou, were you hurt this morning? I've been quite worried about you. Luo Xinrou, no. Jiang Qiu, Xinrou, don't be so aloof online. We're not strangers. Meanwhile, in the boudoir of a young girl in a wealthy and beautiful household. The girl had just finished showering and was now lying on her light pink bed with her hair down, in a good mood. Looking at the message Jiang Qiu sent on her phone screen, the girl let out a soft hum and subconsciously swung her fair, jade-like feet. Luo Xinrou, I won't roll my eyes. Inside the small house, Jiang Qiu repeatedly pondered the message the girl had sent him. It seems that Luo Xinrou is simply unable to share her true thoughts with others due to her upbringing. In essence, she's just an 18 or 19-year-old girl. Jiang Qiu, Xinrou, are you a freshman at the North Academy of Illusion Masters? Luo Xinrou, yes, I'm in class 1. Jiang Qiu, what a coincidence. Luo Xinrou, you're in class 1 too? Jiang Qiu, no, I'm a freshman too, grinning. In her boudoir, Luo Xinrou pouted, bastard. Luo Xinrou. Jiang Qiu, I'm from class 4. Jiang Qiu, I really have to thank you today. If it weren't for your sky seal, the three of us might have been in serious trouble. Luo Xinrou, you saved me too. Jiang Qiu, Xinrou, can your sky seal only be used by one person? I must say, it's a truly powerful ability. Luo Xinrou, at most, there are 2 marks at the same time. Jiang Qiu, I see. The two chatted more and more happily, and Luo Xinrou gradually became interested as well. In a sense, Jiang Qiu was the first truly close male peer the girl had ever known. Now that she has someone to confide in, the girl's long-buried memories seem to be illuminated by a long-lost light. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Luo Shinro quickly turned off her phone, and like a child caught red-handed by her parents, she hurriedly sat up from the bed. 2 seconds later, a kind-looking housekeeper walked into the room. "Miss, your piano lesson will begin in 10 minutes. Luo Shinro said shyly. "Okay, Aunt Gu, you can go out first. I'll be there in a bit." "Miss, you seem a little flustered. Is something wrong with your health?" Luo Shinro's eyes darted around. "No, I'm fine. Anyway, Aunt Gu, you can go out now." The housekeeper smiled kindly. "Yes, miss, I'll do whatever you say." Luo Shinro breathed a sigh of relief after the housekeeper left the room. "That scared me to death. Luckily, I'm quick." The girl quickly opened her phone, which was under her pillow, and carefully read the 4 unread messages from Jiang Qiu. "Luo Shinro, I'm going to practice the piano now." "Jiang Qiu, huh? Is it a piano?" Luo Shinro, "Jiang Qiu, that's amazing. If there's a chance, could I hear you play some music?" He hesitated for a moment. Luo Shinro, okay. Chapter 18, A Woman's Sixth Sense. Xiao Yuxie's jealousy. Putting down her phone, Luo Shinro went to the wardrobe and picked out her favorite light champagne-colored sequin dress. This is something the girl always does before playing the piano. For Luo Shinro, playing the piano is a very sacred act, so she takes it very seriously every time she plays. Luo Shinro's home is not large, only 600 square meters. To help the girl practice her piano skills, her father specially set aside a room as a dedicated piano room to house all kinds of valuable pianos. However, the most magnificent and precious piano was always kept in the young girl's boudoir. According to Luo Shinro, it was prepared for her future beloved. The girl spends some time each day in the piano room learning to play the piano and enjoying the beauty of life. In a sense, this might be what the wealthy call refined taste. "Aunt Gu, I've finished packing." Luo Shinro walked gracefully out of her boudoir, every move revealing her impeccable upbringing. If Xiao Yuxie is the epitome of mischievousness and cuteness, then Luo Shinro is the representative of nobility and elegance. The housekeeper instinctively lowered her head. The vast difference in their social status made her unable to look the girl directly in the eye. "Please come with me, miss." The two arrived at the piano room door, where the housekeeper opened it and said to Luo Shinro, "Miss, the 4 pianos inside have been tuned. Please feel free to use them." Luo Shinro nodded and walked straight to a black piano, where she slowly sat down. Her slender fingers moved swiftly across the piano like ribbons. The girl briefly tested the notes, then closed her eyes, focusing her attention on the power of each note. The beautiful melody is sometimes as soothing as a spring breeze, sometimes as clear as a spring stream. The climax is powerful and resonant, while the coda is gentle and soothing. As the song ended, the girl opened her beautiful eyes in surprise. "It seems I played a syllable wrong." It was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. In the rented room, Xiao Yuxie woke up from her sleep and stretched comfortably. During the time the girl was asleep, Jiang Qiu did not leave and kept gently patting her back. When Xiao Yuxie opened her eyes, the first thing she saw was Jiang Qiu, and she was overjoyed. "Jiang Qiu, I want a hug." Jiang Qiu smiled and said, "I really can't do anything with you, you little clingy thing." Xiao Yuxie wrapped her arms around Jiang Qiu's neck and pressed her entire body against the boy in one breath. Jiang Qiu took the opportunity to put his arm around the girl's buttocks and moved the blanket up a little, afraid that she would catch a cold. The girl lacked love since childhood, and now that she has a man to rely on, she just wants to stay by his side every day. "So, do you dislike me? How could that be? Real? Real. Kiss me 100 times, or I won't believe you." "Okay, I'll grant your wish." Smack, smack, smack. After kissing dozens of times, Xiao Yuxie couldn't remember exactly how many kisses she had given, but she called for a stop, completely satisfied. "I'm very happy right now, so I'll skip the punishment tonight." Jiang Qiu gently patted the girl's back. "I'll do whatever you say, Master Yuxie." However, Xiao Yuxie hesitated, as if he wanted to say something but then stopped. Jiang Qiu tentatively asked, "But what?" Xiao Yuxie leaned close to Jiang Qiu, their eyes less than 3 centimeters apart. "Tell me honestly, did you and that girl from this morning secretly contact each other behind my back? I want to see all your chat logs or call logs. If you don't tell the truth, then Xiao Jiangqiu won't have a good night tonight." Is this a woman's sixth sense? For the first time, Jiang Qiu was utterly impressed by so-called metaphysics. Well. Something's not right. You'd better tell me the truth." Left with no other choice, Jiang Qiu had to obediently hand over his phone, which the girl snatched away and began carefully reading through their chat history. After reading through the entire chat history, the girl suddenly glanced at Jiang Qiu, who was startled and jumped in fright. Sir, what's wrong? Xiao Yuxia narrowed her eyes slightly. I didn't expect you two to have been secretly talking so much behind my back. Tell me, have you fallen for that girl? Jiang Qiu was on the verge of tears. Sir, we've only just met. How could I have fallen for her so quickly? So, you were hoping to develop feelings over time? I'm angry. Jiang Qiu was stunned. Was the difference in thinking between men and women really that big? I just wanted to explain that I don't like anyone. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl grabbed the stabilizing needle and firmly grasped Jiang Qiu's lifeline. Jiang Qiu chickened out, and even his back straightened up subconsciously. You have one last chance to live. Tell me, what is your relationship with that girl? Do you want to dump this clingy girl as soon as you find someone better, and then seamlessly move on to your next one? Jiang Qiu quickly raised his hands, assuming a gesture of surrender. Your Honor, please see the truth. I have truly been wronged. After coaxing Jiang Qiu for a full hour and repeatedly testing him, Xiao Yuxie found that Jiang Qiu had no ulterior motives, and only then did she release Jiang Qiu's lifeline. Xiao Jiangqiu was almost scared to death. The girl was no joke, she was almost serious. If you contact that Luo Xinro again in the future, don't blame me for being impolite. I get annoyed whenever I see that girl. She always acts like she looks down on everyone. What's so great about that act? Jiang Qiu readily agreed, yes. The adult is absolutely right. Your Excellency is mighty. Xiao Yuxia rolled her eyes at Jiang Qiu, don't blame me for not reminding you you're mine. And you can only be my man, Xiao Yuxia's man. I won't give a nice look to any girl who tries to compete with me for you. Jiang Qiu knew that the girl was so angry because she truly loved him. She had given him her heart without reservation, how could he possibly do anything to betray her? Xiao Yuxia held Jiang Qiu's head with both hands and kissed him with all her might. The kiss lasted for a full 5 minutes, until their saliva mingled together, and only then did the girl let go of him. Jiang Qiu, don't abandon me, okay? Jiang Qiu solemnly agreed, Yuxia, you will always be the woman I love most. I swear. Chapter 19. The two visit the girl's mother. Xiao Yuxia is so embarrassed that she wants to disappear. Seeing Jiang Qiu's determined gaze, Xiao Yuxia lowered her head and pressed her little head tightly against his chest. That's more like it. After dinner, the young couple had nothing to do, so they went for a walk on the street together. The Northern Academy of Illusionists is located in Liaoshan City, where the nights are vibrant and dazzling. Even under the threat of the beast tide, the streets remain bustling with people and teeming with life. The area around the North Campus has many food streets, shopping malls, hotels, parks, entertainment venues, and so on. As soon as night falls, many people begin their nightlife. The two walked hand in hand down the street. Xiao Yuxia was wearing a miniskirt, which attracted the attention and admiration of many men wherever she went. The girl smiled smugly and affectionately took Jiang Qiu's arm. Brother Jiang Qiu, I've heard that a man's success can be judged by how many beautiful women are around him. You tell me, in other people's eyes, aren't you very successful now? Jiang Qiu was amused by the girl. Want me to praise you? Give me a kiss first. TCH I won't, lol. Time seemed to slow down at that moment, a gentle breeze carrying warmth swept by, and the streetlights cast long shadows of the two people. Suddenly, the girl saw a mother holding the hand of a 6-year-old girl not far away. The girl was jumping around and asking for cotton candy. The girl's heart was touched by this scene. Noticing something was wrong, Jiang Qiu gently smoothed the girl's hair with his hand. Rain has stopped, what made you remember something? Xiao Yuxia's eyes glistened with tears. Jiang Qiu, I miss my mother a little. How about we go visit my mom together tomorrow? Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu turned around and hugged the girl tightly. No problem, we'll take a bus back to Luochuan City first thing tomorrow morning. Really? A gentleman's word is as good as his bond. Put. I actually hope that when you're sleeping tonight, Jiang Qiu, you can act like a little devil for a while. The next day, the two boarded a fast train to Luochuan City at 5 o'clock and sped off. In the world of Jiangqiu, transportation has been greatly developed, making it very convenient to go anywhere. 2 hours later, the express car stopped in front of Tianrong Hospital, where Xiao Yuxia's mother was staying. As soon as she got out of the car, Xiao Yuxia's heart raced as she looked toward a room on the 4th floor. Jiang Qiu gently took the girl's hand. The rain has stopped, let's go. Yes. I believe Mom will be very happy when she knows I have a man I can entrust my life to. The two, carrying the prepared fruit basket, took the elevator to room 403 on the 4th floor. Knock, knock, knock. The girl knocked on the door, and a weak woman's voice came from inside. Please come in. Click. Xiao Yuxie, beaming with joy, led Jiang Qiu into the ward after unlocking the door. Mom, I've come to see you. This is my man, Jiang Qiu. The middle-aged woman, dressed in a hospital gown, struggled to sit up with her thin arms. Daughter. It's you back. Oh my, this young man is so handsome, come closer so Auntie can take a good look at him. Xiao Yuxie quickly went over to help her mother, saying, Mom, take it easy, your health is the most important thing. Jiang Qiu closed the door, placed the fruit basket on the bedside table, and sat down on the edge of the bed with a smile. Auntie, I'm Jiang Qiu. The middle-aged woman was pale and had sunken eyes. She was trying her best to force a smile, and her cloudy eyes were repeatedly scrutinizing the boy. Great. Knowing that someone will take care of me after the rain, I feel much more at ease. Xiao Yuxie smiled and took Jiang Qiu's hand. Mom, Jiang Qiu is so good to me. You can rest assured that he's my man. Seeing the two of them getting along so well, the middle-aged woman said in a trembling voice, Young man, if Yuxie is disobedient on weekdays, you'll have to be more lenient with me. This girl has had a hard life. She didn't receive much love from her parents growing up. She's always been very sensible and never caused us any trouble. Over the years, the person I feel most sorry for is this girl. As long as you two can be well and loving every day. Mom is completely content. Mom. With tears welling in her eyes, Xiaoyu held her mother's withered and aged hand tightly with her other hand. Jiang Qiu replied earnestly, Auntie, please rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Yuxie. The middle-aged woman pulled the two of them into her arms. Okay, it's better for our family to be well than anything else. As she was leaving, Xiao Yuxie wiped away her tears and reluctantly said goodbye to her mother. After visiting her mother, the girl became much more obedient. She only wanted to be with Jiang Qiu all the time, so that the two of them would never be apart. As they boarded the express train back, Xiao Yuxie's adorable little eyes would occasionally drift towards Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu understood immediately and gently pulled the girl into his arms, embracing her delicate body with both hands. Jiang Qiu, what shall we eat later? I'm a little hungry. Xiao Yuxie said this to show weakness and let Jiang Qiu take the initiative in their relationship. Because I was too assertive yesterday, no guy likes a girl who never knows how to show weakness. After all, competitiveness is in a man's nature. How about, we go get some porridge? The girl thought for a moment, then suddenly leaned close to the other's ear and asked, Brother Jiang Qiu, is this porridge properly made? Jiang Qiu was stunned. What's wrong with you? I meant we should go eat some steamed buns and drink some porridge or something. The girl winked mischievously, but I feel like this doesn't seem quite right. The driver couldn't hear what the two were saying. He was focused on driving fast. Jiang Qiu was getting a headache. The girl was clearly teasing him on purpose. Stop fooling around when the rain stops, how about we go get some boxed lunches? He. Okay, whatever you say, Jiang Qiu. It was already 11 o'clock when we got back to Liaoshan City. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Just then, Jiang Qiu's phone rang. After verifying the other party's identity, Jiang Qiu turned on speakerphone and answered the call. Hey. As soon as the call connected, a soft, girlish voice came from the other end. Xiao Yuxie moved swiftly, snatching the phone and shouting into the other end, Hey, who are you now? I'm officially informing you that Jiang Qiu is my man. Please don't harass Jiang Qiu again, or I won't let you get away with this. After a few seconds of silence, a burst of laughter suddenly came from the other end of the phone. Jiang Qiu frowned and gestured for the girl to look at the phone's contact name. The moment Xiao Yuxie opened her phone, she felt a chill run down her spine and was so embarrassed she wanted to disappear. But what I saw were two large characters clearly marked on it, my dear sister. Ha 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 ha. Jiang Qiu, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Ha 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 ha. I've been fighting monsters these past few days and haven't had time to keep up with the news. I found out today that there was an E-level beast-tide attack in our area a few days ago, so I thought I'd come and ask you how things are now. I didn't expect, you're living a pretty comfortable life. Xiaoyu exclaimed in surprise and quickly returned the phone to Jiang Qiu, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple. How can she be your own sister? I. Jiang Qiu gently patted the girl's head. Sis, I'm doing fine here. How are things on your end? I'm doing alright, it's just that I get a little bored sometimes and can't call my relatives often. By the way, sis, I'm now a student at the North Academy of Illusion Masters. Oh? Then you'd better work hard to come to our central hospital. Your sister misses you very much. If you can get into the central court, I can give you a reward. Chapter 20 Joint Teaching Mode. Jiang Qiu rolled her eyes. Sis, stop joking. I'm not kidding you, by the way. What's that girl's name? She's so cute, give her the phone right away. TCH. Taking the phone, Xiao Yushi stammered, Sister, hello sister. Little girl, what's your name? My name is Xiao Yuxie. What a great name. If Jiang Qiu ever bullies you in the future, just come to me and tell on him. I'll definitely teach him a lesson for you. Xiao Yuxie glanced at Jiang Qiu, who was standing to the side, and pursed his lips. Okay. I understand. At Jiang Mingyue's insistence, the two women added the green bubble account. The call ended shortly thereafter. Xiao Yuxie smiled happily and slowly handed the phone back to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, you didn't even remind me. You made me look bad in front of your sister. Jiang Qiu casually put the phone into his pocket. I'm not treating you like an outsider, otherwise why would I dare to turn on speakerphone in front of you? Xiao Yuxie snorted lightly, you're smart enough to know what's good for you. Come on, let's go have lunch together. After lunch, Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie returned to their rented room to focus on absorbing the crystal cores. After advancing to the second-tier illusion master, their physical abilities were greatly improved, and absorbing C-grade crystal cores was no longer as painful as before. However, in order to improve his cultivation level as soon as possible, Jiang Qiu specially exchanged 20 B-grade crystal cores in the system for absorption. 1 grade B crystal core is equivalent to 10 crystal core points. Advancing to the third tier requires 100 points. 10 crystal cores per person are just enough for Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie to advance to the third tier of Illusion Master. Grade B crystal cores contain several times more energy than Grade C crystal cores. Despite the immense pain, the two absorbed 2 Grade B crystal cores each during their final weekend. Monday morning. Jiang Qiu arrived at class 4 of the new students as usual, and the class teacher, Qi Ruifeng, arrived at the classroom early. Jiang Qiu randomly chose a seat in the first 3 rows and was surprised to find that Wang Hong was much more well-behaved today. When most of the students had arrived, Qi Ruifeng stood up and said to everyone, Students, in order to encourage interaction among freshmen, the college has specially changed today's class to a joint class format. Upon hearing this, the students looked at each other in disbelief. Joint teaching mode? What does this mean? Qi Ruifeng coughed lightly. The joint teaching mode means that Class 1 and Class 2 have classes together, and Class 4 and Class 3 have classes together. Today's lesson is a team competition, with 2 people per group. You can form teams freely. The group that wins the first 3 sparring matches is considered to have completed the task and can end today's learning session directly. Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow. So? I can be paired with you, Xia? After explaining the basic rules, Qi Ruifeng smiled and said, Students, please come outside and gather now. Under the teacher's guidance, the students of Class 4 gradually left their classrooms and arrived at the designated competition area. The students of Class 3 had come out earlier and were already prepared there. Jiang Qiu spotted Xiao Yuxie in the crowd at a glance. Xiao Yuxie was wearing a black school uniform and was waving excitedly at him. There is no doubt that the two will team up together. If Jiang Qiu dares to team up with other people, the girl will definitely not let him off easily tonight. Jiang Qiu jogged over to the girl's side. Xia, it seems you've heard about today's class schedule too. Of course. We're the perfect team, winning the game is a piece of cake. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu chuckled mischievously and teased the girl's delicate nose with his finger. Ugh, how annoying. In the distance, Wang Hong silently watched the scene. Those 2 scoundrels really are having an affair. I never imagined that I, Wang Hong, would be framed by 2 villains. No, I must avenge this. Just wait until I hire a tough thug to teach you a lesson. With this in mind, Wang Hong stopped lingering and began searching for his preferred team members. The homeroom teacher of Class 3 was a middle-aged female teacher who wore glasses. She was 1.64 meters tall and was wearing black stockings and high heels. Upon meeting Qi Ruifeng, the two shook hands politely. Professor Zhuang Yan, it's a pleasure to meet you. Teacher Ru Weifeng, it is an honor to conduct joint teaching with your class. Professor Zhuang Yan, you are too kind. The female teacher named Zhuang Yan started by praising Qi Ru Weifeng in various ways. Anyone with eyes could see that she had some romantic feelings for Qi Ru Weifeng. After all, Qi Ru Weifeng is tall and handsome, and there are rumors that he's a muscular guy at the gym. Such a mature and charming man is the perfect choice for a middle-aged single woman like Zhuang Yan. After a brief conversation, Qi Ru Weifeng addressed the group, saying, "Now we'll begin the free group formation. Students who have chosen their teams, please report to us. Once you have registered, you can proceed to the training grounds to spar with other groups. The first group to win 3 matches will be considered to have completed today's learning objectives." As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd erupted into chaos, like ants on a hot pan. The students from both classes searched everywhere for their group members, but since they didn't know most of them, they ended up looking for their usual friends. Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie walked hand in hand to the 2 teachers. "Teacher, we want to team up." Qi Ru Weifeng wrote down the 2 names with his pen. "Alright, you 2 can go in now. I wish you good luck in your competition later." There were a total of 8 battle stages in the competition venue. Jiang Qiu and his companion were the first group to register, so they simply chose the nearest one. The 2 had a simple idea: as long as they stayed on the fighting platform, there would be a constant stream of opponents coming to challenge them. That way, we can finish today's lessons very quickly. Sure enough, before the 2 could exchange more than a few words, 2 boys resolutely stepped onto the battle stage. The 2 boys noticed that there was a girl in Jiang Qiu's group, so they decided to start by targeting the 2 girls. Little did they know, Jiang Qiu, who appeared to be a student in Class 4, actually possessed an SSS-level Crimson God talent, while the 2 boys were only D-level, making him utterly superior in comparison. "Hey classmate, let's have a competition between our 2 groups." Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie exchanged a glance and replied in unison, "Okay." The battle quickly broke out. One boy rushed forward, controlling Fire Element to swirl around his fists. The other boy controlled Earth Element, casting a shield on his opponent. One attacking and one defending, a very good combination. It's easy to see that the 2 are close friends. Although they are both first-tier illusionists, they can cooperate so well. However, Jiang Qiu silently recited the words "Heavenly Desolation Finger" in his heart, and his 10 fingers instantly became crystal clear. If one did not look closely, others might not have noticed this change. Faced with the boys' all-out attack, Jiang Qiu acted as if it were none of his business. The fire elemental boy sneered inwardly, "This guy must be so focused on falling in love that he hasn't even mastered the most basic elemental control. Although this is very unfair to you, it's all part of the coursework. Please forgive me for giving it my all from now on. Take this." The fire elemental youth unleashed a punch, and Jiang Qiu, looking at the tiny flame that was less than a third the size of long fans, lazily yawned. Smack! A slap, carrying unstoppable force, shattered the earth elemental shield in an instant. The fire elemental boy took the blow head-on and was immediately knocked unconscious. The earth elemental boy not far away was even a little taken aback. "No, this is impossible. How could my earth-type defensive shield be so weak? The opponent didn't even use their abilities just now. Something's wrong, there's definitely something wrong. Li Chao, are you fucking acting against me?" Chapter 21 One punch shatters Wang Hangming's dream. The earth elemental boy was furious. He never expected his best friend to impersonate him. How could he possibly compete with that? He only has one defensive ability, and now even his strongest helper has been knocked unconscious. There is absolutely no chance of winning against 2 opponents. Left with no other choice, the boy was forced to admit defeat. Xiao Yuxie and Jiang Qiu exchanged a glance and gave each other a high five in unison. "Wow, brother Jiang Qiu is so awesome, I'm already your little fangirl." Jiang Qiu waved his hand, "It's nothing." After the earth elemental boy dragged his companion off the battle platform, 2 more boys stepped forward. Xiao Yuxie quickly recognized the 2 of them and whispered a reminder in Jiang Qiu's ear. "Jiang Qiu, be careful. These 2 boys are from our class 3, and they seem to have become second-tier illusion masters. I wonder what kind of abilities they possess." Jiang Qiu held Xiao Yuxia's slender hand. "Don't worry, I won't be careless. Besides, don't I still have you?" Xiao Yuxia shook her head. "Although my water shield can withstand 5 E-level attacks, it can only withstand 1 C-level attack at most. Jiang Qiu, you still need to be careful." Jiang Qiu nodded slightly. Yes. I understand. Two teenagers walked up to Zhang Qiu and his companion. One of them spoke first. My name is Yi Tian, and this is my companion Su Hao. May I ask what cultivation level you are at now? Zhang Qiu calmly replied, second-tier illusionist. Yi Tian laughed and said, perfect timing, we are also second-tier illusion masters, why don't we have a sparring match between our two groups? No problem. Yi Tian and Su Hao took a few steps back and began to prepare their attack. One of them possesses a light-based talent, while the other has a wind-based talent. This is a completely new combination, and both Zhang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie are paying close attention to it. As soon as the competition began, Xiao Yuxie cast a water shield on Zhang Qiu. Blue water rippled around the boy, forming a mysterious and fantastical protective shield. At the same time, Yi Tian on the other side also made his move. Yi Tian flipped his hand, and a dazzling ball of light was thrown over. When the ball of light was only 2 meters away from Zhang Qiu, a crisp snap of fingers rang out, and the ball of light shattered into countless rays of light. Before Zhang Qiu could react, his vision was already enveloped by an endless white light, and he could no longer see anything. Zhang Qiu exclaimed inwardly, holy crap! They even have flashbang abilities? A strong feeling of dizziness came from his eyes, and Zhang Qiu instinctively closed them tightly. The boy named Su Hao seized the opportunity and used his wind-based abilities to appear directly in front of Zhang Qiu in an instant. The boy delivered a powerful punch to Zhang Qiu's chest. Without the strong protection of Xiao Yuxi's water shield, Zhang Qiu would have been completely rendered unconscious. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs in this world. 3 seconds later, Zhang Qiu regained his vision and slapped Su Hao across the face, knocking him unconscious. Yi Tian was dumbfounded by this scene, but reality is just that cruel. Even though his opponent didn't use any elemental abilities, he was able to knock Su Hao, a second-tier illusionist, unconscious with a single slap. Is the other party a monster? Yi Tian had no idea. Seeing Su Hao fall to the ground and not get up, Yi Tian had no choice but to surrender. In just a few minutes, Zhang Qiu and Xiao Yuxi's team won 2 matches. You're just one step away from completing the course. Zhang Qiu's SSS-level talent lived up to its name, and he was increasingly looking forward to awakening other god-level abilities. Clap clap clap. Applause rang out, and Zhang Qiu looked over to see an old acquaintance Wang Hen. Hey, you two are working together pretty well. Too bad, you've run into me. Xiao Yuxie rolled her eyes dismissively. Wang Heng, you shouldn't be getting involved. You can't even handle me, yet you want to challenge our brother Zhang Qiu? Hearing the girl's provocation, Wang Heng gritted his teeth in anger. Fine, very well. Today I'll teach you a lesson and show you what real strength is. Shui Yang, let's go. As soon as he finished speaking, a strong man who was 185 centimeters tall walked over. He was a muscular hunk, with forearms that were even thicker than Zhang Qiu's thighs. Xiao Yuxie covered her mouth in surprise. It's actually Shui Yang, the strongest student in our class 3? Wang Heng said smugly, that's right. Today I'll make sure you two regret it. Zhang Qiu couldn't help but feel a little puzzled. The rain has stopped. What is the background of this Shui Yang? Xiao Yuxie frowned. In order to quickly improve his cultivation level, Shui Yang absorbed more than 150 E-grade crystal cores in just 1 week. He is now a 3rd-tier illusion master. Although in the long run, this method of cultivation is tantamount to wasting 2 abilities, the opponent's physique is already so powerful that no one among the new students can rival him. Zhang Qiu, if it really doesn't work out, let's just admit defeat in this match. Xiao Yuxie wasn't afraid that her man couldn't beat his opponent, it was just that Shui Yang possessed 2 abilities, both of which were based on strength. Her water shield could only withstand 1 sea-level attack. If Zhang Qiu were accidentally injured by Shui Yang, the girl would be very distressed. Zhang Qiu knew Xiao Yuxie's concerns, so he smiled and gently stroked her cheek. The rain has stopped, believe me. I can do it. Xiao Yuxie slowly raised her head and replied firmly, yes. I will always believe in you, Zhang Qiu, you can definitely do it. Wang Heng, watching from a distance, couldn't stand it any longer. Hey! Are you two still fighting or not? If not, just admit defeat and don't waste my precious time. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu shouted in response, fine, let's fight. With both sides ready, Wang Heng glared fiercely at the two of them, and Xiao Yuxie glared back defiantly. Zhang Qiu once again used his god-level ability, Heavenly Desolation Finger, and his 10 fingers instantly became crystal clear, like beautiful jade. Shui Yang glanced at Zhang Qiu, strange, this kid actually wants to withstand my attack with his bare body? Interesting. Without further hesitation, Shui Yang simultaneously unleashed his two light-based abilities Bear Soul Fist and Tiger Soul Palm. Shui Yang's ability is quite unique, it is a rare power. Shui Yang charged towards Jiang Qiu with the ferocity of a bear and a tiger. Wang Hong watched quietly from behind, showing no intention of intervening. Water Shield. Ripples spread from Jiang Qiu's body, forming a mysterious and fantastical protective shield. This was all Xiao Yuxie could do for Jiang Qiu. Now it all depends on Jiang Qiu. I hope Jiang Qiu doesn't get hurt. On the other hand, Jiang Qiu did not retreat but launched a counterattack, using his legs to propel his entire body forward like a spring. Well done. Take this. Facing Jiang Qiu's direct confrontation, Shui Yang was overjoyed. This was the moment he had been waiting for. However, when the two were only 3 meters apart, Jiang Qiu suddenly changed direction and slid into Shui Yang's side. Shui Yang's body weight was too great, and even if he wanted to turn around, it was already too late. Jiang Qiu seized this crucial opportunity and delivered a powerful punch to Shui Yang's ribs. A powerful shockwave emanated from every part of Shui Yang's body. This was the enhanced Heavenly Desolation Finger ability, and its shockwave impact was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, Shui Yang lost all fighting spirit, his body collapsed to the ground, and he showed no sign of getting up. Wang Hong was dumbfounded. Wait, Shui Yang, are you really that strong? I didn't waste that 10,000 yuan. Seeing Jiang Qiu closing in on him step by step, Wang Hong was completely terrified. I won't fight anymore. I surrender. Jiang Qiu sneered before finally letting the other party go. Yay! We won! Xiao Yuxie excitedly ran over, hugged Jiang Qiu, and kissed him twice. Jiang Qiudu was embarrassed by the girl's words. Yuxia, look how happy you are. Xiao Yu said smugly, that's right, just look how amazing my man is. Beating this little Wang Hong was a piece of cake. At this point, Xiao Yuxia deliberately rolled her eyes at Wang Hong in a provocative manner. Wang Hong was filled with rage, but he quickly revealed a wicked smile. Keep laughing, you two, keep laughing. I'll see if you can still laugh tonight. Chapter 22 The Despicable Wang Hong, Xiao Yuxie, a rabbit entering a tiger's den. After winning 3 consecutive matches, Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie walked up to their teacher. Teacher, we've already won 3 matches. The 2 teachers looked at the two in surprise. The teams haven't even finished forming yet, and you've already completed the task? After Jiang Qiu told Shi Ruifeng about the whole competition, Shi Ruifeng glanced at the 3 boys who were falling asleep as soon as they lay down in the competition area and immediately had a good impression of Jiang Qiu. Then, you can leave here now. Okay. Thank you, teacher. Amidst the gasps of astonishment, Xiao Yuxie led Jiang Qiu away hastily. On the other side, Class 1 and Class 2 were also conducting joint classes. Xia Lingfeng's injuries have been fully healed. Today, he is wearing a deep blue robe and has long, flowing light blue hair. He is smiling as he approaches Luo Shinro. Miss Shinro, why don't you and I team up? I'm sure no one can defeat us. Before Xia Lingfeng could finish speaking, Luo Shinro left the spot. The whole process was swift and decisive, without uttering a single word to Xia Lingfeng. Luo Shinro walked up to her homeroom teacher and said, Teacher, I want to form a team by myself. The 2 teachers looked at Luo Shinro with complicated expressions. This woman is exceptionally talented and powerful, yet she always prefers to work alone. Imagine how dazzling a girl as outstanding as her would be if she had a well-coordinated team. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 asked reluctantly, Are you really going to team up alone? The girl nodded, her attitude leaving no room for argument. As expected, in just a short while, Luo Shinro defeated all 3 groups on her own. The opponent's superb swordsmanship was as if it were a gift from heaven, something he was born with, and it was simply perfect and impeccable. Even when her opponents tried to make things difficult for her, Luo Shinro was able to handle them calmly and neutralize all their moves. Watching Luo Shinro's receding figure, the teacher of Class 1 sighed helplessly. Sigh, she is, after all, a young lady of the Luo family. It's only natural that she has a bit of a temper. The camera then returns to Jiang Qiu's side. Xiao Yuxie wouldn't let a whole day go to waste naturally, she wanted to spend time with Jiang Qiu cultivating their relationship. The 2 returned to the rented room. The girl took off her clothes, wearing only a bath towel and a white see-through bra, and ran into the bathroom. Before entering the bathroom, Xiao Yuxie gave Jiang Qiu a knowing look, then shyly entered the bathroom and locked the door behind her. Zhang Qiu, sitting on the sofa, looked ashen-faced. I really don't know where this little girl gets so much energy all day long. Am I just too useless? Bored, Zhang Qiu decided to bother the system for a while. System, are you a woman? Ding, no comment. Hiss, why are you like this? We're such good friends, how could you keep this from me? Ding, you'll find out someday. Zhang Qiu pressed on, could you tell me in advance what the next ability is? I'm really itching to find out. Ding, no comment. Zhang Qiu was speechless. What's the point of having your system? Ding, Heavenly Desolation Finger ability being reclaimed. System, I was wrong. Thump. Zhang Qiu knelt directly on the ground, demonstrating his ability to be both flexible and resilient. After 10 seconds of silence. Ding, don't call me dad. Zhang Qiu was stunned upon hearing this. You want me to call you mom? Sorry, I don't play tile-making games. Just then, the bathroom door was opened from the inside. Xiao Yuxie was enveloped in white steam, looking as beautiful as a mermaid princess, her voluptuous figure alluring and tempting. Zhang Qiu, what are you doing out there? I didn't expect you to be even more eager than me. Seeing this, Zhang Qiu hurriedly crawled away as fast as he could. Girl, don't come any closer. 2 hours later. Xiao Yuxie looked at Zhang Qiu in her arms with a mischievous smile. The other person was extremely cute at the moment, as docile as a baby. Zhang Qiu, this house is only so big, where else can you climb? You were caught by me anyway. Zhang Qiu said weakly, the rain has stopped. I protest. I request 3 days off. Xiao Yuxie narrowed her eyes and grabbed the unconscious little Zhang Qiu. Oh? What did you just say? Zhang Qiu shuddered. I just said you're so beautiful, madam. Xiao Yuxie then released her slender hand, you're smart to know what's good for you. Zhang Qiu silently wept in his heart, having this woman as a wife would shorten my life by 10 years. In the evening, Xiao Yuxie knew that this was not good for Zhang Qiu's health, so she went out to buy some good food to nourish Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu stayed in the room, focusing intently on absorbing the crystal core. Not long after she stepped out the door, the girl suddenly received a phone call from an unknown number. Ding ding ding, ding ding ding. Xiao Yuxie answered the phone. Hello, who is this? A familiar voice came from the other end of the phone. Xiao Yuxie, your brother has been missing you a lot lately. Xiao Yuxie frowned deeply. Wang Hong? How did you get my contact information? Tell me. What mischief are you planning to do now? TSK, Xiao Yuxie, don't be in such a hurry. Take a look at this photo I sent you first. Do you recognize the people in this picture? Xiao Yuxie turned on the screen with a puzzled look and found an unfamiliar message. Upon opening the message, the girl was immediately terrified. Wan Heng. What exactly do you want? If you have the guts, come at me. What kind of guts are you to cause trouble for my mother? The person on the other end of the phone persisted. You saw the woman in the photo, right? My men are taking good care of her now. I just don't know how you plan to repay my good intentions? Xiao Yuxie's chest heaved with anger. Explain yourself clearly. What do you want me to do? And don't you dare bully my mother. Wang Heng sneered a few times. Don't worry, as long as you behave, your mother will be fine. I need you to come to this address I'm sending you within 10 minutes. You are not allowed to bring any people or electronic devices. If I find out. Xiao Yuxie gritted her teeth and said, you're shameless. Ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuxie, the path is right in front of you. Do you want my people to take care of your mother in the ward, or do you want to come and stay with me? The choice is yours. After saying that, the person on the other end of the phone hung up. Xiao Yuxie's heart pounded. She never expected that Wang Heng would send someone to follow her all the way to her mother's residence. What should I do? Who can help me? Looking at the address sent by the unfamiliar message hotel, room 306. The girl knew she was likely in trouble tonight. Zhang Qiu, I'm sorry. Seeing that time was running out, Xiao Yuxie didn't hesitate any longer, put down her phone, and hailed a ride-hailing service on the roadside. Driver, to the hotel. Sitting in the car, watching the street scenes rushing past the window, the girl's eyes welled up with tears. If Zhang Qiu were told about this, he would definitely join in making trouble for Wang Heng. By then. What should I do about my own mother? As time ticked by, Xiao Yuxie grew increasingly uneasy. Do I really have to accept this fate? 5 minutes later, the express car stopped at its destination. Xiao Yuxie, wearing black flip-flops, hurried towards the agreed location. The girl arrived at room 306, where Wang Han was sitting on the bed, staring at the beautiful girl outside the door with a mocking expression. Oh, so you really do miss your brother. Come in quickly, I'm going to have a glamorous night tonight. Xiao Yuxia's hands clenched until they turned purple, but she was completely helpless against Wang Han. Seeing that Wang Hang's fat hand was about to touch her delicate body, Xiao Yuxia quickly stopped him, saying, "Wait. Oh? What other tricks are you planning to pull? Don't forget. I have leverage over you." At that moment, 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down the corners of the girl's eyes, and Xiao Yuxia sighed in despair. You should go take a shower first." Wang Hong didn't press the matter further. After all, what he wanted most was for Xiao Yuxia to willingly submit to him. Only then could he truly resolve the hatred that had been building up in his heart these past few days. All right. I'm warning you now, if you try anything funny later, don't blame me for being ruthless. After saying that, Wang Hong, who was covered in fat, grabbed a bath towel from the bed and went into the bathroom alone. The sound of rushing water followed, and Xiao Yuxia curled up on the bed, her face streaked with tears. Jiang Qiu, save me. Chapter 23. Jiang Qiu saves the day. Xiao Yuxia's attitude towards Luo Xinro changes. 10 minutes later, the sound of running water stopped. Wang Hong emerged from the bathroom with an extremely lewd smile on his face. Xiao Yuxia, weren't you very arrogant during the day? Keep rolling your eyes at me. Come on. Xiao Yuxia on the bed had already cried her eyes out. At this moment, she looked at Wang Hong pitifully. Even if she was unwilling, what could she do? Wang Hong walked towards the girl step by step. Xiao Yuxia was about to step back when she heard Wang Hong say, "If you step back even a little, I'll call my men to take care of her." No. Before Wang Hong could finish speaking, Xiao Yuxia had already foreseen her fate and dared not struggle any longer. That's more like it. A beautiful girl like you should be obedient. I'll be gentle with you later. Wang Hong brought his fat face close to the girl's jade-like feet, closed his eyes, and took a deep breath. This faint, peculiar smell, truly top quality. Ah ha 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 ha. Xiao Yuxia, brother, I'm here. Just as Wang Han was about to make a move, he found himself blocked by a thin layer of water, unable to touch the girl at all. It turned out that Xiao Yuxia really couldn't bear to give in to the other party, and at the critical moment, she used a water shield on herself. Wang Hong was furious. Xiao Yuxia. Since you're so heartless, don't blame me for being ruthless too. Just then, the door was suddenly blasted into the room by a powerful force, hitting Wang Hong squarely on the back. Wang Hong collapsed to the ground in pain, his whole body rolling around in agony. Who is it? Which beast is it? Upon seeing the person outside the door, Xiao Yuxia's eyes lit up. The person who arrived was none other than Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu. Come save me. Wang Hong, lying on the ground, flew into a rage. Jiang Qiu. It's you again. It's you again. At this moment, Jiang Qiu's eyes were filled with murderous intent, and his 10 fingers were clenched so tightly they were cracking. Wang Hong, I never thought you were so despicable. You actually dared to make a move on Yuxia's mother. Are you even human? Wang Hong laughed wildly. Jiang Qiu, come on then, come on if you dare. I've already discussed this with my men. If I don't reply to their messages within 10 minutes, without asking why, we'll take action against that woman. I'd like to see if my fate is stronger, or that middle-aged woman's. No. Xiao Yuxia wept uncontrollably, looking at Jiang Qiu with a complex expression. Jiang Qiu, save my mother. She's innocent. Jiang Qiu smiled slightly at Xiao Yuxia. Yuxia, don't worry. I've already taken care of things with Auntie. What? Xiao Yuxia and Wang Hong exclaimed in surprise at the same time, only to see Jiang Qiu calmly open his phone and dial a number. Beep. A few seconds later, the call was answered. A calm, girlish voice came from the other end of the phone. Hey, Jiang Qiu. Shinro, have you sorted things out with Yuxia's mother? The sound of helicopter rotors could be heard continuously from the other end of the phone. Luo Xinro said calmly, don't worry, it's all taken care of. All 6 accomplices have been taken into custody by the men my father sent. I will send people to protect you CIS mother 24 hours a day and transfer her to our Luo family's private hospital tomorrow morning. All treatment arrangements will be carried out according to the highest standards. Upon hearing the voice on the other end of the phone, Wang Heng's vision went black and his brain was filled with a constant buzzing sound. No, this is impossible. Those 6 people are all third-tier illusion masters, how could this be? Undeterred, Wang Heng turned on his phone and dialed his subordinates one by one. However, I dialed all 6 numbers, but no one answered. Oh no, oh no. Upon learning that her mother was safe and sound, Xiao Yushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luo Shinro, I never expected it to be you. Now that he had no worries, Zhang Qiu grabbed Wang Heng from the ground and started bombarding his face with insults. One punch. Another punch. The storm-like attack left Wang Heng unrecognizable, and even knocked out several of his teeth. No, please spare me. I was wrong. I really know. Wrong, wrong. Bang. Bang bang bang. Bang. In order to teach his opponent a lesson, Zhang Qiu did not use the Heavenly Desolation Finger ability, but relied solely on his own physical strength as a second-level illusion master to beat Wang Heng until his eyes rolled back in his head. Killing him too easily would not quell Zhang Qiu's deep hatred. The longest and most painful torment is to keep the other person living in your shadow forever. Zhang Qiu beat him for a full 2 minutes. During this time, Wang Heng was even woken up from his unconscious state several times, but Zhang Qiu ruthlessly knocked him back into unconsciousness each time. 2 minutes later, Zhang Qiu went into the bathroom and washed the blood off his hands with water. Xiao Yuxia put on her shoes and came to the bathroom, waiting for Zhang Qiu with mixed feelings. Upon seeing Zhang Qiu emerge, the girl apologized. Zhang Qiu, I'm sorry. Zhang Qiu gently patted the girl's head. Don't say things like that after the rain. I know your concerns. If I were in your shoes, I would make the same choice and bear this alone. You're a very strong girl. But don't forget, you still have me. I'll always be your strongest support. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu burst into tears and tightly embraced Zhang Qiu. Wah! Zhang Qiu, I was so scared just now. I thought I'd never see you again. I thought I was going to become impure. I really miss you so much. After calming Xiao Yuxia down, Zhang Qiu carried the girl out of the hotel. On the way, Zhang Qiu asked the girl, after the rain, can I make another phone call to Luo Shinro? Xiao Yuxia nodded decisively without hesitation. Shinro saved my mother, and she is my good friend now. Of course you two can call each other. Considering that Zhang Qiu was holding her and had no free hands, Xiao Yuxia took the phone from Zhang Qiu's pocket and personally dialed Luo Shinro's number for him. Hey, Zhang Qiu. It was that calm yet unforgettable voice again. After turning on speakerphone, the girl held the phone to Zhang Qiu's ear. Shinro, thank you for your hard work tonight. Outside Tianrong Hospital, Luochuan City. Luo Shinro sat in the private helicopter, a rare slight upturn at the corners of her mouth. 15 minutes ago, Luo Shinro received a distress call from Zhang Qiu and immediately called her father. Dad, my friend's mother has had an accident. They're sending a helicopter to pick me up right now. Location, room 403, Tianrong Hospital, Luochuan City. Luo Shinro's father took this matter very seriously and immediately dispatched all of his subordinates from Luochuan City. 5 minutes later, 70 neatly arranged Rolls-Royces rushed to Tianrong Hospital. Each vehicle was equipped with 3 professionally trained 4th-tier spirit masters, who brought the entire hospital under control in less than half a minute. Shortly afterward, Luo Shinro also traveled by high-speed helicopter to Tianrong Hospital to check on the situation. This is the formidable power of the Luo family. Looking across the entire country, there are very few that can rival it. Luo Shinro replied, You're welcome. I already owe you a favor. On the other end of the phone, Shinro, I've had a request for you, but I haven't had a chance to ask you about it yet. Please speak. Ahem, so, could you join my illusionist team? Upon hearing this, Luo Shinro subconsciously looked up at the full moon in the sky. The night is so clear, and the huge full moon stands tall in the sky, like a giant jade plate hanging high in the heavens. After a moment of silence, Luo Shinro slowly closed her eyes. Okay, I promise you. Chapter 24 Generous Spending. The following day at noon. As soon as the lunch break bell rang, Zhang Qiu rushed out of the classroom. At the entrance of Class 4, 2 stunningly beautiful girls, carrying handbags, were quietly waiting for someone. Upon seeing Zhang Qiu, the two waved to each other simultaneously. Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu. Indeed, it was Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro. Xiao Yuxie was dressed formally today, a black and white school uniform, black knee-high socks, and a pair of black sneakers. It exudes youthful energy inside and out. Beside Xiao Yuxie, Luo Xinro's attire appeared more dignified, a white floral dress paired with white socks and white sneakers. Jiang Qiu leaned closer, grinning mischievously, and asked, "You two goddesses wouldn't be waiting for me, would they?" Xiao Yuxie pouted, "Of course. Aren't you going to take us to get something to eat? My stomach is about to burst." Jiang Qiu looked at Luo Xinro beside him. "Xinro, what would you like to eat?" Xiao Yuxie also looked over. This morning, the girl learned the good news that her mother had been safely transferred to another hospital. Thanks to Luo Xinro's careful arrangements, Xiao Yuxie's mother received the most advanced medical technology. Regardless, I should thank the other party for their help. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xinro said softly, "I'll eat whatever you want to eat." "Let's go get some boxed lunches then." "Yay." The three of them entered the cafeteria. Jiang Qiu was about to order some cheap dishes when Luo Xinro stopped him with her slender hand. "Xinro, what's wrong?" But then Luo Xinro whispered to the cafeteria lady, "Please bring 1 serving of all the meat dishes here, and 1 serving of all the highly rated vegetarian dishes as well. This is an E-grade crystal core. No need to look for it anymore." This scene sent chills down the spines of the people waiting in line behind. Holy crap! How did she manage to say such amazing things in the calmest tone? Is this what they call the power of money? Not only the ordinary students, but even Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie were stunned for a moment. Xiao Yuxie gently took Luo Xinro's right hand and said, "Xinro, we can't possibly eat all this food." Luo Xinro smiled and shook her head. "As long as you enjoy your meal, that's enough." "Jiang Qiu, remember to eat plenty of meat later." Jiang Qiu quickly agreed, "Oh, okay." Under everyone's watchful eyes, 3 cafeteria workers took turns serving the hot dishes to the table. A total of 23 dishes and 3 servings of white rice filled almost the entire table. Luo Xinro placed her handbag beside her. "You two should eat quickly too. We'll go to training together this afternoon." Looking at the table full of food, Jiang Qiu was momentarily at a loss as to where to begin. "Although I also have a continuous supply of crystal cores, these crystal cores are all obtained illegally. Once outsiders discover them, they will inevitably arouse the envy of those with ulterior motives. But if I spend a lot of time with Luo Xinro, then these crystal cores make a reasonable explanation. After all, she's the young lady of the Luo family." Jiang Qiu thought to herself. Xiao Yuxie eagerly picked up her chopsticks. "Xinro, let's dig in." "Yes, eat as much as you want." Under Luo Xinro's warm hospitality, Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie enjoyed the meal immensely. "This is the first time I've ever enjoyed a meal so much." "Oh, enough said, I need to have a couple more bites of Kung Pao chicken." Seeing Jiang Qiu wolfing down his food, Luo Xinro smiled sweetly. Xiao Yuxie said with concern, "Jiang Qiu, eat slowly. We're not going to fight you for it. After the rain stops, you should eat heartily to truly enjoy your food. That way, the more you eat, the better it tastes." "Sha, I don't believe it." After lunch, the 3 rested for a while before arriving at the Jingxin Hall in the academy. The Tranquil Hall has 6 floors, with more than 20 partitions on each floor. This is a special place arranged by the Academy for the Illusion Masters to absorb crystal cores. The higher the floor, the stronger the tranquility incense becomes. The tranquil incense has the effect of calming the mind and focusing the spirit, which can make the illusionist more focused, thus improving the efficiency of absorbing crystal cores. It should be noted that there are numerous surveillance cameras in Jingxintang. If a phantom master fails to forcibly absorb a high-level crystal core, staff can arrive promptly to treat them. This is why Jiang Qiu allowed such a great place to go unused. After speaking with the staff, Luo Xinro led Jiang Qiu and the other person into a private room on the 4th floor. Freshmen can usually only choose their cubicles on the first 2 floors. The higher floors are reserved for upperclassmen. But Luo Xinro was the daughter of the Luo family, and these staff members dared not be disrespectful. Upon entering the cubicle, a faint, calming fragrance filled the air. This is an expensive fragrance, but Luo Xinro usually disdains using such cheap goods. Luo Xinro said, "Jiang Qiu, you should all be second-tier illusion masters. I have 30 B-grade crystal cores here, how about we split them equally?" Jiang Qiu declined, saying, "Xinro, you've already helped us so much, how can we accept your crystal core?" Luo Shinro smiled faintly. Now that we are in the same illusionist team, we should naturally improve and grow together. Jiang Qiu, what do you think? This. Jiang Qiu looked at Xiao Yuxie with a troubled expression. Seeing that the other party nodded slightly to him, Jiang Qiu sighed softly. Alright then, we'll reluctantly accept your kindness for now. Jiang Qiu reached out and took the crystal core from Luo Shinro, and their fingers touched briefly without their noticing. Luo Shinro's cheeks flushed slightly. She didn't know if Jiang Qiu had done it on purpose or accidentally. The three sat down to meditate and quickly entered a meditative state. Jiang Qiu held the B-grade crystal core in his hand, and gushing energy flowed from the crystal core into his body, forming a huge torrent that washed over every part of Jiang Qiu's body. This process is extremely painful. If it were a D-grade crystal core, it would be easy and unobstructed. But this is a B-grade crystal core, and its energy is incomparable. Grade B crystal cores represent the highest level a second-tier illusionist can afford, and most people don't use this method of advancement, mainly because it's too expensive. Unfortunately, Luo Shinro is never short of money, and Jiang Qiu also has a cheat-like exchange system. Under the influence of the tranquilizing incense, the three of them absorbed 2 grade B crystal cores each in just 2 hours. Luo Shinro opened her beautiful eyes and asked Jiang Qiu, it takes 100 crystal core points to advance to the 3rd-tier illusion master. How many points have you absorbed so far? Jiang Qiu thought for a moment and replied, 40 crystal core points. Xiao Yuxie knew that Luo Shinro must have some plans, so she took the initiative to answer, I'm the same as Jiang Qiu. Luo Shinro pondered for a moment and said to the two of them, don't absorb the crystal cores anymore. Why? Jiang Qiu asked. Luo Shinro calmly said, the higher the level of a phantom master, the more abilities they have, and the more abundant their internal phantom energy becomes. In the short term, improving one's cultivation level is indeed the best choice. From a long-term perspective, we should pay more attention to the early development of the illusionist's qualities and practical training. A spirit master who only knows how to use his abilities randomly will never be as powerful as a spirit master who is experienced and skilled in combat. Jiang Qiu nodded thoughtfully. As expected of Shinro, her vision and perspective are beyond the reach of ordinary people. Xiao Yuxie asked, then how should we train? It's very simple, you just need to follow my instructions. Chapter 25 Hellish Training. A battleground for 2 girls. Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie exchanged a glance. Okay. After resting for a while, the two arrived at the playground of the Illusionist Academy, led by Luo Shinro. It's 3 p.m., and there are only a few people on the playground. Luo Shinro said to Jiang Qiu, let's practice running first. Let's run 10 laps today. Jiang Qiu looked at the 400-meter track and felt his heart sink. 10 laps? I don't want to. Xiao Yuxie asked in surprise, 10 laps? That's too many. I'm not going to run. Luo Shinro calmly replied, you don't have to run, Jiang Qiu and I will run together. You. Why should I, the person in charge, just stand by and watch as my man runs sweetly with another girl on the playground? How could Xiao Yuxie bear such humiliation? I'll run. 10 laps is nothing, I'm not giving up. After a quick warm-up, Luo Shinro took Jiang Qiu's hand and ran straight ahead along the track. Xiao Yuxie followed closely behind the two, turning all her dissatisfaction into motivation. Fortunately, Luo Shinro wasn't very fast, otherwise Xiao Yuxie might not have been able to keep up. After running for nearly 20 minutes, Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yu stopped, panting heavily. Luo Shinro, on the other hand, looked relaxed, as if she was already used to it. Jiang Qiu slumped onto the track. Phew, it's finally over. I haven't done this much training in ages. Xiao Yu was also exhausted and sat on the lawn, trying to catch her breath. Shinro, next time you run, you're not allowed to hold Jiang Qiu's hand. I'm not happy about it. Luo Shinro said willfully, then you don't have to watch it. Xiao Yuxie? Do you listen to what people say? In fact, if Luo Shinro hadn't secretly helped Jiang Qiu run, Jiang Qiu might not have been able to finish those 10 laps. Perhaps only Jiang Qiu, as the person involved, knows how much effort Luo Shinro put into her work. Her hands were so soft. Shinro, what kind of training are we going to do later? Luo Shinro looked at Jiang Qiu, who was lying on the ground, and knew perfectly well what he had just done. You and I will spar later. I've already sent someone to deliver the wooden swords for training. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu immediately felt as if he were facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Qiu had witnessed Luo Shinro's swordsmanship firsthand. She could effortlessly handle hundreds of demonic beasts single-handedly. Jiang Qiu himself was ashamed of his own lack of such courage. 10 minutes later, sure enough, 2 bodyguards in black rushed over with 5 wooden swords. These wooden swords are not only exquisitely crafted, but the wood used is also extremely precious. They feel as light as a feather in your hand and are effortless to wield. Xiao Yuxie became interested and carefully selected one from among them. Wow, this sword looks really nice, Shinro, can I take one? Yes, you can use these swords as you like. Yay! Luo Shinro took out 2 wooden swords and handed one to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, today's training is very simple. You just need to attack me. Jiang Qiu stood up and patted the dust off his backside. That's interesting. Shinro, you'd better be careful later, or I might hurt you. Luo Shinro smiled slightly. Jiang Qiu, don't underestimate me. Training began quickly, with Jiang Qiu holding a wooden sword, exuding an imposing aura. Xiao Yuxie sat not far away, curiously observing the two of them. I'm just a support-type illusionist. Let Jiang Qiu and the other 2 handle these fighting matters. Luo Shinro wielded the wooden sword in her hand, the sword moving like a dragon in a single, fluid motion. Jiang Qiu, let's begin. Good. Jiang Qiu moved swiftly, thrusting his sword fiercely towards Luo Shinro's body. However, bang! A crisp clanging sound rang out, and before Jiang Qiu could react, the wooden sword in his hand was sent flying by the girl's superb swordsmanship. Jiang Qiu was stunned. What exactly had just happened? Luo Shinro commented, your movements weren't decisive enough, and your strength was lacking. Jiang Qiu, just go all out. Jiang Qiu picked up the wooden sword from the ground, again. Bang! 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 She attacked more than 10 times in total, and each time the wooden sword was knocked away by the girl. Jiang Qiu was getting tired of playing. Seriously, how am I supposed to play this? Xiao Yuxie, who was not far away, also saw this and her mouth slightly agape. Luo Shinro is truly not to be underestimated. I never expected her swordsmanship to be so exquisite. At this moment, Luo Shinro gently put down the wooden sword, squatted down, and moved closer to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, don't be discouraged. Believe that one day, you will be able to withstand one of my sword strikes. After speaking, Luo Shinro placed Jiang Qiu's right hand on her long leg. Sure enough, the area between his thumb and forefinger was already bruised from the impact of the wooden sword. Upon seeing this scene, Xiao Yuxie, who was not far away, was shocked. Oh no, our base is about to be raided. Luo Shinro calmly took out a bottle of ointment and gently applied it to Jiang Qiu's wound. It stung slightly at first, but a refreshing coolness quickly followed. Jiang Qiu looked at Luo Shinro's earnest expression. The girl was as beautiful as an angel at that moment. Xiao Yuxie rushed over to the 2 of them. Jiang Qiu, my legs are so cool, it feels really comfortable to put them on. Upon hearing this, Luo Shinro glanced at Xiao Yuxie with a puzzled look. Ignoring the other person's gaze, Xiao Yuxie sat down next to Jiang Qiu and grabbed the boy's left hand, placing it on the softest part of his inner thigh. Being taken care of by 2 stunningly beautiful girls like this, Jiang Qiu's heart was pounding at 180 beats per minute. You 2 don't need to be so gentle with me. Shut up. Shut up. Jiang Qiu subconsciously swallowed. Why did the atmosphere feel a little off? The 2 girls stared at each other, Luo Shinro's eyes cold, and Xiao Yuxie's expression equally unfriendly. Jiang Qiu was sandwiched between them, in a state of calm before the storm. The 3 fell silent for a moment, the surroundings so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. This couldn't go on, so Jiang Qiu quickly came up with a brilliant plan. Jiang Qiu tentatively moved his hands, secretly teasing the 2 girls' long legs. The girls' faces gradually turned red, and eventually, they even looked radiant. A few minutes later, Jiang Qiu withdrew his hands from their legs at the same time, and Xiao Yuxie and Luo Shinro stood up and turned their bodies to the other side shyly. Xiao Yuxie, Jiang Qiuzhen is really something. In such a tense situation just now, he still dared to lay a hand on me. Luo Shinro, Jiang Qiu has never been very honest. It seems that his wounds have almost healed. To ease the tension, Jiang Qiu took the initiative to say, you 2 goddesses, don't take it so seriously. You are both the most beautiful girls I've ever seen. Why do you have to compare them? How about this, let's go get some ice cream together later. I heard there's a new ice cream shop nearby, and theirs is really good. Xiao Yuxie turned around and asked with a hint of disbelief, really? Of course. Well, all right then. I'm not a petty person, so I'll forgive you this time. Luo Shinro also looked over. Yes, I'll listen to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu breathed a long sigh of relief. Let's not delay, let's set off now. Chapter 26 shows some improvement, but not much. The three of them soak in a hot spring. Not long after, Xiao Yuxia stared happily at the strawberry-flavored deluxe ice cream in her hand. 3 scoops of ice cream were topped with rich chocolate chips, and one bite was incredibly satisfying. Jiang Qiu, this restaurant looks amazing. It looks incredibly delicious. Jiang Qiu rubbed Xiao Yuxia's head. Of course, my judgment is always right. Luo Shinro held the orange-flavored deluxe ice cream, opened her pink lips, and elegantly took a small bite. The rich aroma of orange blossoms between the girl's lips and teeth, while the silky smoothness of chocolate chips dances and tumbles on her nimble tongue. Luo Shinro smiled faintly, seemingly in a good mood. Jiang Qiu, would you like to try mine? Luo Shinro suddenly leaned close to Jiang Qiu's ear and asked softly in a delicate tone. Jiang Qiu looked over at the sound, a clear light flashed in the girl's beautiful eyes, and Luo Shinro's face was full of smiles. Shinro, if you like it, eat more. Oh. Seeing that the other party was somewhat dissatisfied, Jiang Qiu also rubbed Luo Shinro's head. Surprisingly, the usually aloof Luo Shinro did not resist at all. Instead, she closed her eyes in enjoyment, as obedient as a weak lamb. Xiao Yuxia, who was standing to the side, was a little jealous. Jiang Qiu, what are you and Xin doing? I'm clearly your good baby. Okay, Yuxia is the best girl. Poof. For the next 2 weeks, the three of them repeated the same routine every day, studying in the morning and training together in the afternoon. After half a month of training, Jiang Qiu was able to barely parry a few of Luo Shinro's sword strikes, and his physical flexibility had improved significantly. Moreover, Luo Shinro's relationship with Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxia is also constantly warming up. The two girls have now become good friends. Even if Jiang Qiu sometimes showed some favoritism towards Luo Shinro, Xiao Yuxia would turn a blind eye and wait until night to teach Jiang Qiu a lesson. That afternoon, Jiang Qiu and Luo Shinro, holding wooden swords, were training as usual. Shinro, I'm confident I can withstand 5 of your sword strikes today. Luo Shinro's lips curled up slightly. Alright, then let me see for myself. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl suddenly exerted her strength, her delicate body rapidly approaching Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu quickly assumed a defensive stance, raising his sword and pointing it towards the sky. The wooden sword danced in the girl's hand like a dragon, its shadow flashing and indistinguishable from reality. Jiang Qiu had anticipated this and thrust it fiercely towards the girl's chest. Little did they know, this was also Jiang Qiu's feint. However, Luo Shinro had already seen through Jiang Qiu's tactics. She pretended to defend, but actually took the opportunity to slash at Jiang Qiu's left rib. At this moment, Jiang Qiu had already unleashed a sword strike, but Luo Shinro easily dodged it by simply turning her body slightly to the side. Jiang Qiu immediately sensed something was wrong and had no choice but to passively adopt a defensive stance. Bang! 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 After 4 exchanges, Jiang Qiu's wooden sword was mercilessly knocked away by the earthquake. Luo Shinro did not stop there, but brandished the wooden sword in her hand, the tip of the sword pointing directly at Jiang Qiu's neck. There's been some progress, but not much. Jiang Qiu quickly raised his hands, pleading, "Heroine, spare my life." Luo Shinro burst out laughing. Luo Shinro retrieved the wooden sword and casually tossed it onto the lawn. That's enough training for today. Overall, Jiang Qiu, you've made a lot of progress. Jiang Qiu sat down on the ground dejectedly. What? I thought I could withstand 5 of your sword strikes. Xiao Yuxia quickly went to Jiang Qiu's side and massaged his shoulders and back to help him relax. Brother Jiang Qiu, don't be discouraged. I believe you can do it. Keep it up. Moi. Seeing the two's intimate actions, Luo Shinro felt a pang of sadness for some reason. Strange, what's wrong with me? After training, the three of them took a walk outside the campus. Xiao Yuxia suddenly suggested, how about, we all go soak in a hot spring together? There's a hot spring resort nearby. Spa? Jiang Qiu swallowed hard, wondering if he was going to end up with them. Seeing Jiang Qiu's infatuated expression, Xiao Yuxia covered her mouth with her hand and laughed. Jiang Qiu, I know exactly what kind of bad idea you're up to. Don't get the wrong idea, of course it's a hot spring with separate areas for men and women. Jiang Qiu pursed her lips. I wasn't thinking anything. I'm a gentleman. Right, Shinro? Luo Shinro thought about the little tricks Jiang Qiu had played on her these past few days, and chose to stand on Xiao Yuxia's side without comment. That's not necessarily true. Xiao Yuxia moved closer to the girl. Shinro, what do you think of soaking in a hot spring? That's fine too. The three arrived at the hot spring center. Jiang Qiu briefly said goodbye to the two men and went into the men's bath alone. Xiao Yuxia and Luo Shinro went to their respective wardrobes, took off all their clothes, and neatly folded them inside. Upon seeing Luo Shinro's curvaceous figure, Xiao Yuxia mischievously hugged her from behind. Hey! Rain stopped, what are you doing? Xiao Yuxia teased. Shinro, I didn't expect yours to be so big. I really couldn't tell from everyday life. The girl's pretty face flushed red instantly, and she was so shy that she looked like she was about to burst into tears. Stop making a fuss after the rain stops. Wow, it feels really good. Why didn't you tell me about something this important sooner? As they played and frolicked, the two stepped their slender legs into the scalding hot spring. The heat instantly enveloped their skin, as if dispelling even the chill in their hearts. After soaking for a full hour, the two women, dressed in loose bathrobes, went to the private rest area on the second floor. Inside the private room, Jiang Qiu looked at the two people with rosy cheeks and asked in confusion, Have you two been out in a daze? Why do your faces look so flushed? Luo Shinro quickly said shyly, It's all Yuxia's fault. Xiao Yuxia playfully stuck out her tongue, We really can't underestimate Shinro anymore. The rain has stopped, and you're still talking. Oh no! Shinro is angry. Brother Jiang Qiu, come protect me. Watching the two of them playfully frolicking in the room, Jiang Qiu felt as if he had entered paradise. You two goddesses should take a rest. If you accidentally slip off your yukatas later, I'll get a real eye-opener. Upon hearing this, Luo Shinro noticed that her bathrobe was almost falling below her shoulders. The girl quickly turned her back to Jiang Qiu and carefully straightened her clothes. Jiang Qiu, you've become quite bad lately. Jiang Qiu coughed lightly twice. Shinro, women love bad boys, right? Besides, you two are absolutely stunning. It would be abnormal for me not to react. Luo Shinro gave a soft hum, sat down next to Jiang Qiu, and glanced at him with a lingering look. Looking at the girl's long, slender legs, Jiang Qiu hesitated for a long time before forcibly suppressing his physical instincts. Jiang Qiu spoke first. Shinro, shouldn't we also go all out to strive for the third-tier illusion master? Luo Shinro calmly said, Well, that's fine. Let's use the next 3 days to absorb the crystal cores. Chapter 27 Jiang Qiu and Long Fan battle for supremacy on the court. Stunning girls vie to take care of them. Luo Shinro's first kiss. After soaking in the hot spring, the three of them returned to the school playground for a walk. This was Xiao Yuxia's idea, intended to make all the single people envious of Jiang Qiu. Two girls flanked Jiang Qiu, one on each side, so that no matter which way Jiang Qiu looked, he was greeted by a beautiful scenery. Jiang Qiu now has an urge to pull the two of them into his arms at any moment. Unfortunately, there were too many people on the playground. Doing this would not only attract gossip but also damage the reputations of the two girls. Xiao Yuxia stared at Jiang Qiu mischievously. Brother Jiang Qiu, why do you keep raising your hand and then lowering it? Could it be that he feels empty inside and wants to win the heart of a beauty? Brother Jiang Qiu is a true gentleman. A gentleman wouldn't do such a sneaky thing. Luo Shinro also realized Jiang Qiu's intentions, her face flushed with a smile that she couldn't hide. Jiang Qiu felt a strong urge to provoke Xiao Yuxia, but there was really nothing he could do about it. Stop teasing Jiang Qiu now that the rain has stopped. We came here for a walk, not to bully Jiang Qiu. Hearing Luo Shinro speak up for him, Jiang Qiu nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking at rice. That's right, Shinro still loves me the most. Yes, it seems that this poor thing, have finally fallen out of favor. Whether it was Xiao Yuxia's cuteness and allure or Luo Shinro's dignified elegance, they both attracted the attention of the vast majority of boys on the playground. Holy crap, those two girls are totally my goddesses. I really envy that guy in the middle. I wish I were him. I've got material for my dreams tonight. The three walked around the playground, and as they approached the basketball court, a voice called out, Jiang Qiu. Wanna play basketball? Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow after seeing who was speaking. Good heavens, it's Long Fan. Long Fan was wearing a bright red sports vest and sports shorts, and his whole body was soaked with sweat. It was halftime, and Long Fan happened to bump into Jiang Qiu and others who were taking a walk on the playground while he was taking a sip of water. Xiao Yuxia gestured to Luo Shinro, who immediately understood what he meant. Brother Jiang Qiu, I really want to see you play basketball. Yes. Jiang Qiu, I want to see it too. Okay, now I don't have to choose. Long Fan, I'm coming right now. Xiao Yuxia's plan worked, and he excitedly gave Luo Xinro a high five. Yay! The basketball court is the perfect place for boys to show off their charm, and the audience is mostly made up of the players' girlfriends, as well as some casual observers. As Jiang Qiu walked onto the court, everyone's attention was drawn to him. It wasn't that Jiang Qiu was particularly handsome, but rather that the two girls behind him were as beautiful as celestial fairies. Holy crap! These two goddesses came with this young man? I don't think so. They're clearly from completely different worlds. In my opinion, these two girls are most likely here to see Xia Lingfeng. After all, he's the young master of the Xia family. On the court, Xia Lingfeng couldn't help but feel a little confused. Why is Miss Xinro walking with Xiao Yuxie? Could it be that Miss Xinro has already been taken advantage of by Jiang Qiu? No. What kind of scoundrel is Jiang Qiu? How dare he lay a finger on my Xinro? Perhaps Xinro just happened to be on the court. No matter what, I'm going to suppress Jiang Qiu's momentum later. Ideally, I'll make him embarrass himself in front of everyone. Jiang Qiu joined Long Fan's team, and another person from the audience stepped forward to join Xia Lingfeng's team. Long Fan and Jiang Qiu bumped fists and smiled knowingly at each other. In his past life, Jiang Qiu was a master on the basketball court. In his spare time from delivering food, he would often have matches with thirst delivery men on the roadside basketball court. For Jiang Qiu, bullying these 18 or 19-year-old boys was as easy as catching chicks. Just imagining himself dominating the court later, Jiang Qiu's smile was harder to suppress than an AK. Long Fan had witnessed Jiang Qiu's strength, otherwise, he wouldn't have invited a boy who didn't seem to know much about basketball. There is a clear difference in strength between the two teams. Xia Lingfeng's team has 4 strong players on the court, while Long Fan's team only has Long Fan. For viewers who had been watching for a while, the result of the match was obvious. In their eyes, Long Fan's team had just added an insignificant boy, which wouldn't affect the huge gap in the score at all. Jiang Qiu caught the basketball, dribbled it twice, and then casually tossed it off the court. This ball is flat, let's get a new one. This scene drew sighs from the surrounding audience. Holy crap, what's with this kid being so arrogant? I didn't notice anything wrong when I was hitting him, but this kid's already dead? Is he deliberately trying to cause trouble? This kid probably doesn't even know the basic rules of basketball. Xia Lingfeng sneered and ordered someone to bring a brand new basketball from the side. Jiang Qiu, keep pretending. The more you pretend now, the worse you'll get beaten later. Upon receiving the basketball, Jiang Qiu instantly rediscovered his former feeling. The delivery guy who dominates the court is back. Get ready for a slammed tackle. With the referee's whistle, both teams entered the field. Jiang Qiu looked at the score not far away, 31-48. Xia Lingfeng didn't take Jiang Qiu seriously at all. As soon as the game started, Jiang Qiu was undefended. Long Fan passed the ball to Jiang Qiu, who dribbled it to the opponent's half of the court beyond the three-point line. A burly man then strolled over, spreading his arms as if to make a show of it. In his eyes, Jiang Qiu was just a basketball novice, not worth wasting his energy on. Jiang Qiu had anticipated this, executing a beautiful dribble followed by a layup. The burly man didn't even have time to react before the basketball was already in the hoop. Clang! 33-48. Outside the court, the two girls shouted in unison, "Jiang Qiu is awesome. Go Jiang Qiu!" Jiang Qiu made an archery motion towards the burly man, who became enraged and cursed, "What the hell are you pretending for?" When it was Xia Lingfeng's turn to attack, as the team captain, he naturally had the right to have the ball. Xia Lingfeng looked at Jiang Qiu in front of him and said, "I'll show you what a difference in strength really means in a moment." Jiang Qiu smiled slightly at this. "Okay, then give it a try." Xia Lingfeng made a crossover dribble, but Jiang Qiu took the opportunity to steal possession of the ball. Xia Lingfeng was stunned and stood there for 5 seconds before another loud clang sounded. 35-48. If the previous shot was Jiang Qiuming's, then how do you explain this shot? The spectators stared wide-eyed, unable to believe that the formidable Xia Lingfeng had been dispossessed by this unassuming young man. Someone in the crowd sighed to themselves, "This kid seems to be no ordinary person." In the next 10 minutes, Jiang Qiu and Long Fan turned the tide and gradually caught up with the score. Seeing that he had lost the advantage, Xiao Feng immediately dispatched 3 men to defend Zhang Qiu to the death. Zhang Qiu wiped the sweat from his brow. Only 3 people? You really underestimate me. Long Fan's teammates also saw hope and passed the ball to Zhang Qiu and Long Fan. Receiving the basketball from his teammate, Zhang Qiu smiled as he faced the 3 players in front of him. What seemed like an impossible opportunity was actually his biggest chance. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Zhang Qiu exerted force with both legs and leaped into the air. The basketball followed a perfect parabola and was thrown into the basket with a plop. It's a full court game. The boys watching from the sidelines were absolutely thrilled. Everyone stood up at the same time. Full-time game. It's a full-time game. My God. How did he do that? Don't judge a book by its cover, this kid is actually a pro on the basketball court. Xiao Feng was completely dumbfounded. How the hell was this supposed to work? The scorer dialed the electronic scoreboard, 58-60. Among the audience, Xiao Yuxia and Luo Xinro were the loudest. Zhang Qiu was unstoppable on the court and was simply the male god in the hearts of the 2 girls. Brother Jiang Qiu, I want to marry you. Zhang Qiu is so handsome. Zhang Qiu is awesome. Xiao Feng's face was gloomy. He thought he had the upper hand, but unexpectedly he made Zhang Qiu the center of attention. Damn it, absolutely damn it. Luckily, there are only 2 minutes left in the game. We'll wear you down, no matter what. As long as we ultimately win, Miss Shinro will definitely be impressed by my intelligence. The ball was handed to Xiao Feng, who made a few hand gestures to his teammates, who immediately changed their tactics. Long Fan keenly sensed something was wrong. This is bad, they're trying to stall for time. Zhang Qiu had anticipated this, as he had already heard rumors of Xiao Feng's unscrupulous methods. That's interesting. If I were 18, I would indeed be at a loss and helpless. But I have 12 years of basketball experience, so I naturally have my own unique way of dealing with this situation. Seeing Xiao Feng's smug look, Zhang Qiu began his verbal assault. Damn it, Xiao Feng, you 3-second man, if you can't handle a game, you'll resort to dirty tricks. Xiao Feng, you can't take a joke. A young master of the Xia family, you can't even play basketball properly. Xiao Feng. I wish your demon orbs would die young. May your 2 demon orbs grow smaller and smaller. This series of actions left the surrounding audience dumbfounded. Xiao Feng's sore spot was touched, and his emotions instantly turned into a volcano about to erupt. Zhang Qiu, you beast. Long Fan understood Zhang Qiu's intention and quickly signaled his teammates to curse Xiao Feng together. Xiao Feng, you have kidney deficiency. Xiao Feng can't even last 3 seconds. Xiao Feng's wife has been kidnapped. The son Xiao Feng is raising isn't his own. Xiao Yuxia burst into laughter off stage, and even Luo Xinro was impressed by Zhang Qiu's wit. Xiao Feng could no longer control his emotions, his face contorted with rage, and he completely lost his mind. Zhang Qiu, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Feng snatched the ball and charged alone towards Zhang Qiu. Good timing. Faced with Xiao Feng's attack, Zhang Qiu first feinted, then deliberately created an opening. Xiao Feng seized the opportunity and attempted to shoot a beautiful 3-pointer. At this critical moment, Zhang Qiu snatched possession of the ball, leaving Xiao Feng standing there in a daze. Another beautiful full-court shot, winning cheers from everyone in the stadium. Long Fan's team, despite being outnumbered, actually won and took the lead over their opponents. Zhang Qiu patted the stunned Xiao Feng. Brother, pick 9 lotus flowers. The basketball game ended quickly, and Long Fan's team won the final victory. The 2 goddesses, Xiao Yuxia and Luo Xinro, jogged over to Zhang Qiu's side. One handed Zhang Qiu a drink, and the other wiped away his sweat. Zhang Qiu is so handsome. He's completely captured my heart. Zhang Qiu, let me wipe your sweat. You looked really cool just now. Xiao Feng watched helplessly as Luo Xinro gently wiped the sweat from Zhang Qiu's face with a handkerchief. His heart felt like it had been torn apart, and he collapsed onto the court with a thud. Why? Why? Zhang Qiu made a bold decision, he kissed each of them on the cheek. Xiao Yuxia was alright, since she had been kissed almost all over her body. Luo Xinro touched her cheek, her beautiful eyes staring blankly at Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu. Zhang Qiu gently stroked the girl's long hair with his hand. Xinro, forgive me. Even if Luo Xinro beats him up, Zhang Qiu will willingly endure it. However, Luo Xinro did not choose that option. After realizing what was happening, Luo Shinro also kissed Jiang Qiu on the cheek. Jiang Qiu looked at the girl in surprise, only to see Luo Shinro smiling and saying, "I learned all of this from you." Chapter 28. A massive beast tide erupts, and the people of the Northern Academy head to provide support. As soon as Xia Lingfeng came to his senses, he saw the two kissing. This time, Xia Lingfeng was so angry that he fainted. Well, the two goddesses taking such good care of Jiang Qiu was a scene that made everyone around them envious. Many guys, looking at their own girlfriends in comparison, suddenly felt less appealing. Xiao Yuxie silently watched Jiang Qiu and Luo Shinro. If it's Shinro, it's not necessarily a bad thing. However, I have to be the one in charge. Realizing her mistake, Luo Shinro blushed, her alluring pink lips parted as if she wanted to say something, and she looked at Jiang Qiu with dreamy eyes. This was the girl's first kiss with a boy, and a wonderful feeling was brewing in her heart. Jiang Qiu patted their heads and said, "Let's go, it's time for us to leave." The next day, the three were attending classes in their respective classrooms. Just then, a sudden message shocked everyone present. All classes are suspended immediately. A massive beast horde attack has erupted in Liaoshan City. All illusion masters are to proceed to provide support immediately. Jiang Qiu was awakened from his sleep by a flurry of noises. Huh? What happened? Looking at the classmates running around him, Jiang Qiu guessed that it wasn't a good thing. Jiang Qiu yawned lazily in his seat, and only slowly stood up after everyone had left the classroom. Jiang Qiu, something terrible has happened. A massive beast tide has broken out in Liaoshan City. Xiao Yuxie rushed in from outside the door, followed by Luo Shinro, whose face was calm. The three are now part of the same illusionist team, and they must rely on each other at all times. Faced with this unexpected situation, they naturally need to stick together for mutual support. Jiang Qiu nodded, "Okay, let's go help." Under the teacher's guidance, the Phantom Masters boarded the bus in an orderly manner and headed to the front line to provide support. Each bus is staffed with one teacher, and each row has 3 seats on the left and right sides. Jiang Qiu and the other two boarded the same bus and sat down on the right side of the 9th row. "The rain has stopped, Shinro, are you scared?" Xiao Yuxie took Jiang Qiu's right hand and said, "Jiang Qiu, with you here, I'm not afraid of anything." Luo Shinro also took Jiang Qiu's left hand, "Jiang Qiu, with me here, you don't need to be afraid." Feeling the two soft hands in his hands, Jiang Qiu felt inexplicably uncertain. Could it be an illusion? On the bus, the teacher introduced the situation to everyone. According to reports from the front lines, this beast tide is composed of D-level monsters, and their numbers are enormous, at least 30,000. The reinforcements from the Illusionist Association will arrive in half an hour. We, the illusionists of Liaoshan City, must buy enough time for the main force. Students, although most of you are freshmen and haven't accumulated enough experience yet, for the bright future of humanity, please give it your all. Everything, for humanity. A few seconds later, the students repeated in unison, "Everything, for humanity." The bus arrived at the Beast Extermination Operation Administration Bureau, where a temporary teleportation array had already been set up by a Phantom Master. Such a teleportation array has a fatal flaw: it cannot teleport you back. Once the illusionary energy within a spirit master is exhausted, they can only rely on their frail physical body to fight ferocious monsters in close combat. When all hope seems lost, the chances of survival are extremely slim. The teacher addressed the students with fervor, "Students, the time to protect humanity is now. Follow me into battle. Humanity will prevail." The teacher was the first to enter the teleportation array, and with a flash of light, the teacher's figure completely disappeared. The students didn't have time to think about anything else and immediately rushed towards the teleportation array. "Charge! Let's fight those monsters to the death! Charge! Charge!" Batch after batch of students entered the teleportation array, and Jiang Qiu and his two companions no longer hesitated, resolutely embarking on this unknown journey with no return. As a beam of light shot into the sky, the three figures vanished from their spot. When visibility improved again, Jiang Qiu and his group appeared outside a once bustling shopping mall. Seeing the tragic scene before him, Jiang Qiu's eyes widened involuntarily. Towering flames raged, and all the cars were reduced to wreckage. Screams and cries for help filled the air, and as far as the eye could see, there was an endless, dark horde of beasts. Corpses lay strewn everywhere, and countless people were injured or killed. The entire mall has been completely occupied by a massive number of monsters, and monsters are constantly jumping out of the broken windows. The illusionist, who was fighting desperately in the mall, was eventually surrounded by monsters. Amidst their heart-wrenching pleas for mercy, the monsters cruelly devoured his body. These are the demonic beasts, the eternal mortal enemies of the human race. Groups of illusionists arrived here via teleportation arrays, and the monsters quickly discovered these fresh food items. A large number of demonic beasts rushed towards the direction of the newborn, and all the illusion masters were on high alert. These monsters closely resemble cheetahs. They are none other than the D-rank monsters, the gluttonous leopards. E-rank monsters are only slightly stronger than ordinary wild beasts in terms of physical strength, but D-rank monsters can use the illusionary energy within their bodies to unleash powerful abilities. At first, these demonic beasts didn't take the illusionists too seriously. The pleasure they had just felt from slaughtering ordinary people was still lingering in their hearts, so these gluttonous leopards simply charged over. The illusionists unleashed their abilities and engaged in a fierce battle with the gluttonous leopard. Under the protection of the water shield, Jiang Qiu and Luo Shinro fought with increasing ferocity. In just 3 minutes, they had already worked together to kill more than 70 D-level gluttonous leopards. Seeing that the monsters were unable to break through, the gluttonous leopards suddenly stopped attacking and instead roared at the sky. 3 seconds later, someone exclaimed, "Look! They've doubled in size. Oh no! These gluttonous leopards are using their special abilities. Everyone be careful, their speed and strength are much greater than before." These gluttonous leopards were originally only as tall as Jiang Qiu's thigh, but now, after using their abilities, they can even reach the height of Jiang Qiu's chest. Shinro, be careful, these gluttonous leopards are very cunning. We'll take turns attacking, and if anyone in front gets into danger, the others will protect them. Luo Shinro nodded, okay. Faced with countless enhanced versions of the gluttonous leopard, Jiang Qiu used his Heavenly Desolation finger ability, slapping his palms so hard they made a loud slap-slap sound. The SSS level Heavenly Desolation finger ability is extremely effective. A single slap can kill a gluttonous leopard. Unfortunately, there were simply too many monsters, and Jiang Qiu had to switch with Luo Shinro every 20 seconds of attack. Luo Shinro has always kept her trump card up her sleeve, the Sky Seal. Each time the Sky Seal ability is used, there must be a 2-hour interval before it can be used again. Luo Shinro would not easily use this unexpected trump card unless she was in a desperate situation. After a fierce battle lasting 15 minutes, many illusionists perished under the beast's claws. Seeing their former best friends reduced to cold corpses, the morale of the freshmen sank even lower. If we keep fighting like this, is there really any hope? Chapter 29, Sacrificing Oneself to Rescue Luo Shinro, Mutual Love Brings a New Life. Just when everyone was in dire straits, reinforcements from the Illusionist Association arrived just in time. 104th-tier illusionists descended upon the battlefield, their abilities filling the sky like a dazzling array of stars. The gluttonous leopard was beaten and fled in all directions, and the situation took a 180-degree turn. Look! It's reinforcements from the Illusionist Association. We're saved. Great. Seniors, let's go. Kill all these gluttonous leopards. Faced with this powerful reinforcement, the gluttonous leopards ceased their fighting and cunningly fled to the rear. Some of the 4th-tier illusionists went to hunt them down, while the majority stayed behind to treat the wounded freshmen. These new students are the future of humanity. When it comes to the life and death of humanity, these senior illusion masters are fully prepared to sacrifice themselves for righteousness. Seeing the situation gradually improve, Xiao Yushi finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's great. Jiang Qiu, Xin are you two alright? Jiang Qiu patted the girl's head. Rain has stopped, we're both safe and sound, don't worry. At this moment, Luo Shinro suddenly reminded him, Jiang Qiu, look. What? Jiang Qiu immediately looked in the direction the girl was pointing. Luo Shinro said, those gluttonous leopards are all consciously running towards the abandoned shopping mall. I think this is a very strange thing. If we can unravel the mystery of the sudden appearance of monsters in the city, I believe it will have a significant impact on the future of humanity. Not only Luo Shinro, but even the leader of the illusionist reinforcement team noticed this. The leader coughed lightly. Everyone, illusion masters with more than half of their illusionary energy remaining, listen to my command. Everyone looked up at this, only to hear the leader shout in a stern voice, this will be a pivotal moment in rewriting human history. Everyone, follow me and storm into the marketplace. As soon as the words were spoken, more than 34th-tier illusion masters set off simultaneously. The new students were not to be outdone, and more illusion masters joined this force. Xiao Yushi's eyes flickered. She didn't want Jiang Qiu and Luo Shinro to join in. Jiang Qiu, don't go. Stay with me, okay? Looking at Luo Shinro's determined gaze, Jiang Qiu hesitated several times before finally coming to Xia Yuxia's side and giving her a light kiss on the forehead. Sorry, the rain has stopped. I'll be careful. Wait for me to come back. Xia Yuxia hugged Jiang Qiu tightly. Jiang Qiu, you must come back. I'll always wait for you. Jiang Qiu smiled slightly. Yes, definitely. After a brief farewell to Xia Yuxia, Jiang Qiu looked at Luo Shinro beside him, and the girl showed a relieved smile. Without further hesitation, the two ran side by side toward the attacking team. Jiang Qiu, I'm growing to like you more and more. Jiang Qiu teased, are you also planning to repay me with your body? Luo Shinro scoffed, dream on. Isn't you xia enough for you to pamper? Jiang Qiu sighed helplessly at this. I just want to give all the most beautiful girls in the world a home. Luo Shinro ignored Jiang Qiu, but her flushed cheeks said it all. Let's focus on dealing with this D-level beast tide first. Good. The team quickly assembled, and the 60 illusionists charged towards the abandoned shopping mall. When they encountered scattered monsters along the way, the illusionists swiftly slashed their blades, never letting a single gluttonous leopard escape. These monstrous beasts have ravaged our human race. Even killing them 1,000 times wouldn't quell the hatred in my heart. The leader was from the Illusionist Association, and the opponent was already a 5th-level illusionist, making him the strongest member of the team. The advancing force was unstoppable, crushing its way all the way to the first floor of the mall. Brothers, charge! Kill! Let's fight them! As the illusionist rushed into the shopping mall building, someone quickly noticed something was wrong and hurriedly called for a stop from those around him. Wait, did you guys notice? All the phantom masters who entered the mall have vanished into thin air. Upon hearing this, the other illusionists immediately stopped in their tracks. It's true. The captain is missing too. What? What on earth is going on? Just then, half of Luo Shinro's body had already rushed into the mall. Hearing the gasps of surprise around her, the girl quickly pushed Jiang Qiu behind her away. A tremendous suction force strangely pulled the girl into the building. When Jiang Qiu saw this, a huge buzzing sound exploded in his mind. Oh no! Shinro is in danger. Faced with this eerie building, the other illusionists dared not make any further moves. What if it was a trap set by demonic beasts? Going in would be nothing short of waiting to die. What should we do now? The captain and the others have already gone in. Should we follow them? The thought of Luo Shinro still inside filled Jiang Qiu with anguish. To go or not to go? He has not yet fully matured, but his future is bright. SSS level talent is extremely rare. He will undoubtedly be unparalleled in the future. Should we take this step? Faced with a life or death decision, Jiang Qiu slowly closed his eyes. These past few days of meticulous instruction, the shy conversation after soaking in the hot springs, the kiss on the cheek on the court yesterday. Countless fragments converged into a torrent of memories, swirling and echoing deep within the boy's heart. If I can't even protect women, what's the point of my time travel, Jiang Qiu? With this in mind, Jiang Qiu made up his mind and stepped into the shopping mall. Kid, it's dangerous there. Someone noticed Jiang Qiu's actions, but Jiang Qiu was no longer afraid. Even if there is certain death ahead, I swear I will not turn back until I see Shinro. Whoosh! As Jiang Qiu walked into the mall from the crowd, the other illusion masters were also filled with excitement and their fighting spirit soared. Fellow countrymen! Look! Look at this! A freshman dares to face the monster head-on. What reason do we, the seniors, have to back down? Today, I, Wang, will set an example. I will wipe out the demonic beasts and bring glory to my human race. No sooner had he finished speaking than this 4th-tier illusionist surnamed Wang resolutely rushed into the building. Sweep away the demons and bring glory to our human race. This wasn't the end of it. The other illusion masters were filled with excitement, regardless of who was standing in front of them. Anyone who stands in the way of my human race will be killed without mercy. Charge! 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 You beasts! Your Grandpa Lu is here. As soon as Jiang Qiu entered the mall, he found himself in a room surrounded by broken glass, which must have been somewhere in the mall building. Roar! 5 gluttonous leopards pounced on Jiang Qiu in the room. Jiang Qiu activated the Heavenly Desolation finger ability and used his self-created invincible palm technique of 1,000 autumns. Snap! Slap! Slap! Snap! Smack! After 5 slaps, all the gluttonous leopards were killed by Jiang Qiu, and D-grade crystal cores were extracted from their bodies. Jiang Qiu casually stored the crystal core into the system and immediately rushed out the door. Upon entering the corridor, Jiang Qiu realized just how dangerous the situation was. The rooms on both sides of the corridor were shrouded in black mist, with only a few doors open, suggesting that some illusionists were emerging from them. Jiang Qiu didn't know if Luo Xinrou had left the room. If he didn't want to miss her, he had to open each of the rooms one by one. Having come this far, how can fear stop me? As long as I strike at the right moment, a flawless victory isn't impossible. On Luo Xinrou's side, the girl was panting heavily, with bright red blood at the corner of her mouth. Inside the room, 3 C-rank monsters looked at the girl with amusement, as if she were their exquisite plaything. Luo Xinrou clenched her teeth. After entering the room, he had personally killed more than 10 D-level gluttonous leopards. Just as Luo Xinrou breathed a sigh of relief, 3 C-rank monsters suddenly appeared in the room. Faced with the monsters flanking her from both sides, Luo Xinrou was finding it difficult to cope. Only those top-tier illusion masters who enter the Central Academy and undergo special training can easily deal with C-level monsters. He was currently only a second-tier illusionist, and he was surrounded by 3 demonic beasts. The scythe of death was almost pressed against the girl's neck. I never expected these monsters to be so cunning. What appears to be a D-rank beast tide is actually a joint operation led by C-rank monsters. What should I do? I only have 7 points of illusion energy left in my body, which can only last for half an hour at most. Half an hour later. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Luo Xinrou's eyes. I hope Jiang Qiu doesn't come to save me. 3 C-rank demonic beasts, each with a wolf's head and a human body, wielded long swords. If the beasts had intended to kill the girl, Luo Xinrou wouldn't be alive now. The wolf demons wanted to torture the girl before she died, and her clothes were now tattered and on the verge of falling apart. Luo Xinrou held a lightsaber and gently wiped the bloodstains from the corner of her mouth with her other hand. To be toyed with like this by these monsters is an utter disgrace. As the daughter of the Luo family, I, Luo Xinrou, will slay a C-rank monster no matter what. A wolf demon suddenly charged at Luo Xinrou, its sharp blade whistling through the air. Luo Xinrou was on high alert, brandishing her lightsaber to parry the attack. The wolf demon retreated quickly after its attack failed, and the other 2 wolf demons took the opportunity to advance. The clash of swords sparked fiercely. Luo Xinrou fought 3 demons alone. Although she could barely hold on, her clothes were becoming increasingly tattered. Damn it! Damn it! Rather than be toyed with by these shameless werewolves, I'd rather kill myself here. Just as Luo Xinrou had completely given up hope, the door to the room was opened from the outside. The 3 wolf demons cautiously retreated at the same time, only to see a familiar figure walking in from outside the door. Luo Xinrou's eyes narrowed instantly. The person who had just arrived was none other than Jiang Qiu, whom she had been longing for. Jiang Qiu was in a sorry state, his body covered in gruesome wounds, and murky blood dripping from his arms, yet he still smiled brightly. Damn it, there's a C-level monster. Thank goodness I still found you, Xinrou. At this point, Jiang Qiu suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Luo Xinrou could no longer suppress her emotions, and hot tears streamed down her face. The girl quickly ran to Jiang Qiu's side and gently supported him with both hands. Jiang Qiu, why did you come to save me? It would have been better if only I had died, then you and Yu Xia could have lived happily ever after. Despite his injuries, Jiang Qiu used his blood-stained hands to wipe away the girl's tears. Xinrou, be my woman. I will protect you forever. Seeing the 2 pitiful children in the room looking disheveled, the 3 wolf demons taunted and closed the door, quietly enjoying the despair of humanity. Luo Xinrou let out 2 soft sobs, her lips unconsciously curving upwards into a gentle smile of happiness that surpassed even the warmth of the May breeze. Jiang Qiu, if it were you. I'm willing. Ding. Congratulations, host, on awakening the god-level ability 3 elements return to 1. You have 1 chance to try the ultimate version. Would you like to use it? Use. Buzz. In an instant, all living things within a radius of 20 kilometers were rendered immobile. Luo Xinrou's lips parted slightly, and in the girl's eyes, Jiang Qiu's eyes transformed into dazzling golden eyes at that moment. A sacred aura emanated from Jiang Qiu. Upon contact with this aura, the 3 wolf demons immediately trembled instinctively, but no matter how much they struggled and resisted, they couldn't move their bodies even an inch. Jiang Qiu pulled the girl into his arms, gently brushing her long hair aside with his right hand. They gazed at each other intently, and Zhang Qiu could even see himself reflected in the girl's eyes. It glowed brightly, radiant like a deity. Zhang Qiu. Luo Xinro realized that Zhang Qiu was indeed no ordinary person, and that she was most likely to be saved. At this moment, all battles were put on hold, whether it was the people and demons inside the building or other creatures outside. Faced with such a bizarre scene, everyone except Xiao Yuxie felt only unease. Inside the shopping mall, the leader who had been fighting the demonic beasts widened his eyes in disbelief. This is the power of a god. Could it be that our human race has given birth to a divine child? This is a great blessing for our human race. Looking at the slender girl in his arms, Zhang Qiu noticed a special change. His consciousness was much clearer this time when he used his god-level ability. Although I still can't fully control my body. Amidst the panicked gazes of the three wolf demons, Zhang Qiu raised his head and spoke eloquently. Celestial phenomena, terrestrial phenomena, and human phenomena, the three phenomena are unified. If heaven does not respond to me, I will respond to heaven. If earth does not serve me, I will serve earth. If heaven and earth do not accept me, I will accept heaven and earth. My heart encompasses the universe, and the universe follows my heart. The three phenomena return to one. Whoosh! To everyone's astonishment, a strange change occurred in the surrounding world. The heavens and earth shattered in an instant, turning into countless transparent fragments. Zhang Qiu held the girl in his arms, his dazzling golden eyes surveying everything below. The world is like a jigsaw puzzle that has been scrambled, and Zhang Qiu, standing above all realms, is the sole master of this jigsaw puzzle. As Zhang Qiu's thoughts shifted, countless fragments were being reassembled, reconstructing the form that Zhang Qiu desired to see. This is Zhang Qiu's second divine ability. The three symbols return to one. All of this is a long story, but it all happened in the blink of an eye. Within a radius of 20 kilometers, all humans were moved to a safe place by Zhang Qiu. Conversely, all demonic beasts were also moved by Zhang Qiu to the abandoned shopping mall. Zhang Qiu clenched his right hand towards the void, and the mall was crushed by an invisible force, turning into dust in a short time. After doing all this, Zhang Qiu's golden eyes dimmed considerably. With his last bit of strength, Zhang Qiu moved himself and Luo Xinro to a safe area, and then fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 30, Winning the Heart of a Beauty. Attracting the attention of the Illusionist Association. Zhang Qiu woke up 3 days later. In the ward, Zhang Qiu exerted all his strength to slowly open his tired eyelids. In the hazy light, two graceful figures could be vaguely seen approaching. After that, Zhang Qiu felt a cool sensation in his hands. Where am I? Feeling his body being shaken repeatedly, Zhang Qiu weakly closed his eyes again. So tired. I can't muster any strength. This state lasted for more than 10 minutes. After Zhang Qiu regained his ability to think, he barely opened his eyes again. The view was much clearer this time. Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro were moved to tears. After seeing that they had woken up, the two women each kissed Zhang Qiu on the cheek. A soft, tingling sensation spread across his face, and Zhang Qiu instantly perked up. The rain has stopped, and Xinro is happy. At the same time, Zhang Qiu finally heard what the two were saying. Zhang Qiu, I was so worried about you. I was so excited to know you were alright, I almost jumped for joy. Zhang Qiu, don't worry. You were given anesthesia before, so you're still not fully conscious. You'll fully recover in a while. Seeing how worried the two of them were about him, Zhang Qiu deliberately joked, I'm fine, don't worry. But right now my arms are empty. If only I had two beautiful women. Luo Xinro and Xiao Yuxie exchanged a glance, their cheeks quickly turning red. After taking off their coats and placing them on the bedside table, the two girls blushed and gently lifted the blankets from the hospital bed, snuggling into Zhang Qiu's arms. Zhang Qiu let out a long, comfortable breath that felt so good. Xiao Yuxie said softly and coquettishly, Zhang Qiu, you're restless as soon as you wake up. It seems you're really alright. Luckily, this is Xinro's family hospital, otherwise, you would have been in big trouble. Luo Xinro nodded. Your injuries have been professionally treated and should have fully healed by yesterday. Zhang Qiu, are you not in pain anymore? Zhang Qiu shook his head. Xinro, apart from feeling a bit weak, I'm perfectly normal. That's good. After saying that, Luo Xinro snuggled closer to Zhang Qiu. Looking at the adorable Luo Xinro, Zhang Qiu felt flattered. Xinro, then from now on. Upon hearing this, the girl smiled and replied, Yuxie and I have already discussed it. From now on, she will be the eldest, and I will be the second eldest. Hearing Luo Shinro say these words, Jiang Qiu suddenly felt a little embarrassed. In this world, countless men have perished in the beast tides. To better ensure the continuation of the family line, the concept of wives and concubines is permitted. This is somewhat similar to the lifestyle of ancient times, and in a sense, it can be considered a practical application of what was learned. Now that both stunningly beautiful girls are completely devoted to Jiang Qiu feels a sense of accomplishment, while his little brother inexplicably feels a strong sense of crisis. Xiao Yuxie chuckled mischievously, "Brother Jiang Qiu, I'm so envious of you. You've won the hearts of two beauties at the same time. Other guys must be green with envy." Jiang Qiu smiled and asked in return, "Would you complain about earning too much money?" Xiao Yuxie narrowed her eyes and immediately seized on the loophole in Jiang Qiu's words. "Shinro and I are here with you, Jiang Qiu, are you still not satisfied? If that's the case, Shinro and I will have to teach you a lesson from now on." Luo Shinro also insisted, "Yes. Jiang Qiu, there can be no more third children." Seeing the two girls' unusually determined expressions, Jiang Qiu subconsciously raised his eyebrows. Yes, we'll do as you two sirs do." The Illusionist Association. On the day Liaoshan City experienced a massive beast tide, the Illusionist Association scheduled an emergency meeting 3 days later. Key figures responsible for managing each region must be present at the meeting. This meeting is of great importance, and all officials attach great importance to it. An emergency meeting was officially convened at 11 a.m. this morning. Shuang Renbing, the chief of the Illusionist Association, stepped onto the stage and solemnly addressed the 100 or so people present. "I presume that you have all reviewed the detailed materials for this meeting beforehand. The first topic of this meeting, the nature of beast tide attacks, is changed. This massive beast tide is different from the past. Not only is it 3 times larger in scale and number, but it also adopts a combat tactic of high-level monsters leading low-level monsters. These monsters are exceptionally cunning. They deliberately lured us deep into the mall, then defeated us one by one in each room. This is the first shot fired by the demon race against the human race. Before this, they were just lowly creatures who would throw stones at us." A vivid metaphor made everyone present feel an overwhelming pressure. If future beast tides all adopt this method, then D-level beast tides will no longer be just D-level beast tides, but rather small teams led by C-level monsters. The fact that the monsters have learned the teamwork of human illusionists is an ominous sign. Shuang Renbing swept his gaze across the crowd, his eyes sharp and cold. The officials below the stage were talking amongst themselves, and the atmosphere in the meeting room was somewhat tense. A short while later, an official from the Western Division used the microphone on the table to analyze to everyone, "In my opinion, it's only a matter of time before the monsters fully learn teamwork. To solve this problem, we, the illusionists, need to be more united and better at teamwork. I propose that we strengthen teamwork training for students at the Illusionist Academy, making coordination and cooperation a key part of the curriculum. Using cutting-edge technology to create." After a lengthy speech, the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Shuang Renbing nodded slightly. "All right, then the Western Division will be fully responsible for handling this matter. Next, let's discuss the second meeting topic, the suspected emergence of a divine child among the human race." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone present stood up in unison. "God, Son of God? It's actually the divine child." The officials were quite shocked by the content of this meeting. For 500 years, in the struggle between humans and demons, some special beings have always been born, possessing extraordinary abilities from birth. Among humans, such people are called divine children or divine women. Among demons, such demons are called holy children or holy women. Divine children often wield the laws of heaven and earth, possessing mysterious powers to alter the very fabric of the world. As for the so-called holy sons and daughters of the demon race, a divine child could easily take on 5 of them. The first illusionist of the human race was the legendary God-child. It was the existence of the divine child that led humanity to victory. Therefore, the matter of the divine child is of paramount importance, even concerning the future fate of humanity. Even if countless illusionists were to sacrifice themselves for it, it would be worthwhile in the eyes of many. The meeting continued for 2 hours, during which a very detailed discussion was held on the future development plan of the human race. Chapter 31: The most beautiful music in the world. Luo Shinro finally becomes a woman. After Jiang Qiu had recovered somewhat, Luo Shinro took him home, and Xiao Yuxie wisely did not follow. Sitting in a luxurious Maserati, Jiang Qiu quickly arrived at the villa where the girl usually lived. Luo Shinro took Jiang Qiu's hand and showed him around her home. "Jiang Qiu, come in. These slippers were prepared especially for you." Long before the beast tide arrived, the girl had sent people to make this preparation in advance. Jiang Qiu, wearing the same slippers as Luo Shinro, curiously walked into the villa. Wow Shinro, your house is so big. Luo Shinro looked at Jiang Qiu shyly. Remember to call this place our home from now on. The girl had made many preparations for today. The servants had been transferred elsewhere in advance, leaving only Jiang Qiu and Luo Shinro in the villa. It would be strange if a man and a woman alone in a room didn't have something happen between them. Jiang Qiu patted the girl's bottom. Okay, I'll listen to you, my family. Luo Shinro gave Jiang Qiu a resentful look. Her eyes were absolutely adorable. As they walked, Luo Shinro introduced, my father is the director of the National Crystal Core Trade Association, and that's how the Luo family got its reputation. Jiang Qiu, if you like, how about I have my father build a villa just for the two of us? Upon hearing the girl's generous suggestion, Jiang Qiu quickly waved his hand and declined. Shinro, the villa is too big for me. I think a family living in a small house and being happy is enough. Luo Shinro nodded thoughtfully. So that's how it is. The two walked up to the second floor and stopped in front of Luo Shinro's boudoir. The young girl has lived in this boudoir for 13 years, and no man has ever entered it during those 13 years. Now, it will welcome its first and last male owner. Luo Shinro held Jiang Qiu's left hand tightly. Jiang Qiu, this is my room. I have a surprise for you later. Jiang Qiu immediately became interested. Oh? Okay, if you put it that way, I'll definitely look forward to it. The girl's bedroom is pink, which is youthful, cute, elegant, and sophisticated. Jiang Qiu was drawn to the extremely ornate piano, its entire surface as dazzling and colorful as glass. Shinro, your room smells so good. What should I do if I want to stay here forever? Luo Shinro chuckled, then you'll have to stay with me every day. Following the girl's guidance, Jiang Qiu sat down on the light pink bed. Just as Jiang Qiu was about to ask a question, Luo Shinro suddenly handed him an eye mask. Jiang Qiu, no matter what sound you hear later, don't take off your blindfold beforehand. I'll remind you when I've finished preparing everything. Looking at the girl with a rosy complexion, Jiang Qiu's heart raced. Okay. Putting on the blindfold the girl handed him, his vision instantly went completely black. The surroundings seemed to fall silent, and Jiang Qiu could clearly hear every sound. First came the sound of the wardrobe being opened, then the sound of clothes being picked out, and then the sound of clothes falling to the ground. Faced with this completely unknown stimulus, Jiang Qiu subconsciously swallowed. Could it be that Shinro is changing clothes? 5 minutes later, Luo Shinro said softly, Jiang Qiu, I'm ready. Jiang Qiu couldn't wait to remove his blindfold. The scene before him made the young man's blood boil. Luo Shinro was dressed in a light champagne-colored sequin dress, paired with ultra-thin white stockings and silver openwork high heels. She sat elegantly on a stool, her hands gently caressing the blocks of a glass piano. The other person was like a holy angel, so beautiful that Jiang Qiu was speechless, only wanting to be immersed in the other person's beauty forever. Shinro, you're absolutely stunningly beautiful. Jiang Qiu instinctively moved closer, his gaze lingering on the girl's exposed, beautiful curves. The girl's slender, jade-like legs seemed longer than the boy's life, making Jiang Qiu wish he could touch those flawless jades with his own hands right now. Jiang Qiu, wait a minute. Luo Shinro calmly stopped him, and Jiang Qiu then withdrew his hands, which had been hanging in the air. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. The girl smiled and shook her head. Jiang Qiu, in my opinion, playing the piano is a sacred thing. Whenever I sit at the piano, I am no longer my usual self, but a pure musician, single-mindedly pursuing the most perfect music. You said you wanted me to play a piece for you, so I'd like to grant your wish today. I wonder. Jiang Qiu, will you like this surprise I've prepared for you? Jiang Qiu quickly and excitedly replied, I love it. I'm really looking forward to your music. Hearing the answer she wanted, Luo Shinro slowly closed her eyes. Her fingertips danced, accompanied by a beautiful melody, presenting all that was beautiful through music. Jiang Qiu closed his eyes in bliss, savoring the rare tranquility. Like a spring breeze, like summer rain, like autumn leaves, like winter snow. The power of music is astonishing. In just a few minutes, Jiang Qiu experienced the beauty of all 4 seasons. And the girl's boundless tenderness and lingering affection. As the song ended, Jiang Qiu unconsciously shed 2 lines of tears. This is the most beautiful music I've ever heard, Shinro, thank you for giving me such a rare experience. Luo Shinro gently closed her beloved piano, then gracefully sat on Jiang Qiu's lap. Jiang Qiu, I heard from Yu Xie that you might like this outfit, so? Seeing the girl's evasive gaze, Jiang Qiu knew it was time to get down to business. Shinro, you are so beautiful. Luo Shinro blushed and whispered, this is my first time wearing these kinds of socks, so I might be a little nervous. Jiang Qiu, you don't mind, do you? Jiang Qiu gently stroked the flawless jade, which was smooth, tender, and slightly cool. I really like it, Shinro, you're so thoughtful. As long as you like it. The air suddenly fell silent as the two gazed deeply into each other's eyes. Their heartbeats quickened, and their lips finally met in a passionate kiss. From initial caution to an unstoppable surge of passion, Luo Shinro gazed at her beloved with dreamy eyes. It is passion, it is demanding, it is tenderness, it is affection. Jiang Qiu, I love you. Chapter 32 made his father-in-law so angry he vomited blood. 3 hours later, Luo Shinro lay naked on the bed, her pretty face flushed with a rosy blush. Seeing the scattered bloodstains on the bed, the girl let out a coquettish cry in Jiang Qiu's arms. Jiang Qiu, my bed is all dirty. Hearing the girl's soft voice, Jiang Qiu gently rubbed her stomach with his hand. Shinro, I didn't mean to. Luo Shinro gave a soft hum. Looks like we can't sleep here anymore. How about I go back to our rented room with you? What? Jiang Qiu was surprised that the other party would suddenly make this decision. Shinro, this isn't appropriate. Luo Shinro blinked her beautiful eyes. What's wrong with it? Isn't it wonderful to live happily in a small house as a family? But Shinro, if you come with me, your father-in-law will definitely worry about you. Upon hearing the boy mention her father, the girl immediately had a wicked idea. Perfect. I'll call my dad right now and let you two get to know each other properly. Shinro, wait. Before Jiang Qiu could stop her, Luo Shinro had already turned on her phone and dialed a number. Beep. In the office of the director of the National Crystal Core Trade Association. When Luo Hongchuan received the call from his daughter, he jumped up from his office chair in excitement. My darling daughter called. Without delay, Luo Hongchuan quickly answered the call. Oh dear, my most beloved daughter, why are you suddenly looking for your daddy? Is something wrong? Inside the villa. Luo Shinro looked at Jiang Qiu with a smug expression. Father, you don't know, a boy saved me during this beast tide. He didn't care about his own safety at all, protecting me well, but he himself was injured a lot. Understood. Father will bring gifts and personally travel by carriage to visit this young man later. That's not necessary after all, my daughter has already given her body to him in return. What? Suddenly, a crisp sound of a glass shattering came from the other end of the phone, startling Jiang Qiu so much that his heart skipped a beat. Daughter, you're not joking with your father, are you? What's so funny? She's already decided to repay him with her body. In the office, Luo Hongchuan was furious. I work hard at the company. Result. My house got robbed. Daughter, you're so foolish. You've never met a boy you liked before, so why did you suddenly give yourself away so easily? Oh dear, my daughter. What can I say about you? Daughter, tell your father right now. Did that boy use the excuse of saving you to force you to do something disgusting? If that's true, I'll send someone to kill him right away. Luo Shinro said dismissively, Dad, is this how you treat your future son-in-law? If word gets out, people will laugh at our Luo family. Don't you trust your daughter's judgment? Since I dare to choose him so firmly, there must be reasons for it. Luo Hongchuan suppressed his urge to explode and said in a trembling voice, Of course I trust your judgment, daughter. You are my most beloved little darling. But, this is too sudden, isn't it? Father's heart can't take it. Dad, don't worry. I know my man well. Jiang Qiu is right here with me, so it's a good opportunity for you two to meet. After speaking, Luo Shinro gestured to Jiang Qiu with her eyes. Jiang Qiu shuddered and shakily took the phone. Hello? Uncle, it's me, it's Jiang Qiu. Upon hearing the unfamiliar boy's voice, Luo Hongchuan's anger flared up instantly. You brat! What have you done to my daughter? Tell me. Was this all planned in advance? You little bastard, just wait till we meet again, I'll spank you until your butt is raw. Jiang Qiu was being verbally abused mercilessly, and Luo Shinro, who was standing to the side, couldn't bear to listen anymore. Father, if you keep making things difficult for my man like this, we might as well sever our father-daughter relationship. Upon hearing this, Luo Hongchuan was so frightened that he broke out in a cold sweat. Oh dear, my good daughter, you're hurting your father's feelings with those words. Alright, I won't make things difficult for that boy, okay? Father was wrong, father was wrong. Luo Hongchuan's tone changed 180 degrees in an instant. Jiang Qiu clicked his tongue and admired him immensely. It seems. Father-in-law dotes on Shinro. This time, I really messed with someone I shouldn't have messed with so easily. Luo Shinro handed the phone to Jiang Qiu, a kind smile on her face. Jiang Qiu, don't be afraid. With me here, he won't dare to do anything to you. Jiang Qiu nodded and said into the phone, Uncle, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm not happy. Luo Hongchuan interrupted loudly. Uncle, this really happened quite suddenly. Please rest assured, I will definitely take good care of Shinro. Silence fell on the other end of the phone. Seeing that her father still looked annoyed, Luo Shinro secretly leaned over and gave Jiang Qiu a few loud kisses on the face. Kiss, kiss. The sound of a kiss reached them, and another cup shattered. Kid, are you trying to show off to me? Seeing the fear in Jiang Qiu's eyes, Luo Shinro decided to let him go. Father, please don't misunderstand Jiang Qiu. It was I who kissed him first. Now that you two know each other, please send over some gifts as soon as possible. Jiang Qiu is the future son-in-law of the Luo family, and in a sense, he is also your successor to the position of bureau chief. We should show some sincerity on our first meeting. How about giving a box of grade A crystal cores? Luo Shinro's words were like sharp swords, each one piercing the heart and each one deadly. Luo Hongchuan was speechless on the other end. This daughter isn't even married yet, why is she already siding with outsiders? Daughter. Bite. Before Luo Hongchuan could finish speaking, the girl ruthlessly hung up the phone. Luo Hongchuan slumped into his office chair, feeling as if the sky had fallen. No. My daughter. In her boudoir, Jiang Qiu watched helplessly as the young girl made such an outrageous demand of her father, and then hung up the phone with an air of dominance. A single grade A crystal core costs around 1 million yuan on the market. Jiang Qiu couldn't even imagine how expensive a whole box of grade A crystal cores would be. Jiang Qiu thought to herself, if this were my family in my previous life, my father would have broken my legs at least 7 times. Jiang Qiu, I'm sorry, you must have found this amusing. I never expected my dad to treat you like that. No, I need to teach him a lesson he won't tolerate. Jiang Qiu quickly stepped forward to stop her. No, Shinro, let's not. I think it's better to let Uncle vent his anger when he has a chance. What if he holds a grudge against me because of this? What if I'm not by your side one day? Wouldn't I be torn to pieces? Luo Shinro narrowed her eyes slightly, he wouldn't dare. Jiang Qiu knew the girl's feelings, so he took advantage of her unpreparedness and lightly pecked her lips a few times. Shinro, I know you love me the most. Leave Uncle to me, you just be my princess. Luo Shinro lowered her head shyly and shrank further into Jiang Qiu's arms. Oh well. Chapter 33 Warm concern. A girl's carefully prepared feast. The two cuddled on the bed for a while before slowly sitting up. Looking at the torn, ultra-thin white stockings on the ground, Jiang Qiu scratched his head awkwardly. Shinro, are you really sure you want to move into this rented apartment with me? Luo Shinro nodded shyly. From now on, Jiang Qiu, wherever you are, I'll be there. I'll treat you Xie as my best friend and work with her to be your capable wife. Jiang Qiu gently patted the girl's head. Shinro, if being by my side ever makes you unhappy, you can leave me anytime, anywhere. You have a bright future ahead of you, you don't need to leave because of me. Before Jiang Qiu could finish speaking, Luo Shinro blocked his mouth with her hand. Jiang Qiu, if you dare to talk nonsense again, I'm ignoring you. You're my man, forever. Looking into the girl's sincere eyes, Jiang Qiu was moved to tears. Good. After changing into brand new clothes, Luo Shinro rummaged through the bedside table and found something. Jiang Qiu, your phone was broken during the beast tide. I've had a brand new phone prepared, and your SIM card is already inserted. Hurry up and open it to take a look. Jiang Qiu took the brand new phone. It was the most expensive mobile phone brand in the country. This phone has a very unique feature. It has a whopping 8 cameras on the back. Jiang Qiu opened his phone and saw more than 10 unread messages and several missed calls. Xiao Yuxie, husband, will you be home for dinner tonight? Today. Xiao Yuxie, remember to be gentle with Shinro, okay? She consulted me a lot of advice specifically for you. Today. Xiao Yuxie, I miss you. I miss you. I miss you. Today. Xiao Yuxie, you two took so long? I'm jealous. From now on, I'm going to add an extra hour. Today. Long Fan, Jiangqiu, the beast tide is covering a huge area. If we're not in the same mall, please be extra careful. 3 days ago. Long Fan, Jiangqiu, I heard from Ting Yuxie that you're safe and sound. Brother, I'm relieved. Today. Jiang Mingyue, little brother, you haven't been having much luck lately. Why are there beast tides everywhere you go? 3 days ago. Jiang Mingyue, you little brat, why haven't you replied to my messages? Please reply as soon as you see this, I'm so worried about you. 2 days ago. Jiang Mingyue, if you don't reply to me, you're a puppy. Yesterday. Jiang Mingyue, you rascal, did you break your phone? Yesterday. Jiang Mingyue, little brother, you're my only family now, please don't scare me. Today. Reading the unread text messages, Jiang Qiu felt a warm glow in her heart. In my past life, no one would have cared about me like this. Without delay, Jiang Qiu decisively dialed Jiang Mingyue's number. Beep beep. Hey! You brat! Where have you been gallivanting around these past few days? Jiang Mingyue's voice was clearly tinged with resentment. Luo Xinro politely left the room, giving Jiang Qiu a chance to be alone. Sis, I was unconscious for the past few days and only woke up today. I really didn't mean to ignore your messages. You really are something. I haven't slept well for days. Do you know how worried I was about you? A faint sobbing could be heard from the other end of the phone, and Jiang Qiu's throat felt a little choked up. Sis, I'm fine, don't worry. It was my fault for not handling this well. Once I get into the intermediate people's court, I'll definitely pamper you like a treasure. Hearing Jiang Qiu's boundless teasing, Jiang Mingyue's mood improved considerably. Go away, I don't want to be your baby. Besides, you have another girl, and you're always with me, doesn't she get jealous? I'm relieved to know you're alright. I'm hanging up now, I have some things to take care of. By the way, take good care of yourself while you're away. I'll be waiting for the day you join the intermediate people's court. Jiang Qiu responded firmly, okay. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiu immediately called Xiao Yuxie. My dear husband, I've missed you so much. Hearing Xiao Yuxie's coquettish voice, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Okay, I miss you too. Are you coming back tonight? I'm about to cook. I've secretly learned so many recipes these past 3 days, and I've already bought all the ingredients. I'm just waiting for your word. You definitely have to come back tonight, after all, there's still a little princess we haven't had time to pamper yet. Remember to bring enough food for one more person, Shinro will be living with us from now on. Understood. I'll go prepare the meal right away, my husband, please look forward to it. Bite. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Qiu walked out of the room and found Luo Xinro applying lipstick while looking in the mirror. Xinro, I never thought you could be so vain. Luo Xinro snorted, I'm a girl too, why can't I be vain? I'm happy today, so I want to dress up nicely. Okay, I'll do whatever you say. Evening. Jiang Qiu and Luo Xinro returned to their rented apartment, where the rich aroma of food wafted towards them. My husband, you're back and Xinro is here too. Xiao Yuxie, wearing a small apron, greeted the two with a smile as they returned. Yes, rain has stopped. Thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work at all, come in and eat, Long Fan is starving. Jiang Qiu looked towards the dining table not far away, which was laden with sumptuous dishes. Long Fan stared intently at the food, his mouth practically watering. Long Fan, eat first if you're hungry. Look how greedy you are. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's voice, Long Fan wiped his drool with a tissue. That won't do. Jiang Qiu, you're my good brother. I have to wait for you to eat together. Jiang Qiu smiled and shook his head. This guy was always so stubborn. After putting on their slippers, the four of them sat down around the dining table. Xiao Yuxie transformed into a super nanny, personally serving Jiang Qiu a large bowl of rice. Jiang Qiu, Xinro, come and try my cooking. Jiang Qiu couldn't wait to pick up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. It melted in her mouth and was tender and juicy. Great job, Yuxie, your cooking is fantastic. Luo Xinro also took a small bite, and then exclaimed in surprise, Yuxie, you're amazing. As for Long Fan, who was wolfing down his food across the table, he was so engrossed in the meal that he couldn't even speak. No, No. I won't eat. Long Fan rattled off something, then gave Xiao Yuxie a thumbs up. Having received unanimous praise from everyone, Xiao Yuxie happily leaned close to Jiang Qiu's ear and said, "Jiang Qiu, eat less. There's going to be a big meal later." Jiang Qiu looked over in confusion, only to see the girl quickly show off her inner layer. To put it in a vivid analogy, the total amount of fabric on his entire body is less than the amount of fabric on one sock. Jiang Qiu swallowed hard. I understand. Chapter 34 Family Brotherhood, Two-Person Virtual Storage. The next morning, Xiao Yuxie came to Luo Xinrou's side and began to discuss something with her seriously. "Xinrou, how about this from now on? Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays are mine, and Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays are yours. As for Sunday, let's give Jiang Qiu some time to rest." Wearing an elegant nightgown, Luo Xinrou nodded gently in agreement. "I agree, but wouldn't that be a bit too much? I'm worried that Jiang Qiu's body won't be able to handle it." At this point, Luo Xinrou looked at Jiang Qiu, who was lying on the bed with his eyes rolled back like a dead fish, and could imagine how intense it had been last night. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Xinrou suddenly exclaimed, "I've got it." "Oh? What is it? What is it?" Under Xiao Yuxie's curious gaze, Luo Xinrou's lips curled up slightly. "How about? I find an opportunity to bring over my father's treasured nourishing soup, which has been stored away for many years. It contains all sorts of precious herbs, and my father usually doesn't dare to drink it." Xiao Yuxie's eyes lit up. "Great idea. In that case, how about we don't give him a day off on Sundays either?" Jiang Qiu was awakened by the two people's conversation. After listening secretly for a while, she suddenly sat up in bed with a start. "Lord Yuxie, please spare my life. I really can't go on Sunday." Xiao Yuxie curled her lip, tch she learns bad things instead of good ones. "Xinrou, how do you think we should decide this?" Looking at Jiang Qiu's pitiful eyes, Luo Xinrou really couldn't bear to hurt him. Jiang Qiu's health should be the priority. Upon learning that he would be working 6 days a week, Jiang Qiu felt a sense of hopelessness. However, as the youngest in the family, any protests were futilely rejected. After the two girls left the room, Jiang Qiu lay on the bed in despair. The cold morning wind carried a chill, and little Jiang Qiu shivered from the cold. "Wait, did I forget something?" After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Qiu suddenly stood up. "Oh right. I've gained a second divine ability, I need to check it out on the system right away. Is the system online? Check the properties panel. Ding, welcome host. Host's current cultivation level, second tier illusionist. Remaining illusory energy, 20 points. Acquired abilities, Heavenly Desolation Finger, 3 elements return to 1. Crystal Core Space, 108,652 points. Upon hearing the enormous number of crystal cores, Jiang Qiu was so excited he couldn't stop smiling. "We've struck it rich. We're rich now. With so many points in the crystal core space, I won't have to worry about crystal cores for cultivation anymore. System, check the effect of the 3 elements unifying. Ding, 3 elements return to 1 tier 1 form, each use consumes 1 point of illusionary energy. Allows instantaneous appearance anywhere within a 10-meter radius, with no cooldown." Upon hearing the system's response, Jiang Qiu nodded thoughtfully. "I never expected it to be a movement ability. Not bad. From now on, when I face C-rank monsters, I won't be as pathetic as before. And I can even pull off a perfect combo, teleport over and deliver a slap in the face. Let's just call it the Supreme Divine Palm." After having breakfast together, the 3 of them went to the Illusionist Academy to begin their classes. Many of the newborns tragically perished during this horde of beasts. Looking at the once crowded classroom, now with at least a third of the seats empty, homeroom teacher Qi Ruifeng sighed deeply, lamenting the cruelty of fate. "Students, as you have all seen, as long as the war continues, countless poor lives will quietly perish. In order to bring light to humanity as soon as possible, I urge everyone to cultivate diligently. The demon race will always be our enemy. This hatred is irreconcilable." Most of the students below the podium were in low spirits. Only by truly experiencing the terror of impending death can one clearly understand how fragile life is. These empty seats may have once belonged to some students' friends. A single attack by a monster separated them forever. Hearing the teacher's poignant words, one girl even burst into tears. Her boyfriend of several years had sacrificed his life to protect her. Jiang Qiu watched this scene silently, without feeling much sympathy. People always have to look forward, and this young woman will eventually meet her next lover. This is not because Jiang Qiu has any prejudice against men and women, but because living in this cruel and dangerous world, many people often have no choice but to do what they have to in order to continue the human race. After a long silence, the homeroom teacher, Ji Ruifeng, spoke calmly, "Students, please remember this sorrowful moment. Let us fight bravely for humanity." Someone in the audience suddenly repeated the sentence. Fight bravely for humanity. Inspired by this conviction, the others stood up and shouted, "Fight bravely for humanity." The morning classes ended quickly because the number of new students had dropped so much that the teachers hadn't yet prepared a new teaching plan. As soon as Jiang Qiu stepped out of the classroom, Xiao Yuxie rushed over and hugged him tightly. "Jiang Qiu, what shall we do later?" Luo Xinro also stood obediently to the side, holding an exquisite handbag in both hands. "Let's go for a stroll around the beast platform." "Good." The three arrived at the first floor of the beast platform and found that some changes had occurred. "Jiang Qiu, look. There are some brand new virtual pods over there, and they look like they're for two people." Luo Xinro also noticed the larger two-person virtual pods, guessing that they might be a new gadget from the Illusionist Association. It seems that the Illusionist Association must have developed these two-person virtual pods a long time ago, but they have only recently started using them. These brand new virtual pods are twice the size of other virtual pods, allowing two Phantom Masters to enter at the same time and team up to simulate fighting against the Beast Tide. Looking at these bizarre designs, Jiang Qiu murmured incredulously, "Yuxia, you were right. So there really are two-person virtual pods like this?" Xiao Yuxia's face was full of pride. "That's because I have a discerning eye. You didn't believe me before." Now that dual-person virtual pods have emerged, a crucial question arises. Jiang Qiu, who should she experience this with? Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro each held their own opinions, neither wanting to miss this opportunity to fight alongside Jiang Qiu. "Xinro, Jiang Qiu spent time with you alone yesterday, so he should be with me today. After the rain, you two used to spend every day together, so Jiang Qiu is mine today too. You should stay with me. Stay with me." The two argued fiercely for 5 minutes, but failed to reach a satisfactory answer. "Jiang Qiu, tell me, who would you rather experience this with?" "That's right, Jiang Qiu, you decide this matter." Seeing the longing in their eyes, Jiang Qiu didn't want to neglect either of them. "How about, we do this?" Xiao Yuxie asked curiously. "Jiang Qiu, tell me quickly, have you thought of someone to go with?" Luo Xinro was also full of anticipation. "Yes." "Jiang Qiu, tell me quickly." Jiang Qiu coughed lightly twice. "How about this, you two go in and experience it. Since you two both want to experience the two-person virtual pod, you can go in together." Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro were stunned, not expecting Jiang Qiu to give such an answer. But I want to play duo Q with you, Jiang Qiu, in a sweet way." "Jiang Qiu, I'd rather be with you too." Tears welled up in the girl's beautiful eyes. Jiang Qiu pulled them into his arms. "All right, you two bullied me like that all night, and now you won't let me get a proper rest during the day? You two princesses, behave yourselves and I'll stay outside and watch over you." Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro exchanged a glance. "It seems we have no choice but to leave it at that for now." Whoosh! As the virtual pod slowly closed, the consciousness of the two girls arrived at the virtual battle arena. There are two battle modes to choose from, 2 against many and Beast Tide mode. Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro exchanged a glance and then spoke in unison to those around them. Beast Tide incoming mode. Beast Tide arrival mode. At the same time, a cold, mechanical sound came from all directions. A monster will spawn in 5 seconds. Please be prepared. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. The instant the countdown ended, dozens of D-rank gluttonous leopards appeared out of thin air on the battle platform. The gluttonous leopards immediately activated their abilities, rapidly doubling in size. The lowest difficulty level for a 2-player virtual pod is a D-level monster, which is fundamentally different from a single-player virtual pod. Luo Xinro took Xiao Yuxia's slender hand, and a dazzling mark quietly formed in her palm, the Sky Seal. Xiao Yuxia understood immediately and decisively used his Water Shield ability on Luo Xinro. 2 beautiful figures rushed forward. A great battle has begun. 10 minutes later, the 2 virtual pods slowly opened, and the 2 girls looked solemn. Jiang Qiu stepped forward to help the 2 of them up. "Yuxia, Xinro, why do you two seem unhappy?" Luo Shinro sighed softly, the D-level gluttonous leopards are too powerful. We only killed a little over 170 of them before our internal energy was almost completely depleted. Xiaoyu buried her pretty face in Jiang Qiu's arms. Jiang Qiu, am I a useless burden? You all have to spare time to protect me on the battlefield. Upon hearing the reason for their disappointment, Jiang Qiu smiled and shook his head. Don't be discouraged. Failure is inevitable, and the road to success is full of thorns. Let's focus on absorbing the crystal cores and fight again when we advance to the third-tier illusion master. Come on, I'll treat you to ice cream later. When we get home, we'll practice together. Xiao Yuxie and Luo Shinro raised their heads, their beautiful eyes shining again. Good. Chapter 35. My father-in-law has come knocking. How does it feel to be defeated? As the saying goes, good food is the best way to win over your girlfriend. If one serving isn't enough, order two. With a deluxe ice cream in hand, the girl's lingering anxieties vanished instantly. Xiao Yuxie took a bite of the lychee-flavored ice cream and felt its cool, refreshing taste on her tongue. Jiang Qiu, do you want a lychee-flavored kiss? Luo Shinro snorted softly. Yeah, you're too clingy. It's not fair to me at all. Hearing her best friend complain, Xiao Yuxie playfully took her hand. Shinro, don't be sad. I'll teach you how to be clingy from now on. We're best friends, you know. If I have a bite of rice to eat, you'll have a bite of porridge to drink. Jiang Qiu's forehead was a little dark. Yeah, who did you learn all this from? I'm not going to tell you. The three chatted and laughed all the way back to their rented room. The small house, which originally had 3 bedrooms and a living room, is now completely occupied. Jiang Qiu's room is in the middle, 2 girls live on the left, and poor Longfan lives on the right. Longfan works from dawn till dusk, and you can hardly ever see him. After changing into their everyday underwear, the girls walked into the bathroom laughing and joking. The sound of running water soon filled the air, and then came the sounds of shameful playful fighting from the bathroom. Hey, stop fooling around when the rain stops. So soft, I didn't expect you, Shinro. Oh. Wait. Shinro, I was wrong. Jiang Qiu, sitting on the sofa, felt a headache coming on. He thought this system was a blessing from heaven, but Jiang Qiu had overestimated him. I've only awakened 2 abilities so far, and I'm already finding it hard to keep up. What will it be like when I have 6 or 7 abilities in the future? Jiang Qiu could hardly believe it. He felt his body trembling. This won't do. It seems I need to use my charm to win over stunning girls from now on. However, this would be even more difficult, as it requires getting people to be completely obedient to you. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Jiang Qiu thought it was Longfan who had returned, so he immediately went forward and opened the door. Longfan, what's wrong with you today? Unlike before, after opening the door, I didn't hear the other person's voice. Jiang Qiu keenly sensed something was amiss. If it were Longfan, he would have been calling him good brother all the time, but right now, there was an eerie silence outside the door. Could it be, not Longfan? Jiang Qiu's mind raced. The best course of action was to close the door again. However, before Jiang Qiu could finish, the middle-aged man outside the door had already braced the door shut with his hands. With both men exerting force simultaneously, Jiang Qiu was momentarily overwhelmed. How could the opponent be so strong? Oh no! Yu Xie and the others are in danger. As the door was slowly pushed open, a middle-aged man came into Jiang Qiu's view. The man was 1.83 meters tall, with a majestic and imposing presence, exuding an air of elegance. His eyes were incredibly sharp, seemingly able to see through any deception. Jiang Qiu was a little confused. Was the other person a bad person or not? Who are you? The middle-aged man sized Jiang Qiu up and down. You better not call yourself Jiang Qiu, or I'll spank your ass right now. The voice sounded somewhat familiar, and Jiang Qiu quickly realized, wasn't that his father-in-law from yesterday? They've already come knocking on our door after only 1 day? Well. Father-in-law, please calm down, come in and have some fruit, sit down and rest. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed sharply. So you're Jiang Qiu, you bastard. I finally caught you. Where is my daughter Shinro? She hasn't replied to my messages for a whole day and night. Tell me quickly, did you secretly bully my daughter? Looking at his fierce-looking father-in-law, Jiang Qiu shook his head vigorously. Shinro is taking a bath inside. Father-in-law, please don't wrong me. I really didn't do anything to Shinro. Luo Hanchuan snorted coldly and walked straight into the house without waiting for Jiang Qiu's consent. Jiang Qiu noticed that there were several people standing outside the door, who were probably the other party's bodyguards. Sitting opposite his father-in-law on the sofa, Jiang Qiu felt immense pressure. Luo Hongquan's gaze was like a dark gun barrel, constantly scanning Jiang Qiu. How could my daughter fall for such a young man? Does the other party really possess some extraordinary abilities? Soon, the sound of running water in the bathroom stopped abruptly. Luo Xinro and Xiao Yuxie, wrapped in bath towels, slowly walked out of the bathroom. Father, father? Upon seeing the middle-aged man on the sofa, Luo Xinro exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing his daughter's familiar voice, Luo Hongquan jumped to his feet. Oh my gosh, my absolute darling! Seeing you makes the world a brighter place. Looking at Luo Hongquan, who was now beaming with joy, Jiang Qiu couldn't help but think to himself, is this the same person as that imposing middle-aged man from before? Luo Xinro pouted cutely, her delicate body partially hidden beneath the bath towel. Father, why did you come all of a sudden? My darling daughter, your father was just worried about you. So I came to see you today and also to find out what kind of person my future son-in-law will be. At this point, Luo Hongquan glared fiercely at Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu shuddered and quickly looked at Luo Xinro with pleading eyes. Xiao Yuxie listened to their conversation and quickly understood the situation. Oh, it's uncle. Please have a seat. I'll go wash some fruit for you right away. Luo Hongquan nodded with satisfaction. This little girl is so sensible. Very good, uncle admires you. Thank you, uncle. Jiang Qiu rolled her eyes resentfully. So, you just don't appreciate me? Luo Xinro knew that her father had come to cause trouble for Jiang Qiu, so she slowly walked over to Jiang Qiu and sat down on his lap. Father, it's none of your business to tell my man what to do. If there's nothing else, you can go back now. Seeing the two acting so intimately, Luo Hongquan's expression was very unpleasant. Daughter, aren't you putting your father in a difficult position? Luo Xinro completely ignored her father and quickly kissed Jiang Qiu's face more than 10 times. Seeing his most beloved daughter turned out like this, Luo Hongquan's expression was truly priceless. Jiang Qiu smiled smugly. This feeling of disliking yourself but being unable to do anything about it is so satisfying. You brat, what are you so smug about? You think this is fun? Jiang Qiu ruffled the girl's hair. It was really fun, father-in-law. Too bad someone can only watch from the sidelines now. You. Luo Hongquan wanted this reward more than anyone else, but alas, his former sweetheart no longer belonged to him. At this moment, Luo Xinro blushed and looked up at Jiang Qiu in front of her. The two exchanged only one glance, and instantly understood each other's thoughts. Since you, Luo Hongquan, are so heartless, then don't blame us, the young couple, for being unjust. Jiang Qiu, isn't that what they did well? It would be even better if you kissed me 20 more times. Good. Smack, smack, smack. The thought of his once poised and elegant daughter now being completely subservient to Jiang Qiu filled Luo Hongquan with a tangled mess of emotions, leaving him feeling utterly miserable. Jiang Qiu, you. Chapter 36 Jiang Qiu passes all the tests his father-in-law trials. Part 1. Enough. You two, stop right now. Jiang Qiu patted the girl's bottom, signaling her not to act impulsively. Luo Xinro blushed with embarrassment at the pat and gave Jiang Qiu a resentful glance. Father-in-law, you saw it too. Xinro and I are truly in love, otherwise Xinro wouldn't treat me like this. At this moment, Luo Hongquan resembled an angry bull, his breathing rapid and frequent, his chest heaving violently. Kid, don't get too cocky. Wanting to be my future successor, Luo Hongquan, isn't as simple as you think. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinro's eyes lit up, and she quickly leaned close to Jiang Qiu's ear and whispered, Jiang Qiu, my father is testing you. You must do your best. Jiang Qiu nodded and solemnly said to Luo Hongquan, Father-in-law, please feel free to test me. I will accept it all. Heh, at least you have some backbone. Luo Hongquan suddenly clapped his hands, and 3 bodyguards entered from outside. The 3 men looked to be only about 24 or 25 years old. One of them was holding a transparent crystal ball with a constantly changing white light inside. It was the spirit-gathering pearl. The other party is testing Jiang Qiu's talent level. Seeing this, Jiang Qiu broke out in a cold sweat. Oh no! I was previously diagnosed with a D-level talent, but such a talent is far too ordinary. If my father-in-law finds out about this, he definitely won't let me continue to stay with Xinro. Luo Xinro also noticed something amiss. Oh no, Jiang Qiu has been assigned to class 4 of the freshmen, his talent must be at the D or E level. I never expected my father to use this method. This is really troublesome. Father, why did you bring a spirit-gathering pearl here? Luo Hongxuan stared at Jiang Qiu and sneered, I want to see what this kid is capable of. If his talent level is too low, then he can forget about entering the Luo family. Luo Xinrou panicked, Father, Jiang Qiu has a C-level talent, and the Illusionist Association has already tested him. Noticing the slight panic in his daughter's voice, Luo Hongxuan felt even more confident. Talent isn't something that can be changed, so what's the harm in testing it again? You're so protective of this brat, there's probably something fishy going on behind the scenes, isn't there? No. Absolutely not. Luo Xinrou looked at Jiang Qiu helplessly, but Jiang Qiu was also uncertain at the moment. What should we do now? 3 seconds later, Luo Hongxuan deliberately urged, Jiang Qiu, didn't you want to prove yourself to me? Now is the perfect opportunity to show me your talent. Luo Xinrou got up from Jiang Qiu's lap and looked at him with worry in her eyes. Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu took a deep breath and smiled as he gently patted the girl's head. It's all right, Xinrou, I'll take the test. Jiang Qiu no longer hesitated and stepped forward to place his hand on the spirit-gathering pearl. Since reality can't be changed anyway, we can only pin our hopes on other challenges. 5 seconds later, something unexpected happened. Luo Hongxuan stared at the glowing spirit-gathering pearl, his brows furrowing tightly. It really is a C-level talent? But why can't I see any elements? At the same time, Jiang Qiu and Luo Xinrou also stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Etc. How did my talent become a C-level talent? This is totally illogical. Luo Xinrou muttered to herself, could it be that there was a mistake in the Illusionist Association back then? Although I don't know why my talent has inexplicably increased, as long as my father-in-law can accept it, then none of this matters. Luo Hongxuan stared intently at Jiang Qiu, even if you really do have a C-level talent, it's barely within my acceptable range. But the gap between you and Xinrou is still too big. No matter what, you are a burden to my Xinrou. Jiang Qiu thought the other party would continue to belittle him, but what they said next made him happy. Therefore, from now on, Xinrou must be the head of this family, and all the assets must be handed over to Xinrou for control. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu immediately agreed. Yes, I'll listen to Xinrou completely. Xinrou is the apple of my eye, I'll cherish her like a treasure. Seeing his future son-in-law making such a serious vow, Luo Hongxuan's expression became much more amiable. You're smart to know what's good for you. It's obvious that Luo Hongxuan, after learning that his daughter truly loves Jiang Qiu, wouldn't cruelly separate the two. This is the first time Luo Xinrou has met a boy she likes, and as her father who loves his daughter the most, he will definitely try to bring the two of them together. However, I absolutely cannot let my daughter suffer a loss. Luo Xinrou could easily guess her father's intentions, so she immediately ran to her father's arms and kissed him on the cheek. Dad, I knew you were the best to me. Luo Hongxuan was overjoyed. Oh my darling, let your father have some fun with you. I've missed you so much since I last saw you. Luo Hongxuan was about to kiss his daughter on the forehead when the girl ruthlessly pushed him away. Dad, that won't do. Jiang Qiu will get jealous if you kiss me. Luo Hongxuan's face turned black. You've only known that guy for a few days. It should be my little darling. With nowhere to vent his anger, Luo Hongxuan glared fiercely at Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu felt a chill run down his spine from that terrifying gaze. He swallowed hard and said in a trembling voice, No, father-in-law, I don't mind. Daughter, look, Jiang Qiu doesn't mind at all. That won't do either. I'm only allowed to let Jiang Qiu kiss me. Luo Xinrou forcefully broke free from her father and ran into Jiang Qiu's arms, hugging him tightly. Jiang Qiu looked at Luo Hongxuan awkwardly. This, father-in-law, this has nothing to do with me. Luo Hongxuan's jealousy intensified. Jiang Qiu, don't be too happy yet. I have a second test coming up. Before long, Jiang Qiu dressed and followed Luo Hongxuan and 3 bodyguards to the open area downstairs. Luo Xinrou originally wanted to go along, but her father's attitude was unusually firm, and he would not allow any indulgence. This matter concerns the future heir of the Luo family, so the girl had no choice but to stay at home dejectedly. Xinrou, come here quickly. Just then, Xiao Yuxia's voice suddenly came, and Luo Xinrou looked at him in confusion. The rain has stopped, what's wrong? Xinrou, come on over. Luo Xinrou, wearing pink slippers, jogged over to Xiao Yuxia's side. Xiao Yuxie, with a smile on her face, pointed to the window in the room with her slender finger. Shinro, look. We can see Jiang Qiu and the others from here. Ha? Really? Luo Shinro leaned closer to the window and, sure enough, saw Jiang Qiu and her father downstairs. She hadn't expected their usual room to offer such a perfect vantage point. Really? Shinro, aren't I clever? Xia, you're the smartest. Chapter 37. Jiang Qiu passes all the tests his father-in-law trials. Part 2. On the open ground, Luo Hongxuan said sternly to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, the next test is simple. If you can defeat these 3 bodyguards beside me, I'll acknowledge your ability to protect my daughter. And from this day forward, you are my chosen son-in-law, Luo Hongxuan. I will no longer interfere in your relationship with Shinro. Jiang Qiu asked, Father-in-law, I am currently only at the 2nd-tier illusionist level. I wonder what the strengths of these 3 bodyguards are. Luo Hongxuan sneered. I'm not much better than you. They're just 3 4th-tier illusionists. Judging from the other party's nonchalant tone, are all 4th-tier illusionists weak? Jiang Qiu finally understood what it meant to love one's daughter dearly. But if you love me, fine, but why torture me? Father-in-law, aren't you putting me in a difficult position? Could you lower your request a little? Luo Hongxuan was well aware of how unreasonable his demands were. Logically speaking, a 4th-tier illusionist should be able to easily defeat 3 2nd-tier illusionists. If Jiang Qiu were really crippled, wouldn't his daughter run away from home? Luo Hongxuan said after careful consideration, how about this, your father-in-law won't make things difficult for you. As long as you can last for 20 seconds, you'll pass this test. 20 seconds is just the right amount of time. If Jiang Qiu can handle it calmly, he can prove his strength. If Jiang Qiu chooses to passively take the beating, hitting him for 20 seconds will also make him feel relieved. Luo Hongxuan was secretly delighted. Only someone as shrewd and calculating as me could come up with such a brilliant plan. Seeing his father-in-law's smug face, Jiang Qiu thought to himself, ha, father-in-law, keep laughing. That's exactly what I want for you to lower your guard. Luo Hongxuan waved his hand, and 3 bodyguards stepped forward. Kid, are you ready? Jiang Qiu feigned nervousness and said, ready, all set. Let's go then. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Hongxuan stretched lazily. Suddenly, 3 crisp snap sounds came from directly in front of him. When Luo Hongxuan opened his eyes in confusion, he almost dropped his jaw in shock at just one glance. But then they saw 3 4th-tier illusionist bodyguards lying unconscious on the ground like dead pigs, each with a bright red handprint on their face. It looked like they had been hit pretty hard. What on earth is going on? Upstairs, Luo Shinro and Xiao Yuxie witnessed Jiang Qiu instantly approach the 3 bodyguards and kill them in a very short time. Even the more knowledgeable Luo Shinro was so surprised that she covered her mouth with both hands. Jiang Qiu's speed is simply unbelievable. Could this be his second ability? Xiao Yuxie also clicked her tongue. It's only been a few days, and Jiang Qiu has become so powerful? How come it seems like he inexplicably gets much stronger every time he falls into a coma? Could this be some kind of completely new cultivation method? As she was thinking, Xiao Yuxie suddenly remembered something, and her body began to tremble involuntarily. Luo Shinro stepped forward and asked with concern, Xia, what's wrong? Xiao Yu swallowed hard. Shinro, you said Jiang Qiu can easily take on 3 people at once now. Will he use that ability to take on 2 people tonight? Luo Shinro was stunned by these words and it took her a while to understand. The girl's cheeks flushed red. Jiang Qiu wouldn't do that, would he? Seeing his father-in-law's shocked expression, Jiang Qiu calmly dusted himself off. It was nothing more than a slight move, father-in-law, why should you be surprised? Jiang Qiu was thought to be easily subdued by the 3 bodyguards, but unexpectedly, the bodyguards were instantly killed by this brat. Does this really make sense? Jiang Qiu, how did you do that? Having witnessed Jiang Qiu's prowess, Luo Hongxuan no longer dared to underestimate him. Instead, he felt somewhat gratified. Only a genius like him is worthy of being the son-in-law of the Luo family. Jiang Qiu changed the subject. Father-in-law, have I passed your test? Passed. Oh, Jiang Qiu, what are you saying? From the very first moment I saw you, I've been overjoyed. Luo Hongxuan came to Jiang Qiu's side and patted him on the shoulder affectionately. Jiang Qiuxin said, you weren't like this just now. Ahem, Jiang Qiu, my good son-in-law. I never expected you to be hiding such great strength. Could you show your father-in-law something? He was yawning just now and didn't see me. Jiang Qiu smiled and said, no problem, no problem. Father-in-law, please step back 10 meters and try it out. Although Luo Hongxuan was somewhat puzzled, he still did as Jiang Qiu said. Just as he was about to walk 10 meters away, Jiang Qiu suddenly appeared in front of Luo Hongxuan. Such a thrilling scene almost gave Luo Hongxuan a heart attack. Holy crap! Jiang Qiu? Wait a minute, weren't you behind me? Luo Hongxuan turned around abruptly, but Jiang Qiu was nowhere to be seen behind him. Jiang Qiu appeared before him in an instant. This was the opponent's immense power. After realizing what was happening, Luo Hongxuan praised him repeatedly. Good lad, you're quite capable. It seems there's a reason why Shinro chose you. Jiang Qiu scratched his head shyly. Father-in-law, may I go back now? Oh? Why are you in such a hurry to go back? Of course I want to be with Shinro. I feel restless if I'm not with Shinro for even a second. Father-in-law, you can't be so heartless. Luo Hongxuan rolled his eyes jealously. I've achieved my goal for this trip, and it's about time I left. But you have to promise me first that you will never bully my Shinro, no matter what. Even when you're trying to strengthen your relationship with your husband, you have to treat my daughter gently. Jiang Qiu was speechless. Do you really enjoy rambling on and on? I'll do whatever my father-in-law says. TCH, tell Shinro I'm leaving now. The bureau is busy, and I really can't spare much time. After leaving those words, Luo Hongxuan woke up his bodyguards, and the group quickly left the area. Jiang Qiu looked at the other person's back, which appeared so majestic and tall in the sunlight. Father-in-law, please take good care of your health. Luo Hongxuan waved with his back turned, coming and going in a hurry. Chapter 38, Intrigue unfolds. Who's the boss in this house? By the window. Luo Shinro watched helplessly as her father's figure gradually disappeared into the distance, a feeling she couldn't quite describe welling up inside her. Father. Xiao Yuxia patted the girl's back. Shinro, don't be sad. Your father treats you so well, you should be happy. My father used to be very good to me, but unfortunately he left a long time ago. Luo Shinro looked over in disbelief, only to see tears glistening in the other person's eyes. Xiao Yuxia sobbed twice, then bravely wiped away her tears with her hand. However, I have Jiang Qiu now. Just thinking about being able to live with him every day warms my heart, and I'm happy no matter what I do. Luo Shinro hugged the other tightly. Yuxia, we'll be best friends forever. From now on, you'll have not only Jiang Qiu, but also me. Yes. We'll always be best friends. A short while later, the sound of the door opening came from inside. The girls, like excited little rabbits, couldn't wait to rush into Jiang Qiu's arms. The rain has stopped, Shinro, what's wrong with you two? Look at your little noses, they're all red from crying. Jiang Qiu gently rubbed their heads and pulled them into a tight embrace. Xiao Yuxia said coquettishly, Brother Jiang Qiu, I missed you. Let's go take a nap together, okay? Luo Shinro imitated her, saying in a very convincing manner, Brother Jiang Qiu, I miss you too. Looking at their pitiful little eyes, Jiang Qiu's heart almost melted. Alright, let's take a nap. We'll be refreshed and ready to absorb the crystal course together, okay? Yay! Aha! Meanwhile, in a rented room near a certain north courtyard. Charge! Marksman, get in there. I've controlled 5 enemies this time, charge in. A few seconds later, the death screen appeared. Wan Heng opened his microphone and started cursing, holy shit. Marksman, are you an idiot? We're already in a team fight, what the hell are you doing, spamming chickens? In a fit of anger, Wang Heng slammed his phone to the ground. Bang! These days, anyone can play a marksman? Sha! After venting his anger, Wang Heng took a deep breath and awkwardly bent down to pick up his phone. Luckily, the phone wasn't damaged, otherwise I would have lost credit points. 2 minutes later, it's another opportunity to start a group purchase. You all better get ready, I'm starting a raid. Brothers, charge! Buzz buzz. Just when he was on the verge of life and death, a phone call came in. Wang Heng's character was mysteriously stuck in mid-air, and then the game crashed automatically. Holy crap! Which little brat is it now? They're absolutely infuriating. Wang Heng angrily took the phone and cursed at the person on the other end. Hey! Who the hell are you? Don't you know I was just busy setting up a group buy? You really know how to time your call perfectly. Two soft coughs came from the other end of the phone. Wang Hong, it's been a long time. It's Xia Lingfeng. Wang Hang's imposing aura vanished instantly. So, it was Boss Xie. Boss. I was blind and accidentally insulted you. I'm so sorry. Xia Lingfeng said in an icy tone, I heard that ever since your failed ambush on Xiao Yuxie, you haven't dared to leave your house? Wang Hong explained awkwardly, it's not that I'm afraid, it's just that I want to avoid their sharp edge. Yes, avoid their sharp edge. Jiang Qiu is really too powerful, I can't do anything about him. The voice on the other end of the phone said coldly, don't forget our agreement. If you can't severely damage Jiang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie, you will one day die without a burial place. Hearing Xia Lingfeng's threatening words, Wang Hong subconsciously thought of the other party's brother, that cold-blooded and ruthless devil Xialing Yun. Boss. It's not that I don't want to cause trouble for Jiang Qiu, it's just that his abilities are too strong. I'm outnumbered and outmatched, I simply can't beat him. Xia Lingfeng suddenly sneered, it's alright, I can help you. You just need to follow my instructions and secretly cooperate with me from the inside. Wang Hang's eyes lit up. Boss, just give the orders. I'm all ears. Okay, let's leave it at that for now. After hearing Xia Lingfeng's plan, Wang Hong revealed an evil smile. Boss, it has to be you. This move is absolutely flawless. Jiang Qiu is just waiting to be caught off guard in sync. Ha, you'd better get this done. Bite. After hanging up the phone, Xia Lingfeng looked forlornly at the ceiling above him. Miss Shinro. If Jiang Qiu hadn't interfered, perhaps I would have already gotten you. Damn it. It's all because of that damn Jiang Qiu. If it weren't for Jiang Qiu, Luo Shinro's first kiss would definitely have been mine. But Luo Shinro has very high standards, and Jiang Qiu probably hasn't gotten her body yet. Thinking about it this way, I still have a chance. It was 3 p.m. A tingling sensation ran through his arm, and Jiang Qiu wearily opened his eyes. Jiang Qiu looked rather pitiful at that moment, with two girls each resting their heads on one of his arms. If Jiang Qiu were to pull his hands away, the two girls would inevitably wake up from their sleep. Sigh, it seems I'll have to stay here like this for now. But I can't feel my arm at all. Looking at Yuxia and Xian row in his arms, Jiang Qiu felt a mix of pain and joy. Just before his afternoon nap, Xiao Yuxie suddenly had a whim and started calling Jiang Qiu daddy over and over again. Jiang Qiu was completely stunned, feeling his fighting power instantly skyrocket. As the girl pleaded for mercy, Jiang Qiu, with extreme kindness, gave her some porridge. Although Luo Shinro was a little hesitant to eat, Jiang Qiu thoughtfully fed her until she was full. Jiang Qiu stared at the ceiling opposite him, muttering, I'm still too kind, sacrificing myself for others, and ruining my own body like this. I still need to hurry up and advance to become a third-tier illusionist. At that time, not only will my physique be more robust, but even my internal organs will be enhanced. Okay. It's settled then. About 10 minutes later, Xiao Yuxie's eyelashes trembled slightly. The moment the girl opened her beautiful eyes, she hugged her beloved man tightly. Brother Jiang Qiu, you don't care about me at all. If you treat me like this again, I won't sleep with you anymore. Jiang Qiu joked, is there really such a good thing? Upon hearing this, Xiaoyu was furious and grabbed him tightly. Try saying that again? Jiang Qiu was on the verge of tears and hurriedly begged in a low voice, Lord Yuxie, please let me go. I really know I was wrong. Shinro was still asleep, let's keep our voices down so we don't wake her. Xiao Yuxie persisted, I think you haven't cleaned for days, don't you know who's in charge in this house? As the girl spoke, she increased the strength in her hands. No, sir, I'll never do it again. I'll owe you 3 more times, okay? Xiao Yuxia rolled her eyes at Jiang Qiu, this kind of thing must not happen again. Jiang Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, the next moment. Let's get this straight, this time you owe me 10 times. Chapter 39 Sweet Life. An uninvited guest. The next morning. Shinro, let me tell you, if you go out dressed like that, you'll definitely stun all those guys. Luo Shinro clasped her hands together nervously. Will Jiang Qiu really like this? Xiao Yuxie pinched the other person's long legs, which were clad in ultra-thin black stockings, with a mischievous smile on her face. Of course. Jiang Qiu is a boy too. I know all about boys' little thoughts better than you do. Ever since the two started living together, Xiao Yuxie has always been teaching Luo Shinro some unorthodox knowledge. But Luo Shinro, in order to please Jiang Qiu, always listened more attentively than she did in class. Xiaoyu pointed to Jiang Qiu, who was washing up in the bathroom, and said, Shinro, if you don't believe me, why don't you go in and let him see? See if he'll be stunned. Luo Shinro's face flushed with a spring-like smile. I'm so embarrassed. Rain has stopped, you're so mean. 2 minutes later, Jiang Qiu skillfully dried himself with a towel and came out of the bathroom. Hey, you two are teaming up as sisters today? In Jiang Qiu's view, the two girls were wearing white stockings and black stockings respectively, paired with black and white JK uniforms and delicate little leather shoes. Urged on by Xia Yuxia, Luo Shinro shyly walked up to Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, do you like me dressed like this? Jiang Qiu casually placed her hand on the other person's hip. I like it. Seeing you two dressed like this has made me feel much better today. Luo Shinro blushed even more. Then I'll wear it for you to see often from now on. Okay, but the three of us need to go out for breakfast now, we have class later, right? Aha! The three of them walked into the college together, attracting a lot of attention along the way. My god! It's the black and white duo! Mommy! This is heaven! Wa'ada! My goddess! What's that kid's name? I feel like I've seen him somewhere before. Exclamations of surprise, envy, and discussion arose incessantly. To provoke the boys, Jiang Qiu deliberately pulled the two of them into his arms. Ugh, Jiang Qiu, you're so annoying. Jiang Qiu, isn't it too crowded here? Jiang Qiu smiled slightly. I love the way they look at me with disdain yet envy, it makes me feel superior. Good, rain has stopped, good Shinro, you too, just let me pretend for a little while. Xia Yuxia glanced at Jiang Qiu and said, what's the big deal? We've been yours for a long time, and we won't refuse you. Right, Shinro? Luo Shinro nodded in agreement. Exactly. The three went to a breakfast shop and ordered some steamed buns and soy milk. Jiang Qiu ate with great relish, being personally fed by the two stunningly beautiful girls. You two eat too, don't just feed me. Luo Shinro took a sip of black rice soy milk and analyzed to the two of them. Jiang Qiu, Yuxia, with the 2B grade crystal cores we each absorbed yesterday, we only need to absorb 4 more to advance to the 3rd tier illusion master. If we absorb it with all our might, we can successfully advance to the next level by tomorrow night. The illusionist competition is in half a month. I think we should assemble the illusionist team as soon as possible. Jiang Qiu pondered for a moment and asked, Shinro, do you have any candidates you would recommend from your class? If we can get 2A level experts in, our chances of winning the championship will be greatly increased. Luo Shinro sighed softly. Jiang Qiu, I'm sorry. I almost never interact with my classmates. Xiao Yuxia stepped forward to comfort her. Shinro, don't blame yourself. Even without the help of A-level experts, the three of us are enough to beat other teams. That's right. Shinro, you are the backbone of our team. As long as you are here, there is no battle we cannot win. Luo Shinro looked at Jiang Qiu with a wistful expression. You're clearly the one who's the backbone. Jiang Qiu and his two companions were chatting happily when a chubby boy walked in. Hey, Jiang Qiu, eating? Jiang Qiu looked up at the sound and saw that it was Wang Heng. Seeing Jiang Qiu and Xia Yuxia's expressions turn serious, a hint of doubt flashed in Luo Shinro's beautiful eyes. This chubby kid offended Jiang Qiu? Seeing that the two were on high alert, Wang Heng quickly explained, please don't be so hostile. I came here specifically to apologize. Xia Yuxia snorted coldly, apologize? Wang Heng, are you out of your mind? Don't you have any idea what you did to me before? You want us to forgive you? Dream on. After being scolded by the girl, Wang Heng felt a little embarrassed. I was forced by Xia Lingfeng before, otherwise how do you think I got your contact information? Furthermore, do you really think I have the time to send people to find your mother's whereabouts? We are all victims, the culprit is Xia Lingfeng. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxia was stunned. This was really something you were forced to do? It's absolutely true. If it weren't for satisfying Xia Lingfeng's perverted demands, I wouldn't have done that to you in the first place. At this point, the girl's cheeks quickly turned red. Enough, stop talking. Neither you nor Xia Lingfeng are good people. Jiang Qiu, who was standing nearby, noticed something amiss. Wang Heng, if you didn't play any tricks, then please explain why you took the initiative to apologize to us? Wang Heng hesitated for a few seconds, then finally sighed helplessly. Xia Lingfeng went back on his word. He promised to give me high-grade crystal cores for cultivation, but in the end, he didn't give me a single one. After being tricked, I got angrier and angrier, so I decided to secretly scheme against Xialing Feng. Among the people I know, Zhang Qiu, you are the strongest. My plan needs your help, which is why I have come here to apologize. I'll do anything to get your forgiveness. Xiao Yuxie and Zhang Qiu exchanged a glance, both clearly harboring suspicion. After careful consideration, Zhang Qiu coldly said, if you want us to forgive you, you must first sincerely apologize to Yu Xie. Only when Yu Xie forgives you will this matter be over. Wang Hong was immediately delighted. No problem, it's settled then. You guys are still eating, why don't I wait outside first? After saying that, Wang Hong jogged away from the breakfast shop and stood obediently within Zhang Qiu and the other's sight. Chapter 40 Forgive Wang Hong, and the plan against Xialing Feng. Zhang Qiu, what do you think we should do about this? That Wang Hong is a pervert. I feel disgusted just looking at him. But, if Xialing Feng was the one causing trouble in the shadows all along, we can use this opportunity to give him a wake-up call. Xiao Yuxie analyzed the situation logically and with evidence, and Luo Xinro roughly understood some of it. Luo Xinro said, Zhang Qiu, Yu Xie, regardless of whether Wang Hong is lying or not, I don't think we need to be afraid of him. With our current strength, we can handle most situations. Even if Wang Hong goes back on his word, I can have father send people to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxie immediately recalled the night her mother suffered not long ago, when a full 210 4th-tier illusion masters were mobilized at once. The scale of that event was truly impressive. Zhang Qiu nodded. Yes, Xinro is absolutely right. In any case, it depends on whether you, Yuxie, intend to forgive him or not. Xiao Yuxie snorted, forgiving him is impossible. However, I can pretend to forgive him first, and then completely break ties with Wang Hong after I've taught Xialing Feng a lesson. It has to be my Yuxie, so resourceful and intelligent. The girl was still angry, but when she heard Zhang Qiu praise her like that, her anger subsided by more than half. That's right. After saying that, Xiao Yuxie leaned close to Zhang Qiu and kissed him on the cheek. Mwah. After doing all this, the girl quickly returned to Luo Xinro's side, shyly squeezing her legs together. Luo Xinro wasn't particularly jealous, since the two were the closest of friends. The three of them quickly finished breakfast and went out of the breakfast shop to meet Wang Hong. Xiao Yuxie took the initiative to step forward, her attitude much more lenient than before. Wang Hong quickly bowed 90 degrees, I'm sorry. I went too far before and did something bad to you. I have sincerely reflected on my actions, please have mercy and forgive me. Xiao Yuxie snorted coldly, then will you still dare to glance around like that in the future? Wang Hong swallowed hard, his heart pounding, and said, no. No, I won't dare. Really? Or are you just pretending? Really? I'll reluctantly forgive you this time since you're somewhat sincere. But if you dare to try anything funny again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Thank you so much, Miss Yuxie. Miss Yuxie is so generous. Miss Yuxie is so kind and pure-hearted. All right, get up now. If others see this, they'll think I did something to you. Xiao Yu ran back into Zhang Qiu's arms, nuzzling her head against his hand affectionately, my Zhang Qiu brother is the best. Luo Xinro watched intently from the side, silently memorizing the other person's coquettish manner. Wang Hong said awkwardly, why don't we go to class first, and I'll explain the situation to you in detail this afternoon. Zhang Qiu hummed in agreement. All right. The morning passed quickly, and the four of them arrived at the park inside the courtyard. The weather was quite hot today, and both girls' socks were a little wet. Wang Hong glanced at her casually, and his body reacted instinctively. This is truly exceptional. Xiao Yuxie glared at Wang Hong and said, just tell me what your plan is. Facing the three men's wary gazes, Wang Hong said with a serious expression, it's like this, Xialing Feng gave me a task yesterday. He wants me to find a way to lure you to the Beast Extermination Operations Management Bureau for a Class D Beast Extermination operation. Once you've finished your fierce battle and your internal energy is almost depleted, Xialing Feng will block the bureau's entrance and personally give you, Zhang Qiu, a good beating. Don't underestimate Xialing Feng. He's already a third-tier illusionist. With your C-level and D-level talents alone, you won't be able to do anything to him. Hearing this, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but laugh out loud. Wang Hong, do you know who this girl next to me is? Zhang Qiu gently rubbed Luo Xinro's head, and Xiao Yuxie smiled smugly. Wang Hong looked Luo Xinro up and down for a long time, but he really couldn't figure out what kind of identity she could have. Her? She is quite beautiful, but Jiang Qiu, your talent is only D level. Do you think you can get your hands on a swan? That's too unrealistic. Luo Xinro blushed and said, Jiang Qiu is not a toad. Wang Hong was somewhat confused by this. You mean, you really are a swan? Jiang Qiu explained, Wang Hong, listen carefully. The young woman beside me is Luo Xinro, the only daughter of Luo Hongchuan, the director of the National Crystal Core Trade Association. Upon hearing this, Wang Hong collapsed to the ground in astonishment. Holy crap! It's actually a member of the Luo family? And she's the Luo family's heiress? This was far beyond Wang Heng's expectations. He had thought the other party was just a pretty young girl, but it turned out to be a top-notch person. The Luo family's influence is among the top in the country, so what kind of incredible luck does Jiang Qiu have? No. I remember the other person had an S-rank talent. Luo Xinro was the talk of the town among the freshmen, and Wang Hong had also inquired about her. He couldn't believe that Jiang Qiu had actually won her over. Jiang Qiu, you're lying to me, right? What kind of person is Luo Xinro? Why is she always clinging to you? I don't believe it. You two are just ordinary friends at most. Jiang Qiu's lips curled into a slight smile as he kissed the girl in his arms. Luo Xinro struggled a few times before surrendering completely to their passionate embrace. Wang Hong felt a buzzing in his head. How could there be such a huge difference in the fates of people? After a long while, Luo Xinro was panting heavily. Jiang Qiu, you're so mean. I haven't even agreed yet and you've already. Jiang Qiu teased the girl's chin with his finger. Wang Hong, do you believe me now? Luo Xinro gave a soft hum, her face almost dripping with embarrassment. She had no choice but to hug Jiang Qiu tightly to hide her face from others. Wang Hong was no longer able to speak. Why should Jiang Qiu be able to do whatever he wants? Jiang Qiu continued, since Xia Lingfeng has assigned you a task, then just proceed as usual. This will lower his guard, and then we can teach him a lesson. The two girls had no objections, and Wang Hong said seriously, all right. Then let's meet at the Beast Extermination Operation Management Bureau tomorrow afternoon, and we'll catch Xia Lingfeng off guard. Chapter 41, Wang Hong joins the Beast Extermination Operation again. His unyielding thievish heart. The next afternoon, Jiang Qiu and his two companions made preparations and took a bus with Wang Hong to the northern branch of the Beast Extermination Operations Management Bureau. The staff handed the group several spatial bags, which would make it easier for the illusion masters to store their crystal cores. Wang Hong had been hiding at home and had never seen what a beast tide looked like. Now, as he was about to face the brutal beast tide, Wang Hong felt somewhat uneasy. Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu looked over upon hearing the sound. What's wrong? Wang Hong said tremblingly, I'm only a first-level illusionist right now. Can you protect me later? My abilities are only good for showing off in bars, they're not really useful against monsters. Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow. How many days have passed? Why are you still wandering around as a Tier 1 illusionist? So all that reputation your dad built for you is just for showing off? Since you're only a Tier 1, let's just participate in the Rank E beast hunting operation. If it's a Rank D beast hunting operation, your life might be in trouble. Wang Hong nodded repeatedly, Jiang Qiu, whatever you say goes. I'll send a green bubble to Xia Lingfeng right now, telling him we participated in a D-level beast extermination operation. Xiao Yuxia rolled her eyes at Wang Hong, I've never seen such a useless piece of trash. Led by staff, Jiang Qiu and his group arrived at a private room on the second floor. Jiang Qiu recognized the middle-aged man at the head of the group. It was Meng He, the leader from last time. Meng He stared coldly at Jiang Qiu and the other two. They had left a very deep impression on him. Only 4 people returned from that beast hunting operation. This was practically the least profitable beast hunting operation Meng He had ever undertaken. Without a doubt, there must be some unknown killings and conspiracies hidden behind this incident. Meng He had some guesses about Jiang Qiu and his companions' identities. They looked like freshmen, but they were actually very likely powerful crystal core hunters. I need to warn the others, otherwise we won't make much profit this time. As soon as Jiang Qiu and his group entered the private room, the burly men around them were quickly drawn to them. What the hell? There are girls wearing black and white stockings participating in the beast extermination operation now? Are they trying to impress those monsters? Another person said, TSK, old Lu, these pumpkins are so juicy, they must be meant for us, he. At this moment, Meng He suddenly stepped forward, completely blocking the view of the burly men. "Hey leader, what are you doing? We haven't had enough of the show yet." Meng He said coldly, "Iron Goat, don't touch it. If you want to live, behave yourself." Upon hearing this, the crystal core hunters instantly became vigilant. One of them asked, "How ironic is it? Harder than steel." After leaving those words, Meng He walked back without changing his expression. The crystal core hunters exchanged glances and secretly decided to tone it down. "I never expected I'd run into such an important person this time. Looks like these days are getting tougher and tougher." The team quickly assembled, and the 21 illusionists entered the teleportation array on the 4th floor. Meng He explained the rules as usual, and everyone present listened attentively. With a flash of white light, the group arrived in Mabe City. It was still those E-ranked dark pattern wolves, but the difference was that Jiang Qiu and the others were no longer as inexperienced as before. After a fierce battle between humans and demons, the wolf pack quickly retreated into the depths. Jiang Qiu and his companions did not give chase. Preserving their internal magical energy was the key to their journey. Seeing that the wolf pack had been driven back, several freshmen bravely stepped forward to fight the enemy. Jiang Qiu watched their retreating figures and sighed helplessly. That's just how some things are. You'll never know what kind of dangers are lurking behind them unless you experience them firsthand. Fortunately, these freshmen met Jiang Qiu, otherwise, even surviving would have been a serious problem. The crystal core hunters noticed Jiang Qiu's unusual behavior and immediately abandoned their plans to target the new students. It seems those people are indeed something special. We'll have no choice but to get as many crystal cores as possible from the wolf pack. Moreover, we need to be quick. Once the pumpkins are fully ripe, that will be the perfect time for those important figures to harvest them. Without the crystal cores they could harvest from the newborns, these crystal core hunters had no choice but to turn their attention to wolf packs. The participation fee for each person is a full 30 E-grade crystal cores. If each person only kills 30 monsters and then stops, wouldn't they just be coming here to experience life for no reason? These crystal core hunters deliberately conserve enough phantom energy while fighting their enemies. In case of an emergency, having phantom energy provides a better chance of survival. In just 30 minutes, these crystal core hunters hurriedly left via the teleportation array. Jiang Qiu didn't rush back, but planned to wait until all the new students had left before setting off. In case the new students encountered danger, he could help them. Hey, Xiao Yuxie, you, let go of my hand. Let go. Just then, Wang Hang's shout suddenly came from behind. Jiang Qiu turned around and found that Xiao Yuxie was pinching the other person's ear tightly with her hand. Wang Hang, you have some nerve. If I hadn't discovered you in time, who knows what good deed you would have done. Looking at Luo Xinrou, who stood calmly to the side, Jiang Qiu was somewhat puzzled. The rain has stopped, what happened? Xiao Yu snorted softly. Jiang Qiu, Wang Hang was staring at Xinrou's legs the whole time. Luckily I was on guard, otherwise he would have taken advantage of her again. Wang Hang hurriedly protested, I didn't. Xiao Yuxie is making things up. Jiang Qiu, you have to stand up for me, ouch. My ears. Jiang Qiu came to Luo Xinrou's side, and the two looked at each other. Xinrou, is this really true? Luo Xinrou shook her head. Jiang Qiu, I was only looking at you just now, so I don't know if he did it or not. He did it. That lecherous pervert who never gave up. Stop. Never mind whether I did it or not, just let go of my hand, okay? It hurts so much. Seeing Wang Hang's fat face turn red, Jiang Qiu stepped forward to stop him, saying, Yeah, that's enough. Wang Hang is still useful to us, don't make things difficult for him like this. Xiao Yuxie narrowed her eyes and kicked Wang Hang, still feeling aggrieved. Jiang Qiu, you're too kind. You shouldn't give this kind of person a friendly look. After saying that, the girl threw herself into Jiang Qiu's arms, as if a demon had instantly transformed into a well-behaved and adorable kitten. Wang Hang sat on the ground, feeling wronged. He had only been looking at her for less than 2 seconds when the girl caught him red-handed. If it were truly enjoyable to watch, as Xiao Yuxie said, that would be fine, but the problem is this is just too unfair. Jiang Qiu walked up to Wang Hang and questioned him, Wang Hang, admit it yourself, is this really true? I admit, I only looked for 2 seconds. It's because Luo Xinrou is so beautiful, 100 times more beautiful than Xiao Yuxie, that I couldn't help myself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxie's anger flared up again. Wang Hang. You bastard. Whether I'm pretty or not is none of your business. Luo Shinro vaguely sensed something was wrong. Was this a divisive tactic? Chapter 42. Conflict arises between the two women. They fall into a trap. Seeing Xiao Yuxie being stopped by Jiang Qiu, Wang Hong smugly mocked, "Xiao Yuxie, no matter how you try to argue, it's useless. You're simply not as pretty as Luo Shinro. Luo Shinro is gentle and elegant, unlike you, a crazy woman, who won't even let me glance at her. If Jiang Qiu hadn't been coaxing you, I doubt any boy would have liked a crazy, unreasonable woman like you. In my opinion, Jiang Qiu probably dislikes you a lot in his heart, but he doesn't want to hurt your self-esteem, so he considers you in every way. Jiang Qiu really likes Luo Shinro, who is richer and more powerful than you. After all, she has a big family and a lot of business, unlike you who have nothing and only knows how to throw tantrums all day long." Faced with Wang Heng's scathing taunts, Xiao Yuxie was furious, her eyes filled with boundless rage. "Wang Hong, shut your filthy mouth. You think I'll do whatever you tell me to do? No way. I'm not going to coax you like Jiang Qiu does. Besides, I was looking at Luo Shinro, not you. Luo Shinro didn't say I couldn't look, but you were the one yelling everywhere, and you even bit someone when you were angry. You. If I don't teach you a lesson today, you won't know how powerful the Queen Mother of the West is." As the two argued more and more fiercely, Jiang Qiu couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Alright, rainy day, don't take it to heart. Let him say what he wants, let's just focus on doing our own thing." Just as the girl was about to kick Wang Hong a few times, Jiang Qiu stopped her with his hand. At this moment, Xiao Yuxie was furious, and what she couldn't accept the most was that her beloved didn't support her. "Jiang Qiu, why are you stopping me? Are you even still my man? The rain has stopped, calm down. Wang Hong is just talking nonsense, don't take it seriously." "Enough. Jiang Qiu, you'd better explain yourself clearly today. Do you like me more, or Shinro more?" Luo Shinro sensed that things were not going well and immediately stepped forward to comfort her. "Yuxie, calm down." Xiao Yuxie stared at the good old man who had stolen her man, and in a fit of anger, pushed him aside. "Get out of my way. I'm talking to Jiang Qiu right now. Jiang Qiu, answer me now. Who do you like more?" Jiang Qiu was being pulled by the collar by the girl, their eyes almost touching. Luo Shinro, standing to the side, staggered a few steps, looking at the other with a complicated expression. "After the rain, of course I love both of you the most. You are both my precious darlings, and I can't live without either of you." Xiao Yuxie narrowed her eyes slightly. "Jiang Qiu, don't give me that. Are you like Wang Hong said, secretly disgusted with me, and only truly in love with Shinro?" Jiang Qiu grew impatient as he listened to Xiao Yuxie's repeated questioning. "Rain has stopped, stop fooling around. These are critical times. Xiaolingfeng is lying in ambush outside. We absolutely cannot afford internal conflicts." After being loudly reprimanded by Jiang Qiu, Xiao Yuxie's emotions completely collapsed, tears streaming down her face as she cried uncontrollably. "How dare you yell at me? You used to say you would always love me the most, but now that you have to choose between me and Shinro, you can't even choose me. I willingly made so many concessions for you, and in the end, the man I loved so much had his heart stolen by another girl. Jiang Qiu. I hate you. Get out of here." No sooner had she finished speaking than Xiao Yuxie suddenly mustered all her strength and pushed Jiang Qiu to the ground. After doing all this, the girl ran towards the teleportation array crying without looking back. Luo Shinro quickly stepped forward to help Jiang Qiu up, while at the same time becoming extremely wary of Wang Hong. This Wang Hong, there's definitely something wrong with him. Jiang Qiu took several seconds to catch his breath before he could barely stand up. "Just now, during that fall, a rock happened to get stuck in my butt. Shinro, wait here for me, I'll go and bring Yuxie back right away." "Yes, be very careful." "Clear." Xiao Yuxie wiped away her tears as she ran desperately outside. "Bastard! Bastard! Saying he'd always love me the most, it's all a lie, all a lie." When Meng He saw the girl return from the teleportation array, he was about to ask her for a participation fee, but Xiao Yuxie subconsciously pushed him away. Meng He, who had fallen to the ground, was completely dumbfounded. Anyone still trying to evade participation fees these days? This is absolutely outrageous. Watching the girl run away into the distance, Meng He slowly stood up from the ground. Never mind, her companion is still inside. We'll have her companion pay for it later. However, before Meng He could get up, another boy charged in and knocked Meng He away. Holy crap! Jiang Qiu didn't have time to stop at that moment, so he ran while shouting, "Sorry, I didn't mean to. My companion is still inside, she'll pay the participation fee for me." In less than 10 seconds, Meng He was knocked down twice. Meng He, lying on the ground, was completely exasperated. Why is it that every time I run into these people, my luck is just so incredibly bad? After Jiang Qiu left the teleportation array, Luo Xinro held a 7-foot-long lightsword, its blade pointing directly at Wang Heng's neck. "Tell me, are you and Xia Lingfeng in cahoots? I'm only giving you 3 seconds. If you don't get the answer you want, you'll never leave here. 3, 2, 1. Wang Heng couldn't stand such a threat. He immediately revealed the entire plan he had agreed upon with Xia Lingfeng. After hearing what Wang Heng had said, Luo Xinro's beautiful eyes narrowed sharply. Oh no! Jiang Qiu is in danger. Xiao Yuxia ran all the way to the outside of the administration bureau. The weather was rather gloomy. Thick clouds covered the horizon, and the world was as dark as night. "Ah, I've finally waited for you, Xiao Yuxia." Xiao Yuxia stopped in her tracks upon hearing the sound, and after seeing the scene before her, the girl froze on the spot. But Xia Lingfeng was standing 60 meters away with his hands behind his back, staring at him with a mocking expression. Before him stood 24th-tier illusionist assassins, each wielding a sharp blade, their expressions terrifying and ferocious. The girl was dumbfounded. Wasn't Xia Lingfeng supposed to be all alone? We were tricked by Wang Heng. Without giving the girl a chance to react, Xia Lingfeng coldly ordered the assassins, "Kill her." In an instant, 20 assassins moved with lightning speed, closing in on the girl in the blink of an eye. The sharp blade left clearly visible fine lines in the air, forming a web of despair that seemed to ensnare death. Now that Jiang Qiu has lost his protection, Xiao Yuxia clearly realizes just how insignificant she truly is. How ordinary, weak, and incompetent they were. Am I going to die? Looking into the assassin's cold eyes, Xiao Yuxia felt a chill run to the bone. If Jiang Qiu were here. If only I hadn't acted impulsively and done something so outrageous. Will things change? Unfortunately, there's no going back. Xiao Yuxia completely gave up struggling and closed her eyes to welcome death. Let me die like this. Jiang Qiu, go and love Xinro properly. Xia Lingfeng stared at the scene with a madman, wishing he could imprint the moment the girl died deeply into his mind. The other party had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Xia Lingfeng wished he could kill this despicable, vicious, and hateful woman with his own hands. But Xia Lingfeng's cautious intuition led him to settle for second best, and observing from a distance seemed like a good option as well. Xiao Yuxia, I gave you a chance to live before, but instead of cherishing it, you chose to become Jiang Qiu's woman. Since I can't truly have you, then I'll just destroy you all. Ha 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 ha. At this critical moment, Xiao Yuxia's figure suddenly disappeared, causing all the assassins' attacks to miss. The assassins stared wide-eyed, completely bewildered by what had happened. At the same time, feeling the warmth of fingers coming from her buttocks, Xiao Yuxia slowly opened her eyes only to see Jiang Qiu holding her with one hand, now appearing behind Xia Lingfeng. Jiang Qiu's movements did not stop for a moment, and a loud slap knocked Xia Lingfeng unconscious on the spot. Smack! The assassins noticed the anomaly and immediately turned around to stare intently at Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, however, calmly embraced the girl and gently kissed her forehead. Silly girl, if I didn't love you the most in the world, then I might as well just die. Chapter 43: A clever trick to temporarily evade pursuit. A mysterious man makes a stunning appearance. Xiao Yuxia hugged her beloved man tightly once again after he saved her life. Why did you come to save me? You heartless bastard, you scoundrel. Wa'ada. Jiang Qiu gently stroked the girl's back. Yuxia, I was wrong just now. I hurt you. I hope you can forgive me. You are the woman I, Jiang Qiu, love the most. Xiao Yuxia sobbed, Jiang Qiu, I promise I'll be a good girl from now on, please never abandon me, okay? You are my whole world, Xiao Yuxia. I can live without anyone else, but not without you. How can I live without you? I might as well just die. Jiang Qiu insisted, yes. I promise you. The assassins stared at Xia Lingfeng, who had collapsed to the ground, and for a moment none of them dared to make the first move. This boy is very strange. How did he manage to do so many things in such a short time? Could it be that he possesses the ability to control time? The leader said coldly, no matter what, we are all Xia family's loyal followers. Xia Lingfeng instructed us not to ask about the process, only the result. Everyone, whatever their crappy abilities are, they'll all run out of magic power eventually. Attack! At the leader's command, 20 assassins transformed into ghosts and launched a surprise attack on Zhang Qiu and his companion. Noticing the assassins' movements, Zhang Qiu sneered, "Come and chase me if you dare." Whoosh! In an instant, Zhang Qiu's figure disappeared again. The 20 assassins all stopped in their tracks, unsure of Zhang Qiu's whereabouts. The leader's mind raced, and in a split second he made a decisive decision: leave 5 men here and wait. The remaining assassins, in groups of 3, will search in 5 directions. That kid's just a new illusionist, he can't get very far. Move out. Whoosh. Swish. Whoosh. These assassins have undergone specialized training, and their teamwork is far beyond that of ordinary people. No one could have predicted that Zhang Qiu would not flee into the distance, but instead used the 3 elements unity ability 8 times in a row to instantly return to the Beast Extermination Operations Management Bureau. This is an extremely risky move. Once the assassins surround this place, Zhang Qiu and Xiao Yuxie will have no chance of survival. Unfortunately, there's no such thing as once upon a time in this world. Zhang Qiu's goal is to surprise everyone. Meng He watched in shock as Zhang Qiu and the other person returned to the 4th floor. Zhang Qiu didn't even greet Meng He and just swaggered onto the teleportation array. Are these two crazy? What the hell are they doing, just wandering around here? Zhang Qiu, carrying Xiao Yuxie in his arms, returned to Mabe City via the teleportation array. Wang Hong, meanwhile, had already been thoroughly punished by Luo Xinro, his body covered in bruises. Upon seeing Zhang Qiu and Yu Xia, Luo Xinro exclaimed with delight, "Zhang Qiu, you're back? And Yu Xia too." Xiao Yuxie had pushed the other person earlier and now felt ashamed to face anyone. Zhang Qiu gently put the girl down and patted her head. "After the rain, I bet you have something to say." Xiao Yuxie sobbed softly twice, then grabbed Luo Xinro's hand tightly. "Xinro, I'm sorry. I didn't mean it, and I shouldn't have lost my temper with you." Luo Xinro smiled and replied, "We're best friends, how could I blame you after you Xie?" Xinro. Wa'ada. The 2 women hugged each other excitedly, while Zhang Qiu stood aside with a relieved smile. Fortunately, the internal conflict has finally been resolved. Once Xiao Yuxie's emotions had stabilized, Zhang Qiu took Luo Xinro's left hand. Xinro. Luo Xinro instantly understood and used the Sky Seal ability on Zhang Qiu. A golden mark quickly formed in her palm and restored 5 points of illusionary energy to Zhang Qiu. "I only have 9 points of illusion energy left, so escaping won't be easy. Xinro, do you have any good ideas?" Luo Xinro's lips curled up slightly. "I've already called my father, and reinforcements will arrive soon. However, before that, I have something to tell you. Wang Hong and Xia Lingfeng are in cahoots. This whole thing was a scheme they orchestrated together." Upon learning the truth behind the matter, Xiao Yuxie angrily walked up to Wang Hong. Wang Hong stammered, No, I was forced." "Ouch. Stop, heroine, spare me. Spare me." Zhang Qiu watched this scene with a cold eye. Wang Hong deserved it. After being kicked several times by Xiao Yuxie, Wang Hong suddenly shouted, "I said that's enough kicking. If you really want to kick, take off your shoes first." Xiao Yuxie cursed, "Pa. You pervert, you're really dreaming." Minutes later, the 20 assassins regrouped in front of the Beast Extermination Operations Administration Bureau. The leader looked in the direction of the Administration Bureau and had already made a judgment in his mind. Looks like this kid never left, he's been staying in the Beast Extermination Operations Management Bureau all along. Heh, what a brilliant plan. As the assassins drew closer, Zhang Qiu turned his gaze to his only hope, Luo Xinro. Luo Xinro winked at Zhang Qiu, indicating that everything was ready. Seeing this, Zhang Qiu smiled and swaggered out of the Administration Bureau. "Oh, so you finally stopped playing hide and seek with us? Looks like you're running low on magical energy and are planning to beg us to spare your life? What a pity, no matter how much you beg, we will only kill you with our own hands." Zhang Qiu was completely unaffected by the other party's words, and stood tall with his chest puffed out, looking down at the crowd with pride. "If you've got the guts, come and try, see if you can kill me with your own hands. Now I'm also somewhat looking forward to seeing who will be the one to die." The assassin leader sneered, "You're asking for death." Upon receiving the order from their leader, the 2 assassins rushed forward, moving like ghosts and wielding blades like venomous snakes, their attacks sharp and deadly. Jiang Qiu immediately used his ability, instantly appearing behind the assassins. However, the assassins' reaction was unexpected. They slashed fiercely behind them without any hesitation. Fortunately, Jiang Qiu was only testing them, otherwise, they would have been killed on the spot. That was close. These assassins are extraordinary, their intuition for danger is astonishing. The Xie family's hidden influence is not to be underestimated. They may be brewing some kind of conspiracy. The two assassins, having failed in their first attack, launched another assault on Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu, relying on his ability to merge his three forms into one, barely managed to evade the deadly pursuit. After a fierce battle, Jiang Qiu was completely at his wits' end. He could use the three symbols return to one technique twice more before he would lose all means of countermeasure. But Jiang Qiu remained completely unfazed, because he had friends backing him up. A cold glint flashed in the assassin's eyes. They hadn't expected Jiang Qiu to be so good at dodging. The leader urged, "You two, that's enough. Finish this kid off right now." The two assassins exchanged a glance and imbued their weapons with a power. One's dagger turned black, while the other's dagger flickered with flames. Seeing that the assassins were taking him seriously, Jiang Qiu chose to feign composure. Under the watchful eyes of numerous assassins, Jiang Qiu slowly put his hands into his pockets, smiled slightly, and closed his eyes. The leader narrowed his eyes slightly. What are they up to now? Seeing that Jiang Qiu remained motionless, the two assassins once again vanished like ghosts. Hearing the whistling wind in his ears, Jiang Qiu's legs trembled slightly. Has the reinforcement arrived yet? Why do I feel a little guilty? In that split second, two sharp, thin lines pierced through the air. Like ghosts in the darkness, they silently landed on the two assassins. Whoosh! Whoosh! The two bodies were sliced apart in an instant, and by the time they realized it, it was too late. The assassin didn't even have a chance to cry out before being torn to pieces by the thin thread. Hot blood sprayed onto Jiang Qiu's body, and Jiang Qiu was too scared to open his eyes. What? The leader suddenly turned around, and a middle-aged man had appeared behind them without them noticing. The middle-aged man, dragging a 9-foot-long sword, stared at Jiang Qiu with a look of satisfaction on his face. So you're my brother's son-in-law, Jiang Qiu. You're quite extraordinary. I almost didn't offer to help when I saw you with your hands in your pockets. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qiu's heart rate instantly soared to 180 beats per minute. So I really did just have a brush with death? The remaining 18 assassins instantly unleashed their power, their fourth-tier pressure filling the battlefield. Who are you? The middle-aged man sneered, no longer concealing his 6th-level aura. Let me introduce myself. I am Luo Qianqiu, an SS-rank talent illusionist. Chapter 44 Kid, call me Uncle Luo. What? It's actually Luo Qianqiu, the strongest member of the Luo family, a 6th-tier illusionist. The leader of the assassins stared wide-eyed at the middle-aged man in disbelief. The 9-foot-long sword dragged on the ground, sparks flying everywhere. Luo Qianqiu walked with steady and firm steps, his expression calm and composed. It's as if these 18 4th-tier illusion masters are nothing to fear. Jiang Qiu then dared to open his eyes and found that Luo Shinro had come to his side. Shinro, is this the only reinforcement we have? Luo Shinro smiled slightly and replied confidently, Jiang Qiu, don't worry. He's my uncle, and I learned my swordsmanship from him. Jiang Qiu became interested. Huh? There's such a thing? The girl nodded slightly. Yes. Uncle's real name is Luo Hangwu, but he later felt that the name didn't sound very good, so he changed it to Luo Qianqiu without permission. He has a rare SS-level talent. As far as I know, his talent should be called swordsman. A swordsman? No wonder Uncle carries such a long sword, it looks so heavy. Faced with Luo Qianqiu's sudden turn of events, the assassins reacted swiftly. They decided to go all in and kill him if they could stop him. The enemy was alone, while they had a full 18 people. With such a huge numerical disadvantage, the assassins had no reason to back down. The 18 assassins split up, 16 of them divided into 4 groups to surround Luo Qianqiu. The remaining 2 were responsible for taking care of Jiang Qiu, and would quickly retreat once they succeeded. Luo Qianqiu calmly gazed at the enemy, his eyes devoid of any emotion, as if he were in his own world. Even if there is bloodshed ahead, it cannot disturb my heart in the slightest. The calm was so intense that it instilled a sense of suffocating fear in the assassins. The 2 4th-tier illusionists who charged towards Jiang Qiu instantly unleashed their full power, causing flames to surge and lightning to flash. A cold blade of light swept towards Jiang Qiu. Just then, with 3 whoosh sounds of air being cut, many thin lines inexplicably appeared on the bodies of the 2 assassins who were still in the air. The thin line swiftly transformed into white light, mercilessly slicing through the assassin's body. Before the 2 assassins could even react, they were forced to split up. No. You can't. The astonished voices abruptly ceased, accompanied by the complete annihilation of 2 lives. Life seemed incredibly fragile at that moment, like a candle flickering in a storm. The assassins were thrown into disarray. The 2 sides were simply not evenly matched. The 9-foot-long sword, wielded by Luo Qianqiu, was even more agile than a short sword. Luo Qianqiu said calmly, "Let's make this clear first. I don't object to you wanting to play around with me, but if anyone dares to lay a finger on a member of the Luo family, don't blame me for showing no mercy with my long sword." Seeing the blood mist explode in the air, Zhang Qiu quickly pulled Luo Xinrou back to hide. "Xinrou, close your eyes quickly. This kind of scene is not suitable for you to see." Luo Xinrou pouted, "Zhang Qiu, you're making me feel like a baby." "Xinrou, you are my treasure." "Okay, that seems to make sense." The girl finally turned around shyly and gently rested her head on Zhang Qiu's chest. Meanwhile, Luo Qianqiu, in between battles, was still able to secretly keep an eye on Zhang Qiu's side. "Oh my goodness? This is the first time I've ever seen Xinrou like this. Zhang Qiu is quite something, no wonder he's the son-in-law of the Luo family. Looks like I might as well end this fight sooner rather than later. I was hoping to have a good chat with the 2 of them." Seeing that Luo Qianqiu didn't take them seriously at all, the Xie family assassins' initial fear dissipated, turning into a furious rage filled with shame and indignation. "Everyone, kill him!" 16 illusionists attacked simultaneously, their power illuminating the heavens and earth. Luo Qianqiu sneered and calmly stated, "Blade God Domain." Buzz. In an instant, the area within a radius of 500 meters was completely covered by countless blade lights. Luo Qianqiu's eyes turned silver white, and his 9-foot-long sword shone brightly. At this moment, Luo Qianqiu was like the ruler of the world, coldly facing the crowd in the sky. Before Luo Qianqiu could even make a move, the blade had already slashed dozens of hideous wounds across the assassins' bodies. This is Luo Qianqiu's most powerful ability, the Blade God Domain. The assassins realized something was wrong and quickly used their survival skills. But Luo Qianqiu wouldn't give them the chance to use their abilities. He immediately brandished his longsword and charged forward. Whoosh! Boom! Bang! Bang! Moments later, none of the 16 assassins survived. All were taken by the longswords. A terrifying rain of blood fell, yet not a single drop landed on Luo Qianqiu. The Blade God Domain was immediately dispelled, and Luo Qianqiu walked towards Zhang Qiu with a smile. "Are you 2 all right?" Zhang Qiu swallowed subconsciously. "No, I'm not injured." Seeing her uncle approach, Luo Xinrou blushed even more. "Uncle, uncle." Luo Qianqiu deliberately sighed at the 2 of them. "Wow, it's been so long since we last met. Xinrou has really grown a lot." "Uncle can't hug her this time, because little Xinrou has a man now." Luo Xinrou snorted softly, "Uncle, don't tease me." After teasing his niece with a wicked grin, Luo Qianqiu turned and patted Zhang Qiu on the shoulder. "Kid, call me Uncle Luo." Chapter 45. 2 Girls Prank. Poor Zhang Qiu. "Hello, Uncle Luo." Zhang Qiu dared not slack off in the slightest and immediately responded. Luo Qianqiu looked Zhang Qiu up and down, and finally nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, young man, you have a lot of spirit. Just now, facing so many assassins stronger than you, you still dared to stand up and fight them. If it were me in the past, perhaps we should have killed them long ago." Zhang Qiu was completely bewildered by these words. After recovering, he quickly flattered, "Uncle Luo is awesome. Uncle Luo is mighty." Luo Xinrou rolled her eyes at Luo Qianqiu with disdain. "How come I remember you almost wet your pants when you encountered the assassin?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qianqiu winked at his niece and coughed awkwardly twice. You mustn't frame your uncle. Don't bother with those unofficial stories you heard from who knows where." Zhang Qiu sensed something fishy was going on, but chose not to expose it on the spot. "Xinrou, Uncle Luo is so impressive, he must have killed all the assassins." Luo Qianqiu stroked her chin with satisfaction. "Xinrou, look at that, our Luo family's son-in-law is so sensible." Ha 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 ha. As the group was chatting happily, a cute girl in white stockings suddenly ran over and jumped into Zhang Qiu's arms. "Brother Zhang Qiu, I want a kiss." Luo Qianqiu's laughter suddenly stopped, and the expression on her face was truly fascinating. Holy crap! Little girl, who are you? At this moment, Luo Qianqiu was far from being calm, while Luo Xinro seemed quite unconcerned, and Zhang Qiu, on the other hand, was somewhat flattered. Xiao Yuxie curled her lips into a mischievous smile and said, "Me? Of course I'm Jiang Qiu's girlfriend." Luo Qianqiu was stunned. "No? Isn't Jiang Qiu my Luo family's son-in-law? What's with this beautiful girl suddenly appearing out of nowhere?" Jiang Qiu had originally intended to explain, but upon hearing Xiao Yuxie's words, he felt a chill run down his spine. "The rain has stopped, please spare me." Luo Qianqiu grew anxious. "Jiang Qiu, explain yourself. What exactly is going on? Are you trying to bully my Shinro? You little brat. I'll skin you alive." Jiang Qiu was so frightened that he trembled all over and quickly gestured for Xiao Yuxie to let go. Xiao Yuxie pretended not to see it and even provocatively kissed Jiang Qiu. Moi. In the distance, 2 rows of tall trees were instantly sliced apart by a thin line, and 2 seconds later they fell neatly to the sides of the road. Boom! Jiang Qiu swallowed hard. "Uncle Luo. It's not what you think." Luo Qianqiu's eyelids twitched incessantly. She was no longer capable of thinking. "You'd better give me a reasonable explanation." At this moment, Luo Xinro stepped forward and said, "Uncle, please don't let Yuxie misunderstand you." Seeing that her niece had personally intervened, Luo Qianqiu's anger subsided considerably. However, the next moment. "Actually, both Yuxie and I are Jiang Qiu's girlfriends." Upon receiving Luo Xinro's reply, Luo Qianqiu's mind went blank. Jiang Qiu was driven to the brink of collapse by the two of them. "Xinro, why are you doing this to me too?" Luo Qianqiu finally understood. Jiang Qiu was two-timing. In a fit of anger, Luo Qianqiu drew his sword and the 9-foot-long blade slammed heavily to the ground. "You brat, I really misjudged you. Today I will rid the Luo family of this menace." A sixth-order pressure swept over him like a tidal wave, causing Jiang Qiu's legs to tremble uncontrollably. At this moment, Luo Xinro grinned mischievously and leaned close to Jiang Qiu, kissing him on the cheek. "Uncle, are you trying to mess with my man?" Seeing her niece so protective of Jiang Qiu, Luo Qianqiu completely suppressed her imposing manner. "Xinro, move aside. Uncle can't stand by and watch any longer." Luo Xinro snorted coldly, "Uncle, don't think I don't know what you've been doing behind my back. Jiang Qiu just likes both of us at the same time, but what about you, uncle? If I told father that you were finding me a new aunt every day?" Upon hearing this, Luo Qianqiu's attitude instantly changed 180 degrees. "Ahem, Jiang Qiu, Uncle Luo was right about you." Jiang Qiu was completely bewildered again. What was going on? As Luo Qianqiu spoke, he patted Jiang Qiu on the shoulder earnestly. "Great minds think alike. Jiang Qiu, you truly are a fine son-in-law of the Luo family. With you taking care of Shinro from now on, Uncle Luo can rest easy." After showering Luo Xinro with heartfelt praise, Luo Qianqiu stole a humble glance at her. Seeing the girl's attitude soften, Luo Qianqiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you're all safe and sound, Uncle Luo will be taking his leave now. Until we meet again." After saying that, Luo Qianqiu laughed 3 times and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Looking back on the entire conversation, Jiang Qiu felt like he had been on a roller coaster. "Phew, I finally survived." Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro gave each other a high five in perfect unison, teaming up to trick Jiang Qiu once again. "Brother Jiang Qiu, how did it feel to be humiliated? I was a little worried when I saw how scared you were." "Jiang Qiu, serves you right for not loving me the most in the world. I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." The dark clouds were quickly dispersed by the wind, and warm, bright light poured down. Jiang Qiu embraced the girls and walked home openly and honestly. "You two are really naughty, looks like I'll have to teach you a lesson tonight." Chapter 46 Advancement to 3rd Tier Illusionist. Jiang Qiu has become stronger again. Back home. The 2 girls sat down on the sofa and used their slender hands to remove their stockings, which were damp with sweat. Knowing that Jiang Qiu liked this style of dressing, Luo Xinro bought more than 200 pairs online in advance. Now her closet is full of various stockings, and she can change 4 or 5 pairs a day without using them all. Jiang Qiu glanced at the scene out of the corner of her eye, her heart beating faster than usual. There's no way around it. Some of a man's innate instincts are unavoidable. The more you try to resist these thoughts, the more you tend to yearn for them. Xiao Yuxie noticed Jiang Qiu's gaze and deliberately slowed down her actions of taking off her stockings. After staring for about 20 seconds, Jiang Qiu started to have some doubts. Had Yuxia noticed? How come it took him half a minute to take off his socks? Jiang Qiu's cheeks flushed slightly when she realized that her little trick had been discovered. Just as she was about to return to her room, she heard Xiao Yuxia say in a coquettish tone, "Brother Jiang Qiu, my hands are suddenly a little sore, can you come and help me take off my socks?" Jiang Qiu swallowed subconsciously, and even stopped walking at the same time. The poor girl needs my help, it would be impolite of me to refuse. Not long after, Xiao Yuxia looked at Jiang Qiu in front of him with a wicked smile. "Brother Jiang Qiu, you've been undressing me for a minute now, why haven't you finished yet?" Jiang Qiu teased the other person with his finger and said jokingly, "Yuxia, you don't understand. Taking off socks is a profound art." Xiao Yuxia laughed incessantly from the tickling, and quickly begged for mercy, "Stop, stop, stop. I understand. Brother Jiang Qiu is very learned, so please study this subject diligently." Listening to the two flirting on the other side of the sofa, Luo Xinro secretly vowed, "Next time, I'll take my time undressing." The stockings that were taken off were not kept, they were all thrown into the trash can. With repeated use, these things inevitably accumulate bacteria that are difficult to remove. Jiang Qiu patted Xiao Yuxia's feet. "Girl, are you satisfied now?" Xiao Yuxia snorted lightly, "Why do you make it seem like I should be thanking you?" After resting for a while, the three of them went to the bed and sat cross-legged to meditate. They now only need 2 more B-grade crystal cores to advance to the 3rd-tier illusion master. It's only 5 p.m. now, and they'll succeed before tomorrow. Jiang Qiu grasped a B-grade crystal core with his left hand, and waves of energy spread from the crystal core throughout his body. The pain was like having alcohol rubbed into a wound, unbearable and excruciating. And you had to endure it for a full 10 minutes. After a full half-hour of rest, Jiang Qiu was still panting heavily from the pain. His body was already soaked in sweat, and his muscles were twitching from time to time. The two girls were also having a tough time, as their journey to becoming 3rd-tier illusion masters was incredibly difficult. "Rain has stopped, Shinro, can you two still hold on until the promotion is over?" Xiao Yuxia and Luo Xinro looked at each other and said firmly, "We can still hold on." Jiang Qiu nodded, gritted his teeth, and gripped the last B-grade crystal core. "All right. Let's give it our all." 10 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations, host, on your advancement to a 3rd-tier illusionist. Remaining illusionary energy points, 50. Abilities already possessed, Heavenly Desolation Finger, 3 symbols return to 1. Heavenly Desolation Finger Tier 3, consumes 3 illusionary energy points per use. Additional effect, after unleashing 5 consecutive punches, a miniature version of the Divine Finger Phantom can be summoned for ranged attacks, with an attack range not exceeding 5 meters, and can only be used once. 3 elements return to 1 second order form, consumes 1 point of illusionary energy per use, range changed to 50 meters. The moment the system notification sound came, Jiang Qiu's body was also undergoing a transformation. His skin gradually became firmer and stronger, and his muscles became more powerful and defined. Now, 6 clearly defined abdominal muscles can be seen in Jiang Qiu's abdominal area. Feeling his body undergo a complete transformation, Jiang Qiu opened his eyes contentedly. Call. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. Jiang Qiu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and silently watched the two girls' progress. Luo Xinro's expression was relatively calm, with only her eyes twitching occasionally. Xiao Yuxia looked much more pained, with her brows furrowed and her face covered in cold sweat. The intense pain was far beyond what the girl could bear, but Xiao Yuxia still gritted her teeth and persevered. She didn't want to become a burden to Jiang Qiu. Hard work pays off. 5 minutes later, the two girls' bodies began to transform simultaneously. Their skin quickly became delicate and radiant, and their figures became increasingly curvaceous. Xiao Yuxia successfully completed her promotion, her beautiful eyes filled with joy and excitement. Jiang Qiu. I did it! Luo Xinro slowly opened her eyes, a charming smile on her face. Jiang Qiu said excitedly, Yuxia, Xa and Ro, you two are both great. The two women exchanged a knowing glance and then lunged at Jiang Qiu together. Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu. 1,000 words omitted here. A short while later, the two girls, supporting each other and wrapped in bath towels, limped out of the bathroom. Seeing Jiang Qiu lying on the sofa, Xiao Yuxia blushed and murmured, Jiang Qiu has now become a 3rd-tier illusionist, much stronger than before. Luo Xinro's face also lit up with a smile. The rain has stopped, I feel like I don't need to give him Sunday off anymore. Great idea. After a fierce battle, Jiang Qiu lay comfortably on the sofa. I have to say, the new body is really useful. It can handle 2 opponents without any fear, and even has more than enough power. Phew, I'm really starting to like this system more and more. Ding, don't disgust me. TCH. Seemingly due to exhaustion during the day, Jiang Qiu fell asleep after lying down for only a short while. Chapter 47 Role-Playing? The UXIN Illusionary Spirit Team is officially established. In the early morning, Jiang Qiu wearily opened his eyes and found himself lying in bed. Did I sleep until dawn? Looking around and finding no one there, Jiang Qiu sat up straight and rubbed his head. Strange, it's only 6 in the morning. Logically, there should be someone with you. After putting on her pajamas and slippers, Jiang Qiu gently pushed open the bedroom door. In an instant, the rich aroma of food wafted over, and the sounds of girls laughing and playing could be faintly heard. Looking at the table laden with food and fruit, and 2 girls wearing openwork aprons, Jiang Qiu rubbed his eyes in disbelief, feeling as if the world was not quite real. Hiss, did I overdo it? Seeing Jiang Qiu just woke up through the crack in the door, Xiao Yuxia happily grabbed Luo Xinro, and the 2 of them ran over. Good morning, master. We've prepared the meal and are just waiting for you to come out and enjoy it. Luo Xinro blushed slightly, master. The 2 girls wore cat ear hair clips, and they actually looked quite convincing. Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow. You xia, playing role-playing first thing in the morning? An xin ro, aren't you going to try to stop her? Xiao Yuxia playfully stuck out her tongue, hee hee. If you're so capable, then come and teach me a lesson. Jiang Qiu rolled her eyes helplessly. Even the most delicious food would get boring if eaten every day. Alright. Rain stopped, Shinro, come help me to dinner. It's rare for you 2 to cook such a sumptuous meal, I must enjoy it properly. Hee hee, yes, ma'am. Helped by the maids to sit down at the dining table, Jiang Qiu finally realized just how lavish the breakfast was. A wide variety of dishes are available, along with fruit platters and colorful juices. Plus desserts like mini cakes, crispy egg tarts, and steaming hot xiaolongbao and wontons. Xiao Yuxia thoughtfully tied a cartoon napkin on the other person's head, while Luo Xinro ran to the kitchen and brought Jiang Qiu a large bowl of rice. By the way, where is Long Fan? He shouldn't have refused such a sumptuous and delicious breakfast. Luo Xinro turned her gaze to Xiao Yuxia, who snorted softly, this breakfast was specially prepared for you, master. As for that guy Long Fan, I kicked them out before 5 o'clock. Meanwhile, inside the 10,000 Beasts platform, Long Fan sneezed for no apparent reason. Yawn. Who's been talking about me behind my back again? Honestly. After understanding the general process, Jiang Qiu almost couldn't help but burst out laughing. Never mind, having breakfast alone is quite nice. After the rain, you're so thoughtful. Xiao Yuxia raised the corners of her mouth smugly, like a child being praised by a teacher. Half an hour later, Jiang Qiu was so full from eating that he could barely walk, and Luo Xinro had to help him up. Jiang Qiu, isn't it bad for your health to eat so much for breakfast? Jiang Qiu smiled and shook his head, my body is in great shape right now, I'll be able to digest it all in a while. Xinro, the rain has stopped, let's get ready to leave. Okay. The morning flew by. As soon as the lunch break bell rang, Jiang Qiu rushed out of the classroom. The 10-second rule still applied, except now each of the 2 girls had to take 1 turn. Hey! Rainy day, who are these 2 girls? Jiang Qiu looked at the 2 unfamiliar girls outside the classroom, and for a moment he was a little confused about the situation. Xiao Yuxia playfully wiggled her little leather shoes, of course, she's our new team member. What? A new team member? Here's what happened, our illusionist team is short 2 members, so I asked around in class today to see if anyone had a grudge against Xiaolingfeng. It just so happens that both of them have a grudge against Xiaolingfeng. Since they're kindred spirits, why don't they team up together? After speaking, Xiao Yuxia winked at the girls. This boy is our team leader. You 2 should say hello to him. 2 unfamiliar girls approached Jiang Qiu and introduced themselves. Hello, Commander Jiang, I am Chen He from Class 3. I have a C-level wood-type talent and am currently a second-tier illusionist. My name is Li Xiaoran. I have a C-level cloud-type talent, and I'm a second-tier illusionist. Jiang Qiu carefully examined the 2 of them. Chen He is 167 centimeters tall and wears black-rimmed glasses, giving her a pure and innocent girl-next-door vibe. Li Xiaoran appears somewhat introverted, and her 164 centimeters height makes her look rather cute. Jiang Qiu murmured, cloud-type talent? There's such a talent? Li Xiaoran nodded, my ability is mainly used to confuse opponents with illusions. If you feel it's too hot, Commander, I can summon a cloud to shield you from the sun. Holy crap! This is interesting. Now that we're here, we're all a team from now on. But I haven't decided on a name for the Phantom Spirit team yet. Luo Xinro smiled and said, Jiang Qiu, Yuxia and I have already thought of a name. How about Uxin Huan Ling Tuan? Jiang Qiu finally understood. This group had absolutely nothing to do with his name. And he, as the group leader, didn't have any real power. After all, he was just a lowly younger brother in his family. Xiao Yuxia suggested, why don't we vote? Raise your hand if you agree on this name. Swish, swish, swish. 4 girls raised their hands at the same time, but Jiang Qiu didn't react. Xiao Yuxia glared at Jiang Qiu, and Jiang Qiu reluctantly raised her hands. Unanimously approved. In that case, it's settled. Why don't we go register with the teacher now, and then we can officially start team combat coordination training? Good. No problem. I agree. Jiang Qiu smiled and shook his head, then what are we talking about? Let's go. Chapter 48 First Team Training Session. Jiang Qiu openly slacking off. The class teacher wrote down the names of the students and the team name. The Yusin Illusionary Spirit Guild, right? The guild leader is Jiang Qiu. As the homeroom teacher wrote, she glanced at Luo Xinro in the crowd. This girl has finally found a team, so she can shine even brighter. Unfortunately, this team seems to be dragging Luo Xinro down. Not only are the other team members all C-level, but even the so-called team leader is just an ordinary D-level talent. Sigh, perhaps this is just fate. Xiao Yuxia stared curiously as the other party recorded all the team's information. The 5 characters Yusin Illusionary Spirit Team carried the girls' aspirations and expectations for the future. After successfully registering their team information, Yusin Illusion Spirit Team became an official Illusion Spirit Master Team that could be found online. As long as we continue to accumulate merits, one day this name will resound throughout the land. Luo Xinro treated everyone to a delicious barbecue. Jiang Qiu, who had eaten too much that morning, didn't enjoy the meal at all. Brother Jiang Qiu, do you want some? This is delicious roasted meat. Xiao Yuxia picked up a piece of crispy on the outside, tender on the inside cooked meat with her chopsticks and waved it in front of Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu smelled the tempting aroma, but couldn't bring herself to eat a single bite. Jiang Qiu swallowed hard. Yuxia, stop tempting me. Just enjoy your meal. This is the first time our UXIN Illusionary Spirit Group has had a get-together. That's right, let's all drink to that. Cheers. The 5 of them drank fruit juice instead of alcohol, showing their deep friendship by downing it in one gulp. The meal cost over 1,300 yuan, and Luo Xinro simply pulled out 2 E-grade crystal cores and told them to keep the change. Having witnessed the team's financial power, Chen He and Li Xiaoran felt like they needed to rely on the team leader. It's still most comfortable to cling to someone's leg. No, that's right. After resting for an hour, Luo Xinro took the initiative to assume the role of team coach. Everyone, come with me to the track now. Let's run 10 laps to warm up. Both Chen He and Li Xiaoran, the 2 newcomers, were completely bewildered. Run 10 laps as a warm-up? I might as well just work myself to death. Xiao Yuxia was already familiar with Luo Xinro's grueling training methods, so this was not surprising to him. 10 laps it is. I won't be any worse than Xinro. After warming up, Luo Xinro led 3 girls to the starting line of the track. Looking at Jiang Qiu slacking off on the side, Chen He felt a little resentful. Wait a minute. Why doesn't the captain need to warm up? He only has a D-rank talent, so he should be training more than the rest of us. I feel this is unfair. Coach, please explain. Luo Xinro glanced at Chen He and said calmly, Jiang Qiu's true strength far surpasses mine. After leaving those words behind, Luo Xinro ran off without looking back. Seeing that the other party was taking action, Xiao Yuxia immediately followed closely behind Luo Xinro. Chen He and Li Xiaoran exchanged puzzled glances, but ultimately decided to follow as well. To accommodate the 2 newcomers, Luo Xinro deliberately slowed down considerably. Even with such a careful approach, Chen He and Li Xiaoran were exhausted after only 7 laps. No, I can't take it anymore. I have absolutely no strength left. This isn't training, it's torture. I'm so tired. Xiao Yuxia noticed the two who had fallen behind and angrily shouted at them, "Hey, you two! Why did you stop? Have you forgotten what Xia Lingfeng did to you? Are you just going to continue down this path of depravity, letting him roam freely forever? If you can't even endure this little bit of hardship, how will you ever defeat Xia Lingfeng? If you don't even have this much perseverance, how will you ever beat that scumbag to a pulp?" Upon hearing Xia Lingfeng's name, the two girls felt a surge of inexplicable anger. It was this anger that reignited their fighting spirit. "Xiaoran, let's fight to the death to defeat Xia Lingfeng." "That's right. Let's give it our all." 10 minutes later. The girls finally finished their warm-up exercises. Chen He and Li Xiaoran collapsed on the ground, panting but also feeling a sense of accomplishment in breaking through their own limits. Jiang Qiu came to Luo Xinrou's side and massaged her shoulders to help her relax. "Lady Xinrou, let me give you a massage to help you relax. Can I attend the training later?" Luo Xinrou knew Jiang Qiu's intentions, he simply wanted to slack off. That's fine. But you have to kiss me." Her voice trailed off, and Luo Xinrou's shy demeanor was quite adorable. Jiang Qiu thought, what a stroke of luck. He decided to fulfill all the conditions for slacking off for the week. Smack, smack, smack. Not far away, Chen He and Li Xiaoran saw the team leader and coach being intimate, and immediately felt like they couldn't understand what was going on. Is this group leader Yu Xie's boyfriend or Xin-Ro's boyfriend? I'm a little confused. Li Xiaoran suggested, how about we observe it some more? Luo Xinrou was kissed 7 times quickly by Jiang Qiu, and the blush on her face lingered. "Lady Xinrou, are you satisfied? If not, it just so happens that today is Thursday, and I can make you satisfied tonight." Upon hearing such explicit words, Luo Xinrou immediately turned her back to Jiang Qiu. "I'm very satisfied. You can go and rest over there." Yay! After a short rest, Luo Xinrou gathered everyone together to discuss their respective abilities. Jiang Qiu also came over to join in the fun, since it wasn't really his business anyway. Luo Xinrou explained, "My abilities are the Sky Seal and the Holy Light Slash. The Sky Seal currently has a maximum of 3 marks, which can help the user instantly restore 30% of their illusionary energy. Holy Light Slash is a combat-type ability with considerable damage output." Xiao Yuxi also said, "My abilities are Water Shield and Purification Technique. The Water Shield can withstand 7 attacks from an E-level monster, 5 attacks from a D-level monster, and 3 attacks from a C-level monster. The Purification Technique is an auxiliary ability that helps the user to avoid negative mental states." Upon learning that both of them were 3rd-tier illusion masters, Chen He and Li Xiaoran felt as if they had stumbled into a heavenly realm by mistake. "I have a wood-type talent, and currently I only have one ability, Chaotic Wood Treasure. This ability can summon vines out of thin air to firmly fix the enemy's feet in place." Li Xiaoran also spoke up, saying, "My ability is Illusionary Mist, which can summon a white mist with a range of 10 meters. This ability only works on enemies, and the longer you stay there, the stronger the hallucinogenic effect becomes." Jiang Qiu thought to himself, so, our illusionary spirit team actually has 3 support players? Well, actually, Luo Xinrou is also a semi-support in a certain sense. Luo Xinrou pondered for a moment before speaking, "In that case, I'll be the main attacker from now on. As long as we cooperate well, taking first place isn't impossible." Chen He pondered the meaning behind the other person's words and suddenly asked, "Wait a minute, we don't even know what the commander's abilities are. We're clearly part of the same Phantom Spirit team, shouldn't we fight side by side?" Luo Xinrou glanced at Chen He. "We, as members of the group, should protect our leader. The simplest way to protect him is to defeat all the enemies. If we can't even handle something this simple, wouldn't we group members be utterly incompetent?" Chapter 49 Long Fan battles 4 women, but is surprisingly outmatched? Xiao Yuxie agreed, "I agree. Our leader just needs to wait patiently on the sidelines, we'll handle the opponent." Chen He was stunned, feeling as if his worldview had collapsed in an instant. "Seriously, how can you all be so protective of Jiang Qiu? We are the girls who need to be protected the most." Without giving Chen He a chance to protest, Luo Xinrou suggested to Jiang Qiu, "Next we should find some equally matched opponents. Team synergy cannot be achieved through theoretical discussions, it can only be honed through practical experience to achieve a combat effect where 1 + 1 is greater than 2. Jiang Qiu pondered for a long time, and suddenly had an inspiration. "How about I call Long Fan over here?" Half an hour later. Long Fan stood on the playground, looking at the four girls with different styles with a complicated expression. Zhang Qiu, is this the formidable opponent you told me about on the phone? Are you kidding me? Zhang Qiu lay comfortably on the recliner and leisurely took a sip of juice. So. Long Fan, what are you saying? I was just worried you'd be bored spending all day at the Beast platform, so I thought I'd find you some opponents. Long Fan was speechless. Hey, I'm not pleasing either side. If I accidentally hurt these girls, Zhang Qiu, wouldn't you come after me? But if I just sit here and take a beating, wouldn't that be pointless? Luo Shinro said calmly, Long Fan, just use your full strength. You don't need to hold back at all. Xiao Yuxia snorted coldly, that's right. Long Fan, do you really think I'm easy to bully? Let me tell you the truth, you might not even be able to beat the four of us. Feeling looked down upon by the two girls, Long Fan finally took a serious attitude. Alright, since you've put it this way, then I'll show you what I, Long Fan, am capable of. As soon as he finished speaking, Long Fan launched himself into the air. His legs moved with lightning speed. A raging fire swirled around his fists, leaving trails of flickering flames as he ran. Upon seeing this, the four girls each unleashed their respective abilities. Luo Shinro rushed forward first, her 7-foot-long light sword radiating brilliant light. A deep blue water shield quickly formed around the girl. This was Xiao Yuxia's water shield ability. Li Xiaoran clasped her hands tightly in front of her chest, and thick fog quickly formed, soon enveloping an area of the playground in mist, making it difficult for outside light to penetrate. Long Fan watched this scene with some surprise. That's interesting, it actually looks quite impressive. Long Fan, with his unstoppable momentum, leaped into the clouds. Come on. Let me. However, before Long Fan could finish speaking, two vines suddenly wrapped around his feet. A tremendous pulling force caused Long Fan to lose his balance instantly. Oh no! We've fallen for their trap. With a thud, Long Fan fell to the ground in a sorry state. Shenyi excitedly shouted to Luo Shinro, now! Luo Shinro's lips curled slightly, and the speed of her attack increased once again. Long Fan hurriedly broke the vines, only to find himself somewhat disoriented. Could it be that this cloud is the culprit? At this moment, the world in Long Fan's eyes had become completely upside down. Even though he could barely stand up, he couldn't control the direction he was heading. Luo Shinro seized this crucial opportunity and kicked the other person in the butt. Ouch! Long Fan cried out in pain and rolled several times on the lawn. After admiring this seamless and skillful performance, Zhang Qiu, sitting on the recliner, exclaimed in admiration. Great! That was a really good play. My teammates are truly amazing. Xiaoyu walked smugly to Long Fan's side and mocked Long Fan, who was lying on the ground. Tisk tsk, young people are so healthy, falling asleep in broad daylight. Long Fan was so angry that he gritted his teeth, but he hadn't recovered from his dizzy state yet. This round doesn't count. I was just careless for a moment and didn't take your strength seriously. Give me a break. We'll play again in half an hour. TCH, bring it on, who's afraid of who? Half an hour later. Ouch. Stop. Luo Shinro, how are you so strong? Luo Shinro completely ignored him and kicked Long Fan in the butt. Once he was completely unable to stand, Luo Shinro ran towards Zhang Qiu. Just now, Long Fan felt that fighting four women at once was a disadvantage, so he wanted to challenge Luo Shinro, the strongest of the four women, one-on-one. Luo Shinro naturally accepted the challenge and beat Long Fan until he begged for mercy. Long Fan felt very wronged. This isn't right. I train at the Beast Arena every day, how could I possibly lose to them? No. It seems that real combat experience is still very important. I must find people to spar with more often from now on. Luo Shinro sat down next to Zhang Qiu's recliner and cutely puffed out her cheeks. It was obvious that the girl wanted Zhang Qiu to praise her. Zhang Qiu understood and ruffled the other person's hair. Shinro, you're amazing. You truly are my wonderful wife. Seeing Luo Shinro's blissful expression, Xiao Yuxi also ran over jealously. What about me? What about me? I want to touch it too. Yusin's illusionary spirit team won their first battle, while Long Fan ultimately suffered a regrettable defeat with a score of 0-2. Wait 2 days for me to practice, then I'll come back to challenge you. On the other side, Xia Lingfeng, sitting in the room, had a serious expression, a bead of cold sweat slowly sliding down the young man's cheek. The middle-aged man paced back and forth in the room, his brows tightly furrowed. You bastard! Of the 24th tier illusionist assassins from my Xia family, not a single one has returned. Do you even know how much the Xia family has suffered to teach that bastard Jiang Qiu a lesson? They're all dead, fine, but you even got knocked unconscious by Jiang Qiu. You have S-rank talent, while he's only D-rank. The middle-aged man was so angry that his chest heaved violently, and his aged hands trembled slightly. You want to utterly disgrace the Xia family before you're satisfied? Boom! The ceramic teacup was smashed to the ground, shards flying everywhere. One of the sharp fragments easily cut Xia Lingfeng's cheek. Bright red blood gradually seeped out, and Xia Lingfeng lowered his head in shame. Faced with his father's overwhelming rage, the boy dared not utter a single word. Damn it! Damn it! Who exactly rescued Jiang Qiu? Could it be that a powerful force has secretly emerged in the north? Xia Lingfeng was knocked unconscious by Jiang Qiu's slap and had no recollection of what happened afterward. When he finally regained consciousness, all that remained were the corpses of the assassins. 20 assassins died horribly, and not a single one survived. It should be noted that 24th tier illusion masters are a considerable force, especially since they are assassins carefully trained by the Xia family. Logically speaking, even if they encountered a powerful enemy, they shouldn't have ended up like this. The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes, making a decision in his mind. It seems we must start with Jiang Qiu. Chapter 50: The Exciting Illusionist Competition. Wang Heng suffers a tragic backstabbing. Half a month passed quickly, and the Yusen Illusionary Spirit Team repeated their training day after day. Through repeated practical exercises, the 4 girls developed an astonishingly good teamwork. During this period, Long Fan also made considerable progress in his strength. Although it was somewhat difficult to fight 4 opponents at once, Long Fan was eventually able to hold his own against the odds. It has to be said that Long Fan's growth rate is quite astonishing. During class that day, the homeroom teacher, Chi Ruifeng, said to everyone, "Students, the wheels of time keep rolling forward, and a semester will pass in the blink of an eye. Although you students arrived relatively late, that won't stop your determination to become stronger. Tomorrow is the Illusionist Tournament, your only chance to enter the Central Academy. I hope everyone takes this seriously and showcases their talents. Whether you're participating in a team competition or an individual competition, I wish you all the best in winning." Well, the Illusionist Tournament, here we come. At noon, the 5 members of Yusen's illusionary spirit group gathered together to enjoy a sumptuous and delicious meal. Jiang Qiu, tomorrow is the Illusionist competition. We've trained so hard for so many days, and finally we have a chance to show our skills. Xiao Yuxie stood up excitedly, as if first place was already in her grasp. Jiang Qiu patted the girl's bottom. "Yuxie, look how happy you are. Sit down and eat properly, or I'll take the food from your bowl." Xiao Yuxie plopped down on Jiang Qiu's lap and said with a mischievous grin, "Okay, since brother Jiang Qiu wants to eat, how about I feed you myself?" "Brother Jiang Qiu, open your mouth, ah." Chen He and Li Xiaoran put down their chopsticks and looked at Jiang Qiu and Li Xiaoran with disgust. Showing off their love even while having a meal is outrageous. Jiang Qiu felt a little embarrassed by the stare. He wished he hadn't acted so impulsively. No need, you can just eat your food after the rain stops. Come on, brother Jiang Qiu. No. Come quick. Jiang Qiu was so startled that she jumped up and immediately opened her mouth obediently. It smells delicious, really delicious. Luo Shinro, standing to the side, covered her mouth with her hand and laughed, her laughter sounding like melodious silver bells. Xiao Yuxia raised the corners of her mouth triumphantly and poured all the food from her bowl into Jiang Qiu's bowl. If it's delicious, then eat more. After all, I love Jiang Qiu the most. At the same time, at the Phantom Spirits reporting office, Wang Heng stood beside Xia Lingfeng, looking at the ground with a humble expression. Thank you, boss. You promised to take me with you when you teamed up." Upon hearing Wang Heng mention this matter, Xia Lingfeng smiled slightly. "Of course, Xia Lingfeng, always keep my word. Teacher, please write down our 5 names. We'll call ourselves the Light Illusion Spirit Team." The homeroom teacher of Class 1, freshman, nodded. "Okay, no problem." At this moment, Xia Lingfeng patted Wang Heng on the shoulder. "Wang Heng, we haven't eaten yet. Go buy some food now. You'll have to pay for it yourself today, but remember not to keep us waiting too long." The thought of joining a team of 4 top students from Class 1 filled Wang Heng with immense joy. No, no problem. Watching Wang Hong excitedly run away, a ruthless glint flashed in Xia Lingfeng's eyes. Teacher, please wait a moment. Upon hearing this, the homeroom teacher looked up and gazed at Xia Lingfeng with some confusion. What's wrong? Xia Lingfeng said coldly, please remove Wang Heng's name and replace it with Tai Zhan from our freshman class. Do it this way, follow my instructions as the team leader. The homeroom teacher silently watched Xia Lingfeng for a long time before finally crossing Wang Heng's name off the paper. Good. Before long, Wang Hong came running towards the registration desk, carrying 5 boxed lunches in his hands. The scorching sun beat down on him, and Wang Hong was covered in sweat. Strange, where did Boss Xie and the others go? Weren't they supposed to be waiting for me here? Oh no. Could they have gone to secretly buy drinks and forgotten about me? It was so hot outside that Wang Hong really wanted an ice-cold drink to cool off. But since he was in charge of everyone's lunch, it wasn't right for him to wander off. After thinking for a moment, Wang Hong let out a long sigh. Forget it, I might as well wait for them here for a while. By 5 p.m., the boxed lunch in Wang Heng's hands had gone cold. Despite his rumbling stomach, Wang Hong didn't eat. After all, Xia Lingfeng kindly invited me into the group, so what's wrong with going hungry for a while? Sigh, I wonder where Boss Xia and the others went. Nobody left me a message. Should I keep waiting? The homeroom teacher of Class 1, a freshman, glanced at Wang Hong not far away and felt a pang of pity. Kid, you can go back now. Wang Hong looked over upon hearing the voice. Why should I go back? Xia Lingfeng and the others haven't eaten yet. The homeroom teacher of Class 1 shook his head. They left long ago. What? Wang Hong immediately dialed Xia Lingfeng's number, only to find that the line was busy. Could they really have left? The following morning, the North Campus of the Illusionist Academy was filled with the sounds of gongs and drums. Upon entering the main gate, a prominent red banner could be seen proclaiming the official start of the Freshman Illusionist competition. Xiao Yuxia pointed ahead and said, Zhang Qiu, look. There's a golden stone tablet over there. Zhang Qiu looked in the direction the girl was pointing and indeed found a mysterious stone tablet with golden characters printed on it. Let's go take a look. This is a stone tablet used to record the names of the participants. The list of team participants is on the left side of the tablet, and the list of individual participants is on the right side. Shen He and Li Xiaoran also curiously came forward, but Luo Xinro remained calm and obediently stood next to Zhang Qiu. Found it. Our Yusen illusionary spirit team is here. Zhang Qiu, look. Seeing Xiao Yuxia's excited eyes, Zhang Qiu smiled and patted the girl's head. Okay, we're here for you. Shen He counted the names on the list and introduced them to everyone. There are 16 teams in the team competition, and 52 people in the individual competition. Zhang Qiu seemed to be deep in thought. 16 teams. It seems like the competition will be over in about 2 days. Ahem, does everyone have confidence? Have. It's a must. Have. Zhang Qiu nodded slightly. Let's go, let's head to the competition venue now. Much later, a boy with a chubby belly strolled slowly into the North Campus of the Illusionist Masters. He was carrying a large bag of potato chips, and his yellow duck t-shirt was quite eye-catching. Indeed, this person is Wang Hong. Hey, there's a stone tablet here? That's interesting. Wang Hong leaned closer for a closer look. Oh, so it's for recording participants. Perfect, let's see if we can find my team. After searching for a long time, Wang Hong finally found the 5 characters Bright Illusionary Spirit Group. After reading the names of the team members recorded on the stone tablet, Wang Heng's eyes narrowed sharply. Holy crap! How did I get put in the individual competition? Chapter 51 Luo Xinro's thoughts. UXIN Illusionary Spirit Team achieves a great victory in its first battle. Wang Hong stared blankly at the scene, feeling as if his brain was exploding with a buzzing sound. All his thoughts were disturbed by the buzzing, and Wang Heng's vision suddenly went black. Today is the illusionist competition, but unexpectedly, such a big problem has occurred at this crucial moment. Wang Hong frantically dialed Xia Lingfeng's number, but no matter how many times he dialed, he couldn't get through. Xia Lingfeng. I'll fucking beat you to a pulp. The camera pans to the audience seats. The 5 members of Yusen's illusionary spirit team arrived early and secured a seat with an excellent view. Xiao Yuxia thoughtfully prepared backrest pads for the group and took out snacks and drinks from her bag. Jiang Qiu, this is a sandwich I made for you myself, filled with all your favorite ingredients. Don't go hungry this morning, come and have a few bites to tide you over. Jiang Qiu took the breakfast with love handed to him by the girl and wolfed it down. Wow, this is delicious. Yuxia, your cooking is getting better and better. Xiao Yuxia seemed to have thought of something and leaned close to Jiang Qiu's ear with a mischievous grin, asking, "Oh? Brother Jiang Qiu, which skill are you talking about?" Shenhe pouted enviously, "Yuxia, you're so biased. We want sandwiches too." "Hee hee, I won't give it to you. Go ahead and try, Shenhe, take it from me." "Humph. Take this, a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey." "Ah, stop tickling me. I'll give it to you. Luo Shinro sat quietly next to Jiang Qiu, her eyes unfocused as if she were in a daze. "Shinro, what are you looking at? How about trying a sandwich? We also have mixed drinks here, and if you don't like those, we have Nutritional Express." Hearing her beloved's concern, Luo Shinro snapped out of her reverie and smiled faintly. "Jiang Qiu, I wasn't looking at anything, I was just thinking about some things." Jiang Qiu stroked the soft hand in his palm. "I see. Then, can I know what you're thinking?" Luo Shinro nodded gently. "Do you still remember when the beast tide attacked last time, you risked your life to save me all by yourself?" "Jiang Qiu, I was really moved at that time. Even though I wished so much that it wasn't you who came to save me, I couldn't help but hope it was you. I never expected that you would actually come in the end, and that you would save us all." At this point, tears welled up in Luo Shinro's eyes. "Jiang Qiu, I know you're very strong. But in this illusionist tournament, I want to shield you from all your enemies. I hope you can give me this opportunity. Don't help me unless it's absolutely necessary." Knowing what the girl was thinking, Jiang Qiu pulled her into his arms. He stroked her hair with his left hand and kissed her deeply on the collarbone. "Shinro, I promise you." Feeling the warmth emanating from her chest, Luo Shinro's cheeks flushed slightly. "Jiang Qiu, there are too many people here. Why don't we go home and wait?" Jiang Qiu explained in a low voice, "No, I saw Xiaolingfeng. He's looking this way." Luo Shinro blinked her beautiful eyes, her hesitation evident. "Then, you can continue. Just don't go too far." On the other side of the audience seats, Xiaolingfeng watched helplessly as his beloved Shinro was taken by Jiang Qiu. "I was so angry that my face turned red and my neck bulged. Jiang Qiu, you're going to have to suffer the consequences of your actions. You not only ruin my plans everywhere, but you even dare to defile my Shinro." Xiaolingfeng's eyes were filled with daggers. His anger had reached its peak. "I hope you'd better postpone your match against us, or I will personally kill you on the competition stage." At that moment, a handsome young man patted Xiaolingfeng on the shoulder. "Ling Feng, I've already investigated their situation. Apart from Luo Shinro, none of them are worth our attention. I'll definitely help you get revenge." Xiaolingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. "I'm leaving Xiao Yuxia to you. You'd better scratch her face. Make her live with inferiority forever, and no man will ever like her again." "No problem." With the arrival of the three important figures, the illusionist competition officially began. The host's voice was passionate and resonant. "Time flies, years pass quickly. The exciting illusionist competition is here once again. Now, please allow me to introduce the competition schedule. The competition will last for 2 days, with the first day being the elimination rounds and the second day being the grand finals. One defeat will mean missing out on your dream of attending the Central Academy. Everyone must give it your all and fight for a brand new future for yourselves. I hereby declare the illusionist tournament officially open." Bang! Bang! Boom! For fireworks shot into the sky, and all the freshmen stood up excitedly. "It's finally starting. I'm so excited. Come on, the intermediate people's court I've been waiting for. We've finally waited for this moment. I'll see who can stop me from stepping into the intermediate people's court." Amidst the murmurs and cheers, Jiang Qiu looked at the two girls in his arms. Both Xiao Yuxia and Luo Shinro wore sweet smiles. "This is such an exciting moment, why don't you two make it even more exciting?" The two girls exchanged a glance, instantly understanding each other. Moi. Moi. The host cleared his throat twice. "Now, please have the teams of illusionists whose names are called come to the competition stage. Individual contestants, please also come to the duel arena one by one." The first match is between Yusin's illusionary spirit team and the invincible illusionary spirit team. Upon hearing her team's name, Xiao Yuxie excitedly and nervously shouted, "Zhang Qiu, it's our turn. Go team! Come on! Keep it up, everyone! Go for it!" Zhang Qiu nodded. "Let's go!" The 5 members of Yusin's illusionary spirit team stepped onto the competition stage, causing a gasp from the audience. Holy crap! How come their phantom spirit team has 4 girls? And each and every one of them is absolutely gorgeous. This kid got incredibly lucky. If I could have that kind of treatment, I'd be laughing in my sleep. Wait. Did you guys notice? Isn't that Luo Shinro from Class 1? Holy crap, it's actually the young lady from the Luo family. And she's even wearing alluring black stockings? This is so different from the Luo Shinro I remember. Perhaps this can distract the opponent? That's such a sneaky trick. If it were me, I would definitely fall for it 100%. Directly opposite the Yusin illusionary spirit team, 5 men and women stepped onto the competition stage. Zhang Qiu and his group were quite lucky their opponents were only C-level and D-level talents. The higher one's talent, the stronger the abilities one gains, which is why everyone wants to team up with a highly talented Phantom Master. The members of the inevitable victory Phantom Spirit team are nothing more than a hastily assembled group of weaklings, and they can't cause much trouble at all. The male leader of the invincible illusionary spirit team stepped forward and shook hands with Zhang Qiu. "Nice to meet you. I hope we can have a good match later." Zhang Qiu shrugged. "I hope so." Upon seeing both teams arrive, the host immediately announced, "The rules of the competition are as follows. Whichever team loses the ability to move or chooses to concede early shall be considered to have lost the competition. Boys, please get ready. 3, 2, 1. The match has officially begun." As soon as the match started, Zhang Qiu walked quickly towards the back of the group. Under the astonished gazes of all the audience, Zhang Qiu. He pulled out a small stool. Holy crap! How can this kid be so shameless? Letting 4 girls fight in front while he sits back and enjoys the peace and quiet? Who is this kid? If I see him, I'll beat him to a pulp. What kind of world is this? Boys are now the ones being protected? A prominent figure who was watching the spectacle suddenly smiled. This year's illusionists are quite interesting. The 5 members of the invincible illusionary spirit team were also stunned. They had never seen such an operation before. Damn it! Commander, that kid dares to be so arrogant. If we don't teach him a lesson, he won't know who he's dealing with. That's right. Brothers, charge! Faced with the onslaught of attacks, Luo Shinro, the leader, calmly summoned her 7-foot-long light sword. This light sword radiated golden light, instantly reminding one of the goddess's holy sword. Luo Shinro channeled her magical energy into the light sword, and a dazzling white light suddenly formed. Charge! Smash that boy flat! The leader of the invincible illusionary spirit team shouted, and the team members behind him responded one after another. Luo Shinro watched the scene with cold eyes, as the other party had just touched the girl's sore spot. The next moment, Luo Shinro brandished her lightsaber, and a sword aura a meter wide suddenly flew out. Holy light slash! The sharp sword energy cut through iron like mud, flying towards the 5 people with invincible momentum. The opposing support Phantom Master shouted, "Earth Shield!" In an instant, a shield made of rocks appeared in front of the group. The captain sneered, "Ha ha ha, a mere sword aura, and you think you can break through our team's strongest defense? Really, holy crap!" Luo Shinro already possessed S-rank talent, and when she advanced to the 3rd-tier illusionist, she chose to absorb AB-rank crystal core. Her holy light slash was incredibly powerful, making this battle an overwhelming victory. The sword energy easily cleaved the earth and rock shield ability in 2 and continued flying towards the 5 people. The 2 illusion masters were unable to dodge in time and were instantly struck down by the sword energy. The regimental commander was shocked. We surrender. Chapter 52. 5 brothers, their strength could break gold? They're nothing but ants under an ice spear. Luo Shinro's holy light slash was incredibly powerful, and with just one strike, the invincible illusion spirit team cried out in surrender. The referee immediately announced the result of the match. Yusin's illusionary spirit team wins. In an instant, the entire audience erupted in uproar. My God! This is Luo Shinro's true strength, it's truly breathtaking. Luo Shinro truly lives up to her reputation as the daughter of the Luo family. Not only is her demeanor elegant like a goddess, but her combat skills are also outstanding. The invincible illusionary spirit team was actually defeated by Luo Shinro alone? And with just one move? That brat won by doing nothing? How dare he? I refuse to accept this. The battle ended too quickly, like everyone excitedly opening a movie only to find the end credits rolling just as they took out their popcorn. The 5 members of Yusen's illusionary spirit team left the competition stage and returned to the audience seats. Xiao Yuxie, Shinro, you're amazing. No wonder you're the most talented girl in our team. Chunhee, yeah. You were so cool just now. You wiped out the enemies with a single sword strike. Li Xiaoran, Xayan, Sister Shinro is awesome. Luo Shinro paid no attention to the girl's praise, only silently looking at Jiang Qiu beside her, her eyes seeing nothing but the boy. Noticing the other person's gaze, Jiang Qiu pinched the girl's delicate cheek. Shinro, so soft. Luo Shinro spat lightly, how annoying. After both teams left the arena, the host excitedly announced, next match, Team Light Illusion vs Team Fire God Illusion. Before long, Xia Lingfeng and his group of 5 arrived at the competition stage, where 5 spirited young men stood opposite them. As soon as the 2 contestants stepped onto the stage, Lin Yi, the leader of the Vulcan Illusionary Spirit team, made some outrageous remarks. Xia Lingfeng, although your team members are all highly talented, the bond between us 5 brothers is one of life and death. Our passion will ignite a prairie fire, burning all the way to the intermediate people's court before it stops. Xia Lingfeng snorted coldly, you talk too much nonsense. You. The host said, now, please have both teams get ready. Lin Yi narrowed his eyes slightly, and the team members behind him all raised their fists. Xia Lingfeng's side was equally unwilling to be outdone, and they all glared at each other. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Just then, Lin Yi suddenly shouted, Xia Lingfeng. Let me show you the power of our 5 brothers bond. Brothers, unleash that move inferno. The 4 then exchanged a glance, understood. Whoosh. In an instant, the Vulcan Phantom team simultaneously summoned fire elements. The surging flames converged into a sea of fire, engulfing the entire arena. This is the move that the 5 of them developed together as Sea of Fire. Xia Lingfeng said to the person behind him, Song Pei, I'm leaving her to you. The long-haired girl named Song Pei did not refuse and immediately displayed her abilities. Water Condensation Domain. A water shield, 3 meters in diameter, suddenly formed, enveloping Xia Lingfeng and his group of 5. No matter how intense the flames outside were, their heat could not penetrate the water shield. This is the power of an A-rank talent illusionist, one person protecting all 5 of their own. Lin Yi watched this scene with gritted teeth. Don't think this is the end. Brothers, second form Wandering Flame. In an instant, under the control of the 5 fire-type spirit masters of the Vulcan Illusionary Spirit team, the flames gathered into fire snakes and rushed straight towards the water shield in front. When the fire snake touched the protective shield formed by liquid condensation, it made a sizzling sound and released a large amount of water vapor. Song Pei frowned slightly. Maintaining the water condensation domain required a constant drain on her illusionary energy. Although she was now a 3rd-tier illusionary spirit master, this couldn't go on forever. Lingfeng, hurry. Hearing the girl's weak voice, Xia Lingfeng said with some dissatisfaction, useless trash, see how I teach you a lesson tonight. As soon as he finished speaking, 5 sharp, slender ice spears gradually formed above Xia Lingfeng's head. These ice spears were enveloped in icy energy and shot out under Xia Lingfeng's control. Whoosh! 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 One member of the Vulcan Phantom Spirit team was the first to be shot, his abdomen pierced through by an ice spear. The boy didn't even have time to react before his body was pinned to the competition stage. Well. Many viewers felt a sense of fear upon seeing this scene. Xia Lingfeng, this is murder. S-rank talent is terrifyingly powerful. A single shot pinned the boy to the competition stage. The other team members fared no better, all having their chests pierced by sharp ice spears. A complete and utter crushing defeat. The 2 sides are simply not even in the same league. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lin Yi pulled his good brother in front of him to shield him from the bullet. The poor brother didn't even have time to turn around before his body was pierced by 2 sharp ice spears. Put. Put. Such a tragic scene was utterly horrific. Lin Yi had no will to fight anymore. Survival was the top priority right now. We surrender. We surrender. The host felt a little uneasy watching this. Light, the bright illusionary team wins. In the audience seats, Xiao Yuxia's hands clenched until they turned purple, and she said through gritted teeth, Xiaolingfeng, that bastard. He's a heartless killer. Some of them were even classmates of the other party, yet Xiaolingfeng still had the heart to do it. Luo Xinro also had a serious expression on her face. Xiaolingfeng's actions were indeed excessive. The other party is a very dangerous person. Shen He and Li Xiaoran had never seen anything like this before. They almost threw up the sandwiches they had eaten that morning. This Xiaolingfeng is unworthy of being the young master of the Xie family. In my opinion, he's nothing but a wicked demon. Shen He, I'm so scared. Just then, Xiaolingfeng on the stage looked smugly at Jiang Qiu, seemingly showing off his strength to him. The entire audience turned to look at him, but Jiang Qiu's expression remained unusually calm. The rain has stopped, Xinro, don't be afraid. The two girls looked over at the sound, only to hear Jiang Qiu continue. He who kills will be killed by others. Chapter 53 Wang Heng's Plea. Drawing lots to choose an opponent. The morning flew by. The illusionist competition went smoothly, with a total of 8 illusionist teams being eliminated in the team competition. Under the host's careful arrangement, the 3 important figures left the stage first. The second round of eliminations will begin at 3 p.m., and the 5 members of the Yusen Illusion Spirit team plan to go back and rest during their lunch break. Just as Jiang Qiu was about to stand up, an old acquaintance came to visit once again. Indeed, this person is Wang Heng. Before Jiang Qiu could say anything, the two girls had already reacted. Wang Heng, are you asking for trouble again? What tricks are you planning to pull this time? Wang Heng looked at the furious Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro, who had summoned her 7-foot-long sword of light. Seemingly having made up his mind, he suddenly knelt down with a thud. The two girls were stunned for a moment, and Jiang Qiu gestured for them to step back. Wang Heng, get to the point. What are you doing? Despite his immense reluctance, Wang Heng gritted his teeth and said, Jiang Qiu. This time, I, Wang Heng, am begging you. You must defeat Xiaolingfeng's team. Jiang Qiu sensed something amiss. Wang Heng, get up and explain what happened. Wang Heng looked at everyone with a troubled expression, and soon after, he let out a helpless sigh. After understanding the whole story, Xiao Yuxia stomped her foot hard. That Xiaolingfeng is worse than a bastard. How could he do something so despicable? Luo Xinro's eyebrows furrowed tightly. Fortunately, I repeatedly refused Xiaolingfeng's kindness. Such a scumbag does not deserve to be human. Seeing Wang Heng's tearful appearance, Jiang Qiu comforted him. All right, although you've been eliminated in the individual competition, we'll take care of Xiaolingfeng for you. Whether you bring it up or not, this is a done deal. Wang Heng sobbed, Jiang Qiu, I'm so sorry. I helped Xiaolingfeng do so many things to harm you, it was all my fault. Wang Heng, don't ask for your forgiveness, just make sure that Xiaolingfeng doesn't get into the central court. As they were talking, Wang Heng suddenly tried to kneel down to Jiang Qiu again, but Jiang Qiu quickly helped him up. Wang Heng, get up quickly. We will do our utmost to resolve this matter. When the 3 returned to the rented room, they happened to run into Long Fan, who was having dinner. Long Fan put down his chopsticks. Jiang Qiu, you're back. How did the competition go this morning? Xiao Yuxia said casually, of course it went smoothly. Our Yusen Illusion Spirit team is the most powerful Illusion Spirit Master team in the world. Dealing with a mere group of freshmen is a piece of cake. Ugh, Jiang Qiu, you're so annoying. Jiang Qiu removed his hand from the girl's buttocks. Yuxia, don't speak too definitively. Xiao Yuxia pouted, unconvinced, yes, I know. Jiang Qiu then turned to Long Fan and asked, Long Fan, how's your individual competition going? While wolfing down his lunch, Long Fan said, it went pretty smoothly. None of the opponents I encountered were any of them who could handle me. I feel like finishing in the top 3 is a piece of cake. To qualify for entry into the intermediate court, one must meet the following conditions: rank in the top 5 in the individual competition, or be the first place team in the team competition. The team competition has the largest number of participants because most people are not highly talented and need experienced players to guide them. Furthermore, participating in team competitions allows you to share both glory and setbacks with your friends, preventing you from ending up alone in a foreign land. In fact, most people know whether they are cut out for it or not. Once they enter the Central Academy, they will inevitably face even more ferocious monsters. Many people participate in this illusionist competition merely as a formality. After all, it's mandatory every illusionist must participate. Zhang Qiu nodded, having anticipated Long Fan's explanation. Okay, then you eat well first. The rain has stopped, Shinro, let's go inside and take a nap. Upon hearing this, both Xiao Yuxie and Luo Shinro blushed. Okay. At 2:50 p.m. sharp, the 5 members of Yusin's illusionary spirit group gathered in the audience seats. Zhang Qiu stretched comfortably after a very comfortable sleep. Xiao Yuxie and Luo Shinro exchanged a glance. Zhang Qiu had slept unusually soundly during his afternoon nap. This made them wonder if they had lost their charm. Xiao Yuxie whispered in Luo Shinro's ear, Shinro, proceed as planned. I'm sure Zhang Qiu will love the surprise we prepared for him. Luo Shinro nodded seriously. Aha! Before long, the 3 important figures took their seats, and the afternoon's elimination rounds officially began. The enthusiastic drumbeats were exhilarating, bringing the atmosphere to a climax. The audience shouted out their favorite teams or individuals, and the cheers rose in waves. The host announced loudly, "Welcome back to the illusionist competition. The afternoon's matches are about to begin. Each of the winning teams from this morning, please send 1 member to the competition stage to draw lots and choose their opponent." The 4 girls all looked at Zhang Qiu. It was obvious who would draw lots. Zhang Qiu shook his head with a wry smile and got up to walk towards the competition stage. As expected, all 8 people who came to the competition stage were captains of the illusionist teams. Xia Lingfeng kept rolling his eyes at Zhang Qiu. His intention to target her was very clear. But Zhang Qiu wasn't one to take things lying down, and immediately retorted without any politeness, "Hey Xia Lingfeng, what are you doing here pretending to be a fool? If you have an eye problem, go get it treated. What are you showing off to me for? Are you trying to prove you're an idiot?" Xia Lingfeng was so angry that he almost choked on his own saliva. "Zhang Qiu, let's see how long you can be so smug. If we get assigned to the same group later, I'm going to kill you with my own hands." Zhang Qiu adopted an indifferent attitude. Look at him, Xia Lingfeng has really turned into a fool, talking nonsense in broad daylight. The other 6 dared not comment. After all, Xia Lingfeng was the young master of the Xie family. In short, just watch what you say. Zhang Qiu, you just wait. Wait my ass. You think I'll just wait because you tell me to? You. The host then walked over, holding 8 wooden sticks in his hand. Come on everyone, draw a wooden stick each. Which team you play against later will depend on your luck. Xia Lingfeng ignored Zhang Qiu and pulled out a stick from the pile of wooden sticks. Looking down, I saw the word 3 written on it. Seeing this, the others rushed forward and quickly snatched all 7 wooden sticks. Zhang Qiu watched calmly from the side until only the last wooden stick remained before stepping forward. 4. The 8 people showed their wooden sticks, which corresponded to 2 sticks each labeled 1, 2, 3, and 4. The host introduced, ahem, the teams of Phantom Masters who draw the same number will compete in turn. The winning team will continue to the next round of the knockout stage according to the rules of 1 versus 2 and 3 versus 4. Only 2 teams remain in the end. The grand finale will be held tomorrow. Well, did you all understand? I understand. Chapter 54 Dark Knight Catgirl Phantom Spirit Group? Xia Lingfeng's good brother. Xia Lingfeng returned the wooden stick to the host, then looked at Zhang Qiu with a provocative expression, as if he were about to exact revenge. Heh, then I'll let you live a little longer. Zhang Qiu turned around and waved his hand. I'll return those words to you exactly as they were. Hateful. Because Zhang Qiu drew the number 4, the Uxin Huan Ling team's match was scheduled for the 4th game in the afternoon. Zhang Qiu returned to the audience seats and immediately embraced the 2 women. The rain has stopped, Shinro. Our team's match is the 4th one this afternoon. We can rest for a while and watch the other team's matches. Xiaoyu helped Zhang Qiu lie down on her soft lap and stroked his cheek with her slender hand. Zhang Qiu, why don't you lie down here for a while? Recharge your energy so we can teach them a lesson this afternoon. Zhang Qiu rubbed his face against the incredibly soft pillow. The rain has stopped, it feels so good. That's right, this is Zhang Qiu's personal pillow, of course I want you to sleep comfortably. Great, great, I'm very satisfied. Seeing the blissful expression on her beloved's face, Xiao Yuxie suddenly had a flash of inspiration and placed her hands on his temples. A faint green light emanated from the girl's fingertips, and Zhang Qiu immediately felt a refreshing coolness flowing from his temples into his brain. This feeling was absolutely wonderful. All the thoughts in my mind vanished, replaced by an unprecedented tranquility and comfort. This is. Xiao Yuxia leaned close to Jiang Qiu's ear and said in a soft, seductive voice, "This is my ability, the purification technique." "Sir, are you satisfied?" Jiang Qiu chuckled a few times. "Yuxia, I didn't expect your service to be so comprehensive. Please arrange this service for me again tonight." "Yes, ma'am." Under the host's arrangement, the two teams that drew the number one draw quickly arrived at the competition venue. The two sides are the War God Phantom Spirit Team and the Enchantress Phantom Spirit Team. The 5 members of the War God Illusionary Spirit Team are all strong and muscular men. Their clear and distinct muscle lines perfectly demonstrate what violent aesthetics are. Their fighting style is also very simple. They engage in hand-to-hand combat with their enemies. In contrast, the 5 members of the Enchantress Phantom Spirit Group on the other side are much more mysterious. The 5 members of the Enchantress Phantom Squad were all tall women wearing sunglasses. They wore black trench coats that perfectly concealed their upper bodies. These women wore ultra-thin black stockings and 7 cm high black heels, their long legs resembling deadly scissors, their alluring curves sparking the imagination. Although the outfits made many viewers feel a little tempted, many boys remained unmoved until they saw the real faces of the people. The battle of the Enchantress Phantom Spirit Team ended abruptly this morning. The opponents surrendered as soon as they entered the arena. It is unclear whether this was due to the power of money or some other reason. The leader of the War God Illusionary Spirit Team, Xiong Zhanxiao, spoke up, "Hey! Are you guys even here to compete? You think you can beat us just because you're wearing high heels? You'd better surrender now." The leader of the Enchantress Illusionary Spirit Squad stepped forward, speaking in a seductive voice. "Hey brave and skilled big brother, we didn't do anything to you, why are you mocking us like this?" The voice was like that of a seductive enchantress, causing the hearts of all who heard it to race. Xiong Zhanxiao replied irritably, "I'm too lazy to waste words with you. Show me what you've got. I'll let you make the first move because you're women." The leader of the Enchantress Illusionary Spirit Squad smiled slightly. "All right. Sisters, let's show them the true strength of the 5 of us sisters." As soon as the words were spoken, under everyone's gaze, the 5 members of the Enchantress Illusionary Spirit Team threw their sunglasses into the air. Their exquisite features were no longer concealed, revealing their stunning beauty. All the viewers were mesmerized, they were truly breathtaking. My God! These 5 people are all goddess-level figures. Look at that! Those cherry-like lips, that fair and tender face, and those alluring and seductive eyes. It's so perfect, absolutely perfect. Just when everyone thought it was over, the 5 women smiled wickedly and then began to unbutton their black trench coats. Trench coats fell onto the competition stage, leaving the spectators in awe. These 5 women were dressed in dark catgirl outfits, their ample breasts practically spilling out. Even the 5 members of the War God Illusionary Spirit Team reacted subconsciously. That's totally unfair. Just as Jiang Qiu was about to continue watching, Xiao Yuxi and Luo Xinro simultaneously covered his eyes with their hands. "The rain has stopped, Xinro, what are you doing?" Xiao Yuxia said anxiously. Jiang Qiu, now close your eyes obediently. These girls aren't very attractive. If you want to see the same style, Xinro and I will wear them for you when we get home." Luo Xinro hummed in agreement. "And you can tear my black stockings however you want." Jiang Qiu was stunned, truly unaware of the situation outside. "Well, okay then." As soon as the 5 members of the Enchantress Phantom Spirit Team revealed their true strength, the audience couldn't sit still any longer. "Mommy! Brothers, I feel like love has arrived. Quickly, find out the names of these 5 girls. I need all of their contact information." After witnessing the graceful figures of the 5 girls, Xia Lingfeng, who was sitting in the audience, pushed Song Pei away from his arms. Song Pei fell pitifully to the ground, instinctively letting out a cry of surprise. "Oops." Xia Lingfeng narrowed his eyes slightly. "Interesting. I didn't expect there to be so many hidden talents among the freshmen in the North Campus. There is such a charming girl. Judging from their appearance, most of these 5 people have talents below a level. If they were to become my concubines, it wouldn't be a bad idea." Just then, a handsome young man gently helped Song Pei up. His name was Fang Huatian, Xia Lingfeng's good friend. "Song Pei, are you alright?" Looking at Fang Huatian's handsome face, Song Pei subconsciously leaned closer to him. No, it's nothing." The two stared at each other closely, and the atmosphere gradually became subtle. After a long while, Fang Huatian noticed that Xia Lingfeng was only focused on the beauties on the field and hadn't paid any attention to him. He immediately bent down and kissed Song Pei passionately. Chapter 55, The Enchantress Illusionary Spirit Team wins. As the saying goes, wolves and jackals collude, foxes and dogs are friends, and crows and rats are one family. Xia Lingfeng has done so many bad things, yet now his woman is in his brother's arms. It's quite a dramatic scene. However, Xia Lingfeng, who was focused on the 5 girls on the field, naturally did not notice this. On the competition stage, Xiong Zhanxiao quickly turned his head away, suppressing his body's instinctive reaction. All 4 of you, turn your heads away. This is the illusionist competition. When can't we look at pretty girls? Then one of them asked somewhat reluctantly, but if we don't look directly at the enemy, how can we avoid their attacks? You. Lin Shi, the leader of the Enchantress Illusionary Spirit Team, coughed twice. Host, shall we start the competition? Lin Shi's reminder brought the host back to reality. Please, both players, get ready. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Just as the match officially began, Lin Shi suddenly threw a seductive wink at the person behind Xiong Zhanxiao. That seductive look seemed to possess some kind of magic. The man instantly became dizzy and disoriented. This is Lin Shi's ability charm technique. Xiong Zhanxiao keenly sensed something was wrong and quickly turned around to give his teammate a resounding slap. Smack! The team member finally regained consciousness, but the other teammates were subsequently bewitched. Didn't I tell you guys not to look at those 5 girls? The other 3 were successively infected, and Xiong Zhanxiao was furious. But the Demoness Illusionary Squad's methods went far beyond that. After their first move succeeded, the squad leader, Lin Shi, stepped down first, and another woman took her place at the front of the group. The woman cleared her throat and then began to sing a melodious song. La 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 la. The singing was like heavenly music, and even the audience couldn't help but be captivated by it. This is simply the most beautiful singing I've ever heard. That's right. That's the voice of a fairy. Such a sound is rarely heard in the mortal world. I can't resist. This voice is just too beautiful. In the audience seats, Luo Shinro commented indifferently, compared to the music I played, it was just random shouting. Zhang Qiu couldn't see what was happening outside, so he could only rely on his senses to tease Luo Shinro's face with his finger. Our Shinro is a goddess from heaven. How can these mortals compare to you? Hearing Zhang Qiu praise her, Luo Shinro couldn't hide the smile on her face. At this moment, Xiao Yuxie also came over and asked, "What about me? What am I?" Zhang Qiu thought for a moment and replied, "You're like half of Nuwa." Why? They're only focused on making babies. Get lost. I'm going to teach you a lesson tonight. No. Shinro, save me. Upon hearing this beautiful and melodious song, the 3 members of the War God Illusion Spirit Team who were originally under the charm spell walked towards the other 2 at the same time. This scene left Xiong Zhanxiao somewhat stunned. No one had ever imagined that this girl's ability would turn enemies into teammates. As expected, influenced by the song, the 3 of them used their respective abilities, their fists glowing with golden light as they unleashed a barrage of attacks on their former teammates. One punch after another. Every punch lands hard, a brutal aesthetic. As the audience watched the War God Illusionary Spirit Team engage in a 3-on-2 battle, they finally understood the true methods of the Demoness Illusionary Spirit Team. This is the effect that can be produced by the combined abilities of the illusionists. Without any one of them, such an effect cannot be achieved. Xiong Zhanxiao didn't take the beating for nothing. He swung his fist and met the attack head-on. "Third brother, fourth brother, I'll beat you awake with my fists." Bang! 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 The Demoness Illusion Squad's move is extremely effective, capable of inflicting 1,000 damages on the enemy while suffering 0 losses themselves. As long as the song never stops, those bewitched enemies will never wake up. Xiong Zhanxiao could barely hold on against 2 opponents, but his other teammate wasn't doing so well. After only 3 minutes, the other was knocked unconscious. The situation instantly turned into a 1-against-3 battle, and Xiong Zhanxiao gradually found himself outmatched. Damn it! Damn it! These women are simply witches. 5 minutes later, Xiong Zhanxiao was forced to surrender. The host immediately announced loudly, "The Enchantress Phantom Team wins." The woman then stopped singing and put her trench coat back on. As the 3 members of the War God Illusionary Spirit Team lost their charm abilities, the memories from just now quickly flooded into their minds. No. What have I just done? Big brother, we were wrong, we were so wrong. At the same time, the audience returned to normal and became wary of the Enchantress Phantom Squad's abilities. Although the Enchantress Illusionary Spirit Group is all women, their strength should not be underestimated. Just 2 of them used their abilities to toy with the War God Illusionary Spirit Group. What if the other 3 also used their abilities? Before the War God Illusionary Spirit Group could leave, the 5 girls had already put on their black trench coats and headed towards the audience seats. The first match has come to an end. Shortly thereafter, the Despair Phantom Team and the Gale Phantom Team entered the competition. The Gale Phantom Team are all wind-based abilities, and their movements are so swift that they dazzle the eyes. But the Despair Phantom Squad lived up to its name. Captain Lu Xinghe fought against 5 opponents single-handedly and, with his powerful crowd control, managed to defeat all 5 members of the Gale Phantom Squad one by one. After this battle, the illusionists realized the powerful role of control abilities in combat. As long as the negative effects are stacked up, no matter who comes, they won't be able to cause much trouble. The 2 knockout matches have now come to an end, leaving many viewers deeply moved. Next up is the Light Illusionary Team versus the Dark Knight Illusionary Team. It's uncertain which side will emerge victorious. Hey! What do you guys think? Who will win this next match? In my opinion, Xiaoling Feng's Light Illusion Spirit Team will undoubtedly win. Xiaoling Feng has an S-level talent, and there are only 3 Illusion Spirit Masters with S-level talent among the freshmen. I think the Dark Knight Illusionary Spirit Group has a high chance of success. After all, Xiaoling Feng was too cruel to his classmates. I don't want someone like that to end up in the Central Academy. The audience had their own opinions about the upcoming matches. As the 2 teams stepped onto the stage, a brand new battle began. Chapter 56. The Cruel Xiaoling Feng, Yuexian's Illusionary Spirit Team wins another victory. The host announced the start of the competition, and both teams began to showcase their abilities. With a wave of his hand, Zhao Yi, the leader of the Dark Knight Illusionary Spirit Squad, caused 3 dark orbs to converge in the air and shoot towards Xiaoling Feng. Xiaoling Feng, take this. Xiaoling Feng glanced at Song Pei behind him, and the girl immediately used her water condensation domain ability. A water shield with a radius of 3 meters suddenly formed, enveloping the 5 members of the Bright Illusion Spirit Group. A sinister smile appeared on Zhao Ye's face. They really fell for the trap. The dark orb struck the water shield and instantly transformed into a thick, dark cloud of smoke. Song Pei was initially puzzled. Was the opponent's ability really that useless? 3 seconds later, the girl's body trembled as her own illusionary power rapidly decreased. Oh no, this smoke has a corrosive effect. My internal energy is about to give way. Zhao Yi did not let this opportunity pass, and continued to unleash dark light orbs at the enemy, with wisps of smoke spreading out and gradually forming a faint black mist. Seeing this, Xiaoling Feng no longer hesitated and immediately controlled the ice element to condense 5 ice spears above his head. The sharp ice spear was shot towards the enemy as soon as it was formed. The Dark Knight Phantom Squad had anticipated this, and 2 support Phantom Masters attacked simultaneously. The 2 used their defensive abilities to block the 5 ice spears. Zhao Yi sneered, Xiaoling Feng, so this is all your S-rank talent is worth. If you don't have real skill, you might as well just admit defeat now. Faced with the enemy's taunts, Xiaoling Feng's teammates were about to make a move, but were stopped by the enemy's hand. Since you're in such a hurry to die, then I'll reluctantly send you on your way. As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoling Feng slightly bent his knees, assuming a horse stance. Let me show you my first ability, Extreme Cold Soul. In an instant, icy cold air erupted from Xiaoling Feng's body. The temperature on the competition stage plummeted, and countless ice crystals spread outwards from Xiaoling Feng's feet. Zhao Yi dared not slacken his pace any longer and unleashed another of his abilities, Dark Night Slash. Zhao Yi's hands turned pitch black, and then he unleashed 3 beams of light towards Xiaoling Feng. The light blade was shrouded in darkness, and it swept towards the light illusionary spirits with a suffocating sense of oppression. Xiaoling Feng sneered. Like a mantis trying to stop a chariot, utterly overestimating one's own strength. The next moment, under everyone's gaze, Xiaoling Feng summoned 20 sharp ice spears in an instant. The ice spear, affected by the cold air, continued to grow longer and sharper. Zhao Yi and his group of 5 were dumbfounded. Was it really possible for a human to conjure 20 ice spears? Under Xiaoling Feng's control, 20 ice spears shot out. They pierced through the enemy's double defenses with ease, accompanied by black light blades. Zhao Yi immediately sensed something was wrong. Run! Puff! Put! Puff. Puff. Unfortunately, it was all too late. Before the 5 members of the Dark Knight Phantom Squad could even escape, their bodies were mercilessly pierced by ice spears. The entire audience fell into a deathly silence. No one dared to underestimate Xia Lingfeng anymore. Except for Zhang Qiu. 7 healing-type spirit masters quickly stepped forward to treat the injured, and the host announced in a trembling voice, the light spirit team wins. After witnessing Xia Lingfeng's actions, one of the 3 important figures frowned slightly, while the other nodded with satisfaction. This kid named Xia Lingfeng is indeed a skilled fighter. The damage from his ice spear is quite considerable. With specialized training in the future, even if one were to fight a sea-level beast tied alone, there might be a chance of success. A woman with long silver hair and a beauty mark at the corner of her right eye said, "Strength doesn't determine everything, character is the most important thing." The person who spoke first firmly denied it. "I don't think so." Xia Lingfeng left the competition stage with a flourish, just in time to run into Zhang Qiu and his group of 5 who were on their way to the next match. He. Zhang Qiu, are you afraid? Are you trembling? Don't worry, your end will be being pierced by 20 ice spears at the same time. Zhang Qiu sneered, "You're the same, but you don't need so many. 2 fingers are enough." Xia Lingfeng was momentarily confused. What did the other party mean? Ha! Zhang Qiu, don't be so smug. No matter what, you won't survive today. After uttering this harsh remark, Xia Lingfeng led his 4 teammates swaggering towards the audience seats. Xiao Yuxia stepped forward and said with concern, "Zhang Qiu, don't listen to that bastard's nonsense. I will definitely protect you." Zhang Qiu gently patted the girl's head. "Don't worry, he can't beat me." After the 5 members of the Dark Knight Phantom team were dragged off the stage, the 4th match was about to begin. The match was between Yusin Illusionary Spirit Team and Giant Sword Illusionary Spirit Team, and most viewers favored Yusin Illusionary Spirit Team. For no other reason than that Luo Shinro was here. As soon as the 2 players stepped onto the field, Zhang Qiu skillfully took out a stool and sat down. Sun Wudao, the leader of the Giant Sword Illusionary Spirit Team, originally wanted to shake hands with Zhang Qiu, but seeing the other party's attitude, he was furious. "Zhang Qiu, what kind of skill is it for a grown man to hide behind 4 girls?" Zhang Qiu replied in a deliberately lazy tone, "If I make a move, you'll be out of luck." These words immediately caused an uproar in the surrounding area. Holy crap! This Zhang Qiu only has a D-level talent. I didn't expect him to be so arrogant. Isn't Zhang Qiu afraid of biting off more than he can chew? He doesn't even consider the occasion before he starts bragging. What is Zhang Qiu doing? He's such a domineering gigolo. Zhang Qiu suddenly said to Luo Shinro, "Shinro, come here for a moment." Luo Shinro turned around in confusion and walked briskly to Zhang Qiu's side. "Zhang Qiu, what's wrong?" Zhang Qiu raised his middle finger at Sun Wudao and said with a wicked smile, "Shinro, remember to teach them a lesson and let them know what attitude they should have when they talk to me." Luo Shinro nodded gently, "I understand." Sun Wudao, the leader of the Giant Sword Illusionary Spirit Team, clenched his fists and glared angrily at Zhang Qiu. "Zhang Qiu, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." Seeing that both teams were ready, the host immediately announced loudly, "The competition begins." Sun Wudao immediately used his metal elemental abilities to conjure a giant sword out of thin air. This giant sword looked incredibly heavy, but Sun Wudao wielded it with effortless grace. At the same time, Sun Wudao's 4 companions behind him unleashed their respective abilities on him. The greatsword was affected by a variety of abilities, not only doubling in size, but also covering the blade with a layer of slowly flowing flames. Sun Wudao also received a boost, with significant improvements in both strength and speed. This is the strategy of the Greatsword Phantom Spirit Team, for support-type Phantom Spirit Masters paired with 1 offensive-type Phantom Spirit Master. Soon after, Sun Wudao gripped the enhanced greatsword, his expression almost manic. "Zhang Qiu, I'd like to see just how long you can hide behind here. Take this." Seeing Sun Wudao rushing towards them, Chen He and Li Xiaoran decisively unleashed their abilities. Luan Mu Lake. Illusory Mist. The arena was instantly shrouded in mist, with constantly shifting vines within. Sun Wudao cautiously stopped, not daring to recklessly enter. Something's not right, there's definitely something wrong with these clouds and mist. Looks like we'll have no choice but to resort to that trick. Diamond Body. As soon as Sun Wudao finished speaking, a dazzling golden light emanated from his body. This golden light gradually solidified, transforming into a sturdy golden armor. This is Sun Wudao's defensive ability, the Vajra body. An audience member exclaimed, "Look! I never expected that Sun Wudao is not only a combat type illusionist, but also a true defensive type illusionist. Excellent! Such a perfect combination of abilities makes him practically a god of close combat. The Vajra body's defensive effect is amazing, but its only drawback is that the wind-up animation is too long." The moment Sun Wudao's legs formed armor, Luo Shinro charged forward wielding a lightsaber. Holy Light Slash! Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Sun Wudao quickly held his heavy sword horizontally in front of him to block. However, Luo Shinro, a master swordswoman, appeared behind Sun Wudao in a single step. Sun Wudao immediately sensed the impending danger of death. Oh no! Luo Shinro seized this crucial moment and unleashed another holy light slash towards Sun Wudao's back. The overwhelming sword energy left a hideous wound on Sun Wudao's back. Sun Wudao immediately shouted, "I surrender." Luo Shinro once again single-handedly turned the tide on the competition stage. The audience members all stood up excitedly, and Luo Shinro had become the most perfect goddess in everyone's hearts. Goddess! Mighty! Goddess! Victory is certain! Well done! She truly deserves to be my goddess. Luo Shinro, I love you. Like a mouse loves rice. Holy crap! How did Jiang Qiu win again without even trying? Amid cheers from the audience, Luo Shinro calmly retracted her lightsaber, her attack proceeding without any unnecessary movements. The host immediately announced loudly, "Yusin's illusionary spirit team wins." Chapter 57. Jiang Qiu publicly steals his love. His beloved wife is hard to coax. Xia Lingfeng's charm? Yusin's illusionary spirit team won another victory, and the three girls excitedly hugged each other. Yeah! We won! Jiang Qiu got up, put away the stool, and walked towards Luo Shinro. "Shinro, thank you for your hard work." Luo Shinro smiled faintly, "It's not hard work." Seeing the girl's spring-like smile, Jiang Qiu smiled and took a step forward. Immediately afterwards, Jiang Qiu suddenly put his arm around the girl's waist in full view of everyone. Before Luo Shinro could react, her delicate body leaned against his chest. Luo Shinro was initially taken aback, but then her pretty face flushed red. Jiang Qiu said gently, "Shinro, let's go." This move was a decisive blow, leaving the audience completely stunned. No one expected Jiang Qiu to be so bold, and no one expected Luo Shinro to offer no resistance. The cheers were replaced by gasps of amazement, and the atmosphere in the stadium was quite strange. "Jiang, what did Jiang Qiu do to my goddess?" Jiang Qiu, I'm going to kill you. Jiang Qiu. I will never forgive you. Jiang Qiu. I'm fucking idiot. If we're talking about who had the biggest reaction in the audience, Xia Lingfeng's expression was definitely the most interesting. Ugh, hi. Not only the spectators outside the venue, but even the three important figures were shocked. The silver-haired woman asked first, "What is the background of this Jiang Qiu? I never imagined he would have such a close relationship with the young lady of the Luo family." The man on the left shook his head, "I don't know, I've never heard of him before." The person on the right slapped their thigh, that Luo Shinro is really confused. Jiang Qiu is only a D-level talent, he's not worthy of someone with an S-level talent like me. What right do you have to hold a piece of trash like him who only knows how to lie down and win? Hearing the incessant chatter of the crowd, Luo Shinro glanced at Jiang Qiu with a quiet, thoughtful look. "Jiang Qiu, look, they're all talking about you." Little did Jiang Qiu know, Jiang Qiu not only didn't care at all, but actually listened with great interest. "Shinro, are you worried about what others will say about you?" "I'm not worried at all." "Since you're not worried, why should I, as your man, be worried?" "But I don't want others to belittle you." "Hey, I love seeing them looking down on me but unable to do anything about it, it's so satisfying." "Humph, you're just spouting nonsense." Xiao Yuxia pouted angrily and followed behind the two of them. Chen He and Li Xiaoran deliberately walked slowly, not daring to get involved in the love-hate relationship between the three. "Xiaoran, I think I understand now. Yuxia and Xianro are probably both Jiang Qiu's girlfriends." Seeing Chen He's confident attitude, Li Xiaoran opened her mouth in surprise. So, the regimental commander really is incredibly powerful. A few seconds later, as if he had thought of something, Chen He leaned close to Li Xiaoran's ear and whispered, "Xiaoran, what do you think people will think of our UXAN Illusionary Spirit Guild if we both become the guild leader's girlfriends?" Upon hearing this, Li Xiaoran quickly covered Chen He's mouth with her hand. Chen He, you better not talk nonsense. Be careful, you Xia and Xin Ro beat us both to death. Chen He pouted, I was just saying it casually. The 4 elimination rounds have concluded successfully, and only 4 teams remain: Fairy Phantom Team, Despair Phantom Team, Light Phantom Team, and Rainy Phantom Team. The team competition then took a short break, as arranged by the host. 15 minutes later, the Fairy Phantom Team and the Despair Phantom Team will compete first, and the winner will qualify for tomorrow's finals. The scene became noisy again, and many people looked toward Jiang Qiu, who was the most conspicuous person in the crowd. Jiang Qiu felt a little awkward at this moment, as Xiao Yuxia sat in the audience and didn't say a word to him. Okay, the rain has stopped. Don't be angry anymore. I was just being a little smug. Xiao Yuxia rolled her eyes at Jiang Qiu and immediately turned to the side. Snort! Jiang Qiu looked helplessly at Luo Xinro, but Luo Xinro pretended not to see him. Oh, the rain has stopped, my good rain has stopped. Leave me alone. I'm not okay at all. Jiang Qiu's forehead creased with annoyance. The other person was clearly jealous. Okay, the rain has stopped, don't be angry anymore. After we defeat Xie Lingfeng and the others, I'll personally carry you back in front of everyone, how about that? Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxia's eyes lit up, but out of pride, she had no choice but to pretend to be aggrieved. I don't want you to hug me. You big pervert. Knowing the girl's little secret, Jiang Qiu smiled mischievously and hugged her from behind. All right, my sweet Yuxia, brother Jiang Qiu knows he was wrong. You're my most beloved little darling, I'll bring you back later. Xiao Yuxia's body was as limp as a marshmallow, and she leaned helplessly against Jiang Qiu. You said that? Certainly. Humph, that won't do either, I'm still not happy. So, what does Xiao Yuxia want me to do? Xiao Yu thought for a moment, then said shyly, you owe me at least 10 times. This. If it doesn't work, then forget it. Make a deal. Hearing Jiang Qiu's decisive answer, Xiao Yuxia happily turned around. Brother Jiang Qiu is the best. Kiss kiss. After witnessing the whole process, the audience looked like they had eaten shit. No way. How can he just do whatever he wants? Is this right? I feel like my world is a fake. Brother, my heart feels broken. Don't even mention it, my heart is completely broken. Seeing Jiang Qiu's smug expression from afar, Xie Lingfeng was so angry that his teeth chattered. Why is it that all the women he wants end up with Jiang Qiu? I hate it. I hate it so much. Song Pei, you come here right now. I want them all to know that I, Xie Lingfeng, am not without women by my side. Song Pei was secretly being intimate with Fang Huatian, the two of them kissing willingly. Suddenly, Xie Lingfeng called her name, and the girl immediately jumped up. Oh, here it comes. Xie Lingfeng looked up at Song Pei and saw that her face was flushed. My charm is no less than Jiang Qiu's. No girl would blush if she just glanced at me. Chapter 58. This move kills for 1,000 years, leaving chrysanthemums scattered all over the ground. 15 minutes later, the match between the Enchantress Phantom Team and the Despair Phantom Team officially began. The result of this match was rather disastrous. The Enchantress Illusionary Team's charm ability was countered by the Despair Illusionary Team, ultimately resulting in a crushing defeat. Lu Xing has showed no mercy to the girls, leaving many horrific wounds on the 5 girls with his dagger. 2 of them even had their faces scratched, a sight that was truly heartbreaking to see. After the host announced the winning side, Jiang Qiu and Xie Lingfeng stood up at the same time. The 2 boys faced each other from a distance, their eyes filled with hostility. Now, please welcome the Bright Illusionary Spirit Team and the Rainy Illusionary Spirit Team to the competition stage. With a loud shout from the host, the atmosphere at the scene reached its climax. Alright. Finally, we get to see these 2 Phantom Spirit Teams compete. They're both my favorite teams. Hey, who do you think is stronger, Xie Lingfeng from the Bright Illusion Spirit Team or Luo Xinro from the Yusen Illusion Spirit Team? Is there even a question? My goddess Luo Xinro is definitely stronger. Duty is justice, don't you understand? Xie Lingfeng. Teach that bastard Jiang Qiu a lesson he deserves. This time, Jiang Qiu didn't take out a stool, but stood at the very front of the line. Xie Lingfeng could not hide his excitement. He finally had a chance for revenge. Jiang Qiu, you have finally fallen into my hands. Don't give up so easily later, I'm going to torture you properly. Luo Xinro looked at Jiang Qiu with some worry, but the boy showed no fear on his face. Xia Lingfeng, I have nothing to say to you. We'll soon find out who is stronger. Alright. Let me see just how high you, this grasshopper, can jump. The host cleared his throat twice. Both contestants, please get ready. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. Xia Lingfeng didn't rush to make a move, but instead gave a wink to his teammates. The three male team members understood each other perfectly and quickly approached Xiao Yuxia's direction. What? Xiao Yuxia was terrified, never expecting the other party to target her like this. Chen He and Li Xiaoran did not hesitate and decisively used their abilities. Luan Mu Lake. Illusory mist. The mist quickly enveloped the arena, concealing moving wooden vines within. All three enemies possessed a ranked talents and were offensive-type phantom masters. The three men's footsteps were unpredictable. Instead of slowing down in the clouds, they ran faster and faster. Luo Shinro immediately summoned her lightsaber and charged forward to fight three opponents at once. However, the three illusionists seemed to have a plan in mind, changing their advancing formation in an instant. Leaving two people to hold Luo Shinro back, Fang Huatian continued running towards Xiao Yuxia's direction. Not good. As the enemy was about to reach her, Xiao Yuxia's heart pounded. Is the other party trying to kill me? Fang Huatian broke through multiple lines of defense and closed in until he was only 5 meters away from the three girls. At this critical moment, Zhang Qiu spoke. Spare his life. Buzz. The sharp blade in Fang Huatian's hand hovered in front of the girl, emitting a metallic clang. Seeing the blade so close to his face, Xiao Yuxia subconsciously swallowed. The water shield is completely ineffective against attacks from a rank illusionists. If Zhang Qiu hadn't suddenly spoken up, he would have been finished. Fang Huatian slowly turned around. Oh? What's wrong? But Zhang Qiu said with a smile, what kind of skill is it for three grown men to bully a group of girls? Yuxia, Xanro, Zhenhe, Xiaoran, the four of you may leave now. At this point, Zhang Qiu suddenly opened his eyes. Xia Lingfeng, I can take on all 5 of you by myself. Isn't that a bit much? The audience was taken aback by Zhang Qiu's suggestion. He's gone mad. Has this kid been reading too many fantasy novels? Does he really think he can take on 5 people at once? Isn't he only a D rank talent? The Light Illusionary Squad has 4 A rank and 1 S rank members. Even the 3 important figures couldn't help but become curious. This Zhang Qiu, could he really have some kind of skill? The silver-haired woman carefully examined the boy, subconsciously recalling the figure of a man long buried in her memory. They really look alike. Xia Lingfeng stared at Zhang Qiu with interest. Why should I listen to you just because you want to take on 5 people at once? Zhang Qiu teased, so, you're scared? Ridiculous, this is utterly ridiculous. When have I, Xia Lingfeng, ever been afraid of anyone in my life? 1 against 5 is 1 against 5. But you absolutely cannot give up beforehand. No problem. Luo Shinro and Xiao Yuxia rushed over immediately. Xiao Yuxia, Zhang Qiu, I'm sorry. I've dragged you into this. Luo Shinro, Zhang Qiu, let me stay. I want to fight alongside you. Zhang Qiu shook his head without room for argument. Yuxia, Xinro, don't you believe me? The two girls exchanged a glance, wanting to say something but ultimately held back. Alright, you 4 wait downstairs, that way I won't have any worries and can focus on dealing with Xia Lingfeng and the others. After hesitating for a moment, Luo Shinro firmly took Xiao Yuxia's hand and led the girl to jump off the competition stage. No. Seeing this, Chen He and Li Xiaoran jogged over to the 2 women. At this moment, only Zhang Qiu and the 5 members of the Bright Illusion Spirit team remained on the stage. 1 against 5, and this was against 4 A-rank Phantom Masters and 1 S-rank Phantom Master. Can a freshman with a D-level talent really do that? The competition venue fell silent. The sound of heartbeats and heavy breathing could be clearly heard. Everyone held their breath, their eyes fixed on the boy on the stage. Zhang Qiu beckoned to Xia Lingfeng with his finger. Didn't you want to kill me with the ice spear? Then let's go. Xia Lingfeng was enraged by this provocation. Asshole. Then take this. Extreme Cold Soul. A powerful burst of cold air erupted from Xia Lingfeng's body, and ice crystals spread outwards from the soles of his feet. Xia Lingfeng assumed a horse stance, with 20 long and sharp ice spears converging above his head. Xiao Yuxia, watching from the sidelines, couldn't bear to look and covered her eyes tightly with her hands. Xialing Feng laughed maniacally, ha ha ha. Jiang Qiu. You catch it for me. Put. Just then, a clear p sound interrupted Xialing Feng's words. The entire audience was stunned, and many even felt a dull pain. The silver-haired woman turned her head away, unwilling to face this cruel scene. Just now, taking advantage of Xialing Feng being in a spellcasting state, Jiang Qiu used the three elements unity ability to crouch down behind Xialing Feng's vulnerable spot. Jiang Qiu's lips curled into a wicked smile, and he thrust his fingers together sharply upwards. The Heavenly Desolation Finger ability ignores all defenses, has 100% hardness, and 100% penetration. Add to that the accompanying full body vibration effect, and the sensation. TSK, TSK, TSK. Xialing Feng was immediately struck as if by a severe blow, his body instinctively arching upwards. Intense pain spread throughout his body, making Xialing Feng feel as if he were living a life worse than death. Chapter 59 Birthday Gift. No one expected that Jiang Qiu would actually use this move, the 1,000-year kill. Xialing Feng was writhing on the ground in pain. No one could imagine the despair he was feeling at that moment. I'm going to kill you. Kill you. Jiang Qiu raised an eyebrow. Oh, you seem quite energetic? Strike while the iron is hot and kill him. Jiang Qiu punched Xialing Feng in the face, sending 2 teeth flying out. Xialing Feng instantly lost consciousness and collapsed on the competition stage. This punch shocked the entire audience. He actually did it. Jiang Qiu actually defeated Xialing Feng, an S-rank fighter? That's unbelievable. That 1,000 years of death move just now looked painful. No one could withstand it. Xialing Feng's loss was truly unjust. I must say, Jiang Qiu is really cunning. The important figure who had previously looked down on Jiang Qiu now narrowed his eyes slightly. Have you noticed that the kid's 2 abilities are quite unusual? One is related to his own strength, and the other is related to his physical speed. Unlike ordinary elemental abilities, the opponent's ability is more like a kind of physical enhancement. The silver-haired woman agreed, such an ability is indeed very rare. It's the first time I've encountered it myself. Hearing the surrounding audience's comments, Xiao Yuxia tentatively opened her eyes. Jiang Qiu defeated Xialing Feng? Luo Xinrou nodded excitedly, that's right. Yay! As expected of my man. Oh no, our man. On the competition stage. Seeing Xialing Feng's tragic end, Feng Huatian instinctively felt the urge to retreat. A boy behind them asked, Brother Feng, should we still fight him? Jiang Qiu is cunning and treacherous, even Xialing Feng is no match for him. Perhaps we should. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Huatian gritted his teeth and chose to persevere. We are a rank illusion masters, how can we lose to such an ant? Everyone, attack together and fight him to the death. Not long after. 3 boys clutched their buttocks and groaned in pain on the competition stage. Jiang Qiu looked at Song Pei beside him. What, do you need me to help you get rid of this? Song Pei shuddered, staring at the devil with a look of fear on her face. No need. I'll just jump off the platform myself. With Song Pei's voluntary surrender, Yuexian's illusionary spirit team won the match. 4 girls rushed forward and surrounded Jiang Qiu completely. Jiang Qiu, you're the best. The commander is awesome. The commander is mighty. The unexpected ending gave viewers a dreamlike experience. Jiang Qiu, he really won against 5 opponents single-handedly? Could it be that Jiang Qiu has been hiding his true strength all along? Is he actually an S-rank illusionist as well? Sha, what's so special about that? If I had his speed, I could easily take on 5 people at once. The first day of the elimination rounds came to an end, and the audience left the arena one after another. The 5 members of the Yusin Illusionary Spirit Group said their goodbyes, with Chen He and Li Xiaoran leaving first. The rain has stopped, Xinrou, team leader, see you tomorrow. See you all tomorrow, everyone. As the 2 girls walked away, Xiao Yuxia nudged Jiang Qiu with her elbow. Rain has stopped, what's wrong? Xiao Yuxia put her fingers together and said somewhat shyly, Jiang Qiu, Xinrou, and I want to take advantage of our free time now and go shopping together. Why don't you go check on Long Fan side, and we'll leave first? Jiang Qiu replied with a smile, oh, I see. You 2 be careful on the road and remember to get home early. Definitely. Aha! Seeing the 2 of them looking happy, Jiang Qiu shook his head with a wry smile. They really are 2 innocent and lovely girls. Hiss, I wonder if Long Fan's side is finished yet. Individual and team competitions have different formats, so the knockout rounds are not held together. In order to select the Phantom Masters who will enter the finals, the individual competition adopts a 4-person team battle format, leaving the last person to continue to the next elimination round. Compared to the team competition on Zhang Qiu's side, the individual competition was even more brutal. Once surrounded by others, the chances of winning become extremely slim. When Zhang Qiu arrived at the individual competition venue, Long Fan was engaged in a fierce battle. Towering flames swirled around Long Fan, and every move he made was accompanied by raging fire. Zhang Qiu exclaimed, as expected of an S-rank fire talent, "It feels like Long Fan's flames are inexhaustible." When the other party becomes a 6th-tier powerhouse like Uncle Luo in the future, the flames will probably be able to burn a kilometer away. After a fierce battle, Long Fan was panting heavily. The other 3 lay on the ground, their bodies covered in burn marks. Damn it, 3 against 1 right off the bat. If I don't show you what I'm made of, you'll think I'm a pushover. Upon seeing this, the host immediately announced, Long Fan wins. Loud applause erupted from the audience as those who had been defeated by Long Fan stood up to celebrate. Great! Well done! Long Fan is amazing! Crush them all! Seeing the audience's excited reaction, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but feel speechless. Why doesn't anyone applaud like this when I win? With Long Fan leaving the competition stage, today's individual competition has come to a complete end. Long Fan had only taken a few steps when he spotted Zhang Qiu in the crowd. My good bro! You're here! Before Zhang Qiu could even run away, Long Fan rushed over and hugged her tightly. Long Fan, please don't do this. Zhang Qiu, we're like brothers, you're being too distant with me. Okay, it's my fault. After exchanging a few brief pleasantries, Long Fan glanced at the sky and said to Zhang Qiu, let's go, it's getting late, let's hurry back to our rented room. Good. Zhang Qiu and Long Fan chatted and laughed all the way to the entrance of the residential area. It was already 7 o'clock in the evening, and the bright moonlight shone on the earth. At this moment, Long Fan suddenly touched his pocket, as if he couldn't find something. Oh dear, Zhang Qiu, I think I dropped something at the competition venue. Why don't you go back to your rented room first, and I'll go see if I can find it by myself. Zhang Qiu asked with concern, is that thing important? Why don't I go with you to look for it? Hey, no need, it's just a little gadget. Zhang Qiu, you go back first, I'll take a taxi back as soon as I find it. Alright then, I hope you can find it. Looking out the window, Xia Yuxie saw Long Fan jogging away from the residential area, and a satisfied smile appeared on her lips. Shinro, are you ready? Luo Shinro took a deep breath. Yes. I'm ready. Zhang Qiu walked alone, looking dejected. The neighborhood was completely silent at that moment. In that world, I had nothing and had long been used to living alone. Now that I'm separated from my friends, I'm actually feeling a long-lost sense of loneliness. Sigh, I'd better go home. As usual, I walked up the stairs back to my rented room. Zhang Qiu skillfully unlocked the door and turned the key to open it. Just then. Bang! Bang! Happy birthday, Zhang Qiu! Happy birthday, Zhang Qiu! 2 girls dressed in sexy bunny girl outfits suddenly appeared in Zhang Qiu's line of sight, holding hand-cranked firecrackers. Zhang Qiu stared blankly at the scene, momentarily at a loss for what to do. At the same time, I also received 2 text messages on my phone. Zhang Mingyue, happy 19th birthday, little brother. I wish you happiness every day and that you will always be my source of joy. Long Fan, happy birthday, bro. I'm not going back tonight, I know you guys will definitely shake the building down, evil laugh. Light pink petals fluttered everywhere in the sky, with a few clinging to the chests of the young girls. Zhang Qiu caught a few fluttering petals with her hand and murmured softly, so today is my birthday. Xia Yuxie smiled sweetly and grasped Zhang Qiu's hand. Happy birthday, little one. Come in quickly. We've already prepared a birthday cake for you. Zhang Qiu staggered as he changed into slippers and, led by 2 girls, arrived at the dining table. A 14-inch birthday cake was placed in the center of the table, with 19 candles stuck on it, the tiny flames burning slowly. Luo Shinro thoughtfully took off Zhang Qiu's clothes. Master, please give me your clothes. Looking at Luo Shinro's shy expression, one can't help but wonder how long she had secretly practiced behind the scenes. Okay, thank you for your hard work. It's not hard work. Just then, Xiao Yuxie silently appeared behind Zhang Qiu and placed a golden crown on his head. Master, we have prepared a surprise for you, do you like it? Tears welled up in Zhang Qiu's eyes, her joy beyond words. I love it when the rain stops, I love it so much. Xiao Yuxie playfully stuck out her pink tongue. Then, Master, come and blow out the candles. Under the watchful eyes of the two girls, Zhang Qiu clasped his hands together in front of the birthday cake, silently made a wish in his heart, and then blew out all the candles in one breath. While they all went out in one breath. Brother Jiang Qiu's wish will definitely come true. That's right. Zhang Qiu put his arms around their slender waists. Yuxia, Xin, aren't you too cold wearing so little? The two girls looked at each other and shook their heads shyly at the same time. Without a doubt, the two girls were the best birthday gift Zhang Qiu had ever received. A deep V-neck strapless bunny girl outfit, paired with ultra-thin black stockings and black high heels. Any man who came by would be completely mesmerized. Xiao Yuxie said, Master, let's eat cake together. Zhang Qiu smiled and picked up the cake cutter, dividing the cake into several equal pieces. Then, 2 pieces were taken out and placed in different cake plates. The rain has stopped, Shinro, let's eat together. The moment Xiao Yuxie took the cake, a great idea popped into her head. Wait a moment. Zhang Qiu immediately stopped what he was doing and looked at the girl with some confusion. The rain has stopped, what's wrong? But then Xiao Yuxie asked with a mischievous grin, Brother Zhang Qiu, would you like a cream cake or a cream-filled steamed bun? Zhang Qiu didn't quite understand for a moment, but Luo Shinro lowered her head even more shyly. Creamy steamed buns? The next moment, Xiao Yuxie dipped his finger in some cream and, with a mischievous grin, gestured a few times in front of the snow peak. Master, do you understand now? 10,000 words omitted here. 3 hours later, Zhang Qiu, having finished her cream feast, slept soundly in bed. Xiao Yuxie and Luo Shinro carefully covered him with a blanket and gently closed the bedroom door. Zhang Qiu, sweet dreams. Chapter 60, Luo Shinro turns bad? Danger lurks everywhere. A gentle spring breeze accompanies my sweet dreams, and falling petals soothe my worries. When Zhang Qiu woke up in the early morning, he felt an unusual calm and comfort in his mind. Despite the mess they made last night, Zhang Qiu did not feel physically tired. Could it be that Yuxia used the cleansing spirit technique on me while I was asleep? Looking at the 5 pairs of torn black stockings on the ground, Zhang Qiu couldn't help but chuckle. Shinro always says I'm bad, but she's not exactly a good person herself. There must be a reason why someone would get out of bed. After quickly tidying up the floor, Zhang Qiu pushed open the bedroom door. As luck would have it, Luo Shinro, dressed in a maid cat outfit, was standing at the room door. The girl stood with her hands on her hips, exuding a captivating fragrance. Xin, Shinro, good morning. Luo Shinro stared at him intently. Zhang Qiu, what were you saying in the room just now? I think I heard my name. Zhang Qiu responded somewhat awkwardly, I didn't say anything. Shinro, did you mishear me? Luo Shinro gave a soft hum. Why do I hear you say that I'd become just as bad as you, and that there's a reason I'm not in the same bed with you? This. Zhang Qiu, how dare you talk about me like that behind my back? I'm angry. Shinro, I didn't mean to. Before Zhang Qiu could finish speaking, Luo Shinro suddenly said, unless you hug me right now and give me 10 kisses, I will never forgive you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiu was taken aback. Seeing the girl's feigned anger, the boy was overjoyed. Okay, I'll give you 20. After a series of haphazard kisses, Luo Shinro's face was beaming with happiness, and her entire body nestled in the young man's arms. Shinro, are you satisfied now? Humph, if you ever dare to speak ill of me behind my back again, I'll drain you dry like a rain shower. Shinro, you weren't like this before. I remember when we first met, you would never say more than 10 words to me. It's all because Yuxia is too clingy. If I don't try harder, I'm about to fall out of favor. Xiao Yuxia came out of the kitchen and ran happily toward the two of them. Good morning, master. The girl hugged Zhang Qiu tightly and smiled smugly at Luo Shinro. All right, you two are such clingy little devils, you really are my little darlings. After saying that, Zhang Qiu patted the two of them on the buttocks with both hands. Luo Shinro and Xiao Yuxia blushed and playfully punched Zhang Qiu's chest with their pink fists. Ugh! You bad guy. After having breakfast prepared by the girls, the 3 of them arrived at the illusionist competition venue and met Chen He and Li Xiaoran in the audience. Today is the final of the Illusionist tournament, and the winner will qualify for the Central Academy. No spectator wanted to miss this crucial match. Therefore, when Zhang Qiu arrived at the competition venue, the audience seats were already packed. Shinro, you can do it. Goddess, you will win. After the rain, you're at your most beautiful. Lively and adorable like a flower bud. Hearing the cheers of the surrounding audience, Xiao Yuxie frowned. Strange, why are there people cheering for me specifically? Xiao Yuxie froze after seeing the only boy in the crowd who called her name. Why is it Wang Heng? That freak is really persistent. Zhang Qiu ruffled the girl's hair and teased her with a smile. I didn't expect our Yuxie to be so charming. She's completely captivated Wang Heng. Xiao Yuxie quickly retorted, Pa. This Wang Heng is just a toad trying to eat swan meat. I feel disgusted just thinking about him. In short, Zhang Qiu is still the best, I only love my Zhang Qiu. After saying that, Xiao Yuxie hugged Zhang Qiu tightly, rubbing her little head against his chest. Only 2 important figures came today, and one of them is nowhere to be found. The host quickly arrived at the venue and began hosting today's illusionist competition. Ahem! Today is the grand final of the illusionist tournament, with the Despair Illusionist team facing off against the Yusin Illusionist team. The winning side will gain entry into the Illusionist Academy and will have a high probability of becoming a member of the Illusionist Association in the future. Let's get started right away. Now, please welcome the 5 members of the Yusin Illusionary Spirit team to the stage to give their pre-match declaration. At the same time, in an inconspicuous alley nearby. As space was torn apart by an invisible force, a strange portal quietly opened. 2 seconds later, 3 tall and mighty monsters emerged from inside. These monsters could all walk upright, and their massive muscles were covered with scars of all sizes. The leading demon had an eagle's head, and its sharp eyes seemed to see through everything. Behind it, 2 bony wings were folded, and its 2-meter height was chilling. There is only one mission this time, and that is to find the divine child among the human race. If you encounter uncontrollable circumstances, please be sure to self-destruct, so as not to give the human race any opportunity to research advanced demonic beasts. The voice was like a deep abyss, low, hoarse, and exceptionally grating. The 2 demonic beasts immediately knelt on one knee, their demeanor revealing respect and fear. Clear. Chapter 61, A Rank Monsters Attack the Competition Site. Part 1. Zhang Qiu and his 4 companions stood up and walked confidently to the host's side. The host greeted him with a smile. Zhang Qiu, as the leader of the Yusin Illusionary Spirit team, is there anything you would like to say to the Despair Illusionary Spirit team before the competition? At the signal from the 4 girls behind him, Zhang Qiu took the microphone and said, Lu Xinghe, if you don't surrender obediently, then Xiaolingfeng will be your fate. Upon hearing this, Xiaolingfeng, who was sitting in the audience waiting to see Zhang Qiu make a fool of himself, turned pale. No, what the hell did I do to you? Is it really necessary to repeatedly desecrate a corpse? Many viewers secretly glanced over. They still vividly remembered what happened yesterday. Zhang Qiu is really ruthless. He can even resort to such despicable methods. Ouch, that must hurt so much. I can't even imagine. Hearing the whispers and noises from the surrounding audience, Xiaolingfeng was so angry that his face turned red. Zhang Qiu, I'll kill you sooner or later. Lu Xinghe's face was also gloomy. He had just had his hemorrhoids removed not long ago. After the Despair Illusion team finished their trash talk, both teams of illusion masters came to the competition stage together. The exciting match is about to begin, and many spectators are nervously clenching their hands. Boys, please prepare yourselves. 3, 2, 1. The match begins. As soon as the match began, Lu Xinghe used his metal-type ability to conjure a dagger out of thin air. The dagger was wrapped with a thin thread at the end, which connected Lu Xinghe's hands. Zhang Qiu. Take this, wind-chasing blade. Lu Xinghe brandished the dagger in his hand and hurled it forcefully towards Zhang Qiu. A whooshing sound followed, the dagger flying with lightning speed. Luo Shinro immediately summoned her 7-foot-long lightsword, taking 2 steps in one to block the dangerous attack for Zhang Qiu. Lu Xinghe's lips curled up slightly, and he began to manipulate the thin thread methodically. The dagger flew through the air in an arc and headed straight for Zhang Qiu's head again. Seeing this, Zhang Qiu grabbed Luo Shinro and used his 3 elements unity ability to create distance between himself and the enemy. The 2 sides remained deadlocked for another 3 minutes, each trying to probe the other's hand. If Zhang Qiu were determined to win, he would have teleported behind the enemy and defeated them one by one, but the boy did not choose that path. Jiang Qiu's real purpose was to use this opportunity to hone Luo Xinrou's combat experience. Luo Xinrou understood Jiang Qiu's intentions, so she would always take the initiative to accept the attacks. Whenever the girl was in danger, Jiang Qiu would instantly save her. The 5 members of the desperate illusionary squad were unable to break through after a long siege and gradually began to show signs of defeat. Just then, something unexpected happened. Roar! Wah! To everyone's astonishment, 2 ferocious demonic beasts suddenly leaped onto the stage of the illusionist competition. The 2 demonic beasts, a tiger and a wolf, stood a full 2 meters tall. Their bulging muscles were sharply defined, cracking the ground beneath their feet. The entire audience was shocked. What? It's a demonic beast. Run! Chaos erupted at the competition venue, with all the spectators instinctively fleeing. Even though they were powerful illusionists, the monster before them looked formidable. These people are still freshmen, so running away is the best option for them. The silver-haired woman stood up, her expression wary, and said, "They're actually a rank moon-eating wolf and mountain-shaking tiger. Why are there 2 A-rank demonic beasts in the north courtyard?" The middle-aged man beside him said, "I have already notified the Illusionist Association, and reinforcements will arrive in 5 minutes. Peiyu, it's just the 2 of us now." The silver-haired woman nodded slightly. Clear. In the sky, the S-class Skyhawk hovered 1,000 meters above the ground, its 3-meter-long bone wings slowly flapping. Li Mao stared intently at the arena below, his gaze sweeping back and forth between Jiang Qiu and the others. Who exactly is the divine child? The Eclipse Wolf stared at the fleeing crowd, its eyes gleaming with manic excitement. Hee, run away, run away. No matter how much you struggle, where can you run to? The next moment, the Moon Wolf's right claw suddenly grew larger, and it swung a scarlet blood blade towards the audience. More than 10 freshmen met a tragic end, their bodies instantly cleaved in 2 by the blood-stained blade. This is the power of an A-rank monster. Xiao Yuxia quickly hid behind Jiang Qiu, her delicate body trembling instinctively. Jiang Qiu, I'm scared. Jiang Qiu held the girl in his arms, his eyes fixed on the monster not far away. It's actually a rank A monster. I don't know if I have any chance of fighting now. Luo Xinrou came to Jiang Qiu's side and cautiously reminded him, "Jiang Qiu, don't be careless. A-level demonic beasts are incredibly powerful and far beyond what we can handle right now. I will now use the power of the Sky Seal to try to restore you to your peak condition." After saying that, the 2 interlocked their fingers. The heavenly seal shone brightly in Jiang Qiu's palm, and his internal energy instantly recovered by 15 points. Chapter 62, A Rank Monsters Attack the Competition. Part 2. The Illusion Master Tournament was forced to be suspended due to the appearance of 2 A-level monsters. The new students scattered and fled, and the Moon Wolves wreaked havoc among the crowd. Ha ha ha. Kill. Kill. The Tiger of Shaking the Mountain also joined the battle, its claws carrying immense force, easily piercing through the bodies of the new students. Blood splattered outwards in a scattering pattern as the tiger claw was pulled out. The pupils of a D-rank illusionist quickly dilated, and he finally slumped his head helplessly. Roar! Slaughter all of you human illusionists! Just as Han Yuehu was about to catch up with his new prey, a crescent-shaped sword aura suddenly attacked. The tiger sensed the danger and decisively rolled to the right. Boom! The spot where he was originally located was shattered by the sword energy. Han Yuehu narrowed his eyes, his tiger eyes fixed on the silver-haired woman not far away. Peiyu held a silver moon sword, her high-slit dress fluttering in the wind. Her slender legs were faintly visible, giving her an ethereal, otherworldly air. You audacious beast! Take this! The pressure of a 5th-tier illusionist was fully unleashed, and Peiyu moved swiftly, attacking Han Yuehu. With a roar, the tiger of Mount Han roared to the sky, and its body was instantly covered by a giant tiger phantom. Tiger God Soul. Peiyu had fought against Han Yuehu before, so she had a good idea of her enemy's abilities. The cold moon buries the flowers. In an instant, Peiyu swung 2 sword flowers in the air, and dozens of crescent-shaped sword energies shot towards Han Yuehu from different angles. Han Yuehu met the sword energy with both fists, but unexpectedly, the sword energy was several times sharper than before. The sword energy sliced across Han Yuehu's skin, leaving a huge, hideous wound. Damn it! Take this move, 100 Tiger Roar! Han Yuehu roared at the sword energy in front of him. The sword energy was impacted by the shockwave and flew to the side, eventually falling to the ground. Peiyu did not give up. Gritting her teeth, she rushed forward again. On the other side of the battlefield. After slaughtering 30 illusion masters, the Eclipse Wolf finally remembered the purpose of its journey. The other side stopped chasing the fleeing illusionist and instead focused their attention on Zhang Qiu and the others on the stage. According to Lord Sanglong, the Divine Child is currently in a weakened state. These 10 are the strongest among the new students, and the Divine Child must be among them. If I could kill the Divine Child with my own hands. Thinking of this, the Eclipse Wolf revealed a maniacal smile and strode towards the competition stage. Hee hee ha ha ha. Go to hell. Seeing the 3 blood-red blades hurtling towards him, Zhang Qiu decisively used his displacement ability. 3 symbols returned to 1. Zhang Qiu, Luo Xinrou, and Xiao Yuxie vanished instantly, reappearing 50 meters away. In order to protect Chen He and Li Xiaoran, Zhang Qiu had no choice but to use his 3 elements unity ability again to bring the 2 women to a safe area. On the other hand, the Despair illusionary spirits were not so lucky. Lu Xinghe and his group of 5 lacked Zhang Qiu's incredible mobility and could only barely dodge the attacks of the demonic beasts. Apart from the group leader Lu Xinghe and 1 girl who were unharmed, the other 3 were severely injured. Lu Wang. No. This is impossible. At the critical moment, his good friend Lu Wang pushed Lu Xinghe with all his might, but he was engulfed by the blood blade and his body was cleaved in 2. Lu Xinghe knelt down in despair, unwilling to accept this painful reality. No. You monster, I'm going to kill you. The Eclipse Wolf ignored Lu Xinghe and the others, its eyes fixed on Zhang Qiu in the crowd. Could it be that this kid is? No, the Divine Child is always very cunning. I cannot let any of these 5 people go. Take this. Blood Demon. Before the Eclipse Wolf could finish speaking, a pitch-black heavy hammer suddenly fell from the sky. The Moon Eclipse Wolf dared not linger, its feet moving swiftly to dodge the attack. A middle-aged man slowly walked over and picked up the warhammer on the ground with 1 hand. I thought the Despair Phantom Squad could dodge this attack, but I didn't expect them to be much weaker than I thought. It seems that the winner of the Illusion Master competition is still the 5 members of Yusen Illusion Team. Heh, now that your qualification for entering the Central Court has been determined, Eclipse Wolf, your death is imminent. The Eclipse Wolf was panting heavily. The blow it had just delivered had instilled in its opponent a fear akin to facing death. You are an A-rank illusionist? The middle-aged man snorted coldly. Not bad, I am Wang Hao, a 5th-tier A-level illusionist. Chapter 63 A-rank monster beast raid on the competition site Part 2. The 2 important figures held off the moon-eating wolf and the mountain-shaking tiger respectively, giving the new students a chance to escape. Run, everyone. Those who can still move, hurry up and escape. There are wounded here. Does anyone have healing abilities? Come and help. Zhang Qiu's expression was very solemn, and he was deeply puzzled by the appearance of the 2 O-level monsters. Shenhe, Xiaoran, you 2 should run too. It's very dangerous here right now, and I might not be able to protect you later. Shenhe asked instinctively, Commander, aren't the 3 of you running together? Xiao Yuxie also looked at Zhang Qiu with a worried expression, unwilling for him to continue staying in this dangerous place. However, Zhang Qiu firmly shook his head. If an emergency occurs, I have the ability to save people. These important people are much more important than us, and I will stay here no matter what. I had a feeling this was a conspiracy. Luo Xinrou made up her mind, Zhang Qiu, I'll stay here with you. No matter what lies ahead, I'll never leave you. We will live and die together, we will survive and perish together. Xiao Yuxie gritted her teeth and said, and me too. Zhang Qiu nodded and urged the 2 girls again, Xiaoran, take Shenhe away quickly. Without hesitation, Li Xiaoran grabbed Shenhe's hand. Shenhe was reluctantly led away from the arena, looking at Zhang Qiu with reluctance as they parted. Zhang Qiu's heart sank immediately. Shenhe, that girl? Could it be that she's fallen for me? There was no time to worry about that now. Zhang Qiu immediately focused his attention on the 2 O-level demonic beasts. Pei Yu and Han Yuehu were locked in a fierce battle, their crescent-shaped sword energies filling the sky. Han Yuehu was showing signs of being outmatched, but for the time being, neither could gain the upper hand. Wang Hao and the Eclipse Wolf were locked in fierce combat, shattering the battlefield. The Eclipse Wolf appeared to have the upper hand, but in reality, it was constantly dodging the opponent's attacks. If both sides maintain this momentum, the human race will inevitably be the victor. Pity. The magical energy within a human is finite, while the magical energy within a demon is infinite. If things truly come to a standstill, the two important figures are destined to perish. Unfortunately, Jiang Qiu is currently unable to offer any assistance in combat at this level and can only hope that reinforcements from the Illusionist Association will arrive as soon as possible. Shinro, you're quite clever. Have you noticed anything that I've overlooked? Luo Shinro slowly closed her eyes, letting the memories flash through her mind. After a moment of contemplation, the girl suddenly opened her eyes. Seeing this, Jiang Qiu leaned closer and asked, "How is it? Have you thought of something?" Luo Shinro hummed in agreement and analyzed to Jiang Qiu. These two demonic beasts seem to be slaughtering newborns, but in reality, they are searching for some kind of person. You mean, looking for someone? That's right. The A-level Eclipse Wolf should have continued charging towards the crowd, but it suddenly stopped and turned its attention to us. Since they know the exact time of the freshman finals, they must also know that those standing on the stage are the strongest among the freshmen. Jiang Qiu asked, somewhat puzzled, what does this have to do with finding someone? Luo Shinro continued. If they wanted to kill us, they wouldn't waste any extra energy. If they were focused on slaughtering illusionists, they wouldn't stop for no reason. Their initial attack on the crowd was likely a deliberate attempt to confuse the situation, making people believe it was just a routine attack and thus overlook the truth behind it. In my opinion, their behavior is more like some kind of observation. After hearing Luo Shinro's explanation, Jiang Qiu felt a chill run down his spine. If it weren't for the girl's meticulous mind, she would never have thought of this. Who are they looking for? Wait. Could they be looking for me? Having wiped out the demon beasts twice, he was bound to attract the attention of the demon race. If the real purpose is to find Jiang Qiu, then staying here is exactly what they want. Normal freshmen would choose to flee, but Jiang Qiu resolutely stayed here. Such unusual behavior is tantamount to actively revealing his identity. Oh no! Shinro, Yuxia, we have to run. In the sky. Skyhawk stared at Jiang Qiu and the other two, muttering to himself, finally found you. Human Godchild. Chapter 64 Reinforcements arrive. Jiang Qiu and the others head to the Intermediate People's Court. After a fierce battle with the monster, a few beads of sweat rolled down Pei Yu's forehead. The other woman's pristine white high-slit dress was already covered in dust, and she stood with her slender legs apart. Huff huff, 5 minutes have passed. Why haven't the reinforcements from the Illusionist Association arrived yet? If this stalemate continues, I will be no match for Han Yuehu. With the blessing of the Tiger God Soul, the tiger's combat power grew stronger and stronger. The longer the two fought, the more Pei Yu was at a disadvantage. Han Yuehu stared at Pei Yu with a mocking expression, his injuries already healed. My beauty, you can no longer defeat me. Why don't you just let me devour you? Your fair and firm legs would be so satisfying to bite into. Pei Yu tossed her loose silver hair behind her and scolded in a sweet voice, dream on. Han Yuehu crouched down to gather his strength and then launched himself towards Pei Yu. Take this again, 100 Beast Fist. With the power of the Tiger God Soul, a massive fist shadow condensed from the fists of the Shaking Mountain Tiger. The Shaking Mountain Tiger, carrying an invincible momentum, attacked the silver-haired woman head-on. Just as Pei Yu was about to unleash her Cold Moon Berries Flowers ability. Reinforcements have finally arrived. Pei Yu, don't panic. We're coming to save you. A net stretching to the heavens and the earth. In an instant, an invisible force slammed Han Yuehu into the ground, creating a huge crater. Han Yuehu struggled desperately, only to find that he was trapped under a giant, unbreakable net. Roar! You bastards! You despicable illusionists! 3 A-level illusionists arrived quickly, and Pei Yu finally breathed a sigh of relief. Quickly, go help Wang Hao. A man embraced Pei Yu, while the other two went to help Wang Hao. The Moon Eclipse Wolf was repeatedly defeated by the three, and was eventually controlled by the illusionist as well. Awu! I'm going to kill you all. Just then, a deep, piercing voice rang out simultaneously in the minds of the moon-eating wolf and the mountain-shaking tiger. Your mission has been successfully completed. Now, you can die. The next moment, under the watchful eyes of 5 A-level illusion masters, the bodies of the 2 demonic beasts suddenly exploded. The violet energy fluctuations leveled the area within a 300-meter radius, and the surging flames devoured everything, leaving only a raging sea of fire. After a long while, as the flames shrank, 5 A-rank illusionists slowly emerged from them. Sinrong, thank goodness for your extreme ice realm, otherwise the 5 of us would have been doomed here today. The woman named Sinrong responded calmly, as long as everyone is safe and sound, we should return to the Illusionist Association once the situation here is resolved. Pei Yu's face was flushed with embarrassment. Large areas of her long dress had been burned away by the flames, revealing her two slender legs. Only the remaining fabric covered her private parts. She was now being held in a man's arms, his warm hands occasionally rubbing her buttocks. Could you move your hand away a little? Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man smiled and said, Pei Yu, as soon as I heard you were in danger, I rushed over here. What, can't I even hug you for a little while now? Pei Yu pouted. Rogue. In this sudden catastrophe, 48 illusion masters perished. Besides the newly enrolled freshmen, there were also upperclassmen who had come just to join the fun. With the collapse of the Despair Illusionary Group, Jiang Qiu and his 4 companions naturally became the champions of the team competition. Under the emergency arrangement of the Illusionist Association, 10 new students rushed to the Illusionist Academy overnight. On the road. Oh dear, my most precious daughter, are you all right? I heard you were in danger, I was so worried about you. Luo Shinro glanced at Jiang Qiu beside her and replied, Father, I'm perfectly fine. Jiang Qiu protected me very well. If it weren't for Jiang Qiu, my daughter would probably be. In short, Luo Shinro exaggerated Jiang Qiu's praise, leaving Luo Hongxuan on the other end of the phone completely stunned. Jiang, is Jiang Qiu really taking such good care of you? Of course, you can rest assured that you've entrusted your daughter to him. You two haven't talked on the phone in a long time, and it just so happens that he's right here with me. Dad, wait a moment. After speaking, Luo Shinro held the phone close to Jiang Qiu's ear. Seeing the girl's expectant expression, Jiang Qiu said somewhat nervously, Father-in-law. Luo Hongxuan laughed and replied, good. I knew it. Entrusting Shinro to you was absolutely the right decision. Kid, you did a great job this time. If there's an opportunity in the future, your father-in-law will see if he can get you an S-grade crystal core. Jiang Qiu's eyes lit up. Thank you, father-in-law. Okay kid, remember to take good care of Shinro after you get to the central court. Your father-in-law has some urgent business to attend to, so I'll hang up now. Beep. Luo Shinro looked at Jiang Qiu with a sheepish grin on her face, her little eyes were incredibly cute. Jiang Qiu, you see, my father is quite easy to get along with, isn't he? Although he is usually a bit serious, he would never dare to be negligent towards you or me. Jiang Qiu nodded. Yes, I figured it out a long time ago. But, Shinro, is it really appropriate for the two of us to travel alone while leaving Long Fan and Yu Xia on the bus? It turned out that the Illusionist Association had specially hired a bus to escort the 10 new illusionist students. However, Luo Shinro insisted on going to the Intermediate People's Court by private car and asked Jiang Qiu to accompany her. Considering that the other party was the daughter of the Luo family, the Illusionist Association chose to concede. However, Luo Shinro's private car had to follow the bus closely and could not stray too far. Jiang Qiu looked out the bus window and saw Xia Yuxia staring at him from the other side. The girl's forehead was pressed against the window, and her expression was clearly displeased. Unfortunately, this private car had privacy windows, so no matter how carefully Xia Yuxia looked, she couldn't see Jiang Qiu and the other person inside. Jiang Qiu, today is Saturday. You should spend time with me. Looking at Luo Shinro's pitiful little eyes, Jiang Qiu chuckled and sighed softly. Shinro, how about this, I'll make it up to you tomorrow night. Luo Shinro thought for a moment and said, it's not impossible. And, tonight? It was already 10 p.m., and besides the driver, only Jiang Qiu and Luo Shinro were in the car. The girl lowered the back seat, instantly turning it into a simple big bed. Luo Shinro moved closer, looking at the other person with a shy expression. How could Jiang Qiu not know what the young girl was thinking? She simply wanted his favor. Shinro, my hand suddenly feels a little uncomfortable. How about, you use your leg to heal me? Upon hearing this, Luo Shinro couldn't help but laugh out loud, her face beaming with a happy smile. Yes, ma'am. Chapter 65 Light? Darkness? A visit to my older sister Jiang Mingyue. Much later. The black stockings on her legs were already tattered, so the girl decided to take them off. As if recalling something, Luo Shinro looked to Jiang Qiu for help. Jiang Qiu understood immediately, squatted down, and considerately took off her black stockings. Luo Shinro said shyly, Jiang Qiu, it's all your fault. Now I have no socks to wear, and I'm sure I'll be cold tonight. Jiang Qiu was stunned for a moment, thinking to himself, how hot is the air conditioner in your car? Will it get a little cold? See through it but don't say it. Then let me help you warm it up. As the night deepened outside the window, the two embraced and fell into a deep sleep. I don't know how much time passed. Feeling a cool sensation on his cheek, Jiang Qiu quickly woke up from his sleep. Shinro, what's wrong? Like a girl whose little secret has been discovered, Luo Shinro quickly straightened her clothes. It's nothing, I just helped you wash your face. Wash your face? Shinro, you've really gone bad. Luo Shinro punched Jiang Qiu with her fist. You bad guy, you're the bad one. Just then, a sliver of light tore through the eastern horizon, illuminating the world like a sharp sword. The clouds were dyed into a magnificent brocade, and the world gradually awoke in silence. Luo Shinro exclaimed in surprise, Jiang Qiu, look! It's dawn! Following the direction the girl was pointing, Jiang Qiu indeed saw the light that represented hope. The two looked at each other quietly for a while, then Jiang Qiu suddenly asked, Shinro, do you think light will eventually defeat darkness? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Shinro responded, where there is light, there is bound to be darkness, because without darkness, how can the so-called light be highlighted? As long as the world can function stably, with checks and balances and mutual constraints, I think that's enough. Jiang Qiu nodded and gently pulled the girl into his arms. What should I do if I want to be the light tonight? Luo Shinro blushed. Then my darkness is destined to be defeated by you. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the 10 new students finally arrived at the Central Academy. As soon as she got out of the car, Xiao Yuxie couldn't wait to run to Jiang Qiu's side and throw herself into his arms. Wah, brother Jiang Qiu, I miss you so much. Jiang Qiu comforted the girl by patting her bottom. Don't cry, don't cry. After everyone had disembarked from the bus, the person from the Illusionist Association spoke up. Illusionists, the enormous academy you see before you is where you will be staying from now on, the Illusionist Middle Academy. I hope you will live up to expectations and become powerful illusion masters as soon as possible, contributing to the revitalization of the human race. Please take out your phones now and download an app called Smart Intermediate Court. You can check all your study schedules in it. After explaining the follow-up work, the people from the Illusionist Association quickly left. The 10 freshmen looked at each other, unsure of what to do next. Ding ding. At that moment, Jiang Qiu received a phone call from Jiang Mingyue. Hey. Sis, how come you timed it so well? I just got off the bus. Jiang Mingyue's melodious voice came from the other end of the phone. I've taken the bus before, so I know exactly what time I get off. I happen to be free today, so why don't you come over and visit me? I've sent you the address. Remember to bring your little girlfriend. Beep. Without giving Jiang Qiu any chance to refuse, the call ended abruptly. Jiang Qiu complained, my older sister is really something, she always does this. Alright, the rain has stopped, Shinro, let's go together. The two girls said in unison, okay. The Central Academy of Illusionists is at least 10 times larger than the Northern Academy. It not only boasts natural forests and clear springs, but also countless pavilions of all sizes. It could be said that the Intermediate People's Court is comparable to a decent first-class town. The three of them rode in Luo Shinro's private car and soon arrived at Jiang Mingyue's residence. Thump, thump, thump. Here it comes. Here it comes. The door was opened from the inside, and a girl who was 169 centimeters tall, with an oval face and almond-shaped eyes, wearing a light nightgown appeared in Jiang Qiu's line of sight. The other person's slender, beautiful legs were enviably white, and her skin was as smooth and delicate as porcelain. Little brother, long time no see. Jiang Mingyue hugged Jiang Qiu tightly, and Jiang Qiu smiled and naturally wrapped his arm around her waist. Sister, it's been 3 years, I've missed you so much. I didn't know how good my sister was when I was young, but now that I'm grown up, I realize how precious she is. I might as well just miss you to death. Jiang Qiu chuckled twice, showing no objection to this. Luo Shinro and Xiao Yuxie witnessed the intimate scene between the two and felt a strong sense of jealousy for no apparent reason. It wasn't that they couldn't stand the siblings hugging and cuddling together, it was mainly because Jiang Mingyue's beauty was so stunning that it gave them a subconscious sense of crisis. Her usually most prized feature, her looks, now pale in comparison to Jiang Qiu's. Any girl would feel somewhat inferior in this situation. A few seconds later, Jiang Mingyue released the other person. Come in and sit down, it's quite chilly outside, it's much warmer inside. Jiang Qiu went into the house first and made himself at home, doing whatever made him comfortable. Jiang Mingyue smiled as she looked at the two girls following closely behind, but her smile soon faded. Jiang Qiu. Jiang Qiu asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Jiang Mingyue swallowed hard. "Didn't I tell you to bring your girlfriend? Why are there two such pretty girls outside? Don't tell me they're all your girlfriends." Jiang Qiu asked a question back, as if it were perfectly reasonable. "What, is that not allowed?" Jiang Mingyue stood there stunned, unable to understand why her younger brother had such great charm. Quick-witted, Xiao Yuxie smiled and eased the awkwardness, saying, "Hello, sister, I am Xiao Yuxie, please take care of me." Jiang Mingyue's expression instantly returned to normal, and she warmly welcomed her, saying, "So you're Yuxie? Come in and have a seat." Luo Xinro also stepped forward and mustered her courage to say, "Hello, sister. I am Luo Xinro, and I am Jiang Qiu's girlfriend." "Oh, it's Xinro. Come in quickly." As she spoke, Jiang Mingyue seemed to remember something, feeling that she had heard this name somewhere before. "Wait. You wouldn't happen to be Luo Xinro, the heiress of the Luo family, would you?" Luo Xinro blushed and said, "Yes, it's me." Jiang Mingyue glanced at Jiang Qiu in disbelief, then excitedly took Luo Xinro's hands. Okay. Xinro, come in and sit down too." As the two girls entered the house, Jiang Mingyue secretly made up her mind. I never expected Jiang Qiu to pull off such a big surprise. He even managed to date a girl like Luo Xinro. I really don't know what kind of incredible luck he had. It seems, today, as the older sister, I have to show off my skills. Brothers, I'll update extra every weekend from now on. As long as I don't die from writing, I'll write like crazy. Even if it means staying up all night, I'll make sure my brothers get some food. Please urge me to update more. Chapter 66: The Sisters' Temptation? Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro, secretly spying on each other. Jiang Mingyue's home is only 80 square meters, with 2 bedrooms and a living room, and it's well ventilated from north to south. The other party usually lives alone, so they don't feel cramped. Jiang Qiu teased, "Sis, 1 bedroom is enough for you by yourself. Who's this bedroom for? It's not for your boyfriend, is it?" Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes. "Who do you think I'm saving this for? I don't have the time or inclination to date. Sister, you're not getting any younger. In a few years you'll be an old lady." Pa. I'm only 22 years old, not old lady at all. You want to marry me off so early? Do you even care about me as your older sister?" The two bickered as usual, showing no signs of estrangement. "Sis, I'd like to have a look into your bedroom." Jiang Mingyue hummed in agreement, "Just don't mess it up for me." Stepping into the other person's cozy bedroom, a faint, pleasant fragrance wafted towards him. Jiang Qiu stroked the silk bedding with his hand, feeling its unparalleled softness, as if he wanted to sink into it. Gently opening the other person's wardrobe, various types of clothes came into view. Jiang Qiu quickly closed the wardrobe again, realizing she had just seen clothes she shouldn't have. Ahem, my sister is still the same as always, she likes light green styles. The bedside table in the bedroom was slowly opened, revealing 5 B-grade crystal cores. Thinking of the care her sister had given her, Jiang Qiu felt a pang of sadness. I didn't expect that my sister wouldn't even use an A-grade crystal core. Let me, her younger brother, show my respect to you. System, exchange for 50 grade A crystal cores. Ding, a grade crystal core exchange in progress. Redeem successful. The next moment, 50 A-grade crystal cores appeared out of thin air on the bedroom bed, as if by magic. Jiang Qiu carefully hid all the crystal cores in the bedside table, then closed the door, intending to give Jiang Mingyue a surprise. Sis, I'm a little hungry. I haven't had breakfast yet. Jiang Mingyue, who was in the kitchen, said coquettishly, I knew you would say that, so I cooked the rice in advance. I'll make you something delicious right now, just wait about 15 minutes. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro came closer. Sister, let us help you. We can lend a hand. Jiang Mingyue readily agreed, okay, let's cook together, the 3 of us. 15 minutes later, a table was covered with delicious-smelling food. Jiang Mingyue was in a good mood today, not only because of Jiang Qiu, but also because of these 2 sensible and well-behaved girls. Jiang Qiu came over after smelling the aroma. Sister, 3 years have passed, and your skills have improved a lot. Jiang Mingyue said smugly, that's because your sister is capable of anything. Cooking a meal is a piece of cake. Yes, 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 sister, you're an all-powerful superwoman, there's nothing you can't do. After enjoying the sumptuous breakfast, Jiang Qiu helped wash the dishes and chopsticks. Jiang Mingyue looked at Jiang Qiu working diligently and sighed inwardly that the other person had really grown up. While Xiao Yuxie and Luo Xinro were playing around in the living room, Jiang Mingyue leaned close to Jiang Qiu's ear and gently blew a breath. Little brother, I never expected you to make your older sister so proud, you actually got into the intermediate people's court. Tell me, how do you want your sister to reward you? Jiang Qiu stopped what she was doing and asked in a low voice, Sister, is any reward okay? Jiang Mingyue nodded, as long as it's within my power, that's fine. Looking at her rosy cheeks, Jiang Qiu thought to himself, I just asked the system, and my sister is also a stunning beauty. We have such a good relationship, if I could take this opportunity to make the other person fall for my charm. Wouldn't that mean I'd get a divine ability for free? With this in mind, Jiang Qiu made up his mind. I've already thought of what reward I want, but you'll have to cooperate with me properly, sister. Jiang Mingyue snorted, you're being so mysterious. I really don't know what kind of mischief you're up to now. After washing all the dishes, the two sat down on the sofa in the living room. Jiang Qiu winked at the two girls, and Xiao Yuxi understood immediately, leading Luo Xinro to the bedroom next door. After the two women closed the bedroom door, Jiang Qiu whispered, Sister, why don't we talk here? Jiang Mingyue relaxed and leaned back on the sofa, turning her body towards Jiang Qiu. Okay, whatever you say. The air fell silent for a few seconds as the two gazed at each other in silence. Perhaps it was because she hadn't seen her sister for so long, but Jiang Qiu felt that the other woman had become much more beautiful. Not long after. Jiang Qiu gently grasped Jiang Mingyue's ankle and tenderly placed those flawless, beautiful feet on his lap. Jiang Mingyue frowned slightly. What's wrong? Didn't you eat enough at the meal? Now you want some dumplings? Jiang Qiu used her fingers to massage the acupoints on the soles of her feet, her movements gentle yet firm. Sister, what are you saying? Do you think I, Jiang Qiu, am the kind of person who gets lustful at first sight? I just felt that it must be tough for you to be all alone out there, so I wanted to give you a massage to help you relax. Jiang Mingyue pouted, you'd better be. When the two of them relied on each other for survival, Jiang Qiu often gave her foot massages. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue didn't resist much and soon closed her eyes in enjoyment. A little harder. It's been so long since we last met, your technique has become rusty. Jiang Qiu carefully kneaded the rare treasure in his hands, sometimes pressing acupoints hard, sometimes teasing the other person gently. You'll get used to it after pressing it a few more times. At this very moment. If Jiang Mingyue happened to open her eyes, she would clearly see a small head curiously peering out from the crack in the bedroom door diagonally opposite them. Who else could it be but Xiao Yuxie? Directly above this little head, another little head is also secretly watching. That's right, it's Luo Xinro. In their eyes, Jiang Qiu suddenly took the initiative to hug Jiang Mingyue's slender feet for some reason. Jiang Mingyue was initially unwilling, but gave up struggling after her resistance failed. Inside the bedroom. Xinro, did you see that? Yes, I saw it. Xiao Yuxie sighed softly, it seems Jiang Qiu didn't get enough comfort from us before, and now he's actually going after his own sister. I really don't understand these guys' little quirks. Why do they like this part of their body? Sigh, no matter what, Jiang Qiu is our man. Since he has needs, let's try to satisfy him. Luo Xinro pondered for a moment, then her eyes suddenly lit up. Got it. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yuxie gently closed the door and curiously approached Luo Xinro. Xinro, what great idea have you come up with? Luo Xinro smiled slightly and dialed a number on her phone. Chapter 67 Shopping Frenzy. Jiang Qiu's Wish. Beep beep. Hey my dear baby daughter, what's up with you suddenly calling for daddy? Luo Xinro said coquettishly, Daddy, I want to buy some cosmetics, can you transfer 300,000 yuan to me now? Alright, no problem. The girl immediately asked for 300,000, which left Xiao Yuxie somewhat stunned. I'm so envious. Not long after Luo Xinro hung up the phone, her phone showed that 300,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. When the rain stops, come closer. Let's browse online to see if there are any good foot creams. Xiao Yuxie nodded, okay. Soon after, the two women sat on the bed in the bedroom, intently browsing shopping apps on their phones. Luo Xinro has very high standards. Any skincare product priced below 30,000 yuan is immediately rejected. The two searched for a long time before finally being drawn to a foot cream link called Paradise on Earth. Seeing that the price was 50,000 yuan per bottle, Luo Shinro tentatively clicked on the details. The product description states, this foot cream is made from pure natural herbal extracts and undergoes 99 processing steps. The effects are as follows: long-lasting moisturizing, nourishing the skin, light floral fragrance, refreshing and pleasant lubricating, inhibits bacteria, edible. Upon seeing the final word edible, the two women exchanged a knowing glance. This is the one I've decided on. I'll buy this one. Finding her favorite foot cream, Luo Shinro tapped her fingers a few times and bought 6 bottles in one go. The 300,000 yuan vanished in an instant, and the girl felt no pang of regret whatsoever. As long as Jiang Qiu is happy, even if we are unwilling, it's not impossible. After thinking for a moment, Luo Shinro asked again, Yuxia, do you think we should buy a few more bottles of edible nail polish? Xiao Yuxia praised repeatedly, a very good suggestion. 3 seconds later. Beep beep. Hey my dearest little darling. Meanwhile, in the living room, Jiang Qiu looked at Jiang Mingyue, whose eyebrows had relaxed, and asked softly, Sister, you didn't fall asleep, did you? Upon hearing Jiang Qiu's voice, Jiang Mingyue slowly opened her beautiful eyes. Not yet, why? That's right, didn't you promise to reward me? Jiang Mingyue chuckled. Just tell me what reward you want. You're beating around the bush. I have no idea what you want. Then I'll really tell you, okay? Just say it, what's there to be shy about between us? Jiang Qiu coughed twice and said solemnly, Sister, could you be conquered by your little brother? As soon as she finished speaking, Jiang Mingyue sat up warily, staring at Jiang Qiu with a guarded expression. What? Conquer, subdue me? Jiang Qiu nodded seriously. Looking at the expectant gaze in the other person's eyes, Jiang Mingyue felt a sense of paralysis. Jiang Qiu, you wouldn't have fallen for me, would you? Even rabbits don't eat the grass near their burrows, yet you're actually eyeing your older sister? There's no room for discussion on this, you'd better give up on this idea as soon as possible. Jiang Mingyue pulled her feet back, her eyes filled with doubt and fear. Jiang Qiu quickly explained, Sister, you've misunderstood. That's not what you mean. Fine, then tell me what you really mean. If you don't explain yourself clearly today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Jiang family, you unfilial son. Knowing that his older sister was really angry, Jiang Qiu dared not joke around anymore. After a long and detailed explanation, Jiang Mingyue finally felt relieved and put her feet back into Jiang Qiu's arms. So, all you need to do is let me be your little fangirl? Jiang Qiu finally breathed a sigh of relief. That's roughly the idea. That's easy. Watch me. Jiang Mingyue coughed twice, then said in a sweet, coquettish voice, Jiang Qiu, little Jiang Qiu, I'm completely captivated by your charm, you're my hero. I'm completely smitten with you. After waiting for a full 10 seconds, the system still did not provide any notification of new abilities. Jiang Qiu patted the other person's feet. Sis, could you please speak with feeling? I need the kind of expressive delivery. Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes at Jiang Qiu, you've got so much to do, and you even brought this up? After that, Jiang Mingyue simply knelt on Jiang Qiu's lap, stroked his head with her slender hands, and kept coaxing him in his ear. Pity. No matter what Jiang Mingyue said, the system did not react at all. Jiang Qiu was starting to panic. Sis, let's try a little harder, shall we? You have to say it from the bottom of your heart. Jiang Mingyue forcefully broke free from Jiang Qiu's embrace, looking quite displeased. You're so picky, I'm not playing with you anymore. Humph. No, my dear sister. Please help your brother. Jiang Qiu was unwilling to let this opportunity slip by, and quickly grabbed the other person's ankle. Let go. No, I won't let go. Let your girlfriend tell you that. I'm not your girlfriend. But. There's no but about it. Sis. Your brother really can't live without you. Jiang Qiu grabbed Jiang Mingyue in front of him and held her body tightly. Jiang Mingyue struggled a few times, but finally gave up resisting. After a long stalemate, the girl sighed softly. Little brother, how long are you going to keep teasing your sister? Jiang Qiu realized his offense and quickly let go of the other person's hand. Yes, I'm sorry. Jiang Mingyue seemed to have figured everything out, and turned around to look at Jiang Qiu tenderly. Little brother, you have to be good. I'm a little tired today, so let's stop playing here for now. If you behave well someday, your sister will reward you again. Be good, my hero. After saying that, Jiang Mingyue suddenly bent down and gave Jiang Qiu a light kiss on the forehead. Feeling the warmth on his forehead, Jiang Qiu hesitated, overwhelmed by boundless guilt. Sis, I didn't mean to. Jiang Mingyue smiled and gently stroked the boy's cheek. Silly brother, I'm not a petty person. I'll just pretend that nothing happened. I know you've idolized me since you were little, so you want to take this opportunity to have some fun, right? You think you can hide your little schemes from your own sister? In order not to expose the existence of the system, Jiang Qiu chose to go along with the other party's wishes. Sister is so clever you can't hide anything from your brother. Jiang Mingyue smiled contentedly. Of course our Phantom Spirit team has a practice session this afternoon, you can come with me to watch it. As the leader of the illusionist team, you must have excellent combat command skills. Jiang Qiu was taken aback. Sis, won't the leader mind if you take me to observe your illusion spirit team's training? Jiang Mingyue covered her face with her hand and laughed. Our Phantom Spirit team is called the Bright Moon Phantom Spirit Team. Guess why I dared to invite you here? Jiang Qiu opened his mouth and said incredulously, no wonder she's my own sister. Chapter 68 The Majestic Jiang Mingyue. Shortly afterward, Luo Xinro took Xiao Yushe away to the villa that Luo Hongxuan had prepared for them in advance. Jiang Qiu chose to stay at Jiang Mingyue's house, since it was a rare opportunity for the siblings to reunite. Before parting, Xiaoyu asked, Jiang Qiu, are you coming back to stay tonight? Of course. The villa is so big, you two must be scared sleeping at night. As your superhero, of course I have to protect you both. Very well, this humble woman awaits your return, my lord. After the two girls had walked away completely, Jiang Mingyue said sarcastically, I really envy you, you can have two girls who dote on you at the same time. Unlike me, nobody wants me. Jiang Qiu comforted her, sister, you're my treasure too. As your younger brother, I'll always spoil you the most. I don't believe a word you say. You womanizer, you never tell the truth. Then what will it take for you to believe me? How about I don't go back tonight, and I stay here and sleep with you? Go away, I don't need your company. What if you're lusting after my looks? Wouldn't I be letting a wolf into my house? Jiang Qiu was speechless. Sis, so this is how you see me? This is considered mild. Not imagining you as a demon is already showing you some leniency. The two chatted back and forth, creating a harmonious and pleasant atmosphere. It was 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Jiang Qiu followed behind Jiang Mingyue, heading deep into the illusionary spirit master's courtyard. Brother, the Central Academy classifies illusionists into 3 types based on their abilities: combat, support, and command. As the core of the team, the regimental commander is required to have a high level of combat command ability. Therefore, all of us who are regimental commanders must study command-related courses. At this point, Jiang Mingyue turned around, her beautiful eyes falling on Jiang Qiu behind her. Jiang Qiu immediately responded, understood. The two continued walking forward, surrounded by trees and flocks of birds, the fresh air mingling with the fragrance of earth. If the North Campus is a school of the technological age, then the Central Campus must be a secluded paradise far removed from the secular world. The area boasts diverse ecology and beautiful scenery. If it weren't for the occasional passing Phantom Master, Jiang Qiuzhen would have thought this was some kind of tourist attraction. As they walked, Jiang Qiu started to pester him again. Sis, you must be exhausted from walking so much, how about your little brother carries you? Jiang Mingyue glanced at Jiang Qiu. Your sister isn't as fragile as you think. Sister, I'm just worried about you. You're the only family I have left. If I didn't cherish you, I, Jiang Qiu, would be a terrible person. That won't do either. This is the Illusionist Academy. If people see what we're doing, where will your older sister's face be afterward? Jiang Qiu was somewhat disheartened. Sigh, when will I get the next reward? Hearing Jiang Qiu's exclamation, Jiang Mingyue felt a strange urge to laugh. Alright, look at you with such a hopeless look on your face. Anyone who didn't know better would think I was bullying you. Once I find that feeling you're looking for, I'll be able to act all cute and affectionate with you a few more times. Jiang Qiu's eyes lit up. Real? When have I ever lied to you, your sister? Hee, my older sister is the best in the world. Look how happy you are, you're such a little kid who'll never grow up. The two walked through a lush bamboo forest, and a hidden battle platform came into view. 3 men and 1 woman stood on the platform, seemingly waiting for someone. Seeing Jiang Mingyue walk towards the battle platform, one of the handsome men immediately beamed with joy. Commander Mingyue is here. Commander, we're over. The other 3 immediately stood up straight and respectfully greeted Jiang Mingyue, saying, Commander Mingyue. Jiang Qiu stared at the man for a long time, and the more she looked, the more she felt that the way he looked at Jiang Mingyue was not right. This guy, could he like my sister? Jiang Mingyue, abandoning her previous amiable demeanor, addressed the 4 with a serious expression. You've all arrived fairly punctually today. In 3 minutes, you'll be paired up for a combat drill. Chu Jingyun and Moen will be in one group, and Jing Shan and Cui Shuo will be in another. Any objections? No. The 4 team members responded in unison, without any hesitation or slackness. Jiang Qiu clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, My sister is still the most powerful. When these words reached Jiang Mingyue's ears, she turned around and pinched the other person's nose with her fingers. And you little rascal, you better study properly later too. Do you hear me? Jiang Qiu immediately stood at attention. Yes, Your Majesty. The composition of the Bright Moon Illusionary Spirit team is very particular, with 2 support-type illusionary spirit masters cooperating with the other 3 in the attack. Jiang Mingyue is an offensive type of illusionist and is also the strongest illusionist among the 5. In her spare time, the girl often had the 4 team members practice against each other, and as the team leader, she would point out their shortcomings. Jiang Qiu observed for a while and discovered that the man who secretly liked her older sister was named Chu Jingyun. 3 boys also stood on the stage, eyeing the unfamiliar boy next to the group leader with some wariness. Jingshan whispered to the 2 of them, Hey, what do you think is the relationship between that guy and the regimental commander? After a moment's thought, Cui Shuo expressed his opinion. In my opinion, the other party is likely also the leader of a Phantom Spirit Guild, and has come here to learn about our Phantom Spirit Guild sparring methods. As for his relationship with our regimental commander, TSK, that's hard to say after all, our captain isn't just any ordinary beauty, she's one of the most beautiful women in history. What guy wouldn't be attracted to a beautiful girl? What if they actually hit it off? Upon hearing this, the veins on Chu Jingtian's forehead bulged. Shut up, you 2. Commander Mingyue isn't that kind of girl. If you dare to make any more wild guesses, I'll beat you both to a pulp. Jing Shan and Cui Shuo exchanged a glance. Ew. Chapter 69 Bright Moon, My Treasure. Moen, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to interrupt the 3 of them. Hey! You 3 guys are so boring. How dare you talk about the team leader like that? Believe me or not, I'll tell the team leader about this and she'll teach you a lesson. Jing Shan and Cui Shuo waved their hands repeatedly. No, we know we were wrong. Moen, you're so heartless. We can just stop discussing this. 3 minutes later, Jiang Mingyue urged, The 4 of you prepare for the drill. You are allowed to use crystal iron weapons today. Upon hearing the commander's order, the 4 men moved to the left and right sides of the battle platform according to their assigned groups. Once everything was ready, the group took out square crystal cores engraved with runes from their pockets. As the illusory energy was infused into it, a purple light burst forth. The square crystal cores all underwent a transformation, rapidly changing into the shape of a weapon. Jiang Qiu was stunned by this scene. A small, square crystal core can actually be transformed into a handy weapon. This is... Jiang Qiu thoughtfully explained, this is the legendary crystal iron weapon. You can carry it with you at all times, and just inject illusionary energy into it when you need to use it. Every illusionist in the central court can exchange for a crystal iron weapon for free, but this weapon is very precious, and each person can only possess one at most. Jiang Qiu nodded and asked curiously, Sis, we're such a close friend, can I borrow your crystal iron weapon to play with? Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes at Jiang Qiu. Do you think you can just borrow crystal iron weapons like that? These are everyone's trump cards. Despite saying that, Jiang Mingyue still obediently took out her crystal iron weapon. Jiang Qiu happily accepted the square crystal core. My sister still loves me the most. I'll massage you every day from now on. Jiang Mingyue turned around and gave a soft hum, unable to hide the smile on her lips. At least you have some conscience. On stage, the 4 team members watching the process were completely dumbfounded. If we're talking about who had the biggest reaction, it has to be Chu Jingyun's expression. Could it be that Commander Mingyue really? No. My heart is aching so much. After resolving the minor incident with Zhang Qiu, Zhang Mingyue instructed the 4 people on the stage, begin the drill. Xu Jingyun's eyes were filled with rage, and he vented all his anger on the drill. The opponent brandished a long black sword and launched himself out like a missile. Take this, thunderous fury slash. The long sword, carrying rolling lightning, slashed towards the two at an extremely fast speed. The crackling electric arcs cascaded down like a waterfall, creating a truly spectacular scene. Cui Shua used his wind-based abilities to leap 5 meters to the side. Jingshan, instead of dodging, coldly sneered, perfect timing. Teleportation technique. In an instant, Jingshan and Moen switched places, and the situation was completely reversed. Xu Jingyun sensed that something was wrong, but his body was too late to react. At this critical moment, Moen suddenly shouted, Tian Shu. In an instant, Moen's body became transparent, with only a vague outline visible. Xu Jingyun's slash shattered the ground, but it did not harm Moen in the slightest. Moen's unique ability is to temporarily render his body into nothingness. 5 seconds later, Moen exited the void state, and the two sides began a new round of competition. Zhang Qiu, watching from below the stage, was dazzled and didn't know what to say for a moment. Wow, that's awesome. Upon hearing this, Zhang Mingyue didn't say a word and gave Zhang Qiu a sharp rap on the head. Ouch. Sis, why did you suddenly hit me? You naughty little brother, you're not allowed to swear. If you swear again, I'll spank you. Zhang Qiu covered her head in grievance, looking at the other person pitifully. Sis, you really hurt me. I thought you were that gentle and cute little girl before? You've got some serious strength now. Besides, didn't you just swear? You. After Zhang Qiu's reminder, Zhang Mingyue realized that she was now a 5th-level illusionist, and her physical attributes far surpassed those of her opponent in all aspects. Zhang Mingyue may have given it a light tap, but it would have hurt Zhang Qiu terribly if it had landed on him. Zhang Mingyue quickly stepped forward to carefully examine Zhang Qiu's injuries. I'm sorry, little brother, I didn't mean to. Did I hurt you? Seeing the pain look on her face, Zhang Qiu added fuel to the fire, saying, Sister, it hurt so much. I almost fainted on the spot. Zhang Mingyue quickly hugged Zhang Qiu and gently stroked his head. Okay, I know I was wrong. I'll be gentler with you next time, I promise. My dearest little brother, can you forgive me this time? Zhang Qiu's face was enveloped by the enormous weapon, and her breath carried a faint milky scent. Forgive me, I forgive you. Let me go, I can't breathe. Ugh. Zhang Mingyue smirked triumphantly, serves you right for trying to play the victim here. Humph. Zhang Mingyue held Zhang Qiu's breath for a full 10 seconds before finally letting him go, satisfied. Finally able to breathe fresh air, Zhang Qiu eagerly opened his mouth. Whoosh whoosh. As expected, the more beautiful a woman is, the less you should mess with her. Sis, you're really too dangerous. Zhang Mingyue twirled her hair with her fingers, looking quite pleased with herself. Of course. Your sister is like a beautiful rose. If you want to get your hands on me, you'll have to get pricked by a few thorns first. Zhang Qiu was completely convinced. With you saying that, I feel much more at ease, little brother. The drill lasted for a total of 5 minutes, and Jingshan and Cui Shua's team emerged victorious. Zhang Mingyue walked onto the battle platform and solemnly reprimanded everyone. Xu Jingyun, did you take the wrong medicine today? Not only were you half-hearted during the battle, but you almost got your teammate Moen killed. On the battlefield, you must never lose your composure. No matter what happens, you must remain calm, understand? Xu Jingyun lowered his head in shame. Commander Mingyue, I know I was wrong. After reprimanding the reckless Xu Jingyun, Zhang Mingyue turned her gaze to Moen, who was standing to the side. And you, Moen. Your teammate acted strangely, you should have stopped him immediately. If not. Looking at her older sister, who was acting like a little leader, Zhang Qiu suddenly had a bad idea. The next moment, in front of the 4 people, Zhang Qiu gently placed his hand on the girl's buttocks. Zhang Mingyue's reprimand paused for a moment, then quickly returned to normal. After reprimanding everyone, Zhang Mingyue gave Zhang Qiu a disapproving look. What's wrong? You're itching to get a scolding now that I didn't teach you a lesson earlier? Seeing Xu Jingyun's gritted teeth, Zhang Qiu deliberately said loudly, Mingyue, my darling. If you talk to me like that again, I won't give you a massage when we get back. Chapter 70. Who understands Zhang Mingyue better than me? The 14 members witnessed the siblings' affectionate gesture. Jingshan said with increasing certainty. It seems that the boy and the leader are definitely not just friends. Gingyun, you're still a step too late. Chui Shuo chimed in, look, they dare to openly touch the regimental commanders but the regimental commander not only didn't reprimand them, but even seemed to be flirting with them. Jingyun, if you ask me, you should just give up on this idea. A woman who doesn't belong to you is useless no matter how long you chase after her. Even Emoan, who always respected Jiang Mingyue, was somewhat skeptical at this moment. Could it be that the captain is really in love? Chu Jingyun had secretly loved Jiang Mingyue for a long time, and he would do his best to do anything that she liked. Unfortunately, this unrequited love has now been ravaged like a torrential downpour. Chu Jingyun felt as if the sky had fallen. His beloved regimental commander had actually been taken by some unknown brat. It hurts. My heart aches so much. Directly opposite the four people, Jiang Mingyue's eyebrows were slightly furrowed. Jiang Mingyue naturally knew Jiang Qiu's thoughts. He simply wanted to show off his competitive spirit as a man. After spending so much time together, Jiang Mingyue had long since noticed Chu Jingyun's special feelings for her. If we can take this opportunity to make Chu Jingyun give up completely, it might not be a bad thing. Therefore, Jiang Mingyue did not resist. Instead, she obediently moved closer to Jiang Qiu like a clingy girlfriend. You have no respect for me. Just wait until we get home, I'll teach you a lesson. Jiang Qiu pretended not to hear and comfortably clenched his fist a few times. Sis, your figure has gotten even better. TCH, you scoundrel. Today's drills have come to a complete end, and Jiang Mingyue led the group to the Xuanfeng Pavilion to rest. Xuanfeng Pavilion is an extremely secluded pavilion in the central courtyard, and it is also the secret base of the 5 members of the Bright Moon Illusion Spirit Group. A gentle breeze swept across the water's surface, creating ripples that spread outwards. Emoan and Jiang Mingyue stood hand in hand by the lake, watching the fish swimming beneath the surface. At this moment, 3 boys surrounded Jiang Qiu, looking at him curiously. Jiang Qiu also adopted a formidable demeanor, occasionally winking at the 3 of them. Chu Jingyun stepped in front of Jiang Qiu, and the 2 love rivals stared at each other at close range. Kid, stay away from our Bright Moon Guild leader from now on. If I ever see you lay a hand on her again, Chu Jingyun, will beat you to a pulp. Jiang Qiu retorted with a disdainful look, what's your relationship with Jiang Mingyue? Why should I give you face? Chu Jingyun suppressed his impulse, narrowed his eyes, and gritted his teeth, saying, Commander Mingyue is the woman I love. If you dare to touch her, you are provoking me. Seeing that a good show was about to unfold, Jing Shan and Chui Shuo wisely took 2 steps back. Faced with Chu Jingyun's overbearing attitude, Jiang Qiu sneered, TCH, you keep saying Mingyue is your sweetheart? How much do you really know about her? Chu Jingyun raised the corners of his mouth smugly and blurted out Jiang Qiu's question. Team leader Mingyue's favorite food is noodles, and her birthday is March 27th. She likes to wear pink nail polish, and her favorite pets are hamsters and cats. So? Do you admit defeat or not? Jiang Qiu sneered 3 times, that's it? Immediately afterward, under the astonished gazes of the 3 men, Jiang Qiu began his operation. Mingyue has a mole on her left buttock, likes to sleep on her right side, usually likes to wear light green clothes, and her most sensitive toe is her left ring toe. Jiang Mingyue likes to wear pink nail polish, that's because I, Jiang Qiu, like it. You, who know nothing, what right do you have to say you like her? Chu Jingyun trembled all over upon hearing this, his eyes glazed over, and he was completely distracted. Jing Shan, standing nearby, couldn't help but exclaim, just how far has this kid's relationship with Commander Mingyue progressed? Chui Shuoro nodded thoughtfully, so, Commander Mingyue likes young people. No wonder she hasn't been paying attention to Chu Jingyun. Seeing Chu Jingyun's disgusted expression, Jiang Qiu continued his rambling. After listening for a while, the 3 of them suddenly retreated in unison, looking at Jiang Qiu with fear in their eyes. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Qiu smugly boasted, how about that? You little punk, you're speechless now, aren't you? No sooner had he finished speaking than a slender, fair hand suddenly landed on Jiang Qiu's shoulder. While I didn't expect Jiang Qiu to know me so well, should I give you an award certificate that says Jiang Mingyue's loyal fan? Jiang Qiu was so frightened that he shuddered and turned around shakily. Jiang Mingyue gritted her teeth, making a grinding sound, and a meaningful smile appeared on her lips. Jiang Qiu swallowed hard. Sis, could you please hit me gently later? 10 minutes later. Jiang Qiu kept groaning in pain. His buttocks were already bruised and battered. Jiang Mingyue clapped her hands in satisfaction. If I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know who's the boss in this family. Sister. Don't call me sister. Didn't you like to call me Mingyue? Why don't you keep doing that now? Only then did Cui Shua and the other two realize the situation. Jiang Qiu was Jiang Mingyue's younger brother. Upon hearing this good news, Chu Dingyun finally breathed a sigh of relief. I was so scared. I thought the commander had really been killed. My brother-in-law is really mischievous. Luckily it was just a false alarm. Chapter 71, Choosing a Crystal Core Weapon. An encounter with Huang Wutong. After resting for a while, Jiang Mingyue led Jiang Qiu away first. On the way, Jiang Qiu kept begging for mercy. Sister, you are so magnanimous, can you please let your brother off the hook? My brother really didn't mean it, those three just forced me to say it. Jiang Mingyue gave the other person a disgruntled look. You bastard, you spilled all your sister's secrets. If I didn't teach you a lesson just now, how would my teammates respect me in the future? Jiang Qiu keenly grasped the true meaning hidden in the other person's words. So, sister, you're not actually angry at all? Humph. If I get angry with you every day, you'll drive me crazy one day. You're my only brother, if I don't spoil you, who will? Jiang Qiu immediately knelt down and grabbed Jiang Mingyue's leg. Sis. You're the best to me. This scene was witnessed by a passing illusionist, and the two immediately began to whisper among themselves. These young couples nowadays are really something, they can hug and kiss right there in the street. Hey, who says otherwise? Jiang Mingyue blushed and patted the other person with obvious disdain. Alright, get up now. This isn't home, you'd better behave yourself. Jiang Qiu chuckled twice and obediently stood up. Sis, I got it. But where should we go next? Jiang Mingyue carefully considered her words before replying, how about? I take you to the Divine Weapon Mansion to choose a crystal iron weapon? The Divine Weapon Palace is where the Illusionist Association provides crystal core weapons to students of the Central Academy. It contains hundreds of crystal core weapons of all sizes and styles. After walking for about 20 minutes, a small, sprawling shopping mall came into Jiang Qiu's view. The mall looks very high-tech, with 3 large golden characters hanging at the main entrance, Divine Weapon Mansion. Jiang Qiu complained, I never expected that such a nature-oriented courtyard would have such modern architecture. It's really a bit of a eyesore. Jiang Mingyue disagreed, saying, no matter what, being alive is the most important thing. This is the Divine Weapon Palace. There are professionals inside who will guide you in choosing a weapon. My crystal core weapon is still intact, so you'll have to go in by yourself. Jiang Qiu countered, as long as the crystal core weapon is damaged, I can come here to get a new one for free? Jiang Mingyue nodded slightly, that's exactly right. After explaining the situation to the staff, Jiang Qiu turned around and said goodbye to the girl. Mingyue, don't miss me later. Jiang Mingyue rolled her eyes. Get lost. Led by the staff, Jiang Qiu walked into the dazzling array of crystal core weapons. Since you are new to the Central Academy, Jiang Qiu, you can only choose weapons with a 5% crystal and iron content. This is the Academy's rule. Jiang Qiu nodded without saying much, and stepped forward to search for his favorite weapon. There are many types of crystal iron weapons, with various uses and applications. Jiang Qiu even saw a fan, but he really didn't know what use it could have. A fan can be used as a weapon? To taunt your opponent while fanning yourself in battle? The staff member smiled slightly. Why don't you pick it up and try it out in the next room? Let's get right to it. Carrying the fan-shaped weapon, Jiang Qiu walked into the adjacent trial room. After injecting 3 points of illusion energy into the crystal core weapon, the fan immediately burst forth with vibrant colors. Oh. Looks pretty flashy, let me test your power. Jiang Qiu first took a deep breath, then gripped the fan tightly and fanned it forcefully forward. Result. Nothing the hell happened. Holy crap. This is so useless. What's the point of this weapon? Jiang Qiu's forehead creased with annoyance. He realized he had completely wasted his unrealistic fantasies. Just then, a sweet girl's voice suddenly came from behind Jiang Qiu. Little brother, this fan isn't used like that. Jiang Qiu suddenly turned around and found that a girl had appeared behind him at some point. She was like a ghost, walking without making a sound. Who are you? Jiang Qiu looked at the 165 centimeters tall girl in front of him, dressed in a pure and sweet manner, and was a little puzzled for a moment. The other person was wearing a short-sleeved t-shirt and super short denim shorts, paired with a pair of pristine white sneakers, exuding youthful energy from head to toe. especially the enormous thing that was about to burst out of her chest, making her t-shirt bulge out. The girl smiled slightly at Jiang Qiu and reached out to take the crystal core weapon. Let me demonstrate how to actually use this weapon for you. Oh. The next moment, the girl raised the fan above her head and suddenly unfolded the fan blades with her slender fingers. Seemingly due to the magic power within the girl's body, the fan blades displayed pink patterns. The girl covered her smiling face with a fan and fanned herself to Jiang Qiu, exuding her fragrance. Little brother, watch closely. As soon as she finished speaking, a sharp glint flashed in the girl's eyes, and she threw the fan in her hand forward at a tricky angle. The fan blades spun continuously in the air, easily cutting through steel along the way. Jiang Qiu's eyes widened instantly, staring at the scene in disbelief. The fan flew through the air for a circle before finally returning to the girl's hand. Receive. How about that? My older sister is pretty amazing, isn't she? Jiang Qiu clapped his hands and cheered, repeatedly saying awesome. The girl smiled and returned the weapon to Jiang Qiu, politely extending her right hand. Little brother, my name is Huang Wutong. What's your name? Jiang Qiu shook hands with the other person. My name is Jiang Qiu, and I'm a new illusionist. I see. May I ask which illusionist academy you came from? I come from the North Campus. Upon hearing this answer, Huang Wutong's eyes lit up. Oh? What a coincidence! I also came from the North Campus. Since we're so destined to meet, how about we exchange contact information? Before Jiang Qiu could react, Huang Wutong suddenly leaned close to Jiang Qiu's face and made a kissing gesture, and took out his phone to take several intimate photos of the two of them. Click. Click, click. Jiang Qiu was stunned for a moment. Sister Wutong, what's wrong? Huang Wutong stuck out her tongue at Jiang Qiu and said cutely, my sister likes to record her life and often posts her daily life on the social media platform Weibo. It's rare to meet such a handsome young man like you, so of course I have to post about it on Weibo. Huang Wutong typed a line on her phone, I met a handsome young man today, maybe he's my type. He then posted a photo of the two of them being affectionate below it, and after confirming that it was correct, he published it. Jiang Qiu asked somewhat uneasily, Sister Wutong, you don't have many fans, do you? Huang Wutong wiggled her white sneakers and responded nonchalantly. It's not that many, just 100,000 followers. Chapter 72 Forced to become an internet celebrity? Zhang Mingyue, who says one thing but means another. What? 100,000 fans? Huang Wutong blinked her beautiful eyes adorably, and the corners of her charming mouth turned up slightly. How about it, little brother? Now you have to add your sister's contact information, right? He. At the same time, as Huang Wutong posted the scarf on Weibo, the internet immediately exploded. In less than 5 minutes, the post received 6,000 likes and 4,000 comments. Huang Wutong used to only post beautiful photos and daily life pictures of the other person on Weibo, but now there is suddenly a boy in the picture, which is hard not to arouse the suspicion of fans. Many netizens discussed this in the comments section. Wutong is my goddess, boheo. My base has been raided. Sweet and soft little Wutong, who is this boy? Why is he standing so close to my goddess? Don't look at my bookmarks, holy crap. It's going up really fast? The intermediate people's court's most heartfelt expression, vomiting blood, vomiting blood. The photo of Huang Wutong kissing Jiang Qiu quickly spread on the internet. Many male students in the middle school were fans of Huang Wutong, and their hearts were broken after seeing these photos. Inside the Divine Weapon Palace, Jiang Qiu sighed helplessly and was forced to add Huang Wutong's green bubble account. Huang Wutong smiled and said to him, Little brother, you're about to become a big shot in the intermediate people's court. With my connection, I can save you a lot of trouble. To avoid trouble? Yeah. Whenever a new student joins the Central Academy, the upperclassmen always want to test their strength. However, I am a member of the Lion Spirit Guild, and our Lion Spirit Guild is one of the strongest in the entire Central Academy. If anyone dares to cause you trouble, just show them these photos. They'll definitely be intimidated by the Lion Spirit Gang's power and won't bother you anymore. Jiang Qiu nodded thoughtfully, Oh, I see. Thank you so much, Sister Wutong. Upon hearing Jiang Qiu call him that, Huang Wutong subconsciously let out a soft eh. Sister Wutong sounds like a pretty good nickname. How about I call you Little Jiang Qiu from now on? Jiang Qiu scratched his head. Whatever you say. Then it's decided. Little Jiangqiu, you probably haven't found a suitable crystal iron weapon yet, right? Come on, let me show you how to try them out one by one. It was 10 minutes later when Jiangqiu finally found the weapon he wanted. Considering that he had learned swordsmanship from Luo Xinro before, Jiangqiu simply chose a longsword as his weapon. However, Jiangqiu's sword is somewhat special. A small dagger can be drawn from the hilt, which can be used to launch a surprise attack at a crucial moment. This crystal iron weapon is a newly developed product, and Jiangqiu was lucky that it wasn't snatched away by other illusion masters beforehand. Shortly thereafter, Huang Wutong and Jiangqiu parted ways. Jiangqiu left the Divine Weapon Mansion and hurriedly ran to Jiang Mingyue. Watching the other person rushing towards her, Jiang Mingyue scolded him angrily, "You've been choosing inside for so long, were you secretly flirting with the young ladies?" Jiangqiu knew that the other party harbored resentment. After all, he had been inside for far too long. "Sis, how could I dare? If that really happened, wouldn't you xin beat me to death? If you really dare to do such a thing, your two girlfriends won't even need to lift a finger. I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of the Jiang family." Alright, I'll do whatever Miss Mingyue says. You must be unhappy to have been standing outside alone for so long, right? TCH, you actually know that? My legs are getting a little sore from standing. Jiangqiu thought to himself, how could a fifth-tier illusionist's body get sore from standing for just a short while? Even monkeys wouldn't believe it if you told them. How about your little brother carries you? Anyway, we're siblings, so outsiders can't gossip about us. Jiang Mingyue pretended to be very reluctant and said, but it wouldn't be good if others saw it. Seeing his older sister blush and lower her head, Jiangqiu already knew the answer in his heart. Jiangqiu immediately stepped forward and lifted Jiang Mingyue's delicate body with both hands. Jiang Mingyue was held gently in Jiangqiu's arms like a little princess. "You. Fine, I really can't do anything with you, you little rascal." Having said that, Jiang Mingyue decided to go all the way and gently wrapped her arms around Jiangqiu's neck. On the road. "Little brother, is your older sister heavy?" "It's not heavy. It's as light as cotton." "Really?" "Of course it's true. To be able to hold a beauty like you in my arms is a blessing from heaven." "Put. Look at what you're saying, as if I'm some kind of precious treasure." "Sister, you are the most precious treasure in the world. What man wouldn't want to be with you? You just love to banter with me. You always have a whole repertoire of sweet talk to you. If I weren't your older sister, I probably would have been fooled by you long ago. So what if she's my own sister? She's still being held by me now. Pa. Or I'll beat you up." The two chatted and laughed all the way, and before they knew it, they had arrived at the main gate of the central court. Jiang Mingyue got out of Jiangqiu's arms and hailed a taxi on the roadside to go home. "Little brother, I won't stay with you any longer. You should go find those two little girls as soon as possible. They probably miss you even more than I do." Jiangqiu waved his hand. "Okay, I understand." The taxi sped away quickly, and Jiangqiu took out his phone to dial Luo Xinro's number. "Xinro, I'm at the main gate of the Intermediate People's Court right now. Could you send a car to pick me up?" Luo Xinro's voice came from the other end of the phone. "Jiangqiu, then kiss me first." Okay, how about a kiss kiss kiss? Is that enough?" "Okay. The driver will be here soon." Chapter 73, A Battle Between Girls. A web scandal. 5 minutes later, a Maserati drove up and stopped a meter in front of Jiangqiu. This scene attracted the attention of many passers-by, and some even took photos of it with their phones. Jiangqiu was speechless. Why do all these illusion masters from the Central Academy like to join in the fun so much? To avoid appearing on camera, Jiangqiu decisively opened the door and got into the car. The driver was still wearing sunglasses, so that outsiders could not see his true appearance. However, the other party's physical characteristics were still easy to identify. When the group came to the Intermediate People's Court earlier, it was the other party who drove them all night. Luo Honchuan was very frugal with his daughter and bought a villa here long ago. This villa is smaller than the one in Liaoshan City, but it still has 4 bedrooms and several other rooms on 2 floors. Not long after, the Maserati parked in front of the villa, and Jiangqiu got out of the car and knocked a few times on the villa gate. Xiao Yuxia quickly ran over, opened the villa door, and threw herself into Jiangqiu's arms. "Brother Jiangqiu, I miss you. I miss you so much. I miss you too, my dear rain shower. So how much do you want to? It's much better than you think of me." "Humph, I don't believe it." "Then I wish I could kiss you passionately right now. That's more like it. Carrying this clingy little one into the villa, Luo Shinro was already waiting at the door. Luo Shinro was wearing brand new black stockings, which looked like they had just been taken apart and used. Jiangqiu, welcome home. Xiao Yuxie politely got off Jiangqiu and didn't linger. Jiangqiu tidied Luo Shinro's hair, his hand casually brushing against the gift the girl had carefully prepared for him. Luo Shinro's face was flushed with spring-like joy, and her usual noble air vanished. Jiangqiu suggested, Shinro, Yuxie, you didn't sleep well last night. Why don't we go and catch up on some sleep now? How about we find a bigger bedroom? Xiao Yuxie and Luo Shinro understood immediately and said in unison, okay. We'll go take a shower now. The spring breeze warms the heart, and a carefree pillow brings a good night's sleep. 2 hours later. Jiangqiu fell into a deep sleep, the blush on her face lingering. It was already 5 in the afternoon. If she fell asleep now, she wouldn't be sleepy at night. Xiao Yuxie gazed at her beloved sleeping soundly on her lap, feeling both warm and proud. At this moment, Luo Shinro suddenly spoke up, rain has stopped, something's up. Come and see this scarf. Xiao Yuxie took the phone from the girl and immediately saw an intimate photo of Jiangqiu and a girl. This Weibo post was made by a user named, at 2 p.m. today. After reading the attached content, Xiao Yuxie said sternly, what? There are actually vixens trying to take advantage of us men? That's outrageous. Luo Shinro also said righteously, that's right. We can't just sit here and wait to be killed, we must take the initiative. After thinking for a moment, Xiao Yuxie came up with a good idea. I've got it. Shinro, I'll register a Weibo account with my phone number right now and post about my daily life with Jiangqiu. I'd like to see how this girl with 100,000 followers will explain herself next. Luo Shinro nodded in agreement, great idea. Luo Shinro is the daughter of the director of the National Crystal Core Trade Association. Her random posts on Weibo will inevitably affect her father, Luo Hanchuan. But Xiao Yuxie is completely different. The other party has no scruples and can officially start a war with Huang Wutong online. After registering her Weibo account, Xiao Yuxie chose a memorable nickname Only Love Jiangqiu. After doing all this, the girl turned on the camera with a mischievous smile and took a few close-up shots of Jiangqiu, who was fast asleep on her lap. Jiangqiu, I'm so sorry about that. I'll make sure you have a great time tonight. After selecting these carefully chosen photos, Xiao Yuxie typed a line of text on them. There are so many vixens these days, they even dare to mess with my Jiangqiu. I won't say who it is, at. After editing the content, Xiao Yuxie immediately clicked publish. This Weibo post quickly gained views after tagging Huang Wutong, who has 100,000 followers. In less than 10 minutes, Xiao Yuxie gained 3,000 more followers, and the comments section received a staggering 2,000 comments. The comments section was filled with mixed reactions to this highly targeted Weibo post. Soft and sweet little Wutong, wait. Isn't this boy Wutong's sweetheart? I will be posting my favorites list for 3 days, unbelievable. So Huang Wutong is this kind of person? Unfollow. Unfollow. Mysterious, holy crap. This guy actually has a girlfriend? I almost thought my first love had been stolen. Thank goodness. The most heartfelt message from the Intermediate People's Court, brothers, I feel like I've come back to life. A generous heart, sister, your bed is so white. Oh no, your legs are so big. This post quickly went viral and became a hot topic at the Intermediate People's Court. Huang Wutong, a beauty blogger with 100,000 followers, has now been labeled a vixen? This is too dramatic, and her fans are bursting with excitement. At the same time, Huang Wutong had just finished taking a hot shower at home when her phone suddenly received 99 plus unread messages. Strange? Who sent me so many messages? After opening the chat list, Huang Wutong was stunned. Those die-hard fans who used to say they would always love Wutong have all turned against her and become her haters, launching a vicious attack on her with slander and abuse. Huang Wutong's fanbase also plummeted to 94,000. Wow! I didn't expect this Jiangqiu to have so much influence. His girlfriend couldn't sit still after just a little teasing? Interesting. 10 minutes later, more and more of Huang Wutong's loyal fans began to launch a series of questions and provocations against Xiao Yuxie. Frost of the Northern Desert, this person doesn't even dare to show their face, so the photos are probably all photoshopped. Rain in the sky, why doesn't this blogger dare to show their face? Are they insecure? In terms of looks, they can't compare to our Wutong at all. Not changing your nickname before you're in a relationship, show me a selfie if you dare. If it's good looking, I'll immediately become your ally. Reading the new comments, Xiao Yuxie angrily put her hands on her hips and cursed, "These guys are idiots. Some of them are even cursing me?" Luo Shinro comforted her, "Rain, don't be angry. There are all kinds of people on the internet. As long as we have a clear conscience, that's enough. Besides, your looks are just as good as Huang Wutong's. If you posted a few selfies, I think it would definitely be more impactful." Xiao Yu asked thoughtfully, "Will this really work?" "Yes, of course." With the support of her best friend, Xiao Yuxie immediately dug out several beautiful photos from her album. The girl selected all the photos and promptly posted them. As expected. The moment this Weibo post was published, it immediately became a hot topic at the Intermediate People's Court. Countless netizens were stunned by her stunning beauty and chose to follow her. 1 second Xiao Yuxie had 6,000 fans, and the next second it jumped to 8,000. All those old SPs have surfaced. Just look at those stunning legs, holy crap. Guys, I absolutely love this. I love it. This blogger is rich and generous, and is clearly the embodiment of justice. You shouldn't use nicknames like "What should I call you, blogger?" From now on, I'll be your die-hard fan for life.